If the undead were to wander through the eons. Cough, cough, cough. In the dimly lit room, an elderly man was seized by a fit of violent coughing, appearing quite wretched. Though his gaze was clouded, he continued to murmur intermittently, "My lord, I fear Z-Fam will not endure until your arrival." Deep within his memories lay a visage from nearly a century past, a countenance that, despite having endured countless tribulations, remained remarkably tranquil. The old man was ensnared by a multitude of tubes, each connecting him to various machines by his bedside, his face etched with the marks of age, hair a stark white, and wrinkles adorning his skin. His appearance clearly signified that he had reached the end of his vitality. A hero in the twilight of life. Who could have imagined that this venerable patriarch of the Qin family, who had dominated the bustling city of Tianhai for decades, would meet such a fate? He had been confined to the hospital for 2 years, and today it was evident that he could no longer persevere. His existence had reached its conclusion, just as that esteemed figure had foretold. Yet, he was unwilling to accept this. Despite possessing immense power and wealth beyond measure, in the end, what could he take with him? Unbidden, memories surfaced of that fateful encounter in his youth, when he played with friends in the village and met that esteemed figure. The words spoken then had remained nestled deep within his heart. Your fate is resilient. As a mortal, you may attain great wealth and honor. If you aspire towards the path, your future holds limitless potential, and your lifespan is promising. Observe how you choose. If you become ensnared by power and riches, with your heart deviating from the path, then the path shall remain unattainable. A century holds but 10, and the great limit approaches the impoverished village. With his father having passed away early, Qin Zifen relied solely on his mother to endure the hardships of life. At that time, he possessed a clear understanding of the significance of wealth. Thus, he resolutely chose the path of monetary gain, a choice he continued to uphold. Upon hearing this, the gentleman felt no disappointment. His countenance revealed not a hint of emotion, as if he had never experienced any expression at all. He casually bestowed upon Qin Zifen a token, a tome of secrets, accompanied by a solemn statement. When you have traversed this lifetime, I shall reclaim the token. I hope you do not come to regret your choice. The tome contained the principles of cultivation, and it was through this very text that he overcame the trials of a century, now reaching the venerable age of 110. As he approached the twilight of his years, he finally comprehended the profound wisdom in the gentleman's words. A singular devotion to the path is the true reward. That gentleman represented the greatest opportunity of his life. Regrettably, he failed to seize it. Now, he yearned for merely a few more years, for he was confident that, given time, he could guide the Qin family through their present tribulations. Yet, once he departed from this world, all would come to an end. The Qin family had no sons, only 2 daughters, and their estate would be ravenously consumed by their scheming sons-in-law and external adversaries. Ultimately, nothing would remain. Alas, in the desolate hospital room, the old man's sigh reverberated endlessly. But in that moment, a sudden cacophony of conflict and the imperious voice of his granddaughter pierced the air. He could not help but muster the last remnants of his strength to glance toward the source of the commotion. It was Mo Xian and a lung managing matters. Yet, that young man, why did he appear so familiar? Rubbing his eyes, he looked closer and, in an instant, was rendered speechless. Stop. Approximately 10 minutes prior, at the entrance of the hospital corridor. Young man, do you have any idea where you are? You simply waltz in here? Over a dozen professional bodyguards stood at the door, mocking the youthful figure before them. Inside lies the illustrious Master Qin Zifen of the Qin family. If you disturb him, you won't have enough lives to pay for it. The young man before them wore an expression of indifference, unaffected by their taunts. He was Yi Xiao, a being that has existed since the dawn of this planet. He wandered through epics immortal, through the ages of the celestial, the chaotic, the desolate. As old acquaintances departed, some soaring to celestial realms, he remained, unyielding and eternal. Through billions of years, he witnessed countless lives come and go, nations rise and fall, and bore witness to the legendary battles of the Yellow Emperor against Qiyu, the unification of the 6 kingdoms by King Qin, the splendor of the Qin Dynasty, and the downfall of the Qin. Having seen so much, his spirit had grown numb. Yet his heart remained steadfast, ever striving for the path. "Step aside. I do not wish to harm you," he spoke calmly. "Harm us? Huh? What do I hear?" The bodyguards erupted in laughter, derisively. "Young man, do you know we are all specially trained? With your puny frame, I could take on 10 of you without breaking a sweat. Scram, before you offend our eyes. What's going on?" At that moment, a strikingly handsome man emerged from within, the husband of the Qin family's eldest daughter, Yuan Shun, the son-in-law of the Qin family. Is he, now awaiting the old man's final breath, so that he can seamlessly inherit all the Qin family's assets through that woman. The bodyguards surrounding him were specifically hired for this purpose. After enduring humiliation and hardship for many years within the Qin household, catering to that woman, he had long awaited this day. How could there be any unforeseen circumstances? "Young Master Yuan," the bodyguards called out in unison. "This brat insists on entering to see old Master Qin. We were just about to drive him away." Yuan Shun merely cast a fleeting glance at Yi Xiao and then turned his body. "Then why aren't you expelling him immediately?" Such a matter could not afford any mistakes, and thus he was exceedingly cautious, especially considering that the individual before him was but an ordinary youth, dressed in attire hardly worth mentioning. "Yes." The bodyguards glared fiercely at Yi Xiao. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao remained unfazed and calmly replied, "Even Qin Zifen would not dare to speak to me in such a manner. What do you consider yourselves? Preposterous. How dare you casually invoke the old man's name?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Shin quickly seized the opportunity to instruct the bodyguards to remove him. "Why are you still standing there? Get to it." "Yes." At that, several bodyguards lunged at Yi Xiao, a total of 3 charging towards him. The scene seemed to freeze. Bang, bang, bang. 3 muffled thuds echoed, and astonishingly, the 3 bodyguards were sent flying backward. Before the remaining bodyguards and Yuan Shun could comprehend the situation, defeat had already befallen them. Looking back at Yi Xiao, he remained steadfast in his position, having not even moved an inch. They did not even witness Yi Xiao make a move. How could it be over? This young man is indeed peculiar. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and join in. Yuan Shan felt that Yi Xiao had come to disrupt his plans. He could not allow him to remain. "What is this?" The remaining bodyguards rushed forward. Yi Xiao's expression remained impassive. Why do mere mortals insist on courting death? He had no desire to harm them, yet these individuals insisted on overestimating their capabilities. Thus, he bore no responsibility for the consequences. Bang! Bang! In an instant, the air was filled with muffled sounds, and that previous scene bizarrely repeated itself. The remaining bodyguards were all sent flying, landing on the ground and promptly succumbing to unconsciousness. What? Yuan Shan was bewildered. How could this young man be so powerful? How did he achieve this? It was utterly unfathomable. Yet, Yi Xiao did not spare him a glance, striding directly into the hospital. To Yuan Shan, it appeared as though he were approaching him, causing him to falter and, with a resounding thud, kneel upon the ground. "Spare me, my lord. It was my fault. I should not have coveted the Qin family's fortune. Yi Xiao's face remained devoid of expression, completely disregarding the man as he entered the hospital, as if the latter did not even merit a second glance. Upon entering the hospital, Yi Xiao made his way straight to the inner room, easily discerning where Qin Zifen was located. However, upon reaching the door of the ward, he was unexpectedly halted by a strikingly beautiful woman. "How did you get in here?" "This is my grandfather's ward. No outsiders are permitted." The young woman, Qin Mashuan, the granddaughter of Qin Zifen, scrutinized Yi Xiao, a sense of familiarity washing over her, as though they had crossed paths before. Yi Xiao maintained a calm demeanor. "The time for Qin Zifen is drawing near. I have come to reclaim what is rightfully mine." Upon hearing this, Qin Mashuan's brows furrowed in disbelief. "What did you say? How can my grandfather's time be near? He has plenty of life left. I have no need for further discussion. Step aside, or do not blame me for resorting to force." Yi Xiao replied with an air of indifference. "What? You dare to lay a hand on me?" Qin Mashuan, having been pampered since childhood, had never encountered a man who would threaten her in such a manner. How could this man be so audacious? Yi Xiao, however, felt no disturbance. With age and experience, one naturally comes to terms with many things. What of women? He had long ceased to be captivated by beauty. To him, stunning Women were mere shadows in the crowd. He recalled the renowned beauties of Yordiao Chan, Shi, Zhun Mi, and the two Kaiasiche, a paragon of loveliness. In those days, kingdoms vied for his favor, offering such enchanting maidens. To share his bed, did he waver? Not even a glance did he spare, his expression ever unchanged. Even the beguiling Su Daji, with her alluring charm, had been repelled by a mere wave of his hand. Thus, whether Qin Mashuan glared at him in icy fury or stripped bare to sit upon him, he would remain unmoved. His heart was solely devoted to the path of enlightenment. Everything was a pursuit of spiritual ascendance. All things are ephemeral, only the path holds significance. I shall say this only once more. Step aside, he stated coolly. You. Qin Mashuan pointed at Yi Xiao, her delicate frame trembling with anger, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Oomph, such audacity, to dare lay hands on my lady. At that very moment, a disdainful snort echoed through the corridor, yet only Yi Xiao and Qin Mashuan remained visible, unaware of the source of the sound. Qin Mashuan's heart leaped with joy. Grandfather Lung? As the words fell, an elderly figure appeared before her, seemingly having materialized out of thin air. The old man appeared quite aged, yet he exuded an undeniable vigor. Upon seeing him, Qin Mashuan felt a surge of reassurance, for this grandfather Lung was a master of martial arts. She vividly recalled how, less than a month ago, he single-handedly annihilated over 30 members of a trade association without sustaining a single injury, his demeanor as calm as the gentle. Breezy was the Qin family's greatest protector aside from her grandfather. The elder first nodded at Qin Mashuan, and then turned his cold gaze upon Yi Xiao. Young man, it is quite discourteous to lay hands on a woman. I have stated this once before, it is the final warning. Now leave. Despite the elder's formidable cultivation, he remained unimpressed by Yi Xiao. His voice bore the weight of authority, steeped in the vicissitudes of time, causing both of the individuals opposite him to momentarily pause. Oomph, insolent. The elder's cold snort betrayed his evident anger. His hand arched into a claw, pointing directly at Yi Xiao. The speed of his movement was such that Qin Mashuan could hardly discern how he had struck. Likewise, she could not fathom how Yi Xiao had countered indeed. Even the elder had failed to perceive Yi Xiao's response. Bang! With a sudden dull thud, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, his vision blurring increasingly as his consciousness plunged into an abyss of darkness. Defeated in a single blow, he had not even caught a glimpse of how Yi Xiao had executed his move before succumbing to unconsciousness. In the last flicker of awareness, he heard a voice proclaim, "How dare a mere Qi practitioner speak of courage?" Qin Mashuan stood frozen in disbelief, her delicate hand covering her lips, her face awash with incredulity. Yi Xiao had no time to spare for them, striding directly into the hospital room. By the time Qin Mashuan regained her senses, he had already entered. In a fit of determination, she seized a nearby stool and rushed in. "Do not harm my grandfather, I will fight you," she shouted fiercely, charging forward. "Stop! I have grown old, yet you still persist." At that very moment, the elderly man, Qin Zifen, who had been lying on the sickbed, on the brink of death, suddenly let out a thunderous roar. The sound was filled with vigor, entirely unlike what one would expect from a man whose life was nearing its end. Even Qin Mashuan, his granddaughter, had not heard her grandfather shout with such intensity in a long time, leaving her momentarily stunned. As she gazed at her grandfather, she was bewildered to find him, tears streaming down his face, staring intently at the brazen stranger who had barged in, completely oblivious to her presence. My lord, you have finally arrived." Qin Zifen could not help but shed tears as he spoke, mustering all his strength. Qin Mashuan was utterly flabbergasted. Her grandfather truly recognized this impudent young man, and he even addressed him as my lord. It was simply unfathomable. In her memory, her grandfather had never bestowed such an honorific upon anyone. In Tianhai City, he was practically a local sovereign. How could he refer to a stranger in such a manner? Yet, Qin Zifen remained oblivious to her astonishment, gazing blankly at the familiar face before him, his expression serene. "My lord, I am finally able to see you once more. You remain unchanged, not a bit different," he sighed. Approximately a century ago, when they first met, Yi Xiao appeared just as he did now. 100 years later, they were reunited, and he still appeared so youthful, while he himself had aged considerably, teetering on the edge of life. The vicissitudes of life filled him with deep regret. Yu Xiao, however, maintained his calm demeanor, inquiring, "Where are my belongings?" From the moment he first laid eyes on Qin Zifen a century ago, he discerned the trajectory of his fate. This day he had anticipated, back then, recognizing the boy's intelligence and his own dependence on him. He illuminated a path for Qin Zifen. Alas, that path was not chosen. The road one selects is one must traverse alone. External forces remain just that, external. Thus, Yu Xiao harbored no desire to prolong his life, deeming it unnecessary to engage in superfluous conversation. Across eons, he had witnessed the demise of countless souls. Even in the cycles of rebirth, he had seen identical blossoms wither away. What was there left to lament? His presence was solely to reclaim what was rightfully his. Devoid of any semblance of compassion, Qin Zifen understood this truth as well. He struggled to steady his right hand, plunging it into his chest to retrieve an ancient violet token. It shimmered with a mysterious energy invisible to mortal eyes, even in the face of death. He clung to the token, a testament to its significance. "To meet you one last time, Zifen dies without regret," he proclaimed, tears brimming in his eyes as he spoke these heartfelt words. Were it not for him, he would not have enjoyed these additional 10 years. Alas, once one makes a flawed choice, there is no room for regret. As he tucked the purple martial order into his pocket, Yu Xiao turned to depart, his expression unaltered by the pitiable sight of the aging Qin Zifen. It was as if he were devoid of emotion. This journey was merely a means to retrieve what belonged to him. Qin Zifen stood frozen in place, unable to suppress a bitter smile. What value did this life, which he had once deemed glorious, truly hold? In the end, he realized he lacked even the right to warrant a second glance from the esteemed one. How ironic. "Grandfather." Qin Mashuan gazed at her grandfather's pitiable visage, unable to suppress her anguish as she bit down on her silver teeth. After a moment's hesitation, she dashed out. Yu Xiao had not ventured far when he felt two soft forms embrace him from behind. "What are you doing?" he inquired. Qin Mashuan wrapped her delicate arms, resembling tender lotus stems, tightly around his waist, her exquisitely crafted face already glistening with tears. "You must save my grandfather. You must. Please, help me save him. I beg you." Yu Xiao frowned, commanding, "Let go." His voice resonated with authority, startling Qin Mashuan into momentary silence, her hands instinctively loosening their grip. This man, not only devoid of compassion but also unyielding in his demeanor, left her eyes misty as tears streamed down her cheeks, resembling rain-soaked pear blossoms. She extended her delicate hand, grasping Yu Xiao's large one, and sobbed, "I implore you, save my grandfather. I will do anything you ask if you can rescue him." Her grandfather had watched her grow since childhood, and the sight of him on the brink of death filled her with profound sorrow. She sensed that this man could undoubtedly save her grandfather. Even if he could not restore him completely, prolonging his life, even for a while, would be a blessing. Yu Xiao paused, taken aback by her words. This Qin Zifen, a stubborn blockhead, had a granddaughter so devoted to filial piety. Initially, he could have extended Qin Zifen's life. But the old man, oblivious to his own faults even in his final moments, had left Yu Xiao unwilling to intervene. However, Qin Mashuan's heartfelt plea, "Filial devotion is commendable and worthy of encouragement," coupled with the vitality emanating from the purple martial order, he decided to lend his aid one last time. With a nod, she disregarded Qin Mashuan and returned straight to the hospital room. Inside, the only thing keeping her grandfather, Qin Zifen, tethered to this world was his frail body. His gaze had already lost its luster, and vitality was gradually ebbing away. The heart monitor was on the verge of flatlining. Grandfather Qin Mashuan could no longer hold back her tears and rushed to him. Upon witnessing this, Yu Xiao let out a sigh. "I warned you. If your heart is solely devoted to the path, it would not have led to such an end. Our connection reaches its conclusion with this encounter." With that, he casually produced a silver needle and deftly inserted it into the center of Qin Zifen's skull. An invisible energy, imperceptible to ordinary eyes, coursed through the needle and entered Qin Zifen's body. Beep, beep, beep. The heart monitor, once poised to cease its rhythm, began to show signs of revival. It was nothing short of miraculous. In that moment, a flicker of clarity returned to Qin Zifen's eyes as he stared blankly at Yu Xiao. "You express your gratitude to your granddaughter," Yu Xiao interjected, "for granting you an additional month of life. Our paths shall part here." With that, he turned and departed, this time without so much as a moment's pause. He truly left. "Grandfather, are you all right?" Qin Mashuan exclaimed with joy as she observed her grandfather regaining his senses. However, Qin Zifan could only manage a bittersweet smile before urging, "It is merely a fleeting return of consciousness, Mashuan. Quickly, go bid farewell to the gentleman." Yes, having already come to believe that Yi Xiao was a being of extraordinary prowess, Qin Mashuan followed him outside, her mind racing with thoughts of the gentleman, who had yet to articulate any requests of her. Surely, he must be contemplating her ethereal beauty, though perhaps he was simply too shy to voice it. If one were to marry such a man, it wouldn't be so bad. However, upon her arrival at the hospital entrance, she found herself momentarily bewildered. Numerous bodyguards lay incapacitated on the ground, much like the venerable elder Long, and that inept brother-in-law of hers was so frightened that he nearly lost control. It was utterly repulsive. She did not linger, hastily exiting the hospital to pursue Yi Zhao's retreating figure. Just as she was about to call out to him, a pink Lamborghini came to a halt before him. From the vehicle emerged a woman whose beauty surpassed her own by several measures. Clad in a professional OL ensemble, her silhouette was striking, and her legs, enveloped in black stockings, appeared even more alluring. Particularly, her enchanting visage was enough to instill a sense of inferiority within her. What was particularly striking was that this captivating woman, after alighting from the car, approached the passenger seat, bent gracefully, and invited Yi Xiao to enter the vehicle, before driving off into the distance, leaving Qin Mashuan in a daze. Chapter 3. The Purple Martial Order. No wonder Yi Xiao looked down upon her. He was accompanied by a stunning beauty who eclipsed her in every way. A sense of desolation enveloped her heart. Upon returning to the ward, her grandfather expressed his concern, saying, "Mashuan, you must find a way to become acquainted with that esteemed individual. With him, our Qin family could thrive for 2 more generations." Qin Mashuan's expression grew complex. Meanwhile, within the speeding Lamborghini, Yi Xiao caressed the Purple Martial Order, its vital essence lifting his spirits considerably. His thoughts, however, drifted far away. The Purple Martial Order had been bestowed upon him by his master, the esteemed Zhiwu Zhenren, during the ancient celestial era of billions of years ago. His master was immeasurably more powerful than the Yi Xiao of that time. At that time, the master discerned Yi Xiao's fate, asserting that he would bear witness to a multitude of eras. His path diverged from that of others, and the aspiration to transcend the mundane world was rendered infinitely more arduous than for the average person, an endeavor as daunting as ascending to the heavens. During those days, the master aided him in discovering a method of salvation, bestowing upon him 12 purple martial orders. Upon encountering a person of steadfast fate, he would, in his youth, grant them the purple martial orders, nurturing them with the essence of life that emanated from him, to be reclaimed upon the conclusion of his existence. Once he had accumulated 100 million such orders, he would indeed transcend the mortal realm. Presently, he had amassed 99,999,977. With only a few more to gather and subsequently disperse, it would take at most another 200 years for him to truly ascend, following the path of his master and elder brothers. That day, he had awaited for eons, yet as the final 200 years approached, the anticipation became almost unbearable. Particularly troubling was the recent celestial tribulation that had caused a decline in his cultivation. Truly, the vicissitudes of life were unpredictable. Gazing at the man beside her, she could not help but feel a stir of emotions. The stunning beauty at the wheel momentarily faltered. He was undeniably captivating. Since her childhood, she had followed Yi Xiao, witnessing all of his extraordinary feats. Which woman would not long for her beloved to be a paragon of heroism? Suddenly, the tires of the car screeched to a halt, the vehicle skidding perilously before finally coming to a stop. Su Jin was drenched in cold sweat. A massive truck had just sped past. Had it not been for Yi Xiao's timely intervention, pressing her leg to apply the brakes, she might have lost her life. As she swallowed hard, she couldn't help but steal a glance at Yi Xiao, who remained expressionless, neither sorrowful nor joyful. He did not scold her for her momentary distraction, which nearly caused an accident, as if her misstep was entirely insignificant to him. "Be careful," Yi Xiao simply uttered 3 words. Su Jin gritted her teeth. There were moments when she yearned to provoke some emotional response from this man. Alas, she nodded, intending to continue driving away. However, her cheeks soon flushed crimson as she felt Yu Zhao's large hand resting securely on her thigh. In contrast, the man displayed not a trace of embarrassment. Yu Zhao quickly removed his hand but seemed unfazed by the previous contact. A flicker of disappointment crossed Su Jin's eyes, though she skillfully concealed it. It appeared that this man had no interest in her alluring figure, which left countless men yearning. Resigned, she planned to drive away. Suddenly, a ringing sound from her phone interrupted her thoughts. She halted her actions and answered the call. Hello? After listening to the words from the other end, her brows furrowed tightly. All right, I understand. She hung up and turned to Yishao. Teacher. This was the term they used to address one another. A bond of mentor and disciple. What's wrong? Yishao inquired. Huangqin has been attacked, gravely injured, and on the brink of death. What? Yishao rarely furrowed his brow. Although he possessed the gift of immortality, every millennium, he was compelled to undergo the celestial decline, transforming into an infant. Before each transformation, he meticulously sought a refuge for himself. This time, he chose the Huang family in Tianhai City. After offering them a slight benefit, the head of the Huang family readily consented. Huangqin, the young master of the Huang family, had grown up alongside him. Given the circumstances of the celestial decline, Yi Zhao's cultivation faced issues. Had it not been for Huangqin, he might have been cast out by the matriarch of the Huang family during his childhood. In Huangqin, Yi Zhao found echoes of the camaraderie he once shared with his senior brothers. Their bond was akin to that of siblings. Only Huangqin could evoke a change in Yi Zhao's otherwise impassive demeanor. What transpired? It was Xiao Yu who betrayed Huangqin's whereabouts to Zhao Yang, the younger son of the Zhao family, leading to an assault on him. A flicker of malice crossed Yi Zhao's face. Huangqin had been infatuated with Xiao Yu for over half a year, finally winning her affection, only for her to deem the Huang family's wealth and status inferior to that of the Zhao family, subsequently entangling herself with Zhao Yang. Enraged, Huangqin sought answers from her multiple times, only to be met with her heartless rejections. This time, she had directly betrayed him, allowing Zhao Yang to leave him severely injured. His life was hanging by a thread. Such cruelty. To the hospital, quickly, he urged, a hint of urgency in his voice. Su Jin nodded, driving swiftly, though her gaze involuntarily flickered towards Yi Zhao. A man could elicit such emotional changes in him, while she, a striking beauty, received not even a glance. Before long, they arrived at the hospital, standing before the emergency room. The Huang family gathered at the entrance, their faces etched with worry. Except for the head of the family, everyone was present. The Huang family's fortunes had declined, and they could not afford to offend the Zhao family. Now that Huangqin had been assaulted by members of the Zhao family, they found themselves at a loss. The young man remained inside, the outcome still uncertain. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed. Yi Zhao and Su Jin arrived late. What has happened? He inquired. The Huang family regarded him with disdain. After all, he was merely a wild child brought back by the family head years ago, who would not feel repulsed. What are you doing here? What concern is my son's plight to you? Mrs. Huang retorted bluntly. Yi Zhao remained silent, yet Su Jin's temper flared. She could not tolerate anyone insulting Yi Zhao and was ready to confront Mrs. Huang, but he restrained her with a subtle glance, urging her to hold back. Gritting her teeth in frustration, Su Jin reluctantly complied. Meanwhile, Mrs. Huang continued her tirade. Oh, and who is this vixen? I knew you were no good. My son Huangqin is still inside fighting for his life, while you indulge in frivolities. You call each other brothers, yet where were you when my son was attacked? Her voice grew louder with each accusation. Su Jin was tempted to kick her away, but Yi Zhao maintained an expression of indifference, as if her words held no weight. Why should the words of a mere mortal concern me? Over the years, Mrs. Huang had harbored disdain for him, but his only worry now was for Huangqin, the one person he had ever truly connected with. Observing his demeanor, Su Jin felt a pang of compassion and quietly asked, Teacher, should I go to the Zhao family? No, once Huangqin is safe, I will personally pay the Zhao family a visit. Yi Zhao remarked, after many years. I wonder how that young man from the Zhao family is faring. Chapter 4. The Silver Needle Spirit Summoning Array. Here it comes. Here it comes. Someone exclaimed. The emergency room door swung open, and the doctor emerged, removing his mask and letting out a heavy sigh. Doctor, how's my son? Mrs. Huang rushed forward. The doctor sighed again. Please accept my condolences. We did everything we could. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Huang felt as though she had been struck by lightning. Frozen in place, her son, Huangqin, had been killed. Unable to contain her emotions, she collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. The others could only offer their consolation, while Yi Zhao calmly stepped into the emergency room and lifted the white sheet covering Huangqin's body. What are you doing? The patient is already dead. What more do you want? The doctor's voice of protest disturbed everyone from the Huang family. Yi Zhao, what do you mean by this? Mrs. Huang charged at him. My son is already dead. Do you intend to do something to his body? Huang Qin always regarded you as a brother. You ungrateful wretch. Indeed, is this not disgraceful? Others chimed in. Yi Xiao, however, paid no heed to their words. No one witnessed how he made his move. The doctor was suddenly kicked away, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. A profound silence enveloped the room. Yi Xiao, have you lost your mind? What do you intend to do? Mrs. Huang screamed in a frenzy. If you wish for Huang Qin to live, step aside immediately. Delay him for even a second, and his life will be lost forever, Yi Xiao stated calmly. What did you say? Madame Huang appeared to have heard something utterly astonishing. Pointing a finger at Yi Xiao and exclaiming with fury, you are not a doctor. You are merely a worthless waste. What right do you have to save my son? I assure you, as long as I draw breath, you shall not lay a finger on Xiao Chun. Yi Xiao maintained his calm demeanor, since reasoning proved futile. He resolved to let Madame Huang experience some hardship. Just as he prepared to take action, a voice unexpectedly cut through the tension. All of you leave. Allow Yi Xiao to remain. At the entrance stood a rather imposing man, the head of the Huang family, Huang Xiao, and father of Huang Qin. The members of the Huang family were momentarily taken aback, especially Madame Huang, who screamed at the top of her lungs, Huang Xiao. It is one thing to shield this little wretch, but now that our son is dead, you would permit him to meddle with his corpse? I tell you, as long as I am alive, you cannot. A resounding slap echoed through the emergency room. Huang Xiao did not allow his wife to finish her sentence. He struck her and promptly dragged her out of the ward, turning to Yi Xiao with a respectful nod. I entrust this to you. Only he understood that Yi Xiao had the capability to save Huang Qin. Yi Xiao chose not to respond, merely waving his hand to produce several silver needles, which then fell like raindrops, targeting Huang Qin's acupoints. Yi Xiao, cease this at once. Madame Huang continued to roar, while Huang Xiao did his utmost to intervene. At that moment, several physicians rushed over, among them an elder statesman of the hospital's medical staff. He breached the makeshift barrier and exhorted Yi Xiao, young man, temper your actions. The art of acupuncture is not so practiced. His words faltered as he beheld the scene before him. Yi Xiao's technique, to the untrained eye, appeared to be a frenzied assault of needles upon Huang Qin's body. However, to the seasoned physician, it was a symphony of fluid motion. Each needle found its mark with unerring precision, striking a specific acupoint. The needles, as they pierced Huang Qin's skin, coalesced into an intricate formation. Could it be, by any chance, the silver needle spirit guiding array, a technique lost to the annals of time? Legend has it that in ancient times, the sage Fuxi had devised an array capable of channeling the spiritual energies of the cosmos to heal the afflicted, possessing the miraculous power to revive the dying. He had dismissed it as mere lore, yet here he was, witnessing it with his own eyes. Just then, Madame Huang, in a paroxysm of grief, broke through Huang Xiao's defenses and charged forward. Yi Xiao, cease this at once. But before she could reach him, the elder physician intercepted her. Madame Huang, maintain your composure. It is possible that this gentleman can indeed save your son. His appellation had shifted from young man to gentleman, a testament to his change in demeanor. Silver needle spirit guiding array. Fuxi? Yi Xiao remained unperturbed, his mind drifting back to the youth from millennia past. He, too, had been one among the billion souls under the Purple Martial Edict. That lad was truly a prodigy, endowed with profound wisdom and a heart set on the Tao. Yi Xiao was delighted and imparted all his knowledge to him. Was it not he who had taught Fuxi this very silver needle spirit guiding array? Regrettably, at that very moment, the young Fuxi had already ascended, while he remained ensnared in the vicissitudes of the mortal realm. Each recollection brought a pang of sorrow to his heart. Fortunately, he was on the verge of breakthrough. Once 100 million strands of purple energy coalesced, he would transcend to immortality amidst the earthly realm. He would follow the path of his master, his brothers, and the companions of yore. Madame Huang remained obstinately skeptical of Yi Xiao, and even more so of the old. She incredulously questioned how a mere layabout, who squandered his days in idleness, could possibly possess any medical prowess. He was merely using needles to prod at her son's lifeless body. Madame Huang's voice was filled with desperation, yet she was firmly restrained by Huang Xiao. Huang Xiao, I tell you, this illegitimate child you have brought home shall meet his demise at my hands. Yi Xiao had long been regarded as an outcast. Time passed, approximately half an hour, and Madame Huang continued her furious tirade. Meanwhile, the corridor of the hospital was teeming with onlookers, drawn by the spectacle. Yi Xiao could not help but smirk. People of this era relished in drama, yet feared the repercussions. How petty. Nonetheless, Huang Qin's life had been salvaged. He nodded to the old, entrusting the remainder to him. As his words echoed, the monitor in the emergency room suddenly flickered with a pulse. There was a heartbeat. The old was astounded, and his gaze towards Yi Xiao shifted to one of reverence. Such a remarkable individual he had never encountered. And so youthful, his future achievements were boundless. Rest assured, I shall spare no effort. Yi Xiao paid him no further heed. Exiting the emergency room with indifference to the cacophony of Madame Huang's shouts and the curious gazes of the onlookers, he strode away with purpose. Stop right there. Yi Xiao, Lady Huang, lingering behind, was still reluctant to relent. Yet, before she could finish her sentence, a voice of astonishment erupted from within. A miracle. A miracle. The patient has a heartbeat. Quickly, prepare for resuscitation. Lady Huang's exclamations abruptly ceased, leaving a crowd of skeptics who had belittled Yi Xiao wide-eyed in disbelief. Upon exiting the hospital, Yi Xiao directly entered Su Jin's vehicle. Su Jin had been waiting outside, and, as soon as Yi Xiao settled in, they sped towards the Zhao residence. Today marked the birthday of Zhao Yang, and prominent figures from Tianhai had gathered to extend their congratulations, including that woman. Are all the preparations in place? Yi Xiao inquired with a nod. Yes, Su Jin affirmed. Yi Xiao chose to remain silent, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. After many years, he had seldom experienced such anger, but today, in his fury, he was determined that Xiao Yu and Zhao Yang would pay for their transgressions. The person he had chosen could not be so easily extinguished. Chapter 5. The arrival of the clock at this moment, within the Zhao household. A serene atmosphere enveloped the estate, for today was the birthday of the second son, Zhao Yang. The Zhao family, being one of the most esteemed in Tianhai, second only to the Qin family, attracted the admiration and envy of many in the city. The entrance of the Zhao estate was lined with an array of luxury vehicles. Porsches, Bentleys, Ferraris, Lamborghinis, all manner of opulence was present. Each guest was impeccably dressed. Arriving with gifts in hand, Mr. Sun presented a piece of emerald jade, wishing the young Master Zhao a happy birthday. As the gifts were announced, astonishment rippled through the crowd. An emerald jade of that caliber could fetch several million. It was simply extravagant. If one were to say that there are people left utterly speechless at this moment, it would soon be followed by astonishment. Mr. Bai presented a Lamborghini Revendin, wishing for a lasting friendship between the two families. My goodness, a Lamborghini! Such a luxury car given away so casually? Mr. Li gifted a villa in Hentang Village. Wow, a villa. After luxury cars, there is even a villa. And it's a villa in Hentang Village. One must understand that Hentang Village is the most expensive property in the entire Tianhai city, with villas starting at a staggering 80 million. Young Master Zhao truly possesses remarkable influence to receive such extravagant gifts. Comparisons can be infuriating. In the center of the crowd, the young man, surrounded by admirers, cradling a charming beauty in his arms, wore a confident smile. He is Zhao Yang. Gazing at the radiant woman in his embrace, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. He had long envied Huang Qin's girlfriend. That fool truly believed he wanted to be friends with him, when it was merely for his enchanting girlfriend. At long last, through his efforts, this woman now belonged to him, and Huang Qin was presumably dead. His girlfriend was entirely his now. The thought brought him immense delight. Today was his birthday, and he had specifically invited Xiao Yu, arranging for the gifts to be announced at the entrance, all to demonstrate his dominance and to coax her into his bed. He chuckled. As for Xiao Yu, listening to the announcements of gifts and feeling the respectful gazes directed at her, a sense of exhilaration surged within her, a thrill she had never experienced while being with Huang Qin. Despite Huang Qin being a minor scion of wealth, he could only feign superiority in the presence of ordinary folk. In stark contrast, Zhao Yang commanded the respect and attention of the influential figures within Tianhai. It was evident to any astute observer the disparity in their standings. By aligning herself with Zhao Yang, she envisioned a life enriched by daily indulgences, a prospect that filled her with longing. Yet, the insufferable Huang Qin continued to cling to her, which was utterly detestable. Thus, she had arranged a clandestine meeting with Huang Qin at a desolate location beyond the city, simultaneously notifying Zhao Yang to eliminate any lingering ties, as she had no desire to maintain any association with Huang Qin. Young Master Zhao, congratulations. Happy birthday, Zhao Gu. Your sister-in-law is truly beautiful. You are indeed fortunate. The chorus of well wishes filled Zhao Yang with pride and brought joy to Xiao Yu. However, amidst the festivities, a voice rang out. Yi Xiao, presenting a grand clock, wishing you an early passage to paradise." This proclamation was unmistakably not from one of the celebrants. A hush fell over the gathering, followed by a collective gaze directed towards the entrance of the estate, where a young man stood beside the ominous black clock. The implication of such a gift was clear. It signified a farewell, a dark omen amidst a celebration of life. In a moment dedicated to honoring a birthday, the arrival of a clock was nothing short of a provocation. All eyes fixated on the entrance, where stood the unassuming youth, clad in the most pedestrian attire. In a gathering filled with the prominent and well-dressed individuals of Tianhai City, this young man appeared as a grotesque anomaly, akin to an ugly duckling amidst a flock of swans. Yet, it was precisely this incongruous figure who dared to present a clock, seeking confrontation, perhaps even courting disaster. Zhao Yang furrowed his brow and glanced at the steward. The steward nodded and quickly stepped forward. "Who are you, young man? Do you not realize that today marks the birthday of our young master Zhao? What does your gift of a bell signify?" Everyone turned their gaze toward Yi Shao, who remained utterly unperturbed, showing no signs of the youthful timidity that might have been expected given his attire. Once upon a time, he had donned the splendid armor of the luminous god and fought against deities and demons alike. In another era, he had worn military garb while traversing battlefields. Even then, he had not been overly concerned with appearances. To him, clothing was merely an exterior. To dwell too much on it would be to stray from the path. In response to the latter's inquiry, he spoke calmly. "I have come today to seek justice for my brother. Those who are not involved should leave at once. And I assure you, I will not harm the innocent." A profound silence enveloped the room, a stillness akin to death. Everyone stared, bewildered, at this remarkably youthful individual. "Who granted you the audacity to utter such words? Are you aware that among those present are not only wealthy merchants but also individuals from both the underworld and the upper echelons of society? They are not to be trifled with. Any one of them could extinguish your existence. Is your bravado not laughably misplaced?" However, Zhao Yang and Xiao Yu exchanged glances, their expressions betraying a hint of unease, as if a realization had struck them. Zhao Yang swiftly signaled to the steward, who immediately understood and called for security. "Remove this presumptuous young man from our midst. How dare he insult our young master? Give him a thorough beating." "Yes." Approximately a dozen security personnel, armed with batons, charged forward. Yi Shao remained composed. "I have given you the opportunity to depart. Do not blame me for what follows." Bang! Bang! Once again, the air was thick with a continuous, muffled sound. At that moment, everyone was rendered speechless, witnessing a dozen security personnel rush forward, only to be inexplicably sent flying as if struck by an unseen force before they could even approach Yi Shao. In stark contrast, Yi Shao remained utterly composed, making no movement whatsoever. No, he did move. It was merely that none of those present possessed the acuity to discern his actions. It was simply beyond comprehension. Were it not for their own eyes, no one would dare believe such a scene to be real, for it surpassed the limits of ordinary understanding. Even Zhao Yang and Xiao Yu stood in stunned silence, unable to grasp the reality before them. Suddenly, a gasp broke the tension, drawing everyone's attention. Those who had been in a daze turned to see the source of the exclamation. Xiao Yu. Before her stood a young man, none other than Yi Shao himself. When did he arrive there? Bewildered, the crowd instinctively shifted their gaze back to the entrance where Yi Shao had previously stood, only to find that he had vanished without a trace. He had seemingly teleported. My goodness, it was as if they were witnessing a ghost. Such a figure seemed to exist only in fictional tales. No one had ever witnessed anything like this before. And a wave of fear began to spread through the hearts of all present, rapidly intensifying. Xiao Yu was particularly petrified, collapsing to the ground in a state of shock, unable to comprehend how Yi Shao had suddenly materialized before her. From his elevated position, Yi Shao regarded Xiao Yu with indifference. Was this the woman responsible for Huang Qin's grievous injuries? She was hardly impressive in appearance. Comparisons to the likes of Diao Chan or she sure seemed absurd. And even the likes of Qin Mashuan from today paled in her presence. Huang Qin truly had been foolish. Now, I present you with an opportunity. Confess your wrongdoing towards Huang Qin, and I shall spare your life. Chapter 6. Not even worthy of being called a junior. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice resonating throughout the Zhao family estate. Zhao Yang and Xiao Yu were utterly bewildered. He truly was summoned by Huang Qin. On what grounds? I have done nothing wrong. Why should I admit fault? With an unexpected surge of confidence, Xiao Yu stood her ground, refusing to believe that Yi Shao could intimidate her. Moreover, this was the Zhao family courtyard. Was there no one to support them? My friend, let us discuss this matter calmly. Zhao Yang furrowed his brow and spoke up as well. In front of so many witnesses, being humiliated would be a disgrace to his reputation. How could he continue to navigate social circles afterward? Unfortunately, before he could finish his thought, he saw Yi Xiao slowly raise his hand. Slap. The sound was crisp and resonant, landing squarely on Zhao Yang's face. Do not be anxious. It will be your turn to confess after her. This was the first moment everyone clearly witnessed Yi Xiao's actions. He did it intentionally, deliberately putting on a display for all to see. They could beat Huang Qin to the brink of death, yet he was free to insult them at will. An eye for an eye, a cycle of cause and effect. Such was Yi Xiao's principle. The atmosphere remained so silent that one could hear the sound of breathing. Yi Xiao had struck the Zhao family's young master. A distinct handprint marred Zhao Yang's face, showcasing the audacity of this young man. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Before anyone could regain their composure, Yi Xiao raised his hand once more. A crisp sound echoed through the air. Xiaoyu stood frozen, her delicate hand covering the left side of her face, where a clear imprint of a slap mirrored that on Zhao Yang's cheek. Yi Xiao had truly struck her. Was he no longer a man? How could he dare to hit a woman? If Yi Xiao wished, he could take her life, and at this moment, he harbored such murderous intent. If you insist on refusing to admit your wrongs, then only death awaits you, he said coolly, though his tone was subdued to the ears of those present. It was as piercing as a death sentence, as if he were a judge arbitrarily deciding the fates of others. And thus, Xiaoyu was pronounced dead. You're talking nonsense. Embarrassed before so many, Xiaoyu, consumed by rage, pointed her finger at Yi Xiao and shouted, "What era are we in? Do you dare to kill? I truly don't believe you would dare to lay a finger on me. Do you think I want to call the police right now?" Listen to this. Such is the perception of the insignificant. In their world, death is an inconceivable concept. Zhao Yang, too, unable to contain himself, let out an angry snort. Do you truly think there is no one from the Zhao family? Yi Xiao's expression remained unchanged. I've said it. I am here to deliver your end. You must die. Even if a celestial being were to descend, your life cannot be spared. Accumulated over countless millennia, even with the recent decline in his celestial cultivation, Yi Xiao remained unafraid. Even if a celestial being were to personally intervene, I do not require your acknowledgement of wrongdoing. You must die. Therefore, you may now embrace your demise. The mundane words echoed like a death sentence for Zhao Yang. Yi Xiao casually waved his hand, directing his energy towards Zhao Yang. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Yang let out a derisive laugh. Did he truly believe such a light gesture could extinguish his life? Absurd. Instinctively, he attempted to evade, only to be bewildered by the realization that his body refused to obey his commands. Should that strike land, Zhao Yang would meet his end on the spot. A chilling silence enveloped the crowd. Stop. Just as the situation teetered on the brink, an aged voice resonated throughout the Zhao family estate. An elder swiftly appeared at the entrance, and with a few flashes, he reached Zhao Yang's side, seizing Yi Xiao's hand and halting his assault. No, it was not accurate to say he prevented the attack. Yi Xiao had never intended to take Zhao Yang's life. Such an outcome would have been too merciful. How could he allow Zhao Yang to die so easily after nearly taking his life? Yet, to the onlookers, it appeared as if the elder had intervened to block Yi Xiao's strike. The prominent figures present could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Is that really the second master of the Zhao family? He is still alive. The second master of the Zhao family, once a formidable figure in Tianhai City. In his prime, he could single-handedly subdue hundreds. With his formidable skills, he and his elder brother carved out the Zhao family's dominion. The respect they commanded from the Zhao family is not merely due to their vast wealth, but because these two men are genuine powerhouses. They are masters of Qi cultivation, unafraid of conventional firearms. Many had speculated that the second master had long since passed. Yet today he re-emerges, seemingly even more vigorous, striking without hesitation. This was evident from the recent teleportation. In their eyes, only such an individual could possibly stand in Yi Xiao's way. Upon seeing his second uncle approach, Zhao Yang immediately felt emboldened. Second uncle, this brat hit me. He struck me. You must avenge me. As the young master of the Zhao family, and with his second uncle having no sons of his own, he had always been by his side, trusting that his uncle would surely seek retribution on his behalf. Turning his gaze towards Yi Xiao, he scoffed disdainfully. You are finished. My second uncle is a practitioner of Qi. With a single slap, you shall meet your demise. How dare you provoke me on my birthday feast? You won't even know how you perished. In his eyes, his second uncle was an invincible force. Unfortunately, he had misjudged the situation. Yi Xiao withdrew his hand and took a seat, regarding Zhao Yang's second uncle with an indifferent look. I am looking for Xiao Yuanzi. Go and fetch him. Everyone was left bewildered by his words. Xiao Yuanzi? Who is that? Who knows him? They wondered. How could this audacious individual dare to be so insolent in front of the formidable second uncle of the Zhao family? Surely, he was courting death. Zhao Yang's second uncle would undoubtedly deliver a fatal blow. A spectacle was about to unfold, and the onlookers were eager for entertainment. However, at that moment, an astonishing scene unfolded. Zhao Yang's second uncle appeared utterly astonished. How do you know my elder brother's childhood name? Xiao Yuanzi was indeed the childhood name of the Zhao family's patriarch, Zhao Fuyuan. Their family, known for longevity, had nearly forgotten this name. And yet this seemingly unremarkable young man before him knew it. It was simply inconceivable. Yet, Yu Xiao remained unfazed. I said, summon Xiao Yuanzi. Did you not hear me? In the presence of the crowd, the second master of the Zhao family felt a flicker of indignation. Observing this, Zhao Yang let out a cold snort. Grandfather, do not waste words with him. This brat attacked me. Just kill him directly. At that moment, Xiao Yu also stood by his side. Yes, swiftly end him. The second master of the Zhao family, upon hearing this, grew even more incensed. He regarded Zhao Yang as his beloved grandson and could not bear to see him harmed. With a cold grunt, he declared, a mere junior dares to be so arrogant? Speak, who sent you here? Otherwise, you shall learn that my Zhao family is not to be trifled with. The nickname of the eldest brother might have been divulged by a former adversary. Yi Xiao, upon hearing this, remained impassive. Junior? In my eyes, you are but an ancestor, hardly even deserving of that title. Chapter 7. The Arrival of the Elder. He had existed for countless eons, and none present were worthy of even calling themselves juniors. How ridiculous it was for Zhao Lao to label him as such. Humph. Stubborn and foolish. Let me show you the consequences. Zhao Lao let out a cold snort, slowly raising both hands. In that moment, everyone was astonished to witness a faint white stream of true energy emanating from the tips of his fingers. It was as if a celestial being walked among them. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Indeed, in all my years, I have never encountered such a divine figure. A Qi practitioner. The stream shimmered with a chilling radiance as Zhao Lao sneered. Junior, you shall now pay the price. The essence of true energy emanated a sharp aura, forcefully pressed down by him, carrying an overwhelming momentum, striking fiercely at Yi Xiao. In an instant, the pure white light flashed so intensely that it blinded the onlookers. That young man, he must surely be dead, Zhao Yang sneered, having never witnessed anyone daring enough to provoke the second elder. Xiao Yu also mocked. This individual is utterly ignorant of his own limitations. He deserves his fate. The rest were convinced that Yi Xiao was undoubtedly doomed. However, as the light dissipated and all gazes turned, they discovered Yi Xiao still seated calmly in his chair, his expression as serene as ever. Unscathed. Such terror. Just moments ago, the second elder Zhao's attack possessed a sharpness capable of cleaving through tanks, yet this young man emerged without a scratch. Not only was he unharmed, but even the chair he sat upon bore no cracks, as if the second elder's assault had entirely missed its mark. In stark contrast, Zhao Yi appeared utterly bewildered. How is this possible? How could you remain unscathed? He was all too aware of the potency of his own strike. He had dominated Yu Hai with it, and no ordinary person could withstand it. Yet this young man not only endured it, but he had not even perceived any movement from him. This is simply unimaginable. Or could it be that he has reached an extraordinary level of strength? A chill coursed through Zhao Yi's heart. At that very moment, atop the Zhao family villa, an elderly man with clouded eyes sipped his tea with a tranquil demeanor. Though aged, his actions and demeanor radiated vitality, showing no signs of frailty. This formidable patriarch of the Zhao family, Elder Zhao Fuyuan, was even more formidable than the second elder. At this moment, hearing the commotion outside, I could not help but furrow my brow and summoned a servant to inquire about the disturbance. What on earth is happening? Why such a ruckus? The servant bowed respectfully and replied, Master, it is a young man who is causing trouble at the young master's birthday banquet. Not only did he assault the security personnel, but he also laid hands on the young master, prompting a response from the second master. Oh, Zhao Fuyuan's interest was piqued. Who possesses such audacity to provoke my Zhao family? The servant continued. It is merely a ragged fellow who even demanded the second master summon some little round thing. It is truly laughable. In my opinion, he is Master. You. What is the matter? The servant's words were cut off as Zhao Fuyuan abruptly stood, the priceless teacup worth millions shattering in his grasp, gripping the servant's shoulder tightly. His eyes were bloodshot with urgency. Quickly, describe the appearance of that man. The servant, taken aback, wondered, does the master know this fellow? He had never witnessed such a demeanor from the master before. He proceeded to describe Yi Zhao's features in detail. With each word, Zhao Fuyuan's agitation grew. Upon finishing the description, a flash of movement was seen, and the master was no longer in sight. The door swung wide open as he dashed outside, filled with fervor. Meanwhile, at the estate, Yi Xiao maintained his calm demeanor. A mere pinnacle of Qi training dares to flaunt before me? In this age of decline, their cultivation is limited. Such as the second master of the Zhao family, revered as a deity, would not even qualify as a menial worker in the ancient times of immortals. They have truly never witnessed the might of the earthly immortals. The ability to traverse mountains and seas is not to be trifled with. I shall remind you once more, summon the little round one, and I may spare your life. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. A calm voice resonated within the Zhao family estate. This time, no one dared to dismiss him as the naive youth they once considered him to be. Even the formidable second master Zhao was unable to inflict any harm upon him. Who would dare to underestimate this young man again? The second master Zhao was momentarily rendered speechless. Although his attack had proven futile, he failed to detect any fluctuations of true energy from the latter. Could it be that he is merely putting on a show? Such a thought rapidly spread through his mind. Not everyone can meet my elder brother. He scoffed. Hearing this, Yu Xiao merely nodded with indifference. I offered you a chance, yet you failed to seize it. With that, he vanished from his seat. Suddenly, a muffled grunt was heard. And the second master Zhao found himself lifted by his throat. The one holding him aloft was none other than Yu Xiao. The shock within the heart of the second master Zhao was beyond measure, even though he had prepared to summon his true energy to resist before Yu Xiao struck. He had not anticipated the latter's swift action. He had not even seen when Yu Xiao made his move. This individual was indeed formidable to such an extent. I said, I offered you a chance. Yu Xiao raised a finger, poised to pierce the brow of the second master Zhao. At that moment, Zhao Er felt the palpable threat of death, yet he found himself unable to utter a plea for mercy. Observing the others, they were so paralyzed by fear that none would come to his aid. He could only watch helplessly as death loomed ever closer. Stop! A commanding voice resonated from the villa, as an elderly man appeared beside Yi Xiao with remarkable swiftness. The sudden turn of events pulled everyone back to reality, and all eyes turned towards him. It was none other than old Master Zhao. Gasps filled the air. Zhao Fuyuan, the patriarch of the Zhao family, had distanced himself from family affairs a decade prior. The sight of old Master Zhao left the crowd in awe. He was a figure almost mythical in Tianhai City. With his arrival, surely that young man was doomed. Some could not help but swallow hard, realizing that old Master Zhao far surpassed Zhao Er in strength. This time, the young man was surely finished. The whispers spread like wildfire, yet Yi Xiao remained unperturbed, continuing to hold Zhao Er firmly despite his desperate struggles. Zhao Yang, witnessing the scene, shouted, Can't you see my grandfather is here? Release my second uncle at once. Are you truly seeking your own demise? My grandfather is before he could finish. He was abruptly sent flying, landing some distance away, unconscious. The onlookers were left in utter disbelief. The one who had delivered that kick was none other than his own grandfather, old Master Zhao Fuyuan. Chapter 8. A grim fate. What on earth was happening? The sudden turn of events left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Why would old Master Zhao turn against his own? Shouldn't he prioritize saving second Master Zhao at this moment? As everyone was engulfed in confusion, they witnessed Zhao Fuyuan, the venerable old Master Zhao, pivot to face Yu Xiao's profile, his eyes brimming with reverence. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, old Master Zhao knelt before Yu Xiao in front of all the distinguished figures of Tianhai. This left everyone even more astonished. What on earth was old Master Zhao doing? Even Zhao Er, who was struggling in Yu Xiao's grasp, was rendered speechless, unable to comprehend why his elder brother would kneel before such a junior. Zhao Fuyuan, with a visage full of veneration and tears streaming down his aged face, bowed deeply. Master, little Yuanzi has finally seen you again. Indeed, they had reunited at last. In his youth, during a time of famine, he and his second brother relied on their mother for survival, struggling to find sustenance while being tormented by nefarious individuals. Their mother, in an attempt to protect them, faced brutal beatings that nearly cost her life. In desperation, he fought against their assailants, only to be left on the brink of death. It was then that this man appeared. He saved his life and left behind a cultivation manual. Armed with that text, he rose to avenge the wrongs done to them, defeating the bullies and securing medical aid for his mother, ultimately saving her life. In the following years, he shared the cultivation manual with his brother, and the duo carved out a formidable reputation in the Tianhai region. Today, the Zhao family stands as a testament to the legacy they forged through their struggles. To Yi Xiao, he was not merely a benefactor who had saved his life. He was akin to a rebirth. Without Yi Xiao, there would be no Zhao Fuyuan, no Zhao heir, and consequently, no Grand Zhao family. It mattered not if it were in front of so many witnesses or before the entire world. He would kneel and bow his head without hesitation. Everyone remained in a state of bewilderment, for the shock they experienced today surpassed all that they had encountered in previous years. The once feared tyrant of the Zhao family, who had instilled terror in the hearts of the underworld in Tianhai, was now reverently kneeling before a young man. Addressing him as my lord, Yi Xiao cast a casual glance in his direction. I killed your brother. Do you have any objections? Zhao Fuyuan did not dare to lift his head. Your life and mine are both bestowed by you. Whenever you desire, you may take them at your whim. My brother and I harbor no grievances. His solemn vow was devoid of pretense. Had it not been for Yi Xiao, their family would have perished long ago, and thus, their lives belonged to him. Seeing this, Yi Xiao nodded slightly and released his grip on Zhao Heir. A sudden bout of violent coughing ensued, yet it did not affect Zhao Heir's humble posture as he knelt. He had come to understand who Yi Xiao truly was. His elder brother had informed him that everything about the Zhao family, including the cultivation of the two brothers, was granted by this esteemed individual. My lord, he coughed, this is entirely my fault. Whether it is punishment or retribution, I leave it to your discretion. The second master of the Zhao family bowed his head without reservation. The two dominators of the Zhao family had both submitted around them. Astonished gazes were exchanged. Who exactly was this young man? How could it be that both esteemed elders of the Zhao family show him such profound respect? They even uttered the chilling phrase, "You may do as you please with me." Does he possess such formidable power? Some individuals strained their minds to memorize Yi Xiao's visage, vowing to relay to their families upon returning home the imperative to avoid provoking this man. Before these two, Yi Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor remaining unperturbed. These brothers were known for their gratitude and loyalty, thus the punishment could be somewhat lenient. The words were spoken by them. As his voice fell, he had already approached the second elder of the Zhao family. Suddenly, the second elder of the Zhao family was sent flying, and none present had witnessed Yi Xiao strike. He landed some distance away, clutching his abdomen, where his vital energy resided. Yi Xiao had indeed rendered him powerless. Initially, he had harbored a glimmer of hope, believing Yi Xiao would spare him, but the harsh reality struck him. Looking at the man, his expression remained serene, devoid of any explanation for the dismantling of his powers. Yi Xiao felt no obligation to elucidate. The second elder had previously insulted him, and had it not been for the latter's respectful demeanor, Yi Xiao would have already taken his life. Now, to strip him of his powers was merely a form of retribution. The second elder had previously scorned him. It was inconceivable for Yi Xiao to simply overlook past grievances. Furthermore, it was his power to bestow, and reclaiming it was hardly unjust. Indeed, the second elder felt an overwhelming sense of resentment but dared not voice it, enduring the pain as he crawled back to kneel before Yi Xiao. The onlookers were filled with trepidation. The second elder of the Zhao family was terrified of Yi Xiao to such an extent, particularly Zhao Fuyuan at this moment. Cold sweat had begun to bead upon his brow. Who dares to provoke this esteemed individual? His younger brother has already been incapacitated. What fate awaits him? As anticipated, Yi Xiao inquired nonchalantly, "Are you afraid that I might render you powerless as well?" Zhao Fuyuan was immediately struck with terror. His cultivation was granted by this man. Should he wish to strip it away, then so be it. Even if the Zhao family were to suffer irreparable damage as a result, he dared not defy this formidable figure. With a swift motion, he summoned his inner energy and prepared to deliver a fierce blow to his dantian. Rather than wait for Yi Xiao to take action, he resolved to act preemptively. However, just as his hand drew near his dantian, it halted abruptly, as if an invisible barrier had arisen to thwart his advance. My lord. He lifted his gaze to Yi Xiao, who offered no explanation but turned his attention to Zhao Yang and Xiao Yu. Your grandson nearly took the life of my brother, and this woman was once my brother's beloved. Do you comprehend what must be done? Xiao Yu and Zhao Yang were both struck with dismay. At that moment, everyone realized that Yi Xiao's true targets had always been the two of them. He demanded that the elders of the Zhao family confront them directly. How terrifying. Indeed. I understand. Zhao Fuyuan responded with remarkable clarity, swiftly moving to his grandson, Zhao Yang's side. He stepped forward with fluid grace, and the sound of cracking bones echoed in the air. Crack, 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 crack. For distinct sounds of bones shattering resounded. Zhao Fuyuan had brutally severed his grandson's forelimbs. His own bloodline, rendered utterly incapacitated. But this was not the end. Bring forth the others. Zhao Fuyuan summoned a few servants and commanded, confine this beast to the attic. He shall never set foot outside again, nor may he communicate with anyone. Yes, the servants complied, carrying the wailing Zhao Yang into the villa. A chill swept over everyone. How could Zhao Fuyuan be so ruthless? Especially Xiao Yu, who felt utterly dazed. If Zhao Fuyuan could treat his own grandson with such cruelty, what fate awaited her? The thought was too terrifying to contemplate. Chapter 9. Sabi Zhao Fuyuan continued to bellow. Bring more people. Another group of servants arrived, obeying his orders to expel the woman and to assign strict guards to prevent her from coming into contact with any man. Furthermore, spread the word. Any company in Tianhai that dares to employ her shall be regarded as an enemy of the Zhao family. Yes, the servants hoisted Xiao Yu away. It felt as though she had been struck by lightning. This meant that in Tianhai, her own hometown, she could never hope to survive. The prohibition against interacting with any man implied that she would have to rely solely on herself. For someone of her disposition, this was the harshest punishment imaginable. After executing these orders, Zhao Fuyuan, with all present as witnesses, knelt before Yi Shao once more and respectfully inquired, "Might I ask if you are satisfied?" Yi Shao nodded and chose not to engage further with Zhao Fuyuan. Turning to leave, having accomplished his purpose, there was no need to linger. Zhao Fuyuan gazed at Yi Zhao's retreating figure, opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained from uttering any words of entreaty. He understood all too well that he, and indeed the entire Zhao family, lacked the standing to retain such a personage. The remaining onlookers, gazing at the receding figure, could not suppress a wave of trepidation. The events of today would undoubtedly be etched in their memories. Not far from the Zhao manor, Yi Shao entered a pink Lamborghini. Su Jin respectfully addressed him as teacher, her eyes shimmering with admiration. This man was simply too captivating. He accomplished feats that seemed impossible to everyone else, and he did so with unparalleled charisma. Which woman, upon encountering such a man, would remain unmoved? As the car gradually departed the Zhao estate, Su Jin inquired, "Teacher, shall we go to the hospital?" Yi Shao shook his head, replying, "Home." He had already restored Huang Qin's vitality. The latter was no longer in danger and would awaken soon. There was no need for him to visit the hospital and endure Mrs. Huang's incessant chatter. Approximately half an hour later, the Lamborghini halted in front of a residential building in Yuchuan community. This was Yu Zhao's abode, though not as luxurious as a high-end apartment. It could be considered above average in Tianhai City. Despite his dedication to the path and indifference to worldly affairs, he saw no reason to reside in a dilapidated tenement. A tranquil and clean environment could also foster his cultivation. He exited the vehicle and ascended the stairs, with Su Jin, having bit her lip, following closely behind. On the 23rd floor, Yi Shao entered and took a seat. Su Jin thoughtfully poured a cup of tea and presented it to him. Yi Shao took a gentle sip and inquired, "How has your cultivation been lately?" He was quite pleased with this disciple. Su Jin nodded, replying, "Teacher, I am already preparing to open my purple mansion." Even though it was anticipated, Yi Shao could not help but be astounded. The appreciation for talent is a sentiment shared by all. Long ago, he discerned that Su Jin possessed an innate brilliance, akin to the prodigious genius of the ancient Fuxi. Throughout the eons, Yi Shao had been unable to suppress his admiration for talent, taking on several disciples. Fuxi, the first emperor of Qin, and Li Shimin, the founding emperor of the Qin Dynasty. Each one of them was a remarkable figure, dominating their respective eras. Yet, among them, only Fuxi transcended into immortality. The others, driven by impure intentions and a fixation on worldly gains, met with regretful ends. Su Jin's potential surpassed even that of Fuxi, and he wished for her not to share a similarly tragic fate. However, her own heart was not untainted, the reasons for which he was all too aware. With a silent sigh, he waved his hand, urging her to return and focus on her cultivation, suggesting she take the opportunity to explore Tianhai University. Su Jin paused for a moment, pondering the purpose of visiting Tianhai University, yet she refrained from asking further, merely nodding before departing. Her gaze tinged with a hint of melancholy as she cast one last look at Yi Shao. How well did Yi Shao understand her sentiments? Alas, The falling blossoms are affectionate, while the flowing water remains indifferent. It is a tragic fate. His heart was solely devoted to the Tao. Without achieving immortality, all is in vain. What significance does enduring countless years hold if one does not ascend to immortality? The following morning, Yi Xiao awoke punctually, bathed, changed, and stepped outside. He jogged to the back mountain and settled into a pavilion, assuming a meditative posture to cultivate. His cultivation had already reached the pinnacle beneath the realm of the mortal world, rendering further practice seemingly unnecessary. However, with the recent celestial decline, issues had arisen, and he was all too aware of the reasons behind his diminishing power. Moreover, over the course of countless millennia, a biological clock has formed that is immutable. The practice continues, as always, in the surrounding tranquility. Help, help me. Suddenly, a cry pierced the stillness as a bloodied woman approached along the nearby path. She was tall, her clothing tattered and her appearance pitiable, with disheveled hair, yet her beauty was still evident. She moved steadily towards Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao remained composed, unfazed by the sight. At that moment, a voice called out, "Stop, don't run." Several masked figures in black rushed forward, brandishing firearms, their demeanor menacing. The woman frantically lunged towards Yi Xiao, clutching at his sleeve. "Help, help me. I can give you everything you desire." Upon hearing her words, Yi Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. What did he desire? Immortality amidst the mortal realm. Could this woman provide that? It was a matter detached from him, and he had no obligation to intervene. "Farewell," he declared, turning to leave. The woman stood there, stunned. Was this man truly so callous and unfeeling? Despite being a striking beauty and uttering such desperate words, he remained completely unmoved. It was infuriating. Yi Xiao wished to depart, yet there were those unwilling to let him go. Two black-clad figures positioned themselves before him, guns raised, declaring, "Since you have witnessed this, we can only eliminate you to silence you." Yi Xiao's expression remained tranquil. He was not shaken by their threats. "I will not reveal your secrets. Feel free to proceed." Over countless millennia, how many sordid sights had he witnessed? From the times of Zhao Gao during the Qin Dynasty to Kai Jing of the Northern Song Dynasty, he had witnessed countless sordid affairs, yet he had no interest in divulging them. Alas, the individuals of this era were markedly different from those of the past. They harbored no belief in Yu Zhao's words. With a mere apology, they pulled the trigger, intent on ending his life. Bang! The gunfire erupted. Yet the men in black stood frozen, for the bullets that had been discharged from their weapons inexplicably halted mere meters from Yi Xiao, suspended in midair. This was a sight they had never encountered before. Panic ensued. "Kill him!" The cohort of black-clad figures unleashed a barrage of gunfire, the sound ringing incessantly. Unfortunately, not a single bullet could breach Yi Zhao's protective aura. "I had vowed to remain silent about your affairs, but since you choose to harm me, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy," he stated calmly. As he finished speaking, the bullets inexplicably reversed their course, returning whence they came. The cries of anguish filled the air as bullets relentlessly pierced the bodies of each black-clad assailant, resulting in their collective demise. The woman stood in stunned silence. For this man appeared as if descended from the heavens. Even bullets could not harm him. He had claimed he would not save himself. Yet with a mere flick of his hand, he had indeed rescued her. "Thank you," she managed to utter, forcing herself to her feet. "Could you take me to the hospital?" She believed that Yi Xiao, with his sharp tongue yet tender heart, would assist her. However, Yi Xiao did not spare her a glance, departing as though he had been compelled to act against those men. She remained rooted in place, bewildered. Upon returning home, Yi Xiao changed his attire and made his way to Tianhai University. Do not misunderstand. He was not there to pursue an education. In terms of academic credentials, he surpassed all historians in the nation combined. He had witnessed the burial of numerous nobles firsthand and was intimately familiar with their tombs. However, he held no interest in public recognition. Had he desired it, he would have long since become a renowned historian. His purpose for visiting Tianhai University was merely to hold a nominal position while engaging in cultivation in the secluded hills behind the campus. Tianhai University was once the site of a colossal spirit-converging array from ancient times, and in this era of dwindling mystical energy, it was the perfect location for cultivation. In the morning hours, the rear mountains of Tianhai University were suffused with ethereal energy, invisible to ordinary eyes, swirling in a vortex towards the man meditating in the pavilion atop the hill. With a slow exhale, Yi Xiao released a breath of turbid air, opening his eyes and involuntarily smacking his lips. The recent calamity of the celestial beings had inexplicably dragged his once-peak cultivation level of the great ascension stage back to the mid-stage of the divine transformation. Although it appeared to be merely a two-tier difference, for an ordinary person to cultivate under such conditions would require at least a century or more. Fortunately, this would be the last occurrence of the celestial calamity. In a maximum of 200 years, the myriad purple martial orders would converge, and he merely needed to regain his former great ascension stage before that time arrived. With the assistance of this ancient relic, coupled with the acquisition of some rare spiritual materials, swiftly returning to his peak was far from challenging for him, and he harbored no inclination towards idleness. Closing his eyes, he intended to continue his cultivation. However, at that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps reached his ears. Someone was coming. Chapter 10. The origin of the character Huan Yishao fixed his gaze and was momentarily taken aback, for the visitor was none other than Qin Mashuan. Standing not far away, she exuded grace and elegance, her delicate features unmistakably belonging to Qin Zifen's granddaughter, whom he had encountered the previous day at the Qin residence. Qin Mashuan stared blankly at Yishao. With the resources of the Qin family, locating an individual in Tianhai, even with merely a description, would be a trivial pursuit. Upon receiving Yu Zhao's information earlier that morning, she was stunned for quite some time, for his profile revealed that he was, astonishingly, a classmate of hers. This individual, whom her grandfather regarded as a celestial mentor, was indeed a student at Tianhai University. The very one capable of extending life with a mere flick of his hand was attending classes in such an ordinary institution. Initially, she even doubted the accuracy of the information. Yishao was the classmate who had not made an appearance since the semester began 3 years ago. Reports indicated that he attended school daily yet never participated in lectures, spending entire days in solitude on the mountainside, a routine he maintained even during holidays. Thus, she had come today to seek out Yishao, driven by her grandfather's orders regarding the Ziling, as it was imperative to retrieve that enigmatic token for the Qin family in order to secure the favor of the esteemed individual. Before arriving, Qin Mashuan had meticulously prepared her words, willing to humble herself if necessary to reclaim the mysterious token. However, upon standing before Yishao, she found herself at a loss. For after casting a glance in her direction, he seemed to dismiss her entirely, closing his eyes to meditate once more. In that moment, it seemed as if they had never recognized one another. Yishao did not utter a single word to her, leaving her utterly at a loss. As if all her carefully prepared remarks had vanished, rendering her mind a blank canvas. She could only gaze at Yishao with her beautiful eyes, seemingly overwhelmed by his imposing presence. Yishao, encountering Qin Mashuan here, was slightly taken aback but quickly regained his composure. He had severed ties with the Qin family the day before, and the next holder of the purple martial order remained to be determined. As for Qin Mashuan, he had no intention of entangling himself with her. He held no interest in feminine allure, for everything aside from achieving immortality was rendered futile. Inside the pavilion, an awkward silence ensued. Finally, Qin Mashuan gritted her silver teeth and stepped closer, taking a seat beside Yishao. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke. "Could you please return the token to me?" Upon hearing her words, Yishao slowly opened his eyes. His gaze, as placid as his expression, turned towards Qin Mashuan as he replied indifferently, "The owner of the purple martial order is not you. Hence, the notion of returning it is unfounded." His words left Qin Mashuan momentarily speechless, and Yishao did not afford her further opportunity to respond, continuing, "If there is nothing else, you should leave promptly." With that, he closed his eyes once more, entering a state of meditation. Qin Mashuan found her words lodged in her throat. The preparations she had made failing to materialize before this man, she faltered at the very first sentence. Observing Yizhao's demeanor, she realized that today would yield no success. With her eyes reddening, she gritted her teeth and shot Yishao a glare before departing. Inside the pavilion, Yishao continued his cultivation, his mindset remaining entirely unchanged. If others were to discover that the precious gem of the Tianhai Qin family was reduced to tears by mere words, and yet dared not utter a single retort, they would undoubtedly be left astounded. Ding-ling-a-ling. After an indeterminate period, Yishao, absorbed in his cultivation, was jolted awake by the sudden ringing of his mobile phone. Upon checking, he saw it was Huang Xiao, and promptly answered, "Hello. Your homeroom teacher has called me. If possible, you might want to attend a class. After all, it has been 3 years, and you have yet to make an appearance." Huang Xiao's voice resonated through the line. He was well aware of Yi Zhao's extraordinary background. and thus never positioned himself as an elder in conversation. There was no hint of coercion in his words, for he dared not overstep. At this moment, he anxiously awaited Yi Zhao's response. All right, Yi Zhao replied succinctly before ending the call. He quickly tidied himself up, descended the mountain, and made his way to the classroom. He would not allow anyone to face discomfort on his account. The fact that Huang Xiao had reached out indicated that the homeroom teacher had sought him out more than once, and such behavior was indeed inappropriate. Upon arriving in the classroom, he found that lessons had yet to commence, with students trickling in and engaging in various discussions of interest, none paying heed to Yi Zhao. He chose a discreet spot to sit, closed his eyes to gather his thoughts, and awaited the start of class. As time passed, more classmates arrived, and the classroom buzzed with activity. Yet, there were always a few glances directed towards Yi Zhao, their expressions betraying an inscrutable mix of mockery and astonishment. Whispers began to circulate. Hey, who is that person? I've never seen him before. Is he a transfer student? I don't know. I haven't heard of any new transfers to our class, and there aren't any vacant beds in the dormitory. Perhaps he has mistakenly entered the wrong classroom. It would appear that Yi Zhao was not recognized by anyone, which is indicative of his obscurity among his classmates. Regardless of his identity, the fact that he has occupied Xiao's seat will inevitably lead to a beating. This promises to be quite a spectacle. This is going to be interesting, someone jested, reveling in the anticipation of the unfolding drama. Presently, the murmurs of the students filled the classroom, akin to the irritating drone of mosquitoes. Predominantly, it was the male students who were engaged in this hushed discussion about Yi Zhao, whereas the female students, conversely, showed little interest in him. Times have indeed changed. Once, men were paragons of righteousness, focused on their endeavors, but now they engage in idle gossip behind others' backs, a complete reversal from the past. This is precisely why Yi Zhao is unwilling to assimilate into this era. Before long, the school bell heralded the start of class, and a group of well-dressed youths strode into the room. Their arrival momentarily silenced the classroom. The most esteemed among them, the center of attention, surveyed the room and, upon spotting Yi Zhao, furrowed his brow. Who dared to occupy a seat? Chapter 11. Qin, the campus bell. The rest of the class watched with amusement, their gazes fixed on Xiao Run and his entourage, and the solitary Yi Zhao, who sat with his eyes closed, seemingly lost in thought. This is going to be good, someone whispered. That guy is in for a world of trouble. Even if he wandered into the wrong class, why did he have to sit in Xiao's seat? He's practically asking for it. These murmurs reached Yu Zhao's ears, yet he remained unmoved. Xiao Run, who was respectfully addressed as Xiao by the class, frowned at the sight and subtly gestured to Yu Jian, one of his sycophants. Yu Jian understood the situation instantly and approached Yi Zhao, arrogantly exclaiming, Hey, which class are you in? What are you doing here? Do you even know whose seat this is? In response to his provocations, Yi Zhao not only refrained from replying, but did not even open his eyes, not out of unwillingness, but rather disdain. A mere sycophant held no authority to warrant his attention. Individuals like Yu Jian, who thrived on their connections, feared nothing more than being ignored, for that would render them utterly embarrassed. Clearly, Yi Zhao had no intention of granting him or his master the respect they sought. With veins throbbing on his forehead, Yu Jian snorted coldly, not speaking. Brothers, it seems this fellow is itching for a fight. The other lackeys, encouraged by Xiao Run's response, encircled Yi Zhao, trapping him in their midst. Observing the scene, the onlooking classmates murmured among themselves, expressing disbelief at Yi Zhao's audacity to offend even Xiao Xiao. He seemed like a reckless youth, oblivious to the dangers that lay ahead. They anticipated an entertaining spectacle shortly. In response to their taunts, Yu Jian sneered. You think you're so bold, huh? Show me that courage again. Believing that the sheer number of his companions would intimidate Yi Zhao into submission, he was sorely mistaken. Yi Zhao remained steadfast, his eyes still closed, indifferent to their provocations. Infuriated, Yu Jian was about to strike when a sound of footsteps echoed from the front door. A bespectacled teacher, holding a thermos and textbooks, entered the room, none other than Yi Zhao's homeroom teacher, Lu Wen. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Wen furrowed his brow. He recognized Yi Zhao and was well aware that he would be attending class today. For the past 3 years, this young man had been remiss in his attendance, and were it not for the solicitations of the Huang family, the school would have expelled him long ago. It was out of pique that he had vehemently insisted on Yi Zhao's attendance. Yet, on his inaugural appearance, he found himself embroiled in a conflict with Xiao Run. Xiao Run, whose father is the proprietor of the opulent Runtian Hotel in Tianhai, possesses a fortune that dwarfs that of the Huang family. From whence did Yi Xiao derive the temerity to offend Xiao Ran, given that it was Xiao Ran? Even upon witnessing several individuals encircling Yi Xiao with the intention of assaulting him, Lu Wen, the homeroom teacher, displayed no inclination to intervene. He feigned ignorance, set down his textbook, and departed with his thermos. Turning a blind eye, he pretended not to notice, loath to antagonize Xiao Ran. The students, far from being surprised by this spectacle, were well aware that Xiao Ran was the wealthiest scion in the class, save for the celebrated belle, Qin. Who would dare to offend him? Their gazes upon Yi Xiao were tinged with derision. This fellow is doomed, they thought. Let the spectacle commence. At long last, Yi Xiao opened his eyes, simultaneously emitting a silent sigh. The reason he had hitherto ignored Yu Jian and his cohorts was his anticipation of the imminent arrival of Lu Wen, the homeroom teacher, whom he presumed would intercede, thus affording him respite. However, Lu Wen's conduct proved to be a profound disappointment. This era is vastly different from that of yore. In the spring and autumn period, when Confucius imparted knowledge, who would have dared to engage in fisticuffs under his very gaze? Even in the numerous private schools and academies of that time. No matter how much the teachers might denigrate their students in the classroom, they would never have stood idly by while such acts transpired. Turning a blind eye to this group's aggression is but a trifle. The true failing of Lu Wen lies in his negligence in instilling discipline. For it is said that a teacher's indolence leads to laxity in instruction. The disposition of these individuals is the gravest error of Lu Wen. Lu Wen is utterly unworthy of the title of teacher. Xiao Ran expressed no sentiment at Lu Wen's departure, instead urging Yu Jian to hasten his exit, as Imo Xian would arrive shortly. He was loath for Qin Mashuan to witness his violent side. Yes, Yu Jian spearheaded the effort, glaring coldly at Yi Xiao. Since you're so blind, don't blame us for being impolite. Attack. Several lackeys brandished their fists, charging directly at Yi Xiao with the clear intention of striking him. The other students could already envision Yi Xiao begging for mercy on his knees, and they began to sneer, deeming him a fool. Yi Xiao sighed inwardly. If that's how it is, then I can't be blamed. Since the teachers fail to instruct, and the elders at home fail to guide, then this old ancestor will have to teach them a lesson. As the fists drew near, Yi Xiao prepared to retaliate, but suddenly, halt! A delicate shout echoed from the rear door of the classroom, instantly capturing everyone's attention. For a moment, the classroom fell silent. For the person who had spoken from the back door was none other than the class beauty, and also the campus belle of Tianhai University, Miss Qin family, Qin Mashuan. Everyone stared at Qin Mashuan with utter disbelief, perplexed as to why she would interrupt Yu Jian and the others from attacking Yi Xiao. Even Xiao Ran frowned. In this situation, Qin Mashuan strode in quickly, directly inserting herself between Yu Jian and the others, using her delicate frame to shield Yi Xiao, and exclaimed, "What are you doing? Who gave you the audacity to attack him?" This was Yi Xiao, whom her own grandfather regarded as a celestial master. How dare these mere mortals attack him? Were they courting death? She had never anticipated that a single utterance could astonish the crowd. The classmates erupted in a fervor. Who was that person? How could he possibly compel the illustrious Qin, the school's belle, to speak on his behalf and even reprimand Xiao? This was a disaster. Xiao had always harbored feelings for Qin, and that lad was doomed. As they speculated, Xiao Ran furrowed his brow and approached Imo Xian, inquiring, "Who is he? Why are you?" Tragically, before he could finish his sentence, Qin Imo Xian preemptively interrupted, "Do not address me as Imo Xian, Xiao Ran. We are not that familiar. Henceforth, please refer to me by my full name, and kindly refrain from sitting so close to me." She then cast a frigid glare at Yu Jian and the sycophants, demanding, "Why are you still here? Depart at once." Who would dare offend the young lady of the Qin family? The sycophants had no choice but to retreat behind Xiao Ran. Meanwhile, Xiao Ran, embarrassed in front of so many witnesses by Qin Imo Xian's remarks, exhibited a complexion that alternated between a deep crimson and a pallid hue. Shooting a frosty glare at Yi Xiao. Who on earth was this individual? Why was it that upon his arrival, Qin Imo Xian hastily distanced herself from him, fiercely protective of him at that? This question lingered not only in his mind, but also in the thoughts of every student in the class. Who was he? Xiao Ran. A gentle reminder that class has commenced, Qin Imo Xian stated, before obediently taking her seat beside Yu Xiao, presenting an entirely different demeanor than when she faced Xiao Ran. Infuriated, Xiao Ran's face turned beet red, yet he remained silent, letting out a cold snort before moving to sit elsewhere. We shall see how this unfolds. Chapter 12. Where do you belong? A farce unfolded with Qin Mashuan's arrival and concluded with Xiao Ran's discomfiture. However, No one believed that the matter would simply end there. It was widely assumed that Xiao Run would bring about Yi Zhao's downfall. The students' discussions did not disturb Yi Xiao and Qin Mashuan in the slightest. Qin Mashuan's gaze was solely fixed on Yi Xiao, and in her eyes, he appeared increasingly enigmatic. If this fellow possesses such formidable capabilities, why is he still studying at Tianhai University? And why did he not directly retaliate against the earlier insults? Yi Xiao was aware of her questions, but he remained silent, deeming it unnecessary to explain. Qin Mashuan's assistance in extricating him from the situation was, in his view, her due. Considering Yi Xiao had extended Qin Zifen's life by a month the previous day, a month of life was sufficient compensation for Qin Mashuan to do anything for him, and he felt perfectly justified in accepting her help. The students' murmurs subsided with the entrance of their form teacher, Lu Wen. Lu Wen entered and cast a glance in Yi Zhao's direction. Upon seeing him unharmed, seated beside Qin Mashuan and Xiao Run, sulking resentfully nearby, the expression on his face was quite remarkable. Yi Xiao was merely a member of the Huang family. How could Xiao Run let him off so easily? Although he was unaware of Yi Zhao's precise actions, he still harbored malice towards him. Ahem. Stepping onto the podium, he cleared his throat twice and glanced at Yi Xiao before speaking. Yi Xiao, stand up. The class was initially silent for a moment, before everyone turned to look at Yi Xiao in astonishment. That's Yi Xiao? The same Yi Xiao who hasn't attended a single class in 3 years? Well, I thought he was a transfer student. So it's him, the Huang family's bastard? The matter concerning Yi Xiao had long been investigated by the class, and it was common knowledge that Huang Qin's family was shielding him. The rumors surrounding him were also well known. Years ago, when Yi Xiao, in a state of decline, was brought back as a child by Huang Xiao, no explanation was offered regarding the child's origins, naturally leading to misunderstandings. How audacious for a bastard of the Huang family to oppose young Master Xiao. Could the Huang family withstand the wrath of the Runtian Hotel? It was indeed perplexing how such a scion of the Huang family managed to associate with the illustrious Qin school beauty. The whispers of these individuals fell upon Yi Zhao's ears, yet he remained unperturbed. The opinions of mere mortals, no matter how disparaging, were of no consequence to him. However, the intentions of the class teacher were far from pure. Observing the cacophony of gossip from Lu Wen, he smirked inwardly. This was precisely his aim. After all, this lad had provoked Xiao Run from the very beginning. As expected, Xiao Run's expression softened slightly. Qin Mashuan, on the other hand, anxiously glanced at Yi Xiao, fearful that he might unleash his fury upon the group. Fortunately, Yi Xiao maintained his composure, as though no matter how harsh the words were, they could not stir a flicker of emotion within him. Yi Xiao, I command you to stand up. Did you not hear me? Lu Wen pressed on as Yi Xiao remained seated. Since he had chosen to make things difficult, he resolved to carry it through to the end. All eyes turned towards Yi Xiao, who, without even sparing a glance at Lu Wen, replied coolly, What qualifications do you possess to command me to stand? Upon utterance of these words, an awkward silence enveloped the classroom. Had this fellow lost his mind? How dare he confront the class teacher? Did he not realize that the teacher had long harbored a dislike for him and was intent on expelling him? Ah, how fortunate it is. Previously, the school refrained from expelling him out of respect for the Huang family, but now, having offended Xiao Run and with the homeroom teacher involved, his fate is sealed. He shall undoubtedly be expelled. How pitiful it is that he was dismissed after just attending the first class. This group of classmates seems to witness a glimpse of Yi Zhao's future. Conversely, Qin Mashuan quietly resolved to assist Yi Xiao in this matter, hoping to leave a favorable impression. After a brief moment of astonishment, Lu Wen was enraged. Being confronted so directly in front of numerous students was a blow to his pride. I am your homeroom teacher. I am your instructor. A teacher deserves respect. Should you not heed my words? How ironic it is to hear such words from Lu Wen's lips. Yi Xiao calmly replied, You are unworthy of the title of teacher. Why should I listen to you? Were it not for the fact that he was the official teacher in the presence of the students, Lu Wen might question his audacity to stand before Yi Xiao and speak. Even Confucius himself, were he alive, would offer a respectful bow and address him as sir. By what right does he presume to stand there? The students were left in stunned silence at Yi Zhao's nonchalant declaration. This fellow must surely be mad. It is baffling why the Huang family extends their protection over him. Now, they too shall face repercussions. Even Xiao Run and his cohort were taken aback by Yi Zhao's audacity in addressing Lu Wen in such a manner. They typically afforded Lu Wen some semblance of respect. Lu Wen, now thoroughly incensed, retorted, Yi Xiao, what do you mean by that? How am I unworthy of being your teacher? Yi Xiao countered, In what regard do you deserve such a title? Lu Wen was momentarily left speechless by the response. Yi Xiao did not afford him the opportunity for a response, and calmly stated, I am aware that you are a physician. How about we engage in a contest of medical knowledge? If I prevail, you shall resign from your position as an educator. Is that agreeable? The classroom fell into silence once more, with all eyes fixed on Yi Xiao as if he were a fool. Lu Wen, after all, was a medical professor at Tianhai University. Did Yi Xiao truly believe he could compete with him? Was he not, indeed, a madman? Everyone, including Qin Mashuan, gazed at Yi Xiao in disbelief. Yet, Yi Xiao remained composed. His challenge to Lu Wen was not born of vengeance, but rather a sense of indignation. Having once been a teacher himself, he could not abide such a disgrace to the profession. What he proposed was merely a trifling endeavor. What of this so-called medical professor? The very knowledge he claimed to possess ultimately stemmed from Yi Xiao's own teachings. Why should Yi Xiao not triumph over him? Qin Mashuan, unable to bear the situation any longer, tugged at him, saying, perhaps we should reconsider this matter? Her concern was not that Yi Xiao might lose, but rather that a conflict with Lu Wen could lead to his expulsion from the institution, a situation that would spiral out of her control. However, Yi Xiao did not even glance her way, responding coolly, this matter does not concern you. There is no need for your input. The rest of the class had largely overheard their exchange, and the outcry against Yi Xiao only intensified. Here was the renowned beauty of Qin University, clearly attempting to assist him, yet instead of expressing gratitude, he retorted with scorn. Did he not realize how many sought her help? Just as someone was about to defend Qin Mashuan by berating Yi Xiao, she lowered her head in dismay, her lips parting to utter a soft "oh" before falling silent. The classmates were utterly bewildered. Why was the illustrious Qin, the belle of the school, being rebuked so harshly by a mere scion of the Huang family? And why did she not dare to retort? What gave him such audacity? Particularly for Xiao Ran, witnessing the goddess he had pursued so diligently, being chastised by another man. Yet not daring to defend herself, a surge of indignation arose within him. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao appeared oblivious to their predatory glares, fixing his gaze on LV1, and boldly asked, dare you accept? Chapter 13. Your days are numbered. A student, attending class for the very first time in 3 years, had the audacity to claim he would outshine LV1 in the realm of medicine, an assertion so preposterous it was laughable. The entire class regarded him as utterly deranged. And indeed, he seemed quite mad. LV1 himself gritted his teeth in anger. When had he ever been so insulted before such an audience? Enraged, he was about to accept Yi Xiao's wager, convinced that years of medical expertise would surely surpass that of this insolent youth. However, before he could respond, Xiao Run leapt to his feet and exclaimed, you truly have calculated your moves well. If the teacher loses, he resigns from his position. But what if you lose? At this point, the classmates began to grasp the implications. Yi Xiao had only articulated the consequences of LV1's defeat, neglecting to mention the repercussions of his own loss. LV1, drenched in cold sweat, cast a grateful glance at Xiao Ran. Had it not been for him, he would have unwittingly walked into Yi Xiao's trap, accepting the wager without consideration of the stakes. Collectively, their attention shifted once more towards Yi Xiao. Unexpectedly, Yi Xiao did not spare a glance at Xiao Ran. His expression remained impassive, devoid of any discernible emotion, yet the words that escaped his lips plunged the classroom back into an eerie silence. I will not lose. What need is there for a wager? At that moment, the students regarded him as if he were a fool. A mere student daring to bet against a teacher and asserting so confidently that he would not lose? What lent him such audacity? What justified his claims? Even Xiao Run was taken aback by Yi Xiao's audacious reply. Only Qin Mashuan understood that he spoke nothing but the truth. A person capable of granting life anew could hardly lack the confidence to utter such words. The homeroom teacher, LV1, was visibly indignant, unable to fathom that he would one day be so insulted by a student. With a cold snort, he retorted, if you lose, I demand an apology for the earlier insult, and you shall initiate your own withdrawal from school. How does that sound? Yi Xiao's words had indeed provoked his ire. Yi Xiao nodded in agreement. All right. Speak, what is the wager? A contest devoid of suspense was about to unfold, as the onlookers scoffed at Yi Xiao. However, he calmly rose from his seat and approached Yu Jian directly. As the crowd remained bewildered, he spoke in a measured tone. Can you not discern that his time is short? What did you say? Yu Jian was the first to stand, incredulous that this boy dared to claim his time was fleeting. It was surely a deliberate act of revenge for the earlier incident. If you wish to die, just say so. There is no need for these petty tactics. They are futile. He threatened outright. The others in the class, some unable to suppress their laughter, wondered how Yu Jian could be on the brink of death. He had been so full of life for such a long time, and this Ye Xiao must be fabricating stories. But was it a fabrication? Ye Xiao remained composed, having long since grown accustomed to the cycles of life and death, and thus paid it no mind. Lu Wen furrowed his brow and approached Yu Jian with measured steps. After a brief examination, he declared, "He is not ill. If that is what you intended to convey, then you have already lost." With that, he assumed the authoritative stance of a professor, hands tucked into his pockets, head held high. "Not ill, is he?" Ye Xiao, maintaining his calm demeanor, stepped before Yu Jian and, with a swift motion, pressed his finger 3 inches beneath the right armpit. "Ah!" Yu Jian cried out in pain, quickly retracting his arm. "What are you doing?" Ye Xiao did not respond to his question, but instead inquired, "Does it hurt?" It was only then that Yu Jian realized the spot Ye Xiao had prodded was now ablaze with a sharp pain, causing his expression to shift. Yet, he still attempted to deny it, muttering, "It doesn't hurt." Ye Xiao showed no inclination to engage in further banter. He leaned in closer, swiftly maneuvered behind Yu Jian, and gently prodded a spot 10 inches below the base of his skull. Ah! This time, Yu Jian could no longer endure the agony. He let out a wretched scream, curling up on the ground, clutching the 2 spots where Ye Xiao had touched him. The sudden turn of events left everyone in the classroom, including Xiao Run and Lu Wen, utterly stunned. What had Ye Xiao done? How could 2 gentle prods result in Yu Jian's excruciating pain? It was simply inconceivable. Had it not been for his awareness of Yu Jian's inability to assist Ye Xiao, they would have truly believed that Yu Jian was merely a pawn summoned by Ye Xiao. This situation is utterly bizarre. Ye Xiao, what have you done? Why has Yu Jian transformed in this manner? If you cannot clarify this today, we shall convene at the police station. Lu Wen was flustered. If a life were to be lost in his class, it would not be a trifling matter. The others echoed his sentiments, condemning Ye Xiao and asserting that he was the one behind this mischief. Ye Xiao faced the collective outcry with an air of indifference, observing Lu Wen's slightly panicked visage. "Do you still fail to comprehend what affliction he is suffering from?" What do you mean?" Lu Wen was utterly bewildered. After years in the medical field, he had never encountered such an unusual ailment. "Are you certain this is not a scheme orchestrated by Ye Xiao?" "Ye Xiao, what exactly have you done? I warn you, if anything happens to him, the Huang family will not shelter you." Xiao Run also began to threaten, yet Ye Xiao had never deigned to meet his gaze. Amidst the cacophony of accusations and Yu Jian's anguished cries, Ye Xiao merely scoffed quietly, addressing Lu Wen, "It seems I have overestimated you. I had thought that a so-called medical professor would be capable of discerning such a trivial ailment. I envisioned a genuine contest of healing prowess with Lu Wen. Unfortunately, he proved to be a poor judge, unable even to identify the nature of the malady that Ye Xiao had already provoked. This indicated that he was not only unworthy of being a mentor, but also unfit to be a healer. Thus, he raised his hand, and unbeknownst to him, 2 silver needles had appeared in his grasp. With a casual flick, he plunged them into Yu Jian's body. In an instant, Yu Jian felt the pain dissipate. No longer curled up on the ground, but instead, he furiously pointed at Ye Xiao, shouting, "Damn it, I swear I will kill you." He believed that Ye Xiao was the one who had wronged him. Ye Xiao remained composed, interrupting him. "Let me ask you, have you recently experienced dizziness, frequent sweating, diminished vision and hearing, as well as a gradual loss of your sense of smell and taste? What are you talking about?" Yu Jian's words faltered abruptly, as he realized that he seemed to be suffering from all the symptoms Ye Xiao mentioned. "So what? It's just ordinary hypoglycemia, not a serious illness." The others echoed his sentiments, dismissing it as merely common symptoms of low blood sugar, nothing to be concerned about. However, Ye Xiao posed another question. "Do you often stay overnight in internet cafes?" "How do you know?" Yu Jian exclaimed in surprise. Staying overnight at internet cafes was a frequent occurrence for him, well known among his peers, yet Ye Xiao was a complete stranger to him. Ye Xiao replied coolly, "That is precisely why I say, your days are numbered." "What do you mean by that?" Yu Jian asked, a hint of panic creeping into his voice. He wondered what staying up late had to do with anything. The others shared similar thoughts. Lu Wen furrowed his brow, but remained silent. Observing Lu Wen, Xiao Run, Yu Jian, and the onlookers who thrived on the drama, Ye Xiao finally lost his last shred of patience. The ignorance of this crowd had worn him down completely. Typically, at the stroke of midnight, the chill is at its most intense. If a person remains in an agitated state during this hour, they may succumb to the cold, which, if experienced daily, will accumulate within the body. The effects may not be immediately evident, yet once the cold reaches a critical threshold, it can erupt, leading to sudden death, what is often referred to as sudden cardiac arrest. In Yu Jian's body, the cold had amassed to approximately 90%, truly embodying the phrase his days are numbered. However, he did not voice these concerns. He had neither the time nor the obligation to explain to this assembly. Even if he did, they would be incapable of understanding. All he sought was a resolution. Amidst the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Yi Xiao approached Yu Jian, maneuvering behind him. In his hand, several silver needles manifested, and with deft precision, he swiftly punctured the nape of Yu Jian's neck, creating an intricate pattern. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, Yi Xiao raised his hand and struck Yu Jian's back with a resounding thud. The impact echoed ominously, causing Yu Jian's visage to contort in agony as he expelled a mouthful of dark blood. The entire classroom fell into stunned silence. What was Yu Xiao doing? How could a single blow have forced blood from Yu Jian? The sight of blood rendered everyone speechless. Some female students even gasped in astonishment. L1, in a panic, shouted urgently, "Quick! Summon security! This lunatic has lost his mind." Just as his words left his lips, Yu Jian raised his hand, exclaiming, "Stop, please." The students were bewildered, glancing toward Yu Jian, only to witness a flush of color rapidly spreading across his face, as if his vitality had surged to several times its previous state. At that moment, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The numerous silver needles that Yi Xiao had inserted into Yu Jian's nape unexpectedly emitted an eerie coldness, visible to the naked eye. As this chill manifested, the large classroom's temperature plummeted, rendering many students, even in the heat of summer, as though they had fallen into an ice cellar, unable to suppress a shiver. This sudden spectacle utterly shattered their perceptions, as none had ever witnessed such an extraordinary phenomenon. After a brief interval, the coldness dissipated entirely, and Yu Jian rose, feeling an unprecedented sense of comfort throughout his body. At this point, it was evident to all that Yi Xiao possessed genuine skill, and Yu Jian indeed had an ailment, while their esteemed teacher, Lu Wen, had failed to discern even the existence of a malady. Lu Wen's face transformed through shades of green and red, unsure of how to respond, while Xiao Run's expression turned icy, having initially anticipated a spectacle of Yi Xiao's folly. He was now confronted with the undeniable truth of Yi Xiao's abilities. The students gazed at Yi Xiao with a mixture of astonishment and complexity, recalling their previous mockery, never having imagined that he truly possessed such talent. Yi Xiao approached Lu Wen with an impassive demeanor and calmly declared, "You have lost. I hope you will honor your promise and resign from your teaching position." The classroom fell into a profound silence. This individual was genuinely demanding Lu Wen's resignation? The students could hardly believe their ears. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Yu Jian, ever the sycophant, realized he had jeopardized everything and sought to defend himself, hoping to turn the tables on Yi Xiao. Yet, Yi Xiao, fully aware of his intentions, casually remarked as he passed Yu Jian, "The illness. I have only cured a fraction. You are still destined to perish." Having uttered those words, he strode out of the classroom, leaving behind a silhouette that left the onlookers astonished. Yu Jian stood frozen in place, while Lu Wen remained dazed. The rest of the class was at a loss. Only Qin Dynasty, under the brooding gaze of Xiao Run, hastily followed after Yi Xiao. Would he come to Yu Jian's aid? The answer was unequivocally no. While he would not take to heart the insults hurled at him, Yi Xiao was not someone to be disrespected by anyone. After being scorned, would he still offer to heal him, merely to allow the latter to bite back afterward? Absurd. The notion of repaying kindness with enmity was beyond his principles. "Hey, wait!" Qin Dynasty called out as she caught up. Yi Xiao paused, replying with a hint of indifference, "If it concerns the Ziling, there is no need for further discussion." Observing his demeanor, Qin Dynasty could not help but pout. Why did he always adopt such a condescending attitude when speaking to her? Frustrated, she huffed. "You certainly made quite the impression today, but have you considered the fate of the Huang family? Xiao Run will undoubtedly take action against them." Yi Xiao remained silent, merely gazing at her coolly. Believing her words had resonated, Qin Dynasty continued, "Our Qin family is substantial. If we protect the Huang family, Xiao Run would think twice before acting against them." The implication was clear. If Yi Xiao provided her with the Ziling, she would extend a helping hand to the Huang family, leaving Yi Xiao with no reason to refuse. This was the first time she felt she had the upper hand in her limited interactions with him, or so she believed. Little did she anticipate Yi Xiao's response. As he simply inquired, "Are you finished?" Qin Dynasty was taken aback. Something about this fellow's reaction was peculiar. Yi Xiao maintained an air of indifference. To threaten him with the Huang family? How audacious of Qin Mashuan to even contemplate such a notion. She must have assumed that Yi Xiao was aligned with the Huang family and would surely consider the welfare of his kin. Little did she know that, apart from Huang Chun, the complete annihilation of the Huang family would scarcely elicit a flicker of concern from Yi Xiao, even if he were to defend the Huang family. A mere wave of his hand would summon numerous formidable forces eager to assist them. As for the Qin family, Yi Xiao had never regarded them with any esteem. It was only Qin Mashuan and those of her ilk who perceived the Qin family as a behemoth. Before Qin Mashuan could respond, Yi Xiao coolly stated, "Then please take me home." As dusk fell, it was time to return. He strode towards the Porsche that Qin Mashuan had parked at the school gate. Qin Mashuan stood in shock. Could it be that this man truly did not care for the fate of the Huang family? Moreover, Yi Xiao had clearly rejected her offer. So why request her to drive him home? Because it was simply her duty. To Yi Xiao, she was merely a chauffeur. Once seated in the car, Yi Xiao closed his eyes, quietly resting, deliberately ignoring Qin Mashuan's disdainful glances. The vehicle began to move slowly, departing from Tianhai University. Qin Mashuan pondered that perhaps it would be wise to return and consult her grandfather before making any decisions. Just as the Porsche set in motion. At the entrance of Tianhai University, Xiao Run and his entourage emerged, matching the departing rhythm of the car. Xiao Run clenched his fists, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing in the air. He had witnessed Yi Xiao entering Qin Mashuan's vehicle with his own eyes. What was the nature of their relationship? Why did Qin Mashuan show him such deference? Yi Xiao, just you wait. Chapter 15. A bold challenge. On the following morning, Yi Xiao rose as usual, embarking on his morning run to the pavilion in the back mountains, where he closed his eyes in meditation. The morning practice proved to be exceptionally fruitful, a result of countless years ingrained into his biological clock. Today, everything seemed ordinary, and Yi Xiao continued his tranquil cultivation. However, from the shadows, two malevolent gazes scrutinized him intently. Is this the same young man who rescued the young lady of the Wang family yesterday and eliminated several of our comrades? He appears unremarkable. How could he possibly have slain so many of us? One questioned, incredulous. Bear in mind, our men were armed. How could a single individual take down so many of them? If we hadn't seen on the nearby surveillance that only Yi Xiao had traversed the area, we would never have believed that this youth could have vanquished our armed associates. Could there be a mistake? One of them inquired. The other shook his head, equally perplexed. This young man appeared utterly ordinary. Have you seen enough? At that moment, a voice, smooth yet haunting, emerged from behind them, akin to a ghostly whisper. The sound resonated like thunder in their hearts, startling them into a sudden leap away from their previous position. Who goes there? Show yourself, they yelled, regaining their composure as they turned to face the source of the voice, their weapons drawn and aimed at the underbrush from which the voice had emanated. From the thicket, a young man emerged, clad in athletic wear, his expression calm and composed. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, as if facing not two armed assailants, but rather two defenseless individuals lacking any means of resistance. Upon catching sight of Yi Xiao, the expressions on the faces of the two men became remarkably vivid, akin to encountering a specter. One of them, in disbelief, glanced towards the pavilion, where Yi Xiao's figure had seemingly vanished. When had he arrived? They were utterly oblivious to how Yi Xiao had approached. Moments before, he was still at the pavilion, and in the blink of an eye, he had appeared behind them mid-conversation. The distance of approximately 300 meters had been traversed in less than a minute. How could that be possible? Even a world champion would struggle to match such speed. At that moment, they finally acknowledged the truth. It was this young man who had slain several of their companions the previous day. A veritable monster. Without a doubt, a monster. Attack. One of them bellowed in fury, immediately pulling the trigger in an attempt to kill Yi Xiao, while the other followed suit without hesitation. Yet, Yi Xiao remained utterly unmoved. The bullets discharged from their weapons, upon leaving the guns, did not travel far before reversing course and striking them instead. A pair of muffled thuds echoed as the two men, their faces etched with disbelief, collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Yi Xiao's demeanor remained impassive. The demise of the two did not elicit any change in his expression as he leisurely descended the mountain and returned home. The events of yesterday had indeed led to this outcome, yet he harbored no particular thoughts about it. No one could stir the tranquil waters of his heart. Regardless of their actions or who they were, Yi Xiao remained indifferent. Before him, these individuals and events hold no significance. Why should he care? Regardless of how many come, he shall eliminate them all. Upon returning home, he performed a simple ablution and proceeded to Tianhai University. Today, he did not head straight to the back mountain. Rather, he intended to attend at least one class each day to avoid incurring the disdain of others and to alleviate Huang Zhao's troubles. When he arrived in class, the gazes of his classmates were laden with myriad unspoken meanings. This was the first class he had attended in 3 years, and through forceful means, he had overshadowed the homeroom teacher, LV1, leaving him utterly humiliated, thereby signaling to everyone that Yi Xiao was not a mere trifler. Today he chose a random seat, deliberately avoiding his previous spot. Some might speculate that Yi Xiao was intimidated by Xiao Ran, thus opting for a different location. However, the truth was that Yi Xiao did not regard that seat, Xiao Ran, or the opinions of these individuals in the least. He simply sat wherever he pleased. Before long, Xiao Ran arrived, and, upon seeing Yi Xiao, chose not to utter a word. Qin Dynasty, however, was absent today for reasons unknown. It was certain that LV1 had not resigned, yet today's class was not conducted by him. Thus, Yi Xiao deemed it unnecessary to listen and closed his eyes to rest. His demeanor, exuding calm and composure, drew the scorn of many. At last, the class concluded. Just as Yi Xiao was about to leave, Xiao Ran approached, blocking his path. The classmates observed them with eager anticipation. Without Qin Dynasty's support today, it remained to be seen how Yi Xiao would confront Xiao Ran. Yi Xiao remained composed, while Xiao Ran coldly declared, "This afternoon, there will be a martial arts class. I hope you have the courage to come. If you are a man, face me in a fair fight." Upon utterance of these words, the classroom erupted with excitement. Xiao Ran was openly issuing a challenge to Yi Xiao. After stealing the spotlight yesterday, did Yi Xiao possess the audacity to accept Xiao Ran's challenge today? Everyone watched with mockery, yet Yi Xiao maintained his tranquil demeanor, refusing to even glance at Xiao Ran. His words, however, provoked Xiao Ran's ire. "You are not worthy to fight me." Indeed, not only Xiao Ran, but even the most elite individuals in the world lacked the qualification to spar with Yi Xiao, who was a cultivator at the transformation stage. If he truly wished, he could effortlessly annihilate all nations on this earth. The invincible firearms that others revered would hold no power over him. Why would he stoop to bullying an ordinary person who was not even a cultivator? If he were to do so, would he not have squandered his existence over the millennia? His statement further incited disdain among the onlookers, leading a sycophant named Shenfang to step forward. Pointing a finger at Yi Xiao, "Do you not know that Xiao Xiao has practiced Taekwondo since childhood and is now a black belt?" A black belt? Yi Xiao had no desire to mock them. Even the most mundane foundation stage cultivators could easily overpower dozens of black belts. How impressive could that possibly be? With a sigh, he chose to speak no further and turned to exit through the back door, disregarding the crowd's taunts of cowardice for avoiding a duel with Xiao Ran, and strode away with dignity. Upon witnessing this, Shenfang turned to Xiao Ran and remarked, "Young Master Xiao, this Yu Jian is acutely aware of his critical condition and has already been admitted to the hospital today." Thus Chen seized the opportunity to take his place. Xiao Ran gazed at Yi Xiao's retreating figure, gritting his teeth in frustration. He could hardly fathom why this individual approached his challenge with such indifference, making Xiao Ran appear truly feeble. With a cold snort, he addressed Shenfang, "Follow him. He must attend the martial arts class this afternoon. I am eager to ascertain whether Yi Xiao's fists are as resilient as his words." Chapter 16. Is he afraid? In the afternoon, Yi Xiao arrived at the martial arts class. He was thoroughly annoyed by the swarm of sycophants trailing behind him, unwilling to disperse, insisting that they would not leave unless he attended the class. While he could easily eliminate them, doing so would preclude his ability to cultivate at Tianhai University. This was precisely why Yi Xiao had consistently refrained from attending classes. He lacked the inclination to deal with these mundane beings. However, having chosen to attend, he was prepared to confront the situation. To avoid further complications, he intended to demonstrate just how formidable he truly was. As the students arrived for class, they were met with the sight of Yi Xiao, and many wore expressions of eager anticipation. The news of Xiao Ran's challenge to Yi Xiao had spread throughout the morning, igniting a flurry of speculation. Do you think Yi Xiao will be defeated by Xiao Ran? Is that even a question? Young Master Xiao is a black belt in Taekwondo. How many black belts are there in our school? The real question is not whether he will be defeated, but rather how badly he will be beaten. My digital camera is all set. When the moment arrives, I shall capture it and deftly cultivate my rapport with Xiao Xiao. Human intentions are notoriously elusive. It is utterly laughable that some would desire to photograph Yi Xiao being struck, merely to ingratiate themselves with Xiao Ran. As one of the principal figures in this affair, Yi Xiao presently closes his eyes in meditation, seemingly transported to a realm of tranquility, provoking disdain from onlookers. At that moment, Chun Fong and his entourage entered, surrounding Xiao Ran, who today donned a martial arts uniform, ever prepared to administer discipline to Yi Xiao. Upon noticing Yi Xiao's presence, a dark expression clouded his face. Yesterday, Qin Mashuan had departed in the same vehicle as Yi Xiao, and today, she has not attended class. Who can say what transpired between them last night? Or whether she is resting in some hotel? At this juncture, Xiao Run felt a murderous intent towards Yi Xiao. He approached Yi Xiao with an air of superiority, his voice laced with fury as he announced, "I will challenge you shortly. I hope you will not cower like a turtle." His demeanor suggested he was utterly confident of Yi Xiao's defeat. Yet, Yi Xiao remained unperturbed, his eyes still closed, granting Xiao Run not a single glance. Having declared that Xiao Run was unworthy, Yi Xiao would not stoop to bullying him. Unable to endure the spectacle, Chen Feng interjected, "Hey, Xiao is speaking to you." "And you." His words were abruptly halted by Xiao Run's raised hand. He will get what he deserves soon. With no further exchange, Xiao Run and his sycophants retreated to a corner to await the commencement of class. Meanwhile, the students in the classroom wore expressions of amusement, their cameras at the ready. Before long, the martial arts instructor arrived. His name was Wu Ji, and it was said that prior to his tenure at Tianhai University, he had been a champion in city-level martial arts competitions. Upon his emergence, the cacophony of voices in the classroom diminished significantly as all eyes turned towards him. Wu Ji, with his impressive physique, showcased his muscular form even through his attire, presenting an intimidating presence. At that moment, a subtle pull of intrigue flickered in Yi Xiao's eyes. As he murmured to himself, "Foundation establishment? How intriguing." He had not anticipated that the martial arts instructor of the modest Tianhai University would be a practitioner at the foundation establishment stage. However, Yi Xiao's curiosity was fleeting, quickly subsiding. After all, the foundation establishment stage was merely the beginning in the realm of cultivation, hardly worthy of his regard. Wu Ji commenced the lesson, which unfolded simply as he instructed the students in various self-defense maneuvers and demonstrations. Upon concluding these exercises, he addressed the class. "All right. It is now time for us to engage in sparring. If anyone wishes to challenge one another, do not hesitate." With that, he retreated to the side and exchanged a knowing glance with Xiao Ran, for this entire arrangement had been meticulously orchestrated by him. Otherwise, how could half of the class time be devoted to sparring? The atmosphere among the students reached a fever pitch with Wu Ji's declaration, erupting into chants of "Xiao Xiao, Xiao Xiao, Xiao Xiao." Xiao Run adjusted his attire and stepped forward, exuding the demeanor of an invincible warrior. He was confident in his combat abilities, having practiced Taekwondo since childhood. Thus, he adopted a condescending posture, addressing Yi Xiao with a challenge. "Yi Xiao, are you not coming up?" The collective gaze of the crowd, including Wu Ji, turned towards Yi Xiao, their expressions filled with mockery, derision, and anticipation. In contrast, Yi Xiao remained composed, showing no intention of even opening his eyes, calmly stating, "I have said before, you are unworthy to engage with me." His presence was merely a response to the incessant harassment from those sycophantic pursuers, not a challenge to Xiao Ran. He reiterated his belief that Xiao was unworthy. To engage in combat with a mere mortal would render his countless eons of existence as futile as that of a dog. "I must say, this young man is truly arrogant. He dares to speak such words to young Master Xiao, oblivious to the fact that Xiao is a black belt in Taekwondo." Those nearby began to murmur. It appears he is simply intimidated, acutely aware of his inferiority to young Master Xiao, seeking an excuse to avoid the arena. Xiao Run himself gritted his teeth, echoing the sentiments of those around him. He taunted Yi Xiao, "Are you perhaps afraid? Otherwise, why do you hesitate to step onto the stage? Would you Xiao be afraid?" Having lived for eons, even during the Cretaceous period when ferocious dinosaurs roamed, he regarded them with indifference. During the Immortal Ancient Era, he faced the red dust immortals alongside his master, the esteemed Zhu Wu, without a trace of fear. In the Primordial Era, he once unwittingly entered a grand relic, confronting great evils without trepidation, enduring a battle that lasted for centuries. It was unfathomable to him what could evoke fear. Who would have thought that one day, a mere mortal would question his bravery? It was utterly ludicrous. Yi Xiao finally spoke, his voice calm and unwavering. "There is nothing that can instill fear in me." However, as soon as these words left his lips, laughter erupted among the class. "Is this fellow a fool? He claims nothing can scare him. It is simply laughable. Ha ha." They jeered. "If you're afraid, just admit it." What use is there in making excuses? Xiao Run, though pale with rage, was determined to teach Yi Xiao a lesson personally rather than endure mockery from others. His frustration simmered as he scanned the surroundings, his gaze settling on Wu Ji, a plan forming in his mind. He raised a finger, pointing at Wu Ji, and addressed Yi Xiao. You claim I am unworthy. What of teacher Wu Ji? He is a champion of the city's martial arts competition, far superior to me. Does he not possess the requisite qualifications? Wu Ji, playing along with Xiao Run's scheme, sauntered over to Yi Xiao, a sinister smile gracing his lips. So, you are Yi Xiao, are you? I wonder if I am deemed worthy to be your opponent? The classmates, witnessing the unfolding scene, began to jeer. Yi Xiao had truly brought misfortune upon himself. Wu Ji and Xiao Run were not of the same caliber. To put it plainly, the minimum requirement to participate in the city's martial arts competition was to hold a black belt in Taekwondo, and Wu Ji was the standout among the black belts. Should a confrontation ensue, he could easily dispatch Xiao Run in a mere instant. Had Yi Xiao faced Xiao Run earlier, he might have merely endured a beating. But against Wu Ji, he risked serious injury. Ultimately, it was Yi Xiao's own hubris that led him to this predicament. Had he refrained from uttering such reckless words, he would not have found himself pitted against Wu Ji. Now, the situation had escalated to a point of no return. Yi Xiao's refusal to concede left him with no graceful exit. Thus, the onlookers eagerly anticipated the moment Yi Xiao would be mercilessly beaten. In this dire circumstance, Yi Xiao finally opened his eyes, his expression remaining placid, though he let out a quiet sigh. According to Yi Xiao's standards, Wu Ji's strength in the initial stage of foundation building was hardly different from that of an ordinary person, and he was not fit to be a rival to Xiao Run. However, Yi Xiao found himself in need of such an individual to silence Xiao Run, his sycophants, and their fickle classmates. Thus, he rose from his seat, walked forward deliberately, and positioned himself opposite Wu Ji, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression unperturbed. Come on, he beckoned. Wu Ji was momentarily taken aback, not expecting this young man to truly dare to confront him. Not only he, but also the classmates, including Xiao Run and Qin Feng, were incredulous, thinking Yi Xiao would resort to the same tactic he had just employed. However, this was preferable. Xiao Run discreetly signaled Wu Ji. Indeed, while he could not personally inflict harm upon Yi Xiao, witnessing Yi Xiao being mercilessly beaten by Wu Ji would certainly provide him with a sense of satisfaction, allowing him to vent his frustrations. Wu Ji comprehended Xiao Run's intent and chuckled. Yi Xiao, my friend, you should think this through. My instructor's strikes hold no restraint. Should I accidentally injure an arm or a leg, you cannot hold me accountable. Yi Xiao remained unfazed, his countenance as cold as ever. If you wish to come, then come. Do not squander my time. Engaging in a confrontation with him was far less productive than simply meditating in silence. An utter waste of time, indeed. Such audacity. Xiao Run mused inwardly. I am eager to see if you will still hold such bravado when you are flattened by Wu Ji. He had experienced Wu Ji's terrifying prowess firsthand and did not believe that this slender youth stood a chance against him. He could already envision Yi Xiao being pinned to the ground and ruthlessly beaten. The remaining onlookers had already set up their cameras, eagerly anticipating the spectacle of Yi Xiao's impending defeat. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Wu Ji assumed his stance, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Yi Xiao, be careful, he warned. As his words hung in the air, he suddenly propelled himself forward, swiftly closing the distance between them. Upon reaching a certain point, he crouched slightly and, with a surge of power from his lower body, leaped into the air, soaring approximately 3 meters high. The spectators were left dumbfounded. Was this truly a height achievable by mere mortals? This leap was not merely a jump. It transformed into a breathtaking 270-degree spin in midair. His right leg poised to descend forcefully upon Yu Zhao's shoulder. Gasps erupted from the crowd. Should that strike land, Yu Zhao's shoulder could very well shatter under the force. Wu Ji, a martial arts champion of the city, certainly demonstrated skills beyond the ordinary. As for Yu Xiao, his arrogance would surely lead to his downfall. He had brought this upon himself. While the crowd murmured amongst themselves, Wu Ji's whip-like kick was already less than half a meter away from Yu Xiao, poised to strike within mere moments. Wu Ji wore a confident smile. He had claimed victory in martial arts competitions precisely due to this very move, which had never failed him. With this kick, Yu Xiao would be left utterly incapacitated. If anyone were to blame, it would be this fool for opposing Xiao Run. Yet, amidst all the commotion, no one seemed to notice that Yu Zhao's expression had remained unchanged throughout the ordeal. To him, The flamboyant display of martial arts was no more than a trivial skill. Just as Wu Ji's leg was about to make contact, Yi Xiao raised his fist. Bang! A sudden, muffled thud echoed through the air as two figures abruptly separated. One individual was propelled backward, crashing against the vast classroom wall before finally coming to a halt, leaving several fissures in its wake. The entire room was enveloped in a profound silence, a stillness so intense that even the sound of breathing could be heard. The expressions on the faces of the onlookers were unanimously ones of shock, horror, and disbelief, as if they had witnessed a ghostly apparition. For the person who had been flung back was none other than their esteemed martial arts instructor, the champion of the martial arts competition, Wu Ji. This was the very same Wu Ji who had just moments ago performed an elaborate move mid-air, delivering a whip-like kick intended to incapacitate Yi Xiao's shoulder. He was the one who had consistently looked down upon Yi Xiao, seeking to curry favor with Xiao Run by eliminating him. In stark contrast, Yi Xiao remained poised, his fist still raised, standing unmoved as if he had merely struck away an insignificant nuisance rather than a formidable opponent. A collective gasp echoed through the room, a chorus of disbelief resonating among the students. They could hardly fathom that Yi Xiao, with just a single punch, had sent their once invincible martial arts teacher, Wu Ji, flying. It was pitiful to recall how they had anticipated witnessing Yi Xiao's humiliation, even planning to capture images of his defeat to impress Xiao Ran. In retrospect, their prior intentions seemed utterly ludicrous, as if they had been dealt a resounding slap to the face. Xiao Run's expression was particularly noteworthy, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Only he noticed that Yi Xiao threw a punch without even establishing a solid stance. It is known that a punch delivered without a firm foundation could lead to instability. Yet, Yi Xiao's strike not only lacked a stable base, but it also sent Wu Ji flying. What does this indicate? It signifies that Yi Xiao's strength has reached a level unattainable even by Wu Ji himself. How pitiful it is that he had previously boasted of personally tormenting Yi Xiao. Now, reflecting on it, if Wu Ji hadn't taken his place, it would have been he. The one now crumpled against the wall in a state of utter despair. At this moment, the echo of Yi Xiao's words, "You are unworthy," reverberated in his mind. What he once perceived as Yi Xiao's excuse for avoiding confrontation now appeared as a stark reality. He was indeed unworthy to engage in battle with Yi Xiao, utterly incomparable. Ah! In the distance, the wall resounded with Wu Ji's anguished cries, drawing the attention of onlookers. When the classmates turned to witness the scene, they were gripped by a wave of trepidation. Wu Ji's condition was truly tragic. It was not merely the act of being hurled against the wall, but also the state of his leg. That leg, bent grotesquely at a right angle from the calf, seemed irrevocably broken, with the internal joint structures likely obliterated. One leg of Wu Ji was now rendered useless. Yet, in his pitiful state, Yi Xiao remained indifferent, having casually taken 2 lives that morning. He was unmoved by this mere disability. How utterly absurd. Chapter 18, Huang Xinrui. Wu Ji, to put it accurately, had brought this upon himself. Had he merely employed simple straight punches, Yi Xiao would have effortlessly sent him flying, maintaining a sense of restraint. However, he insisted on showcasing his prowess before the onlookers, ruthlessly intent on shattering Yi Xiao's shoulder. Yet, why should Yi Xiao show mercy? The martial arts class battle concluded with Wu Ji suffering a shattered leg, leaving Xiao Run and others in a state of shock. An ambulance swiftly arrived, mobilizing a considerable effort to transport Wu Ji to the hospital. Wu Ji clamored for the school to take action against Yi Xiao, yet the surveillance footage revealed that a teacher had assaulted a student, only to be countered by the student, rendering Wu Ji's complaints futile even if the matter escalated to the police. To prevent the situation from escalating further, the school urged Wu Ji to refrain from making a fuss. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao, as the party involved, remained unscathed, inciting frustration among his peers who wished him ill. On the following day, Yi Xiao continued his morning exercises in the back mountains as usual, enjoying an unusually peaceful day without surveillance. Perhaps due to the loss of 2 groups of people, which might have caused a sense of regret on their part. Upon finishing his morning practice, he headed to school for training, spending the entire day in the back mountains since there were no classes. As dusk approached and he concluded his training, he strolled toward the school gate, anticipating a meeting with Su Jin. However, as he passed the basketball court, he was intercepted by a striking young woman. Dressed in a pink dress that accentuated her appealing figure, her delicate face adorned with a hint of makeup exuded a charming grace reminiscent of a refined young lady. Unfortunately, her words did not reflect her refined demeanor. "Yi Xiao, you finally chose to show up. Do you have any idea that because of you, Our family has offended the Runtian Hotel? My father has been troubled by this for the past few days. Huang Xinrui, the elder sister of Huang Qin, the esteemed daughter of the Huang family and the cherished jewel of Madame Huang, was raised in an environment of indulgence, fostering a demeanor of arrogance and entitlement. Unlike her brother, Huang Chun, she had long regarded Yi Xiao as an illegitimate child brought home by their father, viewing him as a thorn in her side. At times, Yi Xiao pondered the stark contrast between Huang Xinrui and Huang Qin. Were they truly born of the same mother? Faced with her disdainful remarks, which mirrored those of Madame Huang, Yi Xiao remained unfazed, responding coolly, "So what?" Indeed, he had previously asserted that the fate of the Huang family, aside from Huang Qin, was of no consequence to him. Why should he concern himself with whom they had offended? Should Huang Xiao request assistance, he might consider extending a hand. But why would he feel compelled to aid Huang Xinrui, who spoke so contemptuously? Fuming, Huang Xinrui's forehead throbbed with anger. No matter how she mocked Yi Xiao, he consistently met her with an air of indifference, rendering her subsequent jibes ineffective. It was this very nonchalance that she despised most. With a fierce glare directed at Yi Xiao, she pointed a slender finger towards the nearby basketball court, where Xiao Run was playing, and commanded, "Our Huang family cannot compare to the Runtian Hotel. You must apologize to Xiao Run immediately." It was commonplace for smaller families to fear larger powers. But why should Yu Xiao heed her orders? If it were not for him, the Huang family's current stature would be non-existent, merely a commonplace family. Everything belonging to the Huang family was bestowed by him. Even if it were to vanish and he chose not to reclaim it, what fault would lie therein? Thus, Yu Xiao decided to disregard her, turning to leave. Concurrently, on the basketball court, as Xiao Run took his shot, his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure in the distance, causing him to furrow his brow and miss the basket entirely. "Hey, what's wrong? This is not the caliber we expect from you, Xiao." A tall, handsome man seized the ball and remarked to the dazed Xiao Run. Observing Zhao's bewildered expression, he followed his gaze and frowned. "Who is that person?" he inquired. Xiao Run replied with a dismissive gesture. "As I mentioned, it's Yi Xiao." "Is he the one?" Xueming expressed clear astonishment. He had thoroughly acquainted himself with Xiao Run's situation that very morning, and he never anticipated encountering him that evening. He then clasped Xiao Run's shoulder and said, "No worries, my friend. I shall assist you in seeking vengeance." With that, Xueming tossed the basketball back to Xiao Run and strode confidently towards Yi Xiao and Huang Xinrui. At that moment, Yi Xiao intended to depart, but was abruptly halted by Xueming's grasp. "Hey, brother, where are you off to?" The sudden appearance of Xueming made Yi Xiao pause, while Huang Xinrui appeared equally perplexed by his presence. Yi Xiao's demeanor remained cold as he swiftly removed Xueming's hand, stating indifferently, "Does my destination concern you?" Xueming was taken aback, unprepared for Yi Xiao's bluntness, which effectively stifled their conversation. Did he not recognize his own standing? Huang Xinrui was visibly anxious, pulling Yi Xiao aside. "Listen carefully. You need to be cautious with your words. Xueming's father is the chairman of Longtian Company. Our family has already suffered enough because of you. So don't create more trouble. We've already offended Tianrun Hotel. If we antagonize Longtian as well, the Huang family will be utterly destroyed." After delivering this stern warning to Yi Xiao, Huang Xinrui quickly transformed her demeanor, smiling sweetly at Xueming. "I apologize, Xueming. He tends to speak without thinking." Xueming smiled back at Huang Xinrui, reassuring her, "It's fine. Since he is Xinrui's brother, why would I take offense?" Upon hearing this, Huang Xinrui not only smiled brightly but also displayed a bashful demeanor. Lowering her head, she was fortunate that Xueming had been pursuing her recently. Observing their interaction, an emotion of disgust stirred within Yi Xiao. He had witnessed countless scenes like this over millennia, when immortal couples clung to one another during ancient sect marriages, and amidst the alliances of various factions during the Warring States period. Wherever there are people, such spectacles are inevitable. Despite having seen them so often that he could scarcely remember, each time he encountered it anew, he still couldn't help but feel repulsed. It was in his nature. Disinterested in engaging with Xueming and Huang Xinrui any further, he turned to leave. However, just as he did so, Xueming blocked his path with a hand. "Yi Xiao, right? Since you are Xinrui's brother, let's become friends. I heard you have some grievances with Xiao Ran. How about we settle it on the basketball court? Just for my sake? What do you say?" Xueming's words, though resplendent with ostentation, concealed a sinister intent to draw Yi Xiao into a basketball match, thereby humiliating him. However, Huang Xinrui, blissfully unaware of Xueming's ulterior motives, was elated at the prospect of him mediating the relationship between Yi Xiao and Xiao Ran. She immediately pulled Yi Xiao aside and whispered, "You had better agree. Otherwise, I shall not let you off easily." With that, she shifted her demeanor and flashed a sweet smile at Xuan Ming, confidently asserting, "He will comply." She presumed that Xuan Ming's desire to assist stemmed from her, which only further elevated her regard for him. Yi Xiao observed this exchange with a cold gaze, initially intending to refuse outright. But the repugnance he felt towards Huang Xinrui and Xuan Ming compelled him to acquiesce to Xuan Ming's request to play basketball. Since Xuan Ming and Xiao Run sought to use this as an opportunity to belittle him, and Huang Xinrui aimed to mediate their relationship, Yi Xiao resolved to play along with their scheme. In Chapter 19, during the bustling hours of 5 to 6 in the afternoon at Tianhai University, students thronged the campus in droves. As they passed by the basketball court, countless pairs of eyes were drawn to the unfolding spectacle. Soon, a sizable crowd gathered around the court, their attention fixated on the three figures standing defiantly in the center: Yi Xiao, Xuan Ming, and Xiao Run. While Yi Xiao remained an enigma to most, Xuan Ming and Xiao Run were renowned figures at Tianhai University, hailing from affluent families. Moreover, their striking appearances ensured that their popularity was far from negligible within the university. Huang Xinrui stood nearby, her face adorned with an expression of joy, grateful for Xuan Ming's assistance in mending the relationship between Yi Xiao and Xiao Run, which ultimately benefited the Huang family. At that moment, a melodious voice, reminiscent of a warbler's song, emerged from the crowd, accompanied by a charming silhouette that gracefully approached Huang Xinrui. The young woman donned a sleek black skirt that contrasted strikingly against her fair skin, with her cascading locks of hair artfully framing her exquisite features. Upon her entrance, she effortlessly overshadowed Huang Xinrui, the two women being of utterly disparate realms of beauty. Huang Xinrui felt utterly eclipsed. It was none other than the campus belle, Qin Yushan. Gasps of surprise echoed as onlookers recognized her. She was renowned as one of the two leading beauties of Tianhai University, alongside Qin Mashuan. Who could have anticipated encountering her here? Instantly, the gazes of those around turned fervent, for a campus beauty was indeed a rare sight. "Shanshan, you've arrived," Huang Xinrui exclaimed, grasping Qin Yushan's delicate hand and laughing cheerfully. They were indeed close friends, and their familiarity was evident. Qin Yushan smiled in return. "I've been searching for you everywhere. What are you doing here?" The two had planned to leave school together after classes to dine out. Apologizing to Qin Yushan, Huang Xinrui then cast a disdainful glance at Yi Xiao, her expression shifting to one of aversion. "It's all his fault." As for Yi Xiao, he remained unfazed by the gathering crowd. However, Xiao Run and Xuan Ming exchanged knowing smirks, relishing the opportunity for witnesses. As they eagerly anticipated the spectacle of Yi Xiao's impending defeat, Xuan Ming stepped forward, flashing a smile at Yi Xiao. "We're classmates, so I won't bully you. How about a one-on-one match? Whoever scores more goals within 10 minutes wins. What do you say?" He glanced at Xiao Run, with whom he often played basketball during their free time. They were quite confident in each other's skills, while they wouldn't claim to be exceptionally strong. They felt more than capable against Yi Xiao. Xiao Run let out a cold laugh. "What do you think? Are you brave enough to accept?" He still remembered the martial arts class incident, and today, Qin Mashuan had yet to show up at school, leaving him puzzled. He held a long-standing grudge against Yi Xiao. "Yes, you excel in medicine and martial arts, but can you truly excel in basketball? I find that hard to believe." This is his territory, where he could easily outplay Yi Xiao. The two of them turned their gaze toward Yi Xiao, waiting for his response. Yi Xiao's expression remained calm. He was well aware of their intentions. However, if they thought they could toy with him so easily, they were sorely mistaken. Then, Yi Xiao spoke, his words causing a collective twitch at the corners of many mouths. "Why don't you both come at me? Let's not waste time." A moment of silence enveloped the surroundings. What did this guy just say? He wants to challenge both Xiao Run and Xuan Ming by himself? Is he out of his mind? Is he some sort of basketball prodigy, taking on both young Master Xiao and young Master Shuai alone? Did he underestimate their capabilities, or did he think himself invincible? The crowd buzzed with murmurs, and even Huang Xinrui was momentarily taken aback. What on earth is Yi Xiao trying to pull? Xiao Run and Xuan Ming felt a sense of disdain, locking eyes with one another, each perceiving the other's indignation. Xuan Ming let out a cold huff. "Are you certain, classmate?" Yi Xiao responded with a subtle nod, remaining silent. "Very well. Do not regret your decision." Xiao Run sneered, summoning an accomplice to initiate the game. Having played basketball alongside Xuan Ming for quite some time, they had developed an unspoken understanding. He could already envision Yu Xiao being toyed with by them. Yet, Yu Xiao's expression remained remarkably tranquil. Just before the game commenced, his gaze briefly met Huang Xinrui's, since she wished for such a spectacle. He would let her revel in it. A classmate emerged from the crowd to assist in starting the game. 3, 2, 1, begin. As the words fell, the ball was tossed into the air. Xiao Run, having anticipated this moment, leapt to seize the ball as it descended, dribbling swiftly towards the basket, with Xuanming sprinting alongside him. At that moment, some bystanders noticed that Yi Xiao stood still, neither attempting to seize the ball earlier nor obstructing the opposing team's advance now. What could this mean? Had he lost his wits? Or was it that he simply lacked the skills to play basketball? Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. However, Huang Xinrui could not help but smile softly upon witnessing this. Yi Xiao, who had spoken so defiantly, now seemed to have capitulated to Xuanming and Xiao Run. She believed he was indeed yielding. Both Xiao Run and Xuanming frowned, finding this lack of challenge rather dull, yet decided to score at least 1 point first. Xiao Run took possession of the ball, made 3 steps, and was about to score the first basket, when suddenly, he felt the ball slip from his grasp. No, it could not merely be described as slipping away. It was as if it had been snatched from him mid-air. His expression was one of utter bewilderment as he landed and turned to gaze incredulously at Yi Xiao, who stood nearby, basketball in hand. The onlookers were equally stunned, some even rubbing their eyes in disbelief, questioning whether they had witnessed the events correctly. What had just transpired? Someone inquired. The image etched in everyone's memory was of Xiao Run's graceful 3-step layup, yet in the next moment, the ball he had held was not in the hoop, but rather in the possession of Yi Xiao on the opposite side. When had he crossed over? Indeed, he had been standing at midcourt just moments ago. How had he dashed to his own backboard and snatched the ball from Xiao Run's hands in the blink of an eye? Even Xuanming, who stood beside him, had failed to catch this sequence of events, his expression filled with disbelief. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao, while everyone else remained in a state of shock, pivoted near his own backboard and effortlessly launched the basketball towards the opposing hoop with one hand. The motion was simple yet casual, as those surrounding him regained their senses. Astonishment rippled through the crowd, with one person unable to contain their exclamation. A shot from that distance? Has he gone mad? How could he possibly score? The final word was drawn out, and the entire basketball court fell into a hushed silence. Xuanming and Xiao Run stood frozen in place, while the spectators remained agape. Chapter 20. Roll away immediately. This was all due to the basketball that had slipped from Yi Xiao's hands, tracing a graceful arc through the air, spanning nearly the entire court and landing perfectly in the opposing hoop. Wow, Xinrui, he truly possesses remarkable skill. Qin Yushan's expression shifted as she shook Huang Xinrui's arm, exclaiming that she had to admit, Ye Xiao's previous move was truly impressive, a one-handed shot that spanned the entire basketball court. Meanwhile, Huang Xinrui's lips twitched incessantly, her gaze fixed on Ye Xiao with a look that could pierce. She had thought Ye Xiao intended to concede to Xuanming and Xiao Run, showing no awareness of the ball. Little did she know that just as Xiao Run was about to take the shot, Ye Xiao made a bold play that left everyone, including herself, utterly astounded. However, this was not a favorable development. While Ye Xiao basked in the limelight, what about Xiao Run and Xuanming? She clearly observed their faces darkening, expressions of fury flashing in their eyes, as though they were deeply offended. At that moment, Huang Xinrui felt as if she had plunged into an ice cavern, gripped by an ominous premonition. Originally, Xuanming had invited Ye Xiao to ease tensions, but now this fool had to steal the show, potentially alienating even Xuanming. Had she known, she would have never allowed Ye Xiao to agree to play basketball with them. At this moment, the expressions of Xuanming and Xiao Run were indeed quite grim. Who could have anticipated that Ye Xiao possessed such remarkable skills, leaving them defenseless? Ye Xiao, however, maintained a calm demeanor, his gaze directed at the referee. It was only then that the referee snapped back to reality, shouting, 3 points. The crowd finally regained their composure, and their perception of Ye Xiao shifted dramatically. This fellow was evidently a master at playing the fool while hiding his true prowess. No wonder he had dared to challenge Xuanming and Xiao Run together. He was not merely boasting, but possessed genuine skill. How pitiable they were just moments ago. Mocking Yi Xiao, in retrospect, it is indeed laughable. Xuanming's face shifted from pale to crimson as he snorted coldly, come again. He could hardly believe that. With their combined efforts, they could not prevail against Yi Xiao. Xiao Run rushed forward to seize the ball, yet Yi Xiao remained unperturbed, merely observing with a detached demeanor. He allowed the two to take possession and pass the ball amongst themselves, only to intercept it just before Xue Ming launched his shot towards the hoop. With a single, effortless motion, he hurled the basketball across the entire court, scoring a three-pointer. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, as if time itself had momentarily frozen. His movements appeared so casual, his expression so composed, as though such a shot was nothing more than a triviality. Onlookers were left utterly speechless, while Xiao Run and Xue Ming's expressions grew increasingly grim. Initially, they had intended to confront Yi Xiao under the guise of mending relations, hoping to teach him a lesson. Little did they anticipate his remarkable prowess on the court. It was not merely his skill that astounded them, but rather the swiftness of his actions, leaving them bewildered as to how he accomplished such feats. Was this not akin to lifting a stone only to strike one's own foot? The time was up. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the end of the 10-minute match. At that moment, all eyes turned towards the scoreboard. Yi Xiao stood at 15 points, while Xiao Run and Xue Ming collectively held a dismal 0 points. Throughout the 10-minute ordeal, Yi Xiao had successfully netted 5 three-pointers, while Xiao Run and Xue Ming, despite consistently being the first to seize the ball, had failed to score even once, resulting in an awkward predicament. This was indeed the first time the duo had faced such humiliation in front of so many spectators, their expressions a spectacle to behold. Feeling the heat of many gazes upon him, Xiao Ran and Xue Ming shot a cold glare at Yi Xiao, snorted disdainfully, and strode away, unwilling to linger any longer. Applause erupted on the basketball court, as the spectators were truly astonished by Yi Xiao's remarkable shot. His prowess was undeniable, every attempt was a sure hit. Even from the farthest reaches of the court, executed with one hand. Who could not admire such skill? In the face of numerous compliments, Yi Xiao remained unfazed. For a cultivator of the divine transformation stage to engage in a mere game of basketball was hardly a matter of glory. He cared not when belittled, nor did he take heed when praised. Had it not been for a momentary whim, he would not have lowered himself to play with those two. As the thrilling basketball match concluded, the crowd began to disperse, each intent on their own affairs. However, what transpired next once again captivated everyone's attention. Yi Xiao, what do you mean by this? Just as Yi Xiao was about to leave, Huang Xinrui suddenly rushed forward, confronting him directly, her finger jabbing accusingly at him as she shouted furiously. This fellow had certainly stolen the spotlight, but what of Xiao Ran and Xue Ming? The humiliation they faced today was monumental, and this matter would not simply be brushed aside. They would surely retaliate against the Huang family. And Huang Xinrui placed the blame squarely on Yi Xiao. The onlookers exchanged knowing glances, sensing the underlying connection between the two. Yet, Qin Yushan, furrowing her brows, seemed to disagree with Huang Xinrui's assertions. In response to Huang Xinrui's furious accusation, Yi Xiao maintained a calm demeanor and retorted, if I recall correctly. It was you who urged me to play basketball with them, was it not? The ball was struck at her behest, and now that the game has concluded, is it truly fair to blame Yi Xiao or her? Huang Xinrui's countenance darkened as she coldly remarked, it was I who insisted on the game. But do you comprehend the reason behind my urging you to play with them? I do not know, nor is it necessary for me to know, Yi Xiao replied curtly. Turning to depart, he emerged victorious, yet Huang Xinrui's expression was one of discontent, stemming from the embarrassment of Xiao Run and Xue Ming's defeat. Had he lost, and Xiao Run and Xue Ming triumphed, would Huang Xinrui's demeanor have transformed into one of charming delight? When did Yi Xiao ever become one to bow his head in submission? It was utterly laughable. Yi Xiao, halt. Huang Xinrui obstructed his path once more. I demand that you apologize to Xiao Run and Xue Ming immediately, or else. Or else what? Yi Xiao inquired, genuinely curious about the nature of Huang Xinrui's threats. Was it the safety of the Huang family, or perhaps the reproach from Huang Xiao and his wife? He was at a loss as to what could genuinely intimidate him. You, Huang Xinrui, in her futile search for a memory to wield against Yi Xiao, found herself in an awkward predicament. I do not care. You must apologize to them. For reasons unknown, she resorted to childish stubbornness. A spectacle so absurd that even Qin Yushan found it hard to bear. At that moment, Yi Xiao had lost all patience for her antics and took a decisive step to leave. Xinrui, Qin Yushan tugged at her, hoping to dissuade her from continuing. Yet, Huang Xinrui remained obstinate. You shall not leave. She once again stepped forward to block his exit. Yi Xiao cast a fleeting glance at Qin Yushan, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Should further obstruction arise, he would not hesitate to act. Though his expression remained neutral, his heart was already poised for action. Since Huang Xinrui desired to be struck in front of a multitude, What reason did he have to deny her this? Ungracious? I am curious to witness how you intend to demonstrate such rudeness. Huang Xinrui had little faith that Yi Xiao would dare to strike a woman in front of so many witnesses. Just as he was about to make his move, a voice echoed from the side. Huang Xinrui, if you possess any sense, you should leave at once. Chapter 21. Another day the onlookers, captivated by the unfolding spectacle, turned their attention to the source of the familiar voice, their expressions transforming into one of astonishment. The speaker was a stunning woman in a white dress, rivaling Qin Yushan in beauty. It was none other than the campus belle, Qin Mashuan. Gasps of surprise filled the air. The newcomer, having been absent for 2 days, had returned to confront Yu Xiao. Witnessing Yu Xiao's predicament at the hands of Huang Xinrui, she felt compelled to intervene. With her white high-heeled shoes clicking softly against the ground, she strode gracefully into the space between Huang Xinrui and Yi Xiao, positioning herself protectively before him. With a disdainful glance at Huang Xinrui, her crimson lips parted to declare, "You would do well to treat him with respect, or I shall not extend the same courtesy to you." At her proclamation, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Every gaze was fixed upon Yi Xiao. Disbelief etched across their faces, the shock surpassing even the awe inspired by Yi Xiao's earlier one-handed shot. The campus belle, Qin Mashuan, the esteemed daughter of the Qin family. How could she possibly speak up to defend such a man? Who is he? After all, what merit does he possess to be shielded by the school bell? Huang Xinrui was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Why did Qin Mashuan suddenly rise to protect Yi Xiao? What was their relationship? The shock that Yi Xiao brought to Huang Xinrui today was simply overwhelming. Not only did he showcase extraordinary prowess in basketball, but now he seemed to have formed an alliance with Qin Mashuan. She felt as though she hardly recognized him anymore. How could this insufferable fellow command such protection from Qin Mashuan? Even Qin Yushan frowned slightly upon witnessing this, as she was not particularly fond of Qin Mashuan. However, at this moment, she found herself even less inclined to tolerate Huang Xinrui's harassment of Yi Xiao, and thus chose to remain silent. I understand now. In response to Qin Mashuan's words, Huang Xinrui immediately conceded. There was no room for denial. The Qin family status in Tianhai was virtually unparalleled. To put it into perspective, the Run Tian Hotel owned by the Xiao family and the Long Tian group of the Shui family combined could scarcely measure up to even a fifth of the Qin family's power. The Qin family was the true behemoth. In comparison, the Huang family was nothing more than a minuscule shrimp in the presence of a fish, utterly inconsequential and not to be trifled with. Nevertheless, her gaze remained fixed on Yi Xiao with a simmering hatred. For the humiliation she experienced at the hands of Qin Mashuan before so many people was ultimately due to him. She clenched her teeth in frustration, wishing she could tear him apart. Yet, at that moment, Yi Xiao maintained an expression of calm indifference, unaffected by Qin Mashuan's arrival, Huang Xinrui's capitulation, or the strange looks from those around them. In his eyes, all of this held no significance, yet Qin Yushan, after a moment of hesitation, he subtly shook his head and took a step, intending to depart without acknowledging anyone. He still felt a certain aversion towards women wielding the purple martial order. Wait. Upon seeing him about to leave, Qin Mashuan immediately grasped Yi Xiao's hand. Yi Xiao halted, turned back, and coldly uttered, "Let go." This statement, though delivered with a tone of indifference, resonated in Qin Mashuan's ears like a thunderclap, causing her to immediately release her grip. This scene left the onlookers utterly astonished. The prestigious Qin school beauty, desired by countless suitors, was being dismissed so casually by Yi Xiao? It was nothing short of a travesty. Yet, oblivious to the reactions around her, Qin Mashuan, fearing Yu Zhao's departure, hastily proposed, "Tonight, allow me to treat you to dinner. Will you come with me?" Around them, predatory gazes fixated on Yi Xiao. The illustrious Qin school beauty was inviting this fellow to dine? It was utterly incomprehensible. What could their relationship possibly be? At that moment, Qin Mashuan felt a tremor of anxiety, terrified of making any misstep that might provoke Yi Xiao. Gone was the confidence she had wielded 2 days prior when she had attempted to coerce Yi Xiao using the Huang family. Now, before Yi Xiao, she appeared as respectful as a servant. After returning home 2 days ago, she had recounted her actions and words to her grandfather, Qin Zifen, hoping to discuss their next steps. However, to her dismay, Qin Zifen had erupted in anger, berating her for her foolishness. She had never witnessed her grandfather so enraged, leaving her thoroughly frightened. Qin Zifen was so enraged that she fainted on the spot and had to be rushed for medical assistance. which explained her absence from school over the past 2 days. Upon regaining consciousness, she was met with a torrent of scolding. Qin Zifan asserted her unwavering support for Yi Xiao, claiming that she would never dare to coerce him with threats that would fundamentally alter the nature of their relationship. Qin Mashuan felt deeply wronged by the rebukes, yet she could only acquiesce to her grandfather's wishes and seek out Yi Xiao, with the primary objective of apologizing for the events of that day. However, it appeared that Yi Xiao had no intention of acknowledging her. Just as he was about to decline, Huang Xinrui interjected, positioning herself before him and smiling at Qin Mashuan, declaring that he would indeed attend. The Qin family was a significant entity, and although she was unsure of how Yi Xiao was acquainted with Qin Mashuan, she recognized that aligning with them could elevate the Huang family's status, alleviating any fears of rivals like Xiao Run and Shui Ming. In fact, her own position would likely rise in tandem. She presumed that Yi Xiao would naturally strive to curry favor with Qin Mashuan. Yet, contrary to her expectations, Yi Xiao merely replied with indifference, stating, "I have prior engagements today, perhaps another time." The crowd erupted in outrage. Who did he think he was to refuse an invitation from Qin Mashuan? Countless individuals in Tianhai yearned for the opportunity to dine with her. Yet he audaciously claimed he had other plans for the evening. What did he think of Qin Mashuan? What of the Huang family? What of them? Huang Xinrui's eyes widened in fury as she turned to glare at him. "Miss Qin has invited you. What justification do you have for declining?" Observing Huang Xinrui, Yi Xiao maintained a calm demeanor, unable to fathom how the very person who had just been humiliated by Qin Mashuan was now defending her. Utterly ridiculous. "I stated that I have an engagement tonight, and what relevance does this matter hold for you?" He spoke in a nonchalant manner. "You." Huang Xinrui was truly on the verge of insanity today. Qin Mashuan's eyes also dimmed, feeling that her words from that day had provoked Yi Xiao, which was why he had made an excuse not to dine with her. She felt somewhat at a loss. However, Chun Yushan watched Yi Xiao with considerable interest. This man seemed rather different from the others. "Could you accompany me to dinner tonight? Consider it my apology for the previous incident, if you would." In the end, Qin Mashuan spoke with a slight grit of her teeth, her tone exceedingly humble. As for Yi Xiao, he did not deliberate but replied directly, "There is no need for you to apologize. I indeed have an engagement today, perhaps another time." Qin Mashuan's eyes even glistened with unshed tears, believing that Yi Xiao must still be angry. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, felt a fierce urge to dismantle Yi Xiao. How could he reject the school bell's request? It was utterly despicable. Huang Xinrui was even more inclined to eliminate Yi Xiao directly. If she offended another member of the Qin family, the Huang family would truly be doomed. Qin Yushan watched with keen interest, while Huang Xinrui's anger was palpable. And Qin Mashuan appeared woefully aggrieved, as the crowd simmered with an urge to retaliate. Suddenly, a resounding roar of an engine echoed throughout the entire basketball court. Chapter 22. Let's Go. Tianhai University was not lacking in second-generation wealthy individuals, nor was it devoid of luxury cars, yet today, the sound still managed to capture everyone's attention. The source was a pink Lamborghini, indeed, which, even in its base model, commanded a price of no less than 7 million yuan, and the final cost would be even more extravagant. Let us not dwell on other matters. The earlier individuals, Xiao Run and Shui Ming, could unequivocally never afford such an extravagant vehicle. Despite their affluent backgrounds, their families would never permit the purchase of a car of this exorbitant price. Presently, it is only Qin Mashuan who appears capable of possessing such a luxurious automobile. Lo and behold, a Lamborghini! Someone exclaimed in astonishment, and the others quickly echoed their sentiments. The crowd's attention became entirely captivated by the Lamborghini, leaving Huang Xinrui, Qin Mashuan, and Yi Xiao momentarily unnoticed. With a sudden screech, the pink Lamborghini came to a halt before them, and as the door swung open, a strikingly long and fair leg emerged, capturing immediate attention. Following that, a figure clad in a form-fitting white outfit gracefully descended from the vehicle. Upon her appearance, the male spectators on the basketball court were utterly spellbound by her beauty, while the females felt a pang of inadequacy. This woman was simply breathtaking. Her exquisitely delicate features and voluptuous form, accentuated by the snug attire, rendered her irresistibly alluring. Even the renowned campus beauties of Tianhai University, Qin Mashuan, and Qin Yushan, appeared somewhat juvenile in her presence. This is not to suggest that the two women lacked beauty. Rather, they remained students, their figures not yet fully developed, possessing an air of youthful innocence that contrasted with the latter's mature allure. As the enchanting woman stepped out, she scanned the basketball court with her mesmerizing gaze, seemingly in search of someone. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was left to ponder who this stunning beauty had come to seek. Indeed, who among them could be so fortunate as to receive the favor of such a captivating presence? In this situation, seizing the moment while Huang Xinrui was momentarily distracted, Yi Xiao stepped out gracefully, moving towards Su Jin. Indeed, this woman was none other than the Su Jin he had arranged to meet. "Hey, what are you doing?" Huang Xinrui exclaimed, immediately grabbing his arm. Although the shock Yi Xiao had delivered to her that day was considerable, she still did not believe he could possibly know such a stunning beauty. Moreover, at this moment, shouldn't Yi Xiao be complying with Qin Mashuan's request to dine with her? If he were to offend Qin Mashuan for the sake of an unknown woman, it would surely create an irreparable rift between them. "You need to hurry and go eat with Qin Mashuan, do you hear?" She whispered urgently into Yi Xiao's ear. Yet, Yi Xiao merely replied with indifference, "The person I arranged to meet has arrived. Step aside." "The person you arranged to meet?" Though Yi Xiao's voice was soft, perhaps due to the attention he had garnered moments earlier, many people around heard his words. Instantly, a wave of discontent rippled through the crowd. What nonsense was this? A beauty like that could possibly be his date? Was he still dreaming? Did he truly consider himself someone of significance? Huang Xinrui, seeing his demeanor, felt an anger bubbling within her, ready to shout at him. However, just as the words were on the tip of her tongue, a fragrant breeze swept by. And turning her head, she found the enchanting beauty standing beside her. Before she could react, Su Jin smiled respectfully at Yi Xiao, a fleeting charm that left everyone in awe. She was indeed here to see Yi Xiao. Huang Xinrui was stunned. Was this breathtaking woman truly seeking Yi Xiao? What right did he have? Chen Yushan wore a similar expression. It seemed Yi Xiao was far from an ordinary person. Only Qin Mashuan remained silent from the very beginning. Her lips pressed tightly together as she gazed quietly. She had encountered Su Jin before, or rather, she had seen this Lamborghini, that day outside the hospital. She witnessed Yi Xiao getting into Su Jin's car. It was no wonder Yi Xiao declined her invitation to dinner, surrounded by such beauty. How could he possibly think of an ordinary campus belle like her? Indeed, those present, in their astonishment, began to comprehend the situation. It was no surprise that Yi Xiao had refused to join Qin Mashuan for a meal, for he was evidently engaged in the company of such a stunning individual. The envy was palpable. Some were taken aback, others felt a sense of resentment, and some were at a loss. Yet Yi Xiao remained composed, calmly stating, "Let's go." With that, he walked ahead, and Su Jin nodded slightly, quickened her pace to open the car door for him. Once he had entered, she gently closed the door, took her seat in the driver's seat, started the engine, and departed, leaving behind a group of bewildered classmates. That beautiful woman had not only come to find Yi Xiao, but her demeanor toward him was exceedingly respectful, leaving everyone utterly astonished. Not long after, at the back mountain of Tianhai University, Su Jin sat quietly in a pavilion, with Yi Xiao observing nearby. A faint purplish hue began to appear in her lower abdomen, marking the initial step of cultivating qi to open the Purple Mansion, gathering purple energy to establish the Purple Mansion. It was unexpected that such abundant spiritual energy could exist in a mere university like Tianhai. After a while, upon concluding her practice, Su Jin expressed her amazement. Realizing why her teacher had urged her to visit Tianhai University more often, Yi Xiao nodded in agreement, saying, "At this rate, you will be able to condense the Purple Mansion within 6 months. If there are no pressing matters, come here to cultivate more often." Every disciple he recognizes is undoubtedly a remarkable individual, and he has never been stingy with his favors. Upon hearing this, Su Jin initially felt elated and contemplated accepting. But then, as though struck by a sudden realization, her countenance fell. "What is the matter?" Yi Xiao inquired. "My family. They want me to return home. I likely cannot remain here any longer," Su Jin stammered. Yi Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Su Jin was not a local. Her family belonged to a prominent clan in the capital, making it implausible for her to stay indefinitely. However, within Yu Xiao's heart, there was little turbulence, departures and arrivals. The inevitable separations, over the eons, he had witnessed far too many. He had once watched as the entire lineage of the purple martial immortal sect ascended to the heavens, as countless prodigies transcended to immortality, forever severing ties with the mortal realm. He had also seen the former bearers of the purple martial token fade away, bidding farewell to dear friends in the finality of life and death. Separation had long ceased to stir any ripples within his tranquil heart. Moreover, in this instance, Su Jin was merely returning home. It did not signify an end to their encounters. Thus, Yi Xiao nodded and replied with a calm demeanor. Remember to never neglect your cultivation. The master leads you to the door. The journey of practice lies within yourself. Take care of your own path. While he may have considered his words to be unremarkable, to Su Jin, they struck like a dagger, piercing deeply and causing her eyes to glisten with unshed tears. In truth, had Yi Xiao uttered even a single plea, she might have disregarded her family's wishes to remain by his side. Yet, his unwavering attitude chilled her heart. Regrettably, at that moment, Yi Xiao had already closed his eyes, entering a state of meditation, oblivious to Su Jin's despondent demeanor. That evening, Yi Xiao accompanied Su Jin for dinner, serving as a farewell, which significantly lifted her spirits. After the meal, she drove him back before departing herself, watching the Lamborghini fade into the distance. Yi Xiao let out a quiet sigh. He genuinely lacked the desire or emotional capacity for anything more. If Su Jin remained in this state, her future path of cultivation would be fraught with challenges. For her, parting ways now was perhaps a blessing. The following day was the weekend. As was his custom, Yi Xiao practiced in the mountains behind the school, transitioning to the rear of Tianhai University, where he immersed himself in his training for the entire day. With the campus relatively deserted during the weekend, those in the dormitories remained inside, and today, Yi Xiao found himself quite at ease, with no one seeking to trouble him. However, this tranquility was shattered in the evening. The shrill ring of a phone pierced the silence. It was Wang Jifang, also known as Madame Huang. Yi Xiao was uncertain why she was calling and had little interest in finding out, so he answered directly. Hello, come over for dinner tonight. The line went silent after that abrupt invitation, leaving Yi Xiao no time to respond before the call ended. He realized that he had not been granted the opportunity to decline. A sense of foreboding washed over him. It seemed likely that this would be a precarious banquet. Wang Jifang had always harbored disdain for him. What could have prompted her sudden invitation? Perhaps it was due to the events of the previous night. Huang Xinrui had likely reported to her. Initially, he had no intention of going, but upon reflection, Yi Xiao realized that certain matters needed to be clarified with that woman. This way, she would not continue to entangle him in confusion. After all, Yi Xiao was reluctant for others to perceive him merely as the illegitimate child of the Huang family. Thus, he swiftly gathered his belongings and made his way to the Huang family's villa district in the eastern suburbs. Having resided in the Huang family for over a decade, Yi Xiao was quite familiar with the area. Upon arriving at the community, he navigated the winding paths until he halted before a somewhat secluded villa. The eastern suburb villa district was undeniably a haven for the affluent in Tianhai, with many prominent figures residing there. The Huang family's presence was somewhat incongruous, but Wang Jinfang, the matriarch, was adamant about maintaining her social standing and thus invested a fortune in acquiring this villa, albeit located on the periphery. Fortunately, the environment was quite pleasant. Ding dong. Standing at the entrance, Yi Xiao pressed the doorbell, and soon a woman emerged to greet him. Ah, Yi Xiao, you've come. Please, come in. The woman was Aunt Lu, the Huang family's housekeeper, who had been with them for nearly 10 years and was quite familiar with Yi Xiao. Among the Huang family, apart from Huang Chun, Aunt Lu was the only one who treated Yi Xiao kindly. Hence, Yi Xiao nodded in acknowledgement and greeted her, Aunt Lu. Come in quickly. I will prepare some food, she urged. Having watched Yi Xiao grow up, Aunt Lu had only seen him less frequently since he moved out during high school. Her joy at seeing him now is palpable, and she promptly ushered him inside while she headed to the kitchen to meticulously prepare the meal. As Yi Xiao entered, the sounds of lively chatter and laughter filled the living room. Upon closer inspection, the living room was filled with numerous individuals. Not only was Huang Xinrui present, but also Qin Yushan, Xiao Run, and Xue Ming. His suspicions were indeed confirmed. Wang Jinfang's invitation was, after all, driven by ulterior motives. As he entered, the atmosphere in the room noticeably dimmed. Xiao Run and Xue Ming exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they chose to ignore him. Huang Xinrui, too, cast him a disdainful glance, letting out a delicate huff before turning her head away, unwilling to engage. Only Qin Yushan, noticing Yi Xiao standing alone, offered him a warm smile and gestured for him to take a seat. Yi Xiao, maintaining an expression of indifference, approached the sofa, seated himself, and closed his eyes to gather his thoughts. His demeanor only served to further irritate the others. It seemed he was perpetually in this state of nonchalance, a quality that incited their frustration. Xiao Run and Xue Ming exchanged a knowing look, eager to witness how Yi Xiao would be challenged within the Huang household. The sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase, and Wang Jifang appeared, adorned in a white dress, seemingly prepared to welcome her younger relatives. "Well, Mom, you look stunning today," Huang Xinrui exclaimed. "Indeed, Auntie, in that dress, you appear to have shed over a decade," Qin Yushan added. "Compared to you, my mother seems quite plain," Xueming chimed in with a laugh. Although Wang Jinfang had already crossed into her 40s, her well-maintained appearance, courtesy of the Huang family's affluence, made her the subject of praise, which delighted her immensely. However, amidst the compliments, a discordant voice reached Wang Jinfang's ears to curry favor with the younger generation. "One must dress formally at home. How utterly ridiculous." As soon as those words were spoken, the atmosphere in the living room became instantly tense, with several individuals casting significant glances toward Yi Xiao. Wang Jifang was indeed eager to curry favor with the younger generation, Xiao Run and Xueming, which is why she had dressed so formally today. Everyone understood the underlying motives, yet no one dared to voice it, for this was someone else's home, and they had to show respect to their elders. However, Yi Xiao bluntly exposed the situation, which not only embarrassed Xiao Ran and Xueming, but also made Wang Jinfang wish she could take a knife to Yi Xiao. What Yi Xiao stated was merely the truth. In his eyes, it was already quite humiliating for an elder to host younger ones in their own home, let alone to don formal attire specifically for them. Wang Jinfang's attempts to ingratiate herself with Xiao Run and Xueming were truly laughable. "Yi Xiao, how can you speak like that? If you can't articulate properly, then remain silent," Huang Xinrui exclaimed in anger. "What I said is the truth," Yi Xiao replied calmly. "You." Huang Xinrui was visibly incensed. Wang Jinfang, witnessing this, was equally furious. She had orchestrated this gathering for the sake of this young man, hoping to mend grievances. Yet Yi Xiao's blatant disregard for her authority left her feeling humiliated. She coldly huffed, "Yi Xiao, why are you still sitting there? Hurry and serve tea to the guests." The term guests naturally referred to Xueming and Xiao Ran, and her so-called concern for Yi Xiao was merely a pretext to prevent the Huang family from being implicated. If Yi Xiao were to stand alone, unconnected to the Huang family, she would have cared little for such trivial matters. Xiao Run and Xueming looked at Yi Xiao with a sense of triumph. "Aren't you supposed to be impressive? Yet here you are, still required to serve us tea. Ultimately, won't you have to apologize?" Several individuals turned their gaze towards Yi Xiao, whose expression remained indifferent. "They are not worthy of my serving tea," he declared with conviction. Indeed, who in today's world could possibly merit the honor of receiving tea from him? Even if one were to trace back through millions of years, only his revered master, Xiaojin, would qualify for such a privilege. He had always been the one receiving tea, never the one to serve it. What an absurdity. Chapter 24, Apology, Pronto. Previously, when Huang Chun was at home, Yi Xiao had shown her courtesy by refraining from conflict with her and her mother. However, today, in Huang Chen's absence, the two women had become excessively presumptuous. Why should Yi Xiao extend any semblance of grace towards them? Huang Xinrui and Wang Jinfang were incensed, nearly beside themselves with anger. Yi Xiao neither relied on the Huang family's wealth nor sought to leverage their influence. In fact, if it weren't for him, the Huang family would not have attained their current stature. What grounds did he have to show them any respect? The atmosphere in the living room grew palpably awkward, as neither Xiao Run nor Xueming had anticipated Yu Xiao's utter disregard for Mrs. Huang. Meanwhile, Qin Yushan observed the pair with a hint of sympathy. She too found the Huang family's behavior unappealing. Had it not been for her amicable relationship with Huang Xinrui, she would not have attended that evening. Just then, Aunt Lu emerged from the dining room, announcing, "Madam, dinner is ready." This remark alleviated the tension somewhat. Wang Jifang forced a smile and said, "All right. Yi Xiao has always had a difficult temperament. Let us ignore him and proceed to dine." Upon hearing this, Xiao Run and Xueming exchanged smiles and followed her to the dining room. After casting a glare at Yi Xiao, Huang Xinrui linked arms with Qin Yushan and also made her way to the dining area. Wang Jinfang, trailing behind, approached Yi Xiao and coldly remarked, "Tonight, you shall do as I instruct. It would be wise not to cause me any trouble, for even Lao Wang cannot save you." Over the years, she had contemplated striking Yi Xiao countless times, had it not been for Huang Xiao and Huang Qin's intercessions. The infant Yi Xiao would have been left bruised and battered after the calamity of the 5 declines of heaven. She had always presumed that Huang Xiao shared a unique bond with Yi Xiao, believing that Yi Xiao ought to fear her. Alas, this was merely her own delusion. Yi Xiao, however, did not respond, quietly rising to approach the dining table. The seating arrangement was meticulously planned. As the host, Wang Jinfang reserved the place of honor for the head of the family, Huang Xiao, while she herself took a seat on the left. with Xueming and Xiao Run occupying the right side. Huang Xinrui was seated behind Wang Jinfang, and Qin Yushan sat behind Xiao Run. Only Yishao chose to sit beside Qin Yushan, occupying the last available spot, which was a clear indication of exclusion. Nevertheless, Yishao paid no heed, settling down to partake in the meal. Witnessing this, Wang Jinfang slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "Yishao, who permitted you to eat first? The head of the family is yet to return. How dare you pick up your chopsticks?" Yet, Yishao remained indifferent to her, continuing to enjoy his meal. It was customary for the elders to initiate the meal, but at this table, Yi Zhao's age could even be considered an ancestor to them all. Who among them would dare claim seniority? Wang Jinfang, fully aware that Yi Zhao was ignoring her, continued to deliberately provoke him, seemingly oblivious to the awkwardness of the situation. Xueming and Xiao Run, witnessing this exchange, were equally incensed. At that moment, a voice echoed from the entrance of the villa, "Sir, you have returned." It was Huang Xiao, the head of the household. Having changed his attire, he entered the dining room and paused momentarily upon witnessing the scene before him, particularly upon noticing Yi Zhao. "Look at the wild child you have raised," he scoffed, eating without any decorum. The head of the family is absent, and yet he begins feasting before the guests have even lifted their chopsticks. Wang Jinfang's voice dripped with disdain, even going so far as to use the term wild child. Xiao Run and Xueming exchanged knowing glances, smirking at the notion that Huang Xiao would undoubtedly chastise Yi Zhao. But would he? The answer was evident. Not only would he refrain from reprimanding him, he was wary of inciting Yi Zhao's ire. Thus, he furrowed his brow and said, "Enough, there are guests present. Let us eat." Wang Jifang trembled with indignation. Huang Xiao showed her no respect in front of outsiders. Had it not been for their presence, she would have unleashed her fury. With a huff, she cast a disdainful glance at Yi Zhao, her teeth clenched in frustration. As the central figure of the gathering, Yi Zhao paid no heed to anyone, focusing solely on his meal. With Huang Zhao's arrival, the dinner officially commenced. Huang Xinrui poured red wine for several guests, inadvertently neglecting Yi Zhao, who took no offense, nor did anyone else mention it. The group raised their glasses in a toast, omitting Yi Zhao from their camaraderie, engaging in conversation that excluded him, as if he were merely an outsider. Indeed, he was. Only Qin Yushan occasionally served him dishes, offering him a warm smile, which irked the others. "By the way, how is Huang Chen faring?" As the conversation shifted to Huang Chen, whom they all knew, Xueming casually inquired. The tale surrounding Huang Chen had spread far and wide. Who was unaware of his audacity in vying for a woman against the Zhao family scion? Isn't this akin to masochism? In secret, they all deride Huang Chen, yet overtly, they feign concern. "He's much improved and should be discharged from the hospital in a few days," Wang Jinfang said with a smile, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Yi Zhao. With a hint of acrimony, she added, "It's truly thanks to that venerable old director, with his miraculous touch, that Huang Chen's life was spared. We are grateful for your concern, unlike some who, while professing brotherhood, haven't even bothered to inquire about Huang Chen." The sarcasm was palpable. Since that day, Yu Xiao had not visited the hospital, and his contribution had been attributed to the old director by Wang Jifang. She simply did not believe that Yu Xiao could have saved Huang Chen, and Yu Xiao was indifferent to her opinion. Qin Yushan, however, felt indignant on Yu Zhao's behalf, believing he was not the type of person they were insinuating. She diverted the conversation, saying, "I heard that someone caused a commotion on the Zhao family scion's birthday. I wonder if it's true, as Zhao Yang has not been seen since." "It's rumored to be true, though the identity of the person remains unknown," Xiao Run concurred. Of course, this was merely their outward expression. Inwardly, they were scornful. The Zhao family scion had likely been sent abroad. How could he be ruined for the sake of a mere Huang Chen? It was all just hearsay. Besides, who possessed the power to confront the Zhao family for the sake of Huang Chen? The others echoed his sentiments. Huang Xinrui smiled and said, "If we knew who that person was, we would have to thank them profusely." Unbeknownst to her, the person she wished to thank was currently seated at the very table, quietly enjoying his meal. On that day, Zhao Fuyuan astutely sealed off the news. Apart from those present, no one knew what truly transpired. Even those in attendance were silenced by Zhao Fuyuan's directive. The reason was, of course, Yu Xiao. At this moment, Yu Xiao had little interest in revealing the truth. For even if he did, they would hardly believe him. The dinner proceeded swiftly amidst laughter and joviality, and as the wine flowed and the dishes were savored, it was time to address the matter at hand. Madame Huang rose and offered a toast to Xiao Run and Xueming, saying, Yi Xiao has always been different from ordinary children. As his aunt, I admit I have been remiss in my supervision. For this incident, I apologize on his behalf. And I hope we can move on, shall we? Upon hearing this, both men stood, casting a glance at Yi Xiao, and coldly replied, Auntie, it's not that we refuse to accept it. Just look at the person involved, who seems unfazed. The sarcasm was unmistakable. Wang Jinfeng, upon hearing this, glared at Yi Xiao, her irritation growing. Fueled by the effects of alcohol, she slammed her hand on the table and shouted, Yi Xiao, stand up and apologize to these two classmates. Quickly. Chapter 25. Worthless, what are you doing? Huang Xiao could no longer bear to watch. His concern was not for Wang Jinfeng's behavior, but rather for Yi Xiao's potential anger. He was acutely aware that Yi Xiao was no ordinary individual. Even if it meant offending the Run Tian Hotel and Long Tian Company, he would rather not provoke Yi Xiao. Yet, under Yi Xiao's explicit instructions, he had refrained from mentioning anything regarding Yi Xiao to anyone. Today, Wang Jinfeng and others relentlessly harassed Yi Xiao, fearing that he might hold them accountable later, which would be far more severe than the destruction of their family. He was terrified. Unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Wang Jinfeng, seemingly emboldened by alcohol, pointed a finger at Huang Xiao without regard for the others present and shouted, Huang Xiao, how long will you continue to protect this illegitimate child? Shouldn't he be the one to bear the consequences of his actions? Enough. Stop talking. Huang Xiao bellowed in anger, commanding her to silence. However, this woman, accustomed to her domineering ways and fueled by drink, disregarded everything and continued to shout furiously, Humph. You've hidden this from me for so many years. Today I demand to know, who is the father of this illegitimate child? Mom, please stop. Huang Xinrui could no longer bear the spectacle. Meanwhile, Xiao Run and Xuan Ming wore expressions of amusement. The more Yi Xiao was tormented, the more delighted they became, almost wishing to see him cast out by the Huang family. Yet, Yi Xiao seemed to exist in an entirely different realm, calmly enjoying his meal. His composed demeanor inciting their ire. What are you doing? I am determined to speak today. Wang Jinfeng seemed to have suppressed her emotions for too long. And today she erupted. After berating Huang Xiao, she pointed a finger at Yi Xiao, vociferously declaring, You little bastard, today I will make you regret your existence. At this point, Yi Xiao finally set down his chopsticks, lifted his gaze to Huang Xiao, and calmly remarked, If you do not intervene, I shall take her life. The individual named Huang Xiao possesses a gentle temperament. Had he exhibited a modicum of assertiveness, Wang Jinfeng would not dare to act so audaciously. At this moment, Yi Xiao found himself somewhat displeased. Who would willingly endure the incessant slurs of being called a bastard? Were it not for the consideration of her being Huang Chen's mother, she would hardly have the audacity to stand here and converse with him. Meanwhile, Xiao Run and Xuan Ming, who were eagerly observing the unfolding drama, exchanged knowing smirks. This young man still dared to maintain his defiance in such circumstances, oblivious to the reality at hand. Chen Yushan discreetly tugged at Yi Xiao's sleeve, signaling him to refrain from further comment. Huang Xinrui, now incensed, exclaimed, Yi Xiao, do you not grasp the gravity of the situation? My mother, silence. Before she could finish her sentence, a furious roar erupted from the head of the table. In an instant, Xiao Run, Xuan Ming, and Chen Yushan were left speechless, while Huang Xinrui and Wang Jinfeng were utterly taken aback, turning their gazes towards the irate voice, Huang Xiao, the family patriarch. Both Huang Xinrui and Wang Jinfeng were momentarily stunned. Huang Xiao had always presented himself with a gentle demeanor. When had they ever witnessed him in a rage, particularly on behalf of Yi Xiao? The atmosphere at the dining table grew palpably awkward as Yi Xiao observed Huang Xiao with indifference, contemplating the man's potential actions and whether he was worthy of his assistance. Sensing Yi Xiao's scrutiny, Huang Xiao became flustered, swallowing hard, and breaking into a cold sweat. How could he fail to comprehend Yi Xiao's intentions? Without hesitation, he gritted his teeth, raised his arm, and pointed directly at Wang Jinfeng before delivering a resounding slap that echoed throughout the restaurant. A vivid handprint appeared on her cheek, and disbelief washed over her face. After years of marriage, when had Huang Xiao ever struck her? And all because of an illegitimate child. You dare to hit me over a bastard? Her visage was etched with profound sorrow, and in a fit of rage, she slammed her hand on the table, unable to endure such humiliation, before fleeing the villa. Mom. Huang Xinrui chased after her, casting a fierce glare at Yi Xiao as she departed. Chen Yushan, observing this, followed suit. At that moment, Huang Xiao was not concerned about whether Wang Jinfeng had left. Rather, he cautiously glanced at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, however, remained unfazed. Turning back to pick up his chopsticks and continue his meal, his head barely nodding in acknowledgement. It seemed that although Huang Xiao appeared weak, he still had the fortitude to stand firm when necessary, which would likely prompt Yi Xiao to consider assisting him later. Huang Xiao accurately sensed Yi Xiao's nod and immediately exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful that Yi Xiao had not lost his temper. Otherwise, everything would have been in jeopardy. Uncle Huang. At that moment, Xiao Run stood up, exuding an air of righteous indignation. Xue Ming, standing nearby, coldly remarked, regarding this incident. Yi Xiao still owes us an apology. Do you not wish to say something? Relying on their family status, they had come to exert pressure on Huang Xiao, showing no signs of intimidation despite the escalating situation. At that moment, Huang Xiao was feeling quite vexed. Upon hearing their words, he let out a cold snort and said, "Young friends, Yi Xiao is a member of my family. If you seek an explanation, it would be best to return and consult your elders." It was one thing for these juniors to stand on equal footing with him, but there was no need for them to act so arrogantly. Previously, it was due to their family's considerable influence that the Huang family dared not offend them and chose to show deference. However, now that it seemed Yi Xiao would assist the Huang family, he felt no obligation to extend them any courtesy. Xiao Run and Xue Ming's faces flushed with anger. They had not anticipated that this seemingly modest head of the Huang family would display such resolve to protect Yi Xiao at their expense. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao maintained a demeanor of utter indifference, showing no inclination to acknowledge them. Their original intention was to witness Yi Xiao's predicament and humiliate him in the process, but it had unexpectedly devolved into a farcical display of self-humiliation. Since Uncle Huang was so resolute, they had nothing further to say. With a huff, Xiao Run and Xue Ming gathered their belongings and departed, silently vowing to make the Huang family pay dearly in the future. Once they left, only Yi Xiao and Huang Xiao remained in the restaurant. At that moment, Aunt Lu, having completed her final dish, brought it over. Yi Xiao, upon seeing her, gently suggested, "Aunt Lu, please join me for a meal." In the entirety of the Huang household, there was no one to share a peaceful meal with him, save for Aunt Lu, an outsider. Although she initially intended to decline, Huang Zhao's agreement prompted her to take a seat opposite Yi Xiao at the lowermost position at the table. They dined together, with Aunt Lu occasionally engaging Yi Xiao in conversation about his childhood, and he was quite pleased to chat with her. Huang Xiao sat quietly at the side, partaking in his meal, hesitant to interject. The reason he had allowed Aunt Lu to remain in the Huang household for so many years, with a salary significantly higher than that offered elsewhere, was precisely because she could engage in conversation with Yi Xiao. He had refrained from pursuing Wang Jinfang and showed no concern for her, for Huang Xiao understood that this woman, in her moments of frenzy, would inevitably return. Her vanity was insatiable. Outside the Huang family, she was nothing. Time passed swiftly during the conversation with Aunt Lu, and once the meal concluded, she began to tidy up. After satisfying his hunger, Yi Xiao stepped outside, making his way along the path leading out of the community. By a twist of fate, he encountered Huang Xinrui and Wang Jinfang returning. Huang Xinrui had spent considerable time comforting Wang Jinfang, granting her the respect she sought, and urging her to return home. However, upon meeting Yi Xiao, Wang Jinfang's expression darkened instantaneously. After witnessing Huang Zhao's behavior that evening, it was evident that Xiao Run and Xue Ming had incurred his displeasure, and all of this turmoil stemmed from Yi Xiao. Huang Xiao had even struck her, which was utterly infuriating. Noticing the shift in atmosphere, Huang Xinrui promptly approached Yi Xiao, urging him, "Yi Xiao, you ought to apologize to Mother. After all, today's events were precipitated by you." Chapter 26. The heart remained steadfast upon hearing this. Yi Xiao maintained a calm demeanor, yet a flicker of anger ignited within him. Why must this mother-daughter duo constantly demand his apology? On what grounds should he apologize? With little inclination to engage further, Yi Xiao attempted to bypass them and leave. Yet, Wang Xinrui seized him once more, coldly asserting, "Yi Xiao, can you not grasp the situation? All of this has arisen because of you. Shouldn't you offer an apology to Mother? After all, she has raised you for over a decade." Upon hearing these words, Yi Xiao rarely furrowed his brow, his gaze towards Huang Xinrui turning icy. "First and foremost, they are not the individuals I wish to invite. This is something you must comprehend. Furthermore, your mother has never provided for me in the slightest. I merely reside in your household, the Huang family, which hardly qualifies as my home. This is the first time I have spoken so extensively to anyone, a testament to the frustration brewing within me. Xiao Run and Xue Ming were insisted upon by Wang Jinfeng. The current predicament is solely of her own making. Wang Jinfeng has tormented me since childhood, and how could she ever have cared for me? It is utterly ludicrous. My presence here today is already a considerable favor to the Huang family. Huang Xinrui, alongside her mother, was livid. Her face flushed with anger as she shouted, "My mother is, after all, an elder." Elder? Every time Yi Xiao encountered the term, he found it utterly laughable. Having lived for countless eons, who in this world could possibly be deemed as elder? She is not worthy. Yi Xiao replied coolly. The mother and daughter, incensed by his words, were on the verge of unleashing a tirade against him. However, just as they were about to speak, a sudden sound of approaching vehicles interrupted them. Upon closer inspection, a luxurious RV appeared, a rare sight in such a locale. The vehicle came to a halt before them, and a charming young woman emerged. It was Qin Mashuan. Wang Jinfeng stood frozen, gazing at Qin Mashuan, the young lady of the Qin family. Of course, she had seen her before, yet she was unaware of whom such a prominent figure had come to visit. However, Huang Xinrui, though sensing a hint of suspicion, found it hard to believe that someone of Qin Mashuan's stature would personally come to invite Yi Xiao. As the incredulity enveloped them, Qin Mashuan gracefully approached Yi Xiao and softly stated, "Grandfather is waiting in the car. Please come meet him." The surroundings fell silent. Both Wang Jinfeng and Huang Xinrui were momentarily stunned. Did Qin Mashuan just say her grandfather was in the car? Her grandfather was none other than the venerable Qin Zifen of the Qin family. It was unfathomable that Qin Zifen himself would come to fetch Yi Xiao. Initially, Huang Xinrui thought that Qin Mashuan might simply know Yi Xiao and was inviting him to a meal for some unknown reason. But it was evident now that it was far more significant. Qin Zifen had personally come to extend the invitation, especially for Wang Jinfeng. Her gaze towards Yi Xiao was now infused with confusion and astonishment. Observing their reactions, Yi Xiao pondered for a moment before nodding and following Qin Mashuan to the vehicle. Wishing to avoid further entanglements with the mother and daughter, he seized the opportunity presented by Qin Zifen's arrival to extricate himself, an ideal chance to return home. With a resounding thud, the door of the vehicle shut, the engine roared to life, and they gradually departed. Throughout this entire episode, Qin Mashuan did not cast so much as a glance at Wang Jinfeng or Huang Xinrui. They simply did not merit her attention. The mother and daughter stood there, frozen in disbelief. Inside the car, Yi Xiao sat composedly, facing the venerable figure of Qin Zifen, who was over 100 years old, while Qin Mashuan attended to him with care. First, Qin Zifen respectfully bowed to Yi Xiao and then lowered his head to say, "My lord. Regarding the matter from last time, my young lady was thoughtless and her words may have displeased you. I have come personally to apologize and hope you can dismiss it from your mind." His demeanor resembled that of a junior addressing a senior. It was evident that Yi Xiao remained silent, showing no intention of rising, allowing Qin Zifen to remain in his bowed position. Ahem. As Qin Zifen bent over, he was seized by a fit of violent coughing, which caused Qin Mashuan to feel a pang of heartache, her eyes reddening with emotion. Had she not been willful that day and spoken those words, her grandfather would not have come to apologize to Yi Xiao in his frail condition. It was all her fault. Thus, she too bowed to Yi Xiao and, with a choked voice, said, "I apologize. The incident last time was my mistake, and I extend my sincere apologies to you." The attitudes of this grandfather and granddaughter were commendable. Yi Xiao was not one to hold grudges, especially considering that he had never truly taken Qin Mashuan's trivial matters to heart. He nodded slightly and spoke in a calm tone, "You may rise." His demeanor was reminiscent of an ancient emperor granting a courtesan permission to stand. Upon hearing this, Qin Zifen felt as though a great weight had been lifted from his heart. With the assistance of Qin Mashuan, he slowly seated himself and then remarked, "Mashuan, tomorrow, summon your second uncle to personally make a trip to Runtian and Longtian, instructing them to exercise more caution in the future." "Understood," Qin Mashuan replied. What he referred to was indeed the matter concerning the Huang family. Experience is a teacher that surpasses youth, and Qin Zifen was undoubtedly a cut above Qin Mashuan. He accomplished all these deeds behind the scenes, yet he still felt compelled to perform them in front of Yi Xiao. Wishing for Yi Xiao to recognize that it was he, the Qin family, who was responsible, thereby subtly extending a favor to Yi Xiao. Throughout this, Yi Xiao remained silent, his expression neutral as he gazed out at the passing scenery, awaiting their arrival at the destination. After this, Qin Zifen and Qin Mashuan refrained from further conversation, quietly escorting Yi Xiao back to Yuchuan community. Upon arrival, Qin Mashuan intended to voice her thoughts, but was abruptly halted by Qin Zifen, who offered Yi Xiao a smile, saying, "Please take your time, and should you require anything, do not hesitate to instruct Mashuan." Yi Xiao, without uttering a word, exited the vehicle and walked along the path home. Qin Zifen and Yi Xiao inhabited entirely different realms. His conduct revealed a certain worldly cunning. A heart long devoid of true intent, squandered upon a life of potential. Regrettably, even at this juncture, his thoughts remained fixated on currying favor with Yi Xiao for the benefit of the Qin family. In this manner, what meaningful discourse could exist between them? Yi Xiao aspired to transcend mortal existence, his heart of the Tao unwavering for eons. If he were to take delight in the Qin family's assistance to the Huang family, appreciating Qin Zifen's actions, then how would he differ from those ensnared in worldly desires? Such a path would undoubtedly hinder his own. After Yi Xiao departed, in the vehicle, Qin Mashuan, perplexed, inquired, "Grandfather, why did you not call him back? Wasn't our purpose here to secure the token he possesses?" Chapter 27. Wang Ziqing. The Qin family's intention to assist the Huang family undoubtedly necessitates a favor, so why did they not articulate their purpose to Yi Xiao earlier? Perhaps he would have willingly bestowed the token upon them. Qin Zifen, seated in his place, sighed and cast a benevolent glance at Qin Mashuan. "Mashuan, you still fail to comprehend that our relationship with the powerful is not one of mutual benefit. Instead, our Qin family is the supplicant, catering to him and seeking his favor. What we desire is not merely the token, but the man himself." Qin Mashuan, upon hearing this, felt somewhat perplexed. In truth, she had never understood what made Yi Xiao so deserving of their family's deference, to the extent that her grandfather would disregard his health to meet him in person. This was a matter Qin Zifen chose not to clarify, simply urging her to comply. Meanwhile, the conversation between the grandfather and granddaughter went unheard by Yi Xiao, who had returned to his doorstep. He did not hasten to retrieve his keys, but instead directed his gaze toward the entrance, where a woman lay curled up and sleeping. Dressed in a loose garment, her graceful figure remained evident, and her delicate features were stunning, rivaling even Su Jin. However, Yi Xiao held no interest in feminine allure, especially since he recognized her as the woman he had inadvertently rescued during his morning exercise. As if sensing someone's presence, Wang Ziqing's eyelashes fluttered gently. Her bright eyes, which shone even in the darkness, opened as she gazed at Yi Xiao. After a brief moment of confusion, she recognized Yi Xiao, and a smile spread across her exquisite face. Ignoring the ache in her body, she stood up and playfully said, "You're back?" Such beauty, in any setting, would be striking. However, Yi Xiao exhibited no appreciation for her charm and coldly replied, "Step aside." The reasons for her presence, why she came, whom she sought, were of no concern to Yi Xiao. His sole focus was that Wang Ziqing obstructed his path. Wang Ziqing was taken aback. It was rare for a man to regard her without any sign of interest. Yi Xiao's demeanor was unmistakably genuine. He was indeed the same as he had been that day, chillingly indifferent. Had she not witnessed him single-handedly eliminate several armed assailants, she would have found it hard to believe his prowess. "I said step aside," Yi Xiao reiterated. Wang Ziqing suddenly snapped back to reality and immediately moved aside. Yi Xiao ignored her, opened the door, and attempted to close it behind him. However, Wang Ziqing managed to slip a foot inside and smiled at him. "Won't you invite me in for a moment?" Yi Xiao's expression remained impassive as he allowed her entry. Upon reaching the sofa, he coolly stated, "If you have something to discuss, please proceed." Sitting across from Yi Xiao, Wang Ziqing realized that her innate sense of superiority bore no effect on him. She could only part her lips slightly and say, "I came to thank you for saving me last time." In response, Yi Xiao regarded Wang Ziqing with quiet intensity and replied, "If that is all you came for, then please leave." It was evident that this was not her true intention, and Yi Xiao had no time for her roundabout approach. Wang Ziqing did not anticipate that this seemingly youthful individual would speak with such an air of maturity. After a brief pause, she gently expressed her desire for him to protect her for a while, stating, "I will." However, before she could finish, Yi Xiao interjected, "No need to elaborate. I refuse. Let's go." Wang Ziqing was taken aback. Did this fellow not even wish to hear her terms before outright rejecting her? There was no need to consider her offer, for it held no allure for Yi Xiao. He lacked for nothing and certainly had no time to spare on safeguarding a woman. To him, such an endeavor would be a waste of time. Having delivered his response, Yi Xiao disregarded any further reply from Wang Ziqing and made his way to the bathroom to bathe and rest. Wang Ziqing stood in stunned silence for a while before returning to her own adjacent residence. For the first time, she questioned her own allure. Was that fellow truly a man? At that moment, Yi Xiao was unaware that Wang Ziqing was living next door, nor did he realize that she had set her sights on him. Had he known, he would have surely been speechless. As this reluctance to assist was precisely due to the constant barrage of troubles, the two peepers he had dispatched at the pavilion were a testament to that. After his bath, Yi Xiao settled in for some rest. Little did he know, trouble was brewing that very night. Knock, knock, knock. Yi Xiao was abruptly awakened by a furious pounding at his door. Sitting up, his eyes gleamed with a golden light, and he immediately discerned the identity of the visitor. It was none other than Wang Ziqing, her face awash with terror as she continued to pound on the door, shouting, "Help! Please open up." In that moment, it appeared as though she had encountered something utterly astonishing. Yi Xiao focused his vital energy into his gaze and peered intently. Behind Wang Ziqing stood a man shrouded in darkness. A mid-foundation cultivator? He was filled with confusion, unaware of whom Wang Ziqing had offended. The previous two attempts on her life had involved armed assailants, yet this time, a foundation cultivator had been dispatched. It was no wonder she sought Yi Xiao's assistance. It seemed unlikely that anyone else could offer her protection. However, Yi Xiao had no intention of intervening. He had long since come to terms with life and death. The demise of a beautiful woman before him would not stir even the slightest ripple in his composure, nor would the passing of a celestial being move him. Thus, he resolved to avert his gaze and continue resting. Yet, just as the golden light in his eyes was about to fade, he was suddenly compelled to focus intently on Wang Ziqing's neck. There, she wore a jade pendant that emitted a faint green luminescence in the darkness. Jade Spirit Essence. Yi Xiao was taken aback. The Jade Spirit Essence was a treasure of nature, exceedingly rare in this age of dwindling spiritual resources. He had not anticipated that Wang Ziqing possessed such a precious spiritual item. No wonder he had always sensed an aura of vitality about her. Upon sighting the Jade Spirit Essence, Yi Xiao hesitated. If he could acquire it, it would elevate his declining cultivation to a level equivalent to a month of arduous training. Meanwhile, outside the door, Wang Ziqing, struggling against her pain, leaned against Yi Xiao's door, calling out desperately, yet the man inside remained unresponsive. It appears that he truly will not rescue her as he claimed, leaving her despondent. "Miss Wang, why bother? If you simply comply and come with me, how could I ever bear to harm you?" The figure clad in black sneered from behind. At this moment, Wang Ziqing was already engulfed in despair, her exquisitely delicate face passing through a flicker of determination. Even in death, she would never accompany him. Regrettably, before she could make a move, the dark-clad man appeared before her like a wraith, gripping her throat with one hand and lifting her effortlessly. Wang Ziqing felt a sharp pain at the nape of her neck, and her consciousness began to fade slowly. Yet, before succumbing, she seemed to glimpse a familiar silhouette. Chapter 28. A need for a cleaner. The black-clad man let out a cold laugh as he hoisted her up, intending to depart. "Release her and walk away. I shall not harm you." Suddenly, a detached voice resonated throughout the corridor, causing the black-clad man to freeze, his body tense. He distinctly heard no footsteps. So whose voice was that? Who dares to show themselves? He shouted, scanning his surroundings warily. Yi Xiao, a person of integrity, stepped out from behind the door, regarding the black-clad man with indifference. "Cultivation is arduous. Set her down, and I shall spare your life," he stated coolly. The black-clad man was taken aback upon seeing Yi Xiao, but quickly recovered with a sneer. "Kid, you are the one who has slain several of my brothers?" Yi Xiao remained noncommittal, choosing silence, and merely replied, "I grant you 10 seconds. Release her and leave, and you may live. Otherwise, you shall meet your end." To his surprise, the figure in black, upon hearing this, reacted as if he had encountered something utterly absurd. He believed he could effortlessly eliminate those armed men. This young lad appeared so inexperienced. What right did he have to claim he could defeat him? It is important to note that he was a practitioner. With a cold sneer, he declared, "Today, I shall observe what you, this young one, are capable of." However, the final word caught in his throat and remained unspoken, for 10 seconds had elapsed. In that moment, a faint white flame materialized in Yi Xiao's hand, precisely landing upon the man's lips. The pupils of the figure in black suddenly constricted. He disregarded Wang Ziqing, who was on his back, casting her aside, and desperately covered his mouth, struggling frantically. Yet, as his hands made contact with the flame, they too were ensnared by its touch. The flames spread wildly across his hands and mouth, rendering him unable to emit a sound. His struggles gradually waned, and eventually, his body succumbed to the searing fire, leaving not even a trace behind. Strangely, while he perished, the surrounding walls and steel bore no signs of scorching. This was the flame catalyzed by Yi Xiao through a unique technique, the purple martial true fire. A mere touch was akin to an insidious affliction. It would not extinguish until the target had been utterly consumed. When dealing with practitioners, one must employ methods befitting their stature, as a sign of respect for their arduous cultivation. As he witnessed the figure in black perish before him, Yi Xiao felt no stirrings of emotion. He had warned the man that failure to depart within 10 seconds would result in death, yet he chose to disregard this warning. Did he truly believe Yi Xiao was jesting? Did he think Yi Xiao would engage in further meaningless banter? Apologies, there is nothing. Yi Xiao stated that he would kill him without any hesitation within 10 seconds. The following morning, Wang Jiqing awoke, her long eyelashes fluttering. Her expression changed dramatically as she instinctively curled up, her large eyes scanning the surroundings. Upon realizing she was in Yi Xiao's home, she finally exhaled in relief. It appeared her gamble had not been in vain. Yi Xiao had indeed rescued her, or else she would have been in dire straits. A clicking sound echoed at the door as Yi Xiao returned from his morning training and immediately spotted the awakened Wang Jiqing. He approached her, settled in front of her, and calmly stated, "I saved you last night, and in exchange, you shall relinquish your jade spirit essence to me." Jade spirit essence? Wang Jiqing's voice carried a note of confusion, clearly unaware that the pendant around her neck was a rare celestial artifact. Yi Xiao, unbothered by her ignorance, directed his gaze toward the pristine pendant adorning her neck. Wang Jiqing paused, following his gaze before quickly covering it, resolutely declaring, "No way. This is a token from my grandfather. I cannot part with it so easily." Yi Xiao's expression soured slightly at her firm refusal. He had not anticipated such a steadfast rejection from the girl. Clever and quick-witted, she discerned his interest in the pendant and, with a spark of inspiration, inquired, "Are you interested in my pendant?" Yi Xiao maintained his calm demeanor. "I saved you last night. It is only fitting that you gift it to me. I didn't see you rescue me last night. Who can vouch for that?" Wang Jiqing retorted, her tone playful in its defiance. Upon hearing these words, Yi Xiao was momentarily taken aback. Was this woman being unreasonable? The man in black had acted with great caution, having disabled all nearby surveillance before his actions last night. Now that the man in black was dead, no one could attest to Yi Xiao's act of saving Wang Jiqing. Observing the situation, Wang Jiqing wasted no time in speaking, removing the jade spirit marrow from around her neck and waving it before Yi Xiao with a smile. "How about this? If you protect me for a while until my family arrives to take me, I will hand this over to you. What do you say?" Yi Xiao, being a person of reason, contemplated the matter and realized that the value of a piece of jade spirit marrow far outweighed that of Wang Jiqing's life. If he were to forcibly seize it, he would indeed be in the wrong. After a brief hesitation, he replied, "I happen to be in need of someone to tidy up." With that, he rose and entered the bathroom. Wang Jiqing stood frozen in place. Clever as she was, how could she not discern the underlying meaning in Yi Xiao's words? What he implied was that while he could protect her, she was to undertake the cleaning. Infuriated, she gritted her teeth, thinking, when have I ever done such menial tasks? If it weren't for the necessity of preserving my life, would I stoop so low? When Yi Xiao emerged from the bathroom, he found Wang Jiqing already cleaning. She appeared rather obedient, prompting Yi Xiao to refrain from saying anything further. After returning to his room and changing his clothes, Yi Xiao stepped out and said to Wang Jiqing, "Take me to the central hospital." Huh? Wang Jiqing was taken aback for a moment. Why did Yi Xiao want to go to the hospital? Was he unwell? Yi Xiao visited the hospital to see Huang Chun. Previously, there was no use in going as he hadn't awakened. Now that he had, it was imperative to inform him that matters concerning Xiaoyu must not recur. For Yi Xiao could not always be relied upon to seek vengeance on his behalf. Without waiting for Wang Jiqing to respond, Yi Xiao took the lead and exited first, prompting Wang Jiqing to hurriedly follow suit. Descending the stairs, the two entered Wang Jiqing's Porsche and proceeded to the central hospital. Upon arrival, they made their way directly to the ward, where Wang Jiqing learned that Yi Xiao was there to visit someone, specifically the youngest son of the Huang family. She had previously conducted an investigation into Yi Xiao's background. Known for his aloof demeanor, he exhibited indifference even towards her, a striking beauty, making his visit to a young man all the more surprising. As Yi Xiao entered the room, he unexpectedly encountered Madame Huang exiting. Wang Jifeng paused momentarily upon seeing Yi Xiao, then scoffed, "Oh, Young Master Yi actually took the time to visit my son Huangqin. How commendable. Chapter 29. Bringing someone to the hospital. After returning home yesterday, Huang Xiao had treated her with indifference, showing no sign of remorse, which infuriated her to the point of coming to the hospital this morning to lament to her son. To her astonishment, she ran into Yi Xiao. What was more, standing behind Yi Xiao was a remarkably exquisite woman. How amusing it was, she thought, that despite Huangqin still being hospitalized, Yi Xiao showed no concern. While this woman seemed to change daily, Wang Jinfang sneered, recalling the first time she encountered Yi Xiao, who was accompanied by Su Jin. Last night, it was Qin Mashuan who personally invited him, and today, yet another beauty of equal allure had appeared by his side. Yi Xiao certainly knew how to indulge himself. Yet, one must ponder, was he not enjoying himself at the expense of the Huang family's wealth? Although Yi Xiao had moved out during high school and seldom returned to the Huang residence, refraining from accepting any further financial support from them, Wang Jinfang was convinced that Huang Xiao was still providing him with funds. The thought of Huang Xiao being so generous to this illegitimate child, while neglecting his own son who lay hospitalized, stirred a profound sense of injustice within her. Listening to this, Wang Ziqing furrowed her brows, wondering why this older woman spoke with such ungraciousness. Yi Xiao chose to ignore her remarks, and at that moment, Huang Qin's voice echoed from within. Mom. Is that Yi Xiao? Please let him in. Wang Jinfang, feeling a mix of frustration and disappointment, stomped her foot, exclaiming how her foolish son failed to side with her. With a cold huff, she brushed past Yi Xiao and Wang Ziqing as she departed. Yi Xiao paid her no mind and entered. Immediately spotting Huangqin lying on the hospital bed, his complexion significantly improved. You finally made it. I thought you had forgotten about me, Huangqin said, playfully punching him. Yi Xiao nodded and directly stated, I've dealt with Xiao Yu and Zhao Yang for you. Upon hearing this, Huangqin's smile faltered. After everything that had transpired, he had completely relinquished any thoughts of that woman. Observing his expression, Yi Xiao felt a twinge of reflection. Why do mortals cling so desperately to such attachments? If they were not so attached, why would they find themselves in such dire straits? In the end, is it not all a consequence of one's own actions? Without further ado, allow me to introduce this individual. Huangqin glanced at Wang Ziqing, captivated not only by her beauty, but also feeling a sense of joy for Yi Xiao. Wang Ziqing held a slight hope for what Yi Xiao might say, yet he merely referred to her as a friend. The term friend seemed rather strained given their limited encounters. Deep within Wang Ziqing's eyes, disappointment was evident. This man remained unchanged, indifferent to all. After a brief conversation with Huangqin in the hospital room, Yi Xiao left with a parting remark. He should strive to restrain himself and seize opportunities for cultivation. He had previously imparted to Huangqin the methods of cultivation, yet the latter had never taken them seriously. Otherwise, with his innate talent, how could he have failed to establish a foundation? How could he have been powerless against mere mortals? Though Yi Xiao regarded him as a friend and an equal, it was unreasonable to expect him to resolve every issue. Should another incident akin to Xiao Yu arise, he would need to contemplate whether to offer assistance. Huangqin silently watched as Yi Xiao departed. At that moment, upon exiting the corridor, Yi Xiao unexpectedly encountered Wang Jinfang. This time, she seemed to approach him with intention, directly blocking his path, and coldly proclaimed, Yi Xiao, our Huang family cannot be burdened by your troubles. I will release news today that from now on, you and the Huang family shall have no further ties, to prevent us from bearing the consequences of your future misdeeds. Her fear of retaliation from Xiao Ran and Xue Ming drove her to preemptively distance herself, anxious to avoid future entanglements. Indeed, I have grown weary of Yi Xiao and wish never to encounter him again, severing all ties, out of sight, out of mind. However, Yi Xiao maintained a placid demeanor and inquired, Have I ever had any dealings with you? Indeed, when have we ever been entangled? What stature does Yi Xiao possess? What right do the Huang family have to claim any connection with him? Are they worthy? Wang Jinfang pointed an accusing finger at Yi Xiao, her hand raised as though she could no longer restrain herself from striking him. Her resentment towards Yi Xiao had been simmering for quite some time. Yi Xiao's gaze turned frosty. Should this woman dare to act today, he would ensure she comprehended the meaning of demise. A crisp sound resonated. Though it was not Wang Jinfang's hand that struck Yi Xiao, rather, someone had grasped her hand from behind. Upon closer inspection, it was an elderly man, seemingly advanced in age, Zhao Fuzhou, the second master of the Zhao family. After Yi Xiao had incapacitated him previously, his health had deteriorated further, and he had recently fallen ill. spending several days in the hospital. Today, feeling somewhat better and hoping for a stroll in pleasant weather, he had unexpectedly spotted Yi Xiao and the imminent threat posed by Wang Jifang. How could he linger? He rushed over without hesitation. This woman is not someone you may assault at will. Depart. Zhao Fuzhou snorted coldly, forcefully pushing Wang Jifang to the ground. Wang Jifang sat there, bewildered, gazing at Zhao Fuzhou, perplexed by his identity and his reasons for pushing her. After casting her aside, he immediately knelt before Yi Xiao, one knee on the ground, respectfully clasping his hands, and declared, "My lord." The scene was one of profound respect, leaving Wang Jifang and the numerous individuals traversing the hospital utterly astonished. What could possibly justify this young man commanding such reverence from an elder? What warranted this? Simply the fact that he was Yi Xiao. Simply because Zhao Fuzhou, in his presence, was unworthy of being called an elder. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Wang Jifang quickly grasped the situation. This old man had been summoned by Yi Xiao, which explained his aggression towards her. She immediately sank to the ground, exclaiming, "Yi Xiao, you are quite something, aren't you? Have you brought an old man to strike me? Come and see." Her shouts echoed through the bustling hospital, attracting a considerable crowd, creating quite a commotion. A young man commanding an elder to assault a woman, pushing her to the ground, sparked immediate outrage among the onlookers. Even Wang Ziqing, standing before Yi Xiao, was rendered speechless. As Wang Jifang continued her tirade, openly disparaging Yi Xiao, she sought to witness how he would respond. Yi Xiao, maintaining a calm demeanor, pondered the opinions of the crowd. What did their judgments matter to him? He was unfazed, and despite his escalating conflict with Zhao Fuzhou, he rose to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Wang Jifang, and declared, "Do you know who I am? Do I care who you are? Strike me today, and you shall not escape unscathed." Wang Jifang persisted in her incessant complaints, provoking his ire. "Very well. You shall not regret this." Zhao Lar, once a man who forged his path through sheer strength, had a notoriously fiery temper that could not tolerate such affronts from a woman. He promptly retrieved his phone and shouted, "Get people to the hospital, now." After hanging up, Zhao Fuzhou glared at Wang Jifang, warning, "You shall not regret this. Who do you think you are intimidating?" Amidst the throng of onlookers, Wang Jifang remained unperturbed, continuing to hurl insults. In Chapter 30, must one accept an apology? Zhao Fuzhou's face flushed with anger as he turned to Yi Xiao, addressing him with utmost respect. "My lord, please take a seat. I shall attend to this matter." Yi Xiao nodded slightly, taking a seat beside Wang Ziqing. He had little inclination to engage in such trivialities, while Zhao Fuzhou was well equipped to handle the situation. It was high time Wang Jifang received a lesson. How audacious! At such an advanced age, you dare to act foolishly in front of the younger generation, shouted a bystander, who expressed indignation in support of Wang Jifang. These spectators, drawn by the spectacle, were quick to voice their outrage, utterly oblivious to the underlying circumstances. Their reactions were nothing short of ludicrous. Zhao Fuzhou's face grew even redder with indignation. "I only hope you do not come to regret your actions later." "What of it? In this public setting, do you truly intend to kill me?" Wang Jifang retorted with sarcasm. "Who would have thought, Yi Xiao, you little brat, would summon an old man to confront me?" "Silence! How dare you insult my lord so brazenly?" Zhao Fuzhou bellowed. Without Yi Xiao's intervention, he and his elder brother would have perished long ago. While insults directed at him were tolerable, slandering Yi Xiao was entirely unacceptable. After all, he was the second master of the Zhao family, a man who had not endured such indignities for many years. He then retrieved his phone, urging, "Where on earth are you? If you do not arrive soon, I shall be berated to death." On the other end of the line came a voice, "Please do not worry. We have just arrived at the hospital entrance." "Then hurry inside," Zhao Fuzhou shouted before abruptly ending the call. The onlookers, witnessing the scene, began to mock. "Who do you think you are? Calling for help? How utterly ridiculous. Everyone is here. Do not even think of bullying us." Wang Jifang, hearing the supportive words of the crowd, was filled with delight, eager to see how long the old man would continue his bluster. However, at that moment, 5 or 6 vans drove directly into the hospital's main entrance. A contingent of dozens of bodyguards disembarked and surged into the hospital, their imposing demeanor leaving passers-by astonished. What could have happened to warrant such a formidable presence? Wang Jifang was momentarily taken aback. Before she could speak, the bodyguards had already encircled them. "What is going on? Who are you? Why are you surrounding us?" They protested. "Yes, what is wrong with us doing good deeds?" The group that had earlier rallied around Wang Jifang began to express their indignation. Why were these bodyguards encircling them? Yet, their fervor diminished considerably, as the sheer number of bodyguards was imposing, causing them to feel intimidated. Among them, a somewhat slender man stepped forward, approaching Zhao Fuzhou directly with a smile. "Old Zhao, I apologize for being late." Zhao Fuzhou scoffed. "You are aware that you have arrived late?" Witnessing this exchange, Wang Jinfeng and the crowd behind her were left bewildered. Had this old man summoned these individuals? Was the phone call he made earlier merely a means of intimidation? Step aside. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a white coat rushed out and approached Zhao Fuzhou, bowing his head to inquire, "Zhao La, what is happening? Why such a commotion?" Zhao Fuzhou let out a cold snort and recounted the events that had transpired. Wang Jinfeng attempted to strike Yi Xiao, who did not retaliate. I intervened and pushed her away, only to be met with her counterattack. This crowd, unaware of the circumstances, began to voice their condemnation. The onlookers, upon hearing Zhao Fuzhou's account, were momentarily taken aback. It appeared they were indeed oblivious to the full scope of the situation, having rallied in support of Wang Jinfeng. Now, it seemed there was nothing amiss. Wang Jinfeng herself was utterly bewildered. Her concern was not about right or wrong, but rather the identity of this elderly man. The slender figure before her, if she was not mistaken, was Su Tao, the general manager of Yuan Tian Company, the largest bodyguard firm in Tianhai. And the middle-aged man in the white coat must surely be the director of this central hospital. Why was he so respectfully engaging in conversation with him? Most intriguingly, the old man displayed profound respect towards Yi Xiao. What could this possibly signify? Now that you have heard the unfolding of events, do you still wish to indulge in this spectacle? Su Tao bellowed, causing the onlookers to flush with embarrassment. Witnessing the gravity of the situation, they dared not linger and quickly dispersed. Meanwhile, Wang Jinfeng, with a sense of trepidation, took a step forward and approached Su Tao, cautiously stating, "Manager Su, I am Huang Zhao's wife. We have met before." Su Tao cast a sidelong glance, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Wang Jinfeng for a moment, then pointed at Zhao Fuzhou and addressed her, "Madam Huang, are you aware of who this gentleman is?" Wang Jinfeng shook her head. Had she known Zhao Fuzhou, she would not have found herself in such dire straits. Su Tao coldly remarked, "This gentleman is the second master of the Zhao family from Tianhai. Can your Huang family afford to offend him?" "What?" The expression on Wang Jinfeng's face was utterly replaced by shock. The Zhao family of Tianhai. They were renowned alongside the Qin family as the two great families of Tianhai. Moreover, he was the second master of the Zhao family, second to none, above all others. It was over, everything was over. Just before, she had claimed that Yi Xiao had offended Xiao Run and Xue Ming, and that the Huang family was doomed. Now, she had directly offended the second master of the Zhao family. This was a completely different level of threat. Terrified, she fell to her knees before Zhao Fuzhou, weeping profusely as she pleaded, "Old sir, I apologize. It is all my fault. Please do not implicate our Huang family, I beseech you." Less than 10 minutes prior, she had brazenly pointed a finger at Zhao Fuzhou, vociferously challenging him. At that moment, did she ever consider she would be begging for mercy on her knees? Zhao Fuzhou snorted coldly, kicking her aside, and respectfully turned to Yi Xiao, coldly stating, "The one who owes an apology is not me, but the adult." At this juncture, Su Tao also turned his gaze toward Yi Xiao, his pupils constricting. He vividly recalled the day of Zhao Yang's birthday banquet, where Yi Xiao's valor had left a lasting impression on him. Offending Zhao Fuzhou was trivial, but how could this woman dare to offend him? Was this not a path to certain doom? Quickly, apologize to the adult, he also urged with his head bowed. At this moment, Wang Jinfeng was utterly bewildered. The second master of the Zhao family and Su Tao, the general manager of the Yuantian Company, both respectfully referred to Yi Xiao as master. Moreover, they even instructed her to apologize to him. Why? On what grounds did Yi Xiao deserve such reverence? She was not foolish. She could clearly discern the reality of the situation, instantly realizing that Yi Xiao's status likely surpassed that of the two men before her. At the same time, she saw a glimmer of hope. She crawled to Yi Xiao's side and whispered, "Yi Xiao, regarding the previous matter, every mistake was mine. I hope, considering your ties with the Huang family, you might let me and the Huang family go. Is that acceptable? Please, what do you say?" Chapter 31. Proceed with it. Yi Xiao finally opened his eyes. Until now, he had been resting with his eyes closed. And now he regarded Wang Jinfeng with a cold stare. His words struck her with regret. "I recall you stating just a few moments ago that the Huang family and I have no further connections. Wang Jinfeng felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. Indeed, when Yi Xiao exited Huang Qin's hospital room, she had explicitly declared that the Huang family had severed ties with him. So, on what basis could she expect his assistance? Furthermore, did she believe that an apology could erase her transgressions? Did she think Yi Xiao was obliged to accept her contrition? Wang Jinfeng's naivety was almost laughable. I. Wang Jinfeng stammered, struggling to find her words. The previous declarations of severance had indeed come from her own lips. It was worth noting that less than half an hour ago, she had been pointing at Yi Xiao with a defiant demeanor, angrily berating him, even threatening to slap him in public. And now what had changed? She knelt on the ground, weeping inconsolably, at a loss for words to convey to Yi Xiao. Presently, she found herself uncertain of how to salvage her relationship with him. Had she known that Yi Xiao was acquainted with the elder of the Zhao family, she would never have dared to act so recklessly. Now, she was filled with regret, wishing she could turn back time. One must ponder deeply before taking action, for not all missteps can be rectified, and a mere apology does not suffice to mend every rift. This truth is simple yet profound, yet throughout millennia, there have always been those who failed to grasp it, making the same blunders. Yi Xiao had witnessed far too many such instances, and his patience had long since worn thin. As the matter reached its conclusion, he rose and walked slowly out of the hospital, with Wang Ziqing trailing behind him. Yi Xiao. Wang Jinfeng had not anticipated Yi Xiao's cold indifference. Had this been before, she would have unleashed a torrent of scorn upon him. Yet now, she dared not raise her voice even slightly. Watching Yi Xiao depart, she remained silent, embodying the sorrow of those who seek favor in the wrong places. Farewell, esteemed sir, Zhao Fuzhou said respectfully as he bowed to see Yi Xiao off, a sentiment echoed by Su Tao. Witnessing their deference towards Yi Xiao, Wang Jinfeng felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. It was over. Everything was lost. Had she known it would come to this? Why had she not endeavored to win Yi Xiao's favor? The Porsche sped along the road, during which Wang Ziqing scarcely ceased her sidelong glances at the man in the passenger seat. In her eyes, he was increasingly enigmatic. She had initially thought him to be merely a capable young man, someone who could, at best, ensure her safety, but nothing more. To his astonishment, the young man commanded such profound respect from the venerable elder of the Tianhai Zhao family. The Zhao family was already well known to her. The second master of the Zhao family was a formidable figure, having carved a name for himself alongside his elder brother through sheer might in their early years. His reputation for ferocity was renowned across neighboring provinces and cities. Yet, before Yi Xiao, this formidable man appeared almost like a junior, seemingly fearful that Yi Xiao might take offense and end his life at any moment. In an instant, Yi Xiao's status in Wang Ziqing's eyes elevated significantly. The Yi Xiao she had previously perceived as merely a capable security guard now seemed to embody the essence of a profound and illustrious individual. Who indeed was this man? She would not be foolish enough to believe that Yi Xiao was the sole heir of the Huang family. The Huang family lacked such stature. However, she dared not inquire, leading to a somewhat awkward atmosphere within the car as they traveled. As for Wang Ziqing's thoughts, Yi Xiao paid them no mind, lacking any interest. Such mundane matters were not worthy of concern. Early Monday morning, Yi Xiao set forth to Tianhai University for his daily cultivation. After returning home the previous day, he had received calls from Wang Jinfeng, Huang Xinrui, Huang Chun, and Huang Xiao, all evidently aware of the events surrounding Wang Jinfeng. Unfortunately, Yi Xiao chose not to answer any of their calls. Under the protection of the Qin family, the Huang family was safe, rendering their calls inconsequential. With Wang Ziqing not accompanying him, as he intended to attend a class at Tianhai University, he preferred to avoid the inevitable complications that would arise from having such a captivating beauty by his side. Yi Xiao, averse to complications, arranged a simple formation within his home. It was not particularly strong, yet beneath the purple mansion, none could breach its defenses. As long as Wang Ziqing refrained from reckless actions and remained indoors, there would be no issues. She stayed at Yi Xiao's residence, assisting with household chores and cooking, awaiting the arrival of her family to resolve the situation. Yi Xiao, having procured the Jade Spirit Essence, would find all parties content. Yi Xiao arrived early. For university students seldom rise before dawn, leaving the campus nearly deserted. He made his way directly to the back mountain, but upon reaching its base, he noticed several vans. Though he paid them little heed, upon arriving at the pavilion atop the mountain, he did not immediately sit to meditate. Instead, he stood with an air of calm, hands clasped behind his back, and declared, "Leave now, lest you suffer a torment of the mind." At the sound of his voice, those concealed nearby could no longer remain hidden. From around the pavilion emerged a throng of individuals, approximately 20, each wielding a stick. "Didn't he expect you to be so alert?" a male voice remarked. Two men, dressed considerably better than the others, stepped forward. It was Xueming and Xiao Ran. The fire of fury flickered in their eyes. After returning home the previous night, they had received a severe reprimand from their families, vowing to steer clear of the Huang family and Yishao henceforth. Yet, with their pride wounded, could they truly swallow their humiliation? They had lost face at school, been humiliated by the Huang family, and endured chastisement at home, all due to Yishao. How could they possibly let this go? If they did, how could they ever hold their ground at Tianhai University? How could they establish themselves throughout Tianhai? Today, a group of individuals accompanied me, insisting that they would sever both of Yi Zhao's arms and legs, regardless of his prowess. They believed that even the mightiest of fists could not contend against the multitude, and together they would ensure his escape was impossible. Xiao Run scoffed, declaring, "Yi Xiao, I now offer you a chance. Kneel and apologize, and sever one of your legs. Should you comply, we shall let this matter pass. Otherwise," Xueming interjected, "there are no cameras in this remote area. Should we choose to dispose of you, no one would ever know it was us." This display of bravado left him incredulous that Yi Xiao would not cower. However, would Yi Xiao truly be intimidated? Absolutely not. He had long proclaimed that in this world, nothing could instill fear within him. Standing resolute with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression remained unchanged as he calmly stated, "I shall repeat this for the final time. Leave now, and spare yourself from mental anguish." Xiao Run and Xueming paused momentarily, along with their 20-plus accomplices, only to be met with a chorus of laughter echoing through the mountains. What was this man saying? Mental anguish? Huh, how absurd. He stands alone against us. Can he truly believe he can triumph? The ridicule was palpable, and Xiao Run coldly remarked, "Since you refuse the drink of goodwill and instead choose punishment, there is nothing more to discuss. I shall personally ensure you lose a leg, leaving you to rely on a crutch for the rest of your days." This was not their first encounter with such brutality. They were confident that a mere financial settlement would deter the Huang family from pursuing the matter further. Xueming shouted, "Charge!" As the words fell, the group of over 20 individuals brandished their clubs, their faces twisted in malice as they surged towards Yi Xiao. Xueming and Xiao Run could already envision Yi Xiao on his knees, begging for mercy. That scene promised to be quite a spectacle. Chapter 32. The Torment of the Mind. Why did these individuals consistently disregard his warnings? Yi Xiao had clearly cautioned them. Why then did they still choose to assault him? If that was the case, why did Yi Xiao still hold back? A calm voice emerged from his lips. "You refuse to toast, so you shall be forced to drink the penalty." As these words echoed, the leader of the assailants had already raised his club above Yi Xiao's head. Yet, Yi Xiao remained undisturbed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, devoid of any visible turmoil in his eyes. At that critical moment, an invisible ripple radiated from Yi Xiao, expanding outward in a shockwave. The leader's movements abruptly halted, his club poised just an inch above Yi Xiao's head, unable to advance any further. With a muffled groan, his body began to convulse violently. In a frantic motion, he discarded his club, clasped his head, and crumpled to the ground, shrieking in agony as a piercing pain surged through his mind, unbearable in its intensity. Similar symptoms manifested in all others who had charged at Yi Xiao. Every individual struck by that invisible ripple succumbed to the same fate, clutching their heads and rolling on the ground, their wails echoing throughout the mountainside. The intangible ripples were the manifestation of Yi Zhao's divine consciousness, capable of directly influencing the minds of mere mortals. Were he to take action, the overwhelming number of individuals could result in unintended casualties, making divine consciousness the most effective means to deal with this multitude. At this moment, Xiao Run and Xueming stood frozen in place, utterly bewildered, their faces rendered expressionless. The bizarre scene before them exceeded their wildest imaginations as they witnessed the crowd charging forward, their clubs nearly striking Yi Zhao's head. Suddenly, they collectively dropped their weapons, clutching their heads in anguish, and began rolling on the ground in despair. In stark contrast, Yi Xiao remained poised with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm and unperturbed. Not a single eyelid fluttered throughout the ordeal. What was unfolding? Why such an inexplicable occurrence? The backs of the two men were drenched in perspiration, their legs trembling uncontrollably, gazing at Yi Xiao as though he were a monster. The bewilderment etched on their faces and the anguished cries of those rolling on the ground did not perturb Yi Xiao in the least. He appeared as if ensconced in a tranquil sanctuary, maintaining an expression of indifference. He had once stood upon the battlefield of the ancient celestial realm. Witnessing his fellow disciples felled by celestial blades in a horrific spectacle, he had been present amidst the fierce clashes of ancient nations. Observing war chariots trample over a sea of corpses, he had endured the relentless onslaught of gunfire, seeing comrades torn apart by bullets. What tragic scenes had he not witnessed? Even amidst the cries of despair echoing for miles, he had shown not a flicker of emotion. How could he be swayed by the lamentations of a mere 20 souls? He had long since become numb. Having dealt with those minor nuisances, Yi Xiao strode toward the bewildered Xiao Run and Xue Ming, who stood frozen in place. Xiao Run had tormented him in the classroom, attempted to humiliate him during martial arts class, and conspired with Xue Ming to make him the butt of jokes in a basketball match. Their actions had ultimately led to the Huang family, one incident after another. Yi Xiao had never held a grudge against them. He truly did not wish to engage in petty disputes with these mortals. However, these two individuals persisted, testing his patience. Yi Xiao was not one to be easily bullied, so he coolly inquired, "Do you truly believe I am easy to intimidate?" Once one concedes in any matter, the other party perceives them as weak, emboldening them to repeat their transgressions. Conversely, imparting a lesson ensures they will remember. Yi Xiao believed he had issued sufficient warnings to the pair, yet it seemed they had disregarded them entirely. Thus, he resolved to deliver a lesson they would not soon forget. Standing before the trembling duo, Yi Xiao slowly raised his hand. Bang! Bang! With two resounding thuds, Xue Ming and Xiao Run were sent flying, crashing to the ground not far away, blood spewing from their mouths, their appearance quite pitiful. "Please, don't kill me. I can do anything. Just spare my life." Xiao Run immediately began to plead for mercy, having lost his bravado, terrified that Yi Xiao would take his life. Xue Ming mirrored his desperation. How pitiable they were, having previously swaggered with over 20 companions, demanding that Yi Xiao kneel in apology and sever a limb. Yet now they were in a state of frantic supplication. Considering he would still need to cultivate in this vicinity, Yi Xiao had no intention of killing them. But the lesson would not be taken lightly. Only the figure of Yi Xiao appeared, gliding towards the two like a specter. He raised his foot and delivered a swift kick to each of their knees. Crack! Crack! Two distinct sounds echoed as bones shattered. Ack! The anguished cries of the two echoed like that of slaughtered pigs. Each of their legs was broken by Yi Xiao, leaving them incapacitated, though not fatally wounded. They would certainly find themselves confined to a hospital for the foreseeable future. Having completed this grim task, Yi Xiao's expression remained impassive as he descended the mountain, making his way to the classroom for his first lesson of the day. His demeanor was so composed and unruffled that it belied the brutality he had just inflicted upon two individuals and the injuries endured by over 20 others. Once again, Qin Moshuan was absent from class, and neither was Xiao Run present. The sycophants, including Chen Fong, dared not oppose Yi Xiao and thus spent the morning in obedient silence. The distant wail of ambulances echoing outside. As the bell rang, signaling the end of class and the arrival of noon, students flocked to the cafeteria. However, just as Yi Xiao stepped out of the classroom, he collided with Huang Xinrui. It was evident that she had sought him out, approaching him directly with a determined expression. "Yi Xiao, about yesterday, my mother was in the wrong. Please forgive her." Yi Xiao remained stoic, offering no response, as if her words had not reached him. He brushed past her, continuing on his way. Yet, Huang Xinrui was clearly unwilling to let him go so easily. She quickly positioned herself in front of him once more. "If you don't express your stance, I won't let you leave. I'll cling to you relentlessly." Chapter 33. Director Lu Huang Xinrui appeared despondent, her expression tinged with grievance. After returning home last night, Wang Jinfeng recounted the events, provoking Huang Xiao to strike her multiple times in a fit of rage. Zhao's second master. Such a person, they are not even worthy to lay eyes upon, he exclaimed. How could this woman have offended him? The family took turns attempting to contact Yi Xiao, but this time, he did not even answer Huang Chen's calls, leaving the Huang family in a state of panic. Thus, Huang Xinrui was compelled to humble herself and seek Yi Xiao's favor. Observers of this interaction expressed their indignation. Who was this young man? Surrounded by such beauty, he remained utterly aloof. Huang Xinrui was considered a belle at Tianhai University, naturally garnering sympathy from her peers. Unfortunately, Yi Xiao held no interest in her whatsoever. Wang Jinfeng had been arrogant and overbearing towards him for many years. When had she ever needed his forgiveness? One could only wonder if Huang Xinrui found such sentiments repugnant. It matters not whether I forgive her, Yi Xiao remarked with an air of indifference. Yi Xiao, are you certain you wish to be so heartless? Huang Xinrui's eyes shimmered with tears as she spoke, her voice slightly choked. This time, Yi Xiao chose to ignore her, walking away without a backward glance. Huang Xinrui wept bitterly, yet Yi Xiao remained unmoved. Her motivations were clear. She sought to protect the Huang family from the Zhao's machinations, driven, ultimately, by a desire for wealth. Such trivialities were of no consequence to Yi Xiao. What troubles you, Xinrui? At that moment, Chen Yushan hurried over, noticing Huang Xinrui's distress. She quickly supported her and began to wipe away her tears, yet Huang Xinrui only cried more fiercely. Upon witnessing the situation, Chen Yushan furrowed her brows and, after inquiring about the matter from Huang Xinrui, let out a resigned sigh. After all, it pertained to someone else's family affairs, and she felt it inappropriate to intervene. Furthermore, the issue at hand was primarily the fault of Madame Huang, and seeking forgiveness from Yi Xiao was undoubtedly no simple task. As noon approached, Huang Xinrui and Chen Yuzhan made their way to the cafeteria. However, upon reaching the entrance, they unexpectedly encountered Yi Xiao. He merely passed by, intending to continue on his way without pausing upon noticing them. Both Huang Xinrui and Chen Yuzhan were about to call out to him when a group of school security personnel approached, blocking his path and stating, "Are you Yi Xiao? We request that you come to the principal's office." It was midday, and the area surrounding the cafeteria was bustling with people. This sudden commotion immediately drew the attention of onlookers, who began to speculate about the identity of the individual and the reason for his summons. Huang Xinrui and Chen Yuzhan were equally taken aback. Why was Yi Xiao being called to the principal's office? Had he committed some wrongdoing? Chen Yuzhan stepped forward to confront Yi Xiao, asking, "Why must you go to the principal's office?" The head of the security team coldly replied, "Why? He has injured over 20 people, all of whom are now hospitalized. Did you not hear the ambulance sirens this morning? So I ask you why?" At this revelation, a collective gasp of shock reverberated through the crowd, followed by an incredulous exclamation, "My heavens, is it really him?" Earlier that morning, rumors circulated about a brawl on the back mountain, leaving over 20 individuals sprawled on the ground, unconscious. Little did they know it was indeed him. It was also rumored that Xiao Run and Xuan Ming were among the injured, both suffering broken legs. In an instant, discussions erupted, leaving Huang Xinrui and Chen Yushan in a state of bewilderment, unable to fathom that Yi Xiao would engage in such actions. Meanwhile, at the center of the controversy, Yi Xiao began to ponder the events of the morning. After all, neither Xiao Run nor Shui Ming had a valid claim. Especially since their families had received explicit warnings from the Qin family, they would hardly dare to stir up trouble. This indicated that the matter had not been leaked by the two of them, but rather by another party. Yet, who could that be? "Yi Xiao, please," said the head of security. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Xiao followed the group of security personnel to the principal's office, fully aware that once there, the identity of the instigator would become glaringly apparent. Chen Yushan intended to intervene, but Huang Xinrui firmly grasped her arm, coldly remarking, "He is more than capable. We need not worry ourselves unnecessarily." Having faced repeated rejections from Yi Xiao, Huang Xinrui harbored considerable resentment. Though she spoke dismissively, deep down, she secretly hoped to witness Yi Xiao's misfortune. Upon arriving at the principal's office and spotting school leaders, including Lu Wen and Wu Ji, everything became clear to him. Lu Wen had been nursing a grudge since their last encounter, when Yi Xiao had humiliated him in front of the entire class, and he had been plotting his revenge ever since. Wu Ji, still leaning on crutches, was there to finalize his termination papers. Having become incapacitated due to the injury Yi Xiao had inflicted upon him during their previous confrontation. As he was about to leave, he encountered a group being loaded into an ambulance. Upon seeing Xiao Run in such a deplorable state, he inquired about the cause, and indeed, it was Yi Xiao who was responsible. Thus, Wu Ji and Lu Wen conspired and made their way directly to the principal's office. Upon seeing Yi Xiao enter, they exchanged cold smirks, convinced that this time he would undoubtedly face expulsion. "Principal, Yi Xiao has arrived," announced the captain of the security team, drawing the attention of the school officials. All eyes turned toward Yi Xiao, who remained unperturbed by their gazes. as if the assembly before him were mere sculptures rather than a gathering of authority figures. The director of education, incensed by Yi Zhao's apparent lack of remorse, slammed his palm on the table and shouted, "How shameless! You have caused such a commotion and shown not a hint of regret." After his outburst, he turned to the principal and insisted, "This student must be expelled." "Indeed, indeed," echoed the others in agreement. Seeing that the situation was ripe, Lu Wen rose to add, "To be candid, this Yi Xiao has only recently begun attending classes during his years at university, and on the last occasion he attended, he maliciously disrupted the class." Seizing the moment, Wu Ji stood up, dramatically lifting his injured leg. "Everyone behold. This is the result of that rascal's actions in martial arts class. What was meant to be a friendly spar turned into a brutal assault, leaving my leg in ruins. He must be expelled. How can Tianhai University harbor such a scoundrel?" The director of education continued to bellow, with the others echoing his sentiments. The principal listened attentively. Being a private institution, Tianhai University was home to many affluent students, and such incidents were undoubtedly troublesome to resolve. Even if Yi Xiao has received special attention from the Huang family, it does not warrant leniency. He cast a cold glance at Yi Xiao and inquired, "Classmate Yi Xiao, do you have any explanation to offer?" Since his arrival, Yi Xiao had stood quietly with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression placid. Given that LV1 and Wu Ji were so shamelessly intent on framing him, what difference did it make whether he explained himself or not? If they wished to expel him, so be it. That would free him from the daily burden of attending classes and wasting his time, albeit it would complicate his future comings and goings at Tianhai University. "Principal, what is there to explain? Just expel him." LV1 added fuel to the fire. "Indeed, indeed," the others chimed in. The group of school leaders were like reeds swaying in the wind, easily swayed by the prevailing breeze. Given their usual camaraderie with LV1, they were naturally inclined to support him. With such a consensus, Yi Xiao showed no intention of defending himself. Observing this, the principal sighed in resignation, preparing to announce Yi Xiao's fate. However, at that moment, the door to the principal's office was pushed open, and a teacher entered. Making his way directly to the principal and whispering in his ear, "Director Lu has arrived." Chapter 34, The Adult Director Lu? The principal's eyes brightened. Director Lu was a significant figure, immensely busy, and rarely visited the university. He hastily set aside the matter of Yi Xiao, exclaiming, "Quickly, quickly, bring Director Lu here." It was no secret that Tianhai University was privately owned, and Director Lu Fengyuan was the institution's largest investor. It is often said that a higher authority can crush one beneath its weight. To put it plainly, Director Lu is the principal shareholder, and those present, including the principal, are merely subservient to him. Upon encountering Director Lu, how could they not seek his favor? The principal's demeanor unmistakably conveyed this subservience. "Why has Director Lu come here?" suddenly inquired a teacher. This question resonated like a boulder dropped into still waters, stirring a tempest of discussion among the faculty. An individual of Lu's stature would seldom visit the school unless something of significance prompted his presence. Could it be that today's incidents had reached his ears? Certainly. The spectacle of ambulances earlier could not have gone unnoticed by him. As these thoughts circulated, a palpable anxiety crept over the crowd, each person wary of potential repercussions. In contrast, Lu Wen and Wu Ji exchanged knowing smirks, confident that this situation would lead to Yi Xiao's expulsion, perhaps even resulting in more dire consequences. The principal's expression shifted, realizing that if this matter reached Director Lu, he would be the first to bear the brunt of the fallout. Thus, it was imperative for him to make a show of loyalty now. He cast a fierce glare at Yi Xiao, contemplating the necessity of making an example out of him. Despite the murmurs surrounding him, Yi Xiao remained indifferent, retreating to a nearby sofa to meditate, seemingly unfazed by the brewing storm. He had no interest in this trivial matter. If they sought his expulsion, so be it. Yi Xiao was hardly concerned. Witnessing his calm demeanor only fueled the ire of the school leaders, who clamored louder for his dismissal. And so Director Lu arrived. Not long after, the office door swung open, and the previously mentioned teacher led the way, respectfully ushering in a slightly portly middle-aged man. "Oh, Director Lu, you should have informed us of your arrival in advance. It is indeed a breach of decorum to receive you in such a manner," the principal said, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile as he approached. The other school leaders also hurried over to extend their greetings. However, Director Lu's countenance was far from pleasant. He merely shook hands with the principal, disregarding the others entirely. Observing his demeanor, both L1 and Wu Ji surmised that the decision to expel Yi Xiao was undoubtedly finalized. Amid the flattery and obsequiousness, Director Liu, akin to a celestial body surrounded by adoring stars, took his seat at the principal's desk, momentarily overlooking Yi Xiao, who remained seated as the principal positioned himself beside Liu. Clearing his throat, Director Liu coldly addressed everyone present, stating, "The events of today at our school are indeed disheartening." Upon hearing this, it became evident to all that Director Liu had a specific grievance. The principal was the first to respond. "Director Liu, today's incident was a lapse in my oversight. Rest assured, I have summoned the disruptive student." Yi Xiao stepped forward, his voice crescendoed, directed at Yi Xiao. Yet, Yi Xiao chose to remain indifferent, seated quietly on the sofa, inciting the ire of those around him. "Yi Xiao, the principal is calling you. Didn't you hear?" Elwin remarked ominously. Following this, he lowered his head in obsequiousness towards Director Liu, feigning a look of profound concern as he added, "I apologize, Director Liu. This student is from my class. I too am dismayed by such an incident." His demeanor was one of almost servile adulation. Lu Fengyuan furrowed his brow, taken aback by the unexpected individuality of this student. He too rose to his feet and, with a mere glance, discerned Yi Xiao's visage. The revelation struck him like a thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily paralyzed. How could it be him? How could he possibly be studying at Tianhai University? Lu Fengyuan's previously tranquil heart felt as though it had been cast into a tumultuous sea, stirring waves of disquietude within him. The principal, witnessing Lu's astonished demeanor, mistakenly assumed he was enraged, and in a state of panic, promptly approached Yi Xiao, pointing at him and bellowing, "Yi Xiao, can't you hear me? You have been expelled. Should your attitude remain insolent, the school will be compelled to send you to." Silence. Before the principal could finish his admonition, Lu Fengyuan's thunderous interruption resounded, halting him in his tracks. The atmosphere in the office fell into a bewildered stillness, as all present exchanged perplexed glances towards Lu Fengyuan, unsure of why this esteemed board member would suddenly reprimand the principal. Even Wu Ji and L1, who had been anticipating a spectacle, were rendered speechless, now directing their attention towards Lu. The principal, caught in a state of utter confusion, was acutely aware that he was in the midst of a demonstration meant to intimidate, intended to convey his resolve to Lu Fengyuan. Why then did Lu intervene? The answer was clear: to safeguard their very lives. Just days prior, at the birthday banquet of the Zhao family's young master, Lu Fengyuan had been fortunate enough to witness firsthand the terrifying prowess of Yi Xiao. With an instantaneous movement, he had decisively overwhelmed all present, leaving even the two venerable elders of the Zhao family kneeling before him, addressing him as Sir. However, he not only failed to display any kindness to those present, but after the two old gentlemen took the initiative to admit their faults, he ruthlessly incapacitated the second master of the Zhao family with a single strike. Such a merciless individual, if provoked, would not only wreak havoc upon Tianhai University, but could potentially decimate the entire Tianhai city. How dare these fools speak to him in such a manner? How audacious of them to summon him here to demand accountability. It was nothing short of seeking their own demise. At this moment, Lu Fengyuan was no longer the casual and arrogant figure he had been before. Instead, he adopted a demeanor of utmost respect and reverence, hastily approaching Yi Xiao and bowing deeply as he spoke. "My lord, I apologize. These individuals are ignorant and have offended you. I hope you will not take offense." The principal's office was enveloped in a brief silence, the expressions of numerous leaders reflecting sheer astonishment, rendered speechless and frozen in place. The principal, L1, and Wu Ji wore expressions akin to those who had witnessed a ghost, their disbelief leading them to question their own hearing. Lu, the esteemed board member, the principal shareholder of Tianhai University, Lu. He was bowing and respectfully apologizing to Yi Xiao, a mere student, addressing him as my lord. It was simply jaw-dropping. "Lu, have you mistaken the person?" Elwin mustered the courage to approach Lu Fengyuan with trepidation. "Silence." Lu Fengyuan firmly interrupted him. After silencing Elwin, he once again bowed to Yi Xiao, saying, "My lord, I shall resolve this matter, and I hope you will not dwell on it." At this moment, Yi Xiao finally opened his eyes, casting a detached glance at Lu Fengyuan, and inquired, "Who are you?" Evidently, Yi Xiao was unfamiliar with Lu Fengyuan. Over the span of countless millennia, he had encountered an overwhelming number of individuals, making it impossible to recall each one, particularly someone like Lu Fengyuan, with whom he had never interacted. Upon hearing this, Lu Fengyuan offered a wry smile, maintaining a respectful demeanor as he spoke. "My lord, I had the fortune of meeting you at the Zhao family gathering last time. You may not remember." Chapter 35. Rest well, Yu Shao, upon hearing these words, appeared momentarily taken aback, but chose not to elaborate further. His intentions were clear. He awaited Lu Fengyuan's response. The atmosphere in the office grew tense, akin to a chilling abyss. The esteemed director Lu was indeed acquainted with Yi Xiao and even addressed him as my lord with deference. Observing Yi Xiao's composed demeanor, a singular thought permeated the minds of those present in the office. Yi Xiao was a figure of considerable stature, one who could not be trifled with. Not even by Director Lu himself. They had brought such a prominent individual into the office for interrogation and even contemplated his dismissal, thereby squandering an invaluable opportunity to curry favor with Director Lu while simultaneously incurring the wrath of someone far beyond their means to offend. The director's face turned ashen with fear, while Wu Ji stood frozen in place, rendered speechless. The others dared not even breathe. Yet, the most uncomfortable position was not theirs, nor the principal's, but rather that of Lu Wan. This incident was such that even the elders of the Shao and Shui families would hesitate to pursue it, and the others would have made every effort to pacify the situation, ordinarily avoiding any conflict with Yi Xiao. However, it was he who, upon hearing of the matter, insisted on making a grand issue of it, escalating the matter to the principal and even convening a meeting to vehemently criticize Yi Xiao. However, no matter how he pondered, he could not fathom that this Yi Xiao was acquainted with Director Lu, who was currently adopting such a humble demeanor before him. In that instant, Lu Wan understood that his fate was sealed, utterly doomed. Upon witnessing Yi Xiao's attitude, Lu Fengyuan immediately realized that it was time to teach a lesson. He turned sharply to glare at the principal. "Have you thoroughly investigated the circumstances surrounding this matter?" A group of individuals engaged in a brawl on the back mountain, resulting in them being collectively hospitalized. Is that acceptable? The principal, a seasoned veteran, instantly grasped the implication of Lu's words and addressed a teacher beside him. Shui Ming, Xiaorun, along with several others, attempted to assault classmate Yi Xiao. However, Yi Xiao merely acted in self-defense, a commendable spirit that should indeed be rewarded. The principal's swift change of stance left the others in awe. Just moments ago, he had been threatening to expel Yi Xiao, and now he was advocating for his commendation. How amusing. Lu Fengyuan exhibited some skill. His words struck at the heart of the matter. The teachers had not conducted a thorough investigation before rashly deciding to expel Yi Xiao. "Sir, may I inquire if you are satisfied?" Lu Fengyuan respectfully addressed Yi Xiao once more. Yi Xiao did not rush to respond. Instead, he cast a calm gaze upon Lu Wan, who had been pale-faced since earlier. His words, delivered with a hint of detachment, struck Lu Wan like a thunderbolt. "Teacher Lu Wan, I recall our wager remains unaddressed, does it not?" In their previous bet, Lu Wan had lost and was obliged to resign from his teaching position, yet he had shamelessly failed to acknowledge his obligation. Initially, Yi Xiao had no inclination to concern himself with whether Lu Wan had resigned. However, since Lu Wan insisted on entangling him in this predicament, why should Yi Xiao extend any mercy? A teacher who remains in their position while misleading their students is truly unworthy of the role. Upon hearing this, Lu Fengyuan immediately turned his gaze towards the principal, a seasoned individual who grasped the situation in an instant. He coldly addressed Lu Wan, stating, "Teacher Lu, you have approached me without thoroughly investigating the matter at hand. It is shameful that Yi Xiao, a student under your tutelage, is subjected to this. You are unfit to be an educator. I hereby declare that, from this moment forth, you are dismissed." Despite being somewhat prepared for this outcome, Lu Wan felt his legs weaken and nearly collapsed at the principal's words. It was over. Everything was lost. He had initially hoped to use this incident, compounded by previous grievances, to have Yi Xiao expelled. Who could have anticipated that not only would Yi Xiao remain, but he himself would be the one expelled? This truly was a case of self-sabotage, a consequence of his own actions. Having seen the situation through, Yi Xiao merely nodded in acknowledgement. With the matter concluded, he stood to leave. In truth, Yi Xiao's actions were not excessive. Had they been, the director, the principal, and Wu Ji would all have faced dire repercussions. He was not a vindictive individual. He merely wished to resolve the root of the issue without escalating it further. After all, they were but mere mortals, and harboring resentment would only hinder his cultivation. As Yi Xiao made his exit, the onlookers exhaled in relief, fearing that his wrath might ensnare them as well. Lu Fengyuan wiped the sweat from his brow, grateful for his quick thinking. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether their lives would remain intact. He dared not pause, hastily pursuing with his rotund figure. Sir, I sincerely apologize for today's incident. May I have the honor of inviting you to dinner this evening as a gesture of my contrition? It was not merely an apology. He was acutely aware of Yi Zhao's formidable prowess. Such a person, capable of commanding the respectful kneeling of the two Zhao family members, could not be an ordinary individual. If he could ingratiate himself, the benefits in the future would be immense. Unfortunately, Yi Zhao showed no intention of engaging, merely shaking his head before exiting. Lu Fengyuan, witnessing this, could only offer a wry smile, realizing he was still unworthy of currying favor with this esteemed individual. Within the confines of the office, the events surrounding Yi Zhao remained a mystery to all. Outside, discussions regarding the matter were rampant. That fellow is certainly finished, causing such a commotion, if he isn't dismissed. I'll concede defeat. Is that even up for debate? Xue Ming and Xiao Run will see to it that he is ruined. Qin Yushan and Huang Xinrui were nearby, overhearing the surrounding chatter. Unable to contain herself, Qin Yushan inquired of Huang Xinrui, "Are you certain we shouldn't make a call to pull some strings? He could very well be expelled." Huang Xinrui scoffed, "Given Yu Zhao's ruthless nature towards me, I wouldn't mind if you were dismissed. Besides, does he require my assistance? The two titans of Tianhai, the Qin and Zhao families, are waiting to support him. What need is there for me to meddle?" Observing Huang Xinrui's indifferent demeanor, Qin Yushan refrained from pressing further. After all, it was someone else's affair, and she felt powerless to assist. Look quickly. He's coming out, isn't that him?" Suddenly, someone exclaimed, prompting the crowd to turn their gazes. In the vicinity of the office building, a young man with a cold demeanor descended the steps with a leisurely gait, entirely unreflective of someone who had just been dismissed. The bystanders began to murmur amongst themselves, speculating, "This guy must have been expelled. Just look at him. Hey, keep pretending." With such a commotion, how could he possibly not be expelled? Qin Yushan and Huang Xinrui approached him, with Qin Yushan inquiring, "What is the matter? Did the school expel you?" Yi Zhao was taken aback to find that, at this moment, it was the university belle, whom he had only met a few times, offering him her consolation, while Huang Xinrui stood silently with a frosty expression. The stark contrast was evident, justifying Yi Zhao's indifference towards her. Thus, he shook his head and, surprisingly, spoke gently to someone he hardly knew. No. Upon hearing this, someone could not help but snicker and mock. "Humph, keep dreaming. How could that possibly be true? Does the school think of us as fools? Such a significant matter, and they wouldn't expel him? What a joke." However, as soon as their words fell, the principal, the director of education, and a host of school officials emerged, among them a pale-faced Elwin and Wu Qi. Chapter 36. Inappropriate. Upon witnessing the scene, the principal promptly intervened, exclaiming, "Why is everyone gathered here? Student Yi Zhao has expended considerable energy this morning. Let him return and rest well." In that moment, silence enveloped the crowd. "Did I mishear? The principal just said to let him go rest?" "You heard correctly. I heard the same thing." The principal's words stirred a tempest among the crowd. Initially, this gathering was merely a spectacle, eagerly awaiting the debacle of Yi Zhao. However, upon his emergence and hearing the principal's assurance of his well-being, disbelief clouded their minds, as they were convinced he must have been expelled. Yet, the principal's statement subtly confirmed that Yi Zhao had not been dismissed. In fact, he was encouraged to return and rest, leaving everyone astounded. Seeing the reactions, the director of education recognized the moment to assert his authority. Clearing his throat, he declared, "The school has conducted a thorough investigation into today's events. Xue Ming and Xiao Run instigated a disturbance, while student Yi Zhao acted in self-defense, which is commendable and deserving of recognition." At this proclamation, silence enveloped the crowd once more, faces painted with disbelief. What on earth was happening? Was this real? Commendable? Even after he had struck so many, they were absolving him of responsibility and suggesting he deserved praise. Was the school mocking their intelligence? Despite the veracity of the situation, the enormity of the chaos, with numerous ambulances summoned, raised questions. Did Xue Ming and Xiao Run face no repercussions? How could the school possibly criticize them while lauding Yi Zhao? The revelations did not cease there. The director, after stealing a glance at Yi Zhao, pointed at Professor Lu Wen and announced, "I must also disclose another matter. Professor Lu Wen from the medical department, known for his lax demeanor, has today conspired against student Yi Zhao." The school has reached a conclusion regarding this matter and has decided to terminate Professor Lu Wen's employment. What? Termination? The classmates of Yi Xiao, including Chen Fong and others, were left in utter disbelief. Lu Wen was a professor in the medical department. How could he be dismissed so easily? A discerning individual would notice that when Yi Xiao encountered trouble, he was not only taken to the principal's office, but also commended. Naturally, some are aware that it was teacher L1 who exposed Yi Xiao, yet it was L1 who faced dismissal. Does this not elucidate certain matters? Yi Xiao is no ordinary person. All right, everyone disperse. Let Yi Xiao take a moment to rest, announced the principal. With the principal personally ushering people away, the excitement dissipated, and the onlookers gradually dispersed, while the principal and other school leaders dared not linger and swiftly departed. Chen Yushan waved at Yi Xiao. Since you are all right, we shall take our leave. Farewell. With that, she pulled Huang Xinrui away. Throughout the ordeal, Huang Xinrui had not uttered a single word to Yi Xiao. Although it was anticipated that he would emerge unscathed, she felt an overwhelming sense of imbalance. Why should he escape unscathed while the Huang family suffers because of him? What Huang Xinrui thought, what the school leaders contemplated, and the opinions of the classmates, Yi Xiao remained indifferent to it all, as he always had been. With a calm demeanor, he simply walked home. Upon returning to the Yuyang community, he found the lights in his home aglow. Wang Ziqing had not left the house all day, fearful of being caught. After all, nothing is more precious than life. Wang Ziqing's instinct to survive was paramount, and Yi Xiao's protection of her served his own purposes. Hearing the door open, Wang Ziqing greeted him with a smile. You're back. Inside, the aroma of food filled the air. Wang Ziqing turned to Yi Xiao, saying, I've cooked dinner. Let us eat together. As a young lady accustomed to a life of privilege, this was her first time preparing a meal for someone else. It was not merely an attempt to curry favor with Yi Xiao. She sought to ascertain whether he might show her a modicum of kindness in return. Unfortunately, Yi Xiao's countenance exhibited no sign of emotion. He remained unaffected by Wang Ziqing's efforts in preparing the meal, as if it were simply her duty. To him, her actions were merely expected. Observing Yi Xiao's continued indifference, Wang Ziqing couldn't help but pout. As a young lady of considerable standing, she took the initiative to cook for him, yet he did not utter a single word of praise, which was quite exasperating. Regrettably, she felt constrained and could only assist him in serving the food. The meal was quite sumptuous, comprising 3 dishes and a soup, a delightful blend of meat and vegetables. Though Wang Ziqing was of noble birth, she was not fragile. In truth, for Yi Xiao, eating had long ceased to be a necessity, having transcended the purple mansion realm. He possessed an inner space that allowed him to sustain himself solely through daily cultivation. Yet, he was loath to endure yet another flavorless day, having traversed countless eons. Throughout the meal, Yi Xiao remained silent, his expression unchanged as he ate with composure. Meanwhile, Wang Ziqing, in between bites, scrutinized him closely, her mind awash with speculation. What was his true identity? When she had asked him to protect her, he had not inquired about the identity or strength of her would-be assailant. He had simply acquiesced. What could this imply? It could only suggest that he harbored an unwavering confidence in his own abilities. Coupled with the events of the previous day at the hospital, Wang Ziqing found herself increasingly intrigued by Yi Xiao, yearning to uncover the depths of his being. The entirety of his existence spanned billions of years. To comprehend it all would require the expenditure of her lifetime. Had she been aware of this, it is likely that her desire for understanding would have waned. After dining, Yi Xiao engaged in cultivation for a while before taking a shower and resting. On the sofa lay a stunning beauty, completely overlooked by him. Throughout their few days of acquaintance, Wang Ziqing discovered that this fellow seemed utterly disinterested in feminine allure, even resisting it. Despite her captivating beauty, he appeared to disregard her entirely. Pondering fruitlessly, she retreated to the adjacent guest room to rest. Following their last encounter, she had moved into Yi Xiao's home for convenience in attending to him, and to be readily available for his defense should he face any threats. In truth, her concerns were unfounded. Yi Xiao had solemnly promised to protect her and had already placed a strand of divine consciousness upon her, ensuring he would arrive at her side without delay at the slightest hint of danger. The following day, Yi Xiao rose as usual, ventured out for his morning exercise, and experienced no unusual occurrences. Upon returning, he discovered Wang Ziqing practicing a set of martial arts forms in the spacious living room. The movements were fierce. Each strike seemed capable of shattering bones. It was astonishing that such power could emanate from her petite frame. Yi Xiao, taken aback, was not surprised by her ability in martial arts, but rather by the fact that this particular style had once been imparted by him to another individual. That individual was one of the 12 holders of the Purple Martial Order, and considering the passage of time, his demise was imminent. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Xiao inquired, "Who taught you this martial art?" This marked the first instance in several days where he initiated a conversation with her. Wang Ziqing paused in surprise before responding. "It was my grandfather." Yi Xiao coolly asked, "Is your grandfather named Wang Chuandong?" "How do you know?" Wang Ziqing inquired, astonished. Wang Ziqing was taken aback. How could Yi Xiao possibly know her grandfather's name? Was he investigating her? Yi Xiao did not respond, but merely nodded slightly. Indeed, it was unexpected that he would cross paths with Wang Chuandong's granddaughter. Wang Ziqing possessed remarkable talent. Thus, Yi Xiao waved his hand and declared that this boxing technique was unsuitable for her cultivation and advised her to cease practicing it. This technique, known as Jinyang Fist, was specifically designed for male practitioners, a fact that Wang Chuandong was naturally unaware of. In the present world, only Yi Xiao was privy to this knowledge. As Wang Ziqing marveled at Yi Xiao's knowledge of her grandfather's name, a glimmer of suspicion began to cloud her gaze. Upon hearing his dissuasion regarding the martial art she had practiced since childhood, her doubts intensified. "Have you practiced this technique since you were young?" Yi Xiao inquired nonchalantly, already aware of the answer even before Wang Ziqing could respond. Jinyang Fist, characterized by its vigorous and domineering essence, was tailored for masculine cultivation. In contrast, women embody the yin, which fundamentally clashes with the attributes of this martial art. Continuous practice would only hinder one's progress, and in severe cases, could lead to a descent into madness. No wonder when Yi Xiao first encountered Wang Ziqing, he discerned her strong fate and talent, yet her cultivation was remarkably feeble. Wang Chuandong, it seemed, had little of value to pass down, save for this singular technique, which he unwittingly bequeathed to Wang Ziqing. What he failed to realize was that this act inadvertently endangered her. Had she continued her practice without encountering Yi Xiao, she might have faced far graver consequences in a few years' time. With the addition of the Purple Martial Order, Yi Xiao had already assisted the Wang family on 2 occasions. This indicated his selflessness. Otherwise, their family would have to toil excessively in return. Thus, Yi Xiao entered the room, retrieved an ancient tome, and casually tossed it to Wang Ziqing, stating, "From now on, you shall practice this. Refrain from practicing the Jinyang Fist." "How do you know it is called Jinyang Fist?" Wang Ziqing exclaimed in astonishment. She suddenly realized that the Yi Xiao before her had become somewhat intimidating. Not only did he know her grandfather's name, but he also recognized the name of the martial art she had practiced since childhood. A secret known only to her and her grandfather. Who exactly was this individual? Yi Xiao offered no reply to her inquiry, merely leaving her with the words, "I will check upon your return tonight," before departing for Tianhai University. In the living room, Wang Ziqing stared blankly at the tome in her hands, where the bold characters inscribed read, "Lai Fu Palm." Upon arriving at Tianhai University, the glances from fellow students towards Yi Xiao were tinged with a hint of trepidation, primarily due to the events of the previous day. However, Yi Xiao himself remained unfazed, making his way to the back mountain to engage in training. He spent the entire day in rigorous practice, having deemed attending classes unnecessary after yesterday's occurrences. As evening approached and he concluded his training, Yi Xiao strolled out of Tianhai University only to unexpectedly encounter Huang Xinrui at the school gate. Today, Huang Xinrui was adorned in a white dress, her already charming features enhanced by a delicate application of makeup, rendering her countenance even more exquisite. Upon encountering Yi Xiao, she let out a cold snort and remarked, "What a coincidence, I never anticipated meeting you here." Yi Xiao, however, merely cast her a fleeting glance before striding away, as if the person standing before him was not the long-acquainted Huang Xinrui, but merely a passerby. Since yesterday, he had resolved to sever any ties with Huang Xinrui, showing no interest in her elaborate attire or the identity of the individual she awaited. Her frustration mounted at his continued indifference. Did he truly lack any emotional response? Gritting her teeth, she hastened to intercept Yi Xiao, coldly declaring, "Yi Xiao, let me make this clear. Without you, our Huang family will thrive just the same." Just as she uttered these words, the sound of an engine revving filled the air, and a BMW approached from the distance, coming to a halt beside them. The window rolled down, revealing a dashing young man clad in sunglasses, who greeted Huang Xinrui with a charming smile. She returned his smile and approached him, exchanging a few sweet words, before turning back to Yi Xiao to introduce him. This is my new boyfriend, Su Dong from Su Group. The Su Group holds considerable weight in Tianhai, and even the influential Qin and Zhao families would think twice before crossing them. Huang Xinrui's words were unmistakably clear. By becoming Su Dong's girlfriend, the Su Group would provide protection for the Huang family. Thus, she felt no need to demean herself before Yi Xiao any longer. Her decision to confront him today was also an act of subtle boasting. However, the Su family dares not provoke the Qin family and the Zhao and Huang families. Shielded by the Qin family, have encountered no troubles whatsoever. Huang Xinrui, under the delusion that it is Su Dong who has spared the Huang family from calamity, inadvertently becomes Su Dong's girlfriend. Yi Xiao is oblivious to this and harbors no interest in knowing. Even if he were aware, he would not bother to explain anything to Huang Xinrui, for it is simply unnecessary. Upon witnessing the situation, Su Dong alighted from his vehicle and approached Yi Xiao. He first draped an arm around Huang Xinrui's shoulders and then flashed a brazen smile at Yi Xiao, saying, "You must be the younger brother of Xinrui, right? From now on, Xinrui and I shall be in a romantic relationship. I look forward to your guidance." Typically, such declarations are accompanied by a friendly gesture. But Su Dong merely grinned at Yi Xiao in a frivolous manner, the underlying implication unmistakable. Huang Xinrui remained silent, secretly relishing the prospect of Yi Xiao being humiliated by Su Dong. Contrary to their expectations, Yi Xiao did not display any signs of embarrassment. In fact, his expression was devoid of emotion, and he did not even cast a glance at either Su Dong or Huang Xinrui. His calm, measured words rendered the smiles on their faces instantly rigid. "Please step aside. You are blocking the way." It seemed that their ostentatious display of affection had merely obstructed Yi Xiao's path in his eyes. Had anyone else uttered such a statement, they would surely have regarded it as an attempt to save face. However, Yi Xiao's countenance bore no trace of emotion, nor did his gaze reveal anything. They could unmistakably sense that he meant precisely that. In the fleeting moments, the array of boastful remarks that Huang Xinrui and Su Dong had meticulously prepared seemed to choke in their throats, rendering them utterly speechless and ensconced in awkwardness. Yet, Yi Xiao did not afford them the luxury of a response. Since they refused to yield, he would simply take another path, gliding past them with unwavering pace, gradually distancing himself. What did it matter to him how Huang Xinrui fared, or the state of the Huang family, or indeed the newly emerged Su Dong? Did they truly believe Yi Xiao would be affected by their presence, or that their words could inflict any harm upon him? It was laughable, in Yi Xiao's eyes. They were no different from the grass and trees lining the roadside. "Ignore him. He has always been this way," Huang Xinrui muttered in exasperation. Chapter 38. Not leaving? Despite her deep discontent, Huang Xinrui felt compelled to placate Su Dong, for in her eyes, he was the savior of the Huang family. Su Dong smiled reassuringly and ushered Huang Xinrui into the car, yet his gaze upon Yi Xiao's retreating figure darkened with an ominous shadow. When Yi Xiao returned home, night had already fallen. Wang Ziqing had prepared dinner and set the table for him. Throughout the meal, she wrestled with unspoken questions regarding her grandfather, the Xinjiang Fist, and the fierce techniques Yi Xiao had demonstrated earlier. She yearned for his explanations. However, every time she glanced up at Yi Xiao, his calm demeanor left her at a loss for words. What if she spoke? What if she inquired, and he became displeased? What if he withdrew his protection from her? This internal turmoil persisted until the meal was finished, and her queries remained unvoiced. After Yi Xiao finished tidying up the dishes, he called out to her, saying, "Practice the palm technique I taught you today." He had mentioned earlier that he would assess her, first wanting to ascertain whether this woman possessed diligence and endurance. If she hadn't begun her practice by the end of the day, he would have no further words for her. Wang Ziqing appeared momentarily stunned. But under Yi Xiao's watchful gaze, she moved to an open space and awkwardly performed the technique, following the instructions from the manual. Before long, her somewhat clumsy practice came to an end, leaving her breathless and drenched in perspiration. For some reason, this palm technique was more challenging than her practice of the Xinjiang Fist. In truth, had any other woman attempted the Livu palm, she would not have encountered the same difficulties as Wang Ziqing. Having practiced the Xinjiang Fist since childhood, her body had been permeated with its force. Thus, when confronted with a technique of an opposing nature, her body instinctively resisted, resulting in such a reaction. Although Yi Zhao's expression remained unchanged, his heart stirred slightly. Wang Ziqing's practice was commendable. In just one day, she had managed to execute the technique roughly. Talent is one aspect. She already had a foundation and was willing to put in the effort, truly a promising prospect. He then rose and approached Wang Ziqing, taking a stance, and declared, "I will demonstrate only once, so pay close attention." Without waiting for her to respond, he began to perform the palm technique. Initially, Wang Ziqing merely watched casually, but the more she observed, the more astonished she became. Yi Zhao's execution was indeed the Livu palm. Yet it was on an entirely different level compared to her earlier awkward attempt. It was truly like comparing the heavens to the earth. Not only that, as Yi Zhao executed his palm technique, a fierce wind swirled around him, flowing like water, as if he had practiced it countless times. In truth, over the span of billions of years, he could not recall how many times he had meticulously honed this technique. After a moment, he retracted his hand and glanced at the dazed Wang Ziqing beside him. Noticing her contemplation of his recent movements, he felt a slight easing of his mind. It must be said that Wang Ziqing's innate talent was not inferior to Su Jin's in the slightest. Continuing his practice, he decided to forego the Jinyang fist. With a parting remark, Yi Zhao entered the bathroom. "Wait, just a moment." Wang Ziqing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately steeled herself to call out to Yi Zhao. He paused, turned back, and regarded her. Faced with his indifferent gaze, a flicker of fear crept into Wang Ziqing's heart. Fortunately, she quickly regained her composure, gritted her teeth, and asked, "How do you know my grandfather's name? And how did you come to know the name of our family's martial art?" She had pondered these questions throughout the day, even fearing that Yi Zhao might be a spy sent by an opposing force to deceive her. Yet, no matter how she thought about it, the myriad of doubts compelled her to inquire. Yi Zhao, unfazed, replied coolly, "The martial art was passed down to your grandfather by me." "Impossible," Wang Ziqing retorted vehemently. Her grandfather had told her that this style of martial art was a family heirloom of the Wang clan. How could it possibly be transmitted by Yi Zhao? This fellow was clearly fabricating lies without any preparation. Yi Zhao did not argue. He had no time to explain himself to Wang Ziqing and merely turned away. Entering the bathroom, Wang Ziqing contemplated pursuing the matter further, but after reflecting on Yi Zhao's demeanor, it seemed he was reluctant to divulge more. She realized that pressing him might provoke his disdain. "Never mind, I shall take my time from now on." The following day, Yi Zhao continued his morning exercises as usual and proceeded to Tianhai University for his cultivation. As night fell, he concluded his training and was about to return when a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from the nearby stairs. Upon closer inspection, the figure in a flowing pink dress, exuding elegance with a delicate visage, could only be Qin Mashuan, whom he had not seen for 3 days. Approaching Yi Zhao, Qin Mashuan lightly bit her red lip, appearing quite pitiful. After returning that night, Qin Zifen had entered the courtyard and remained unconscious until today. She had taken care of him until now, and upon his awakening, his first words were to send her to find Yi Zhao. She understood the significance Yi Zhao held for both Qin Zifen and the Qin family. At this moment, facing Yi Zhao, she parted her red lips and, in a soft voice, asked, "Shall we have dinner together tonight?" This was not her first invitation for dinner. Previously, Yi Zhao had declined, and she feared he might do so again. Thus, she resolved in her heart that if he were to refuse, she would follow him relentlessly, pestering him until he could bear it no longer. Although such actions might tarnish her reputation, achieving her and her grandfather's goals made it all worthwhile. Just as she was about to muster her courage, Yi Zhao unexpectedly stood up and began to walk away. Qin Mashuan realized that, in the presence of Yi Zhao, her prepared words of determination failed to escape her lips. As he turned to leave, she could only watch helplessly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. If anyone from Tianhai University had been present to witness Qin Mashuan's sorrowful demeanor, they would surely have been moved by righteous indignation. Just as Qin Mashuan was on the verge of tears, feeling utterly aggrieved, Yi Zhao's voice broke through, asking, "Aren't we eating? Aren't you coming?" Qin Mashuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon a smile illuminated her face, transforming her sorrow into joy. She quickly raised a delicate hand to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes and hurried a few steps to catch up with Yi Zhao. Observing the girl's joyful demeanor, Yi Zhao felt a stir within him, though it was not of romantic nature. Rather, it stemmed from his concern for Qin Zifen. He was never one to be heartless. This was not the first time Qin Mashuan had sought his help, and he had publicly declined her several times. Yet, she had not easily given up. This determination alone was enough for Yi Xiao to grant her an opportunity, but whether she could seize it depended on her own performance. Thus, under the envious gazes of many, Yi Xiao entered Qin Mashuan's car, and the two departed the campus together. As fate would have it, upon passing through the school gates, they encountered Su Dong, who had come to pick up Huang Xinrui, and both Su Dong and Huang Xinrui recognized them. Su Dong was momentarily stunned. He had long heard of Qin Mashuan's renowned beauty, yet she had never shown any interest in him, prompting him to settle for Huang Xinrui instead. However, he never anticipated that Qin Mashuan would be with Yi Xiao, Huang Xinrui's brother, the one rumored to be an illegitimate child. It was truly unexpected that Yi Xiao, of all people, could share the same vehicle as Qin Mashuan, and even more astonishing that she was the one driving. Huang Xinrui wore a look of disdain. This fellow had previously rejected Qin Mashuan, and now he was with her. How shameless. Chapter 39 Conditions Tianwei Residence, as the preeminent five-star restaurant in the Tianhai culinary scene, requires reservations to be made at least a week in advance. However, for Qin Mashuan, it is merely a phone call away, as Tianwei Residence is a property of the Qin family. Upon leaving the school, Qin Mashuan escorted Yi Xiao to Tianwei Residence. Firstly, the restaurant's unparalleled status in Tianhai's dining industry adds to the sincerity of her invitation. Secondly, being her family's establishment ensures that there will be no mishaps to disturb Yi Xiao. It is evident that Qin Mashuan has considered every detail meticulously. Yet Yi Xiao remains oblivious to these nuances, as he has never been one to concern himself with the trivialities of the mundane world. Even if Qin Mashuan had taken him to a roadside stall, he would not have objected. "Miss, you have arrived." Upon reaching the entrance, the manager personally greeted them. Qin Mashuan nodded slightly, refraining from entering first, instead subtly gesturing for Yi Xiao to proceed ahead. The manager was momentarily taken aback. His young mistress had never shown such deference to anyone before. Who is this seemingly ordinary young man? He quickly composed himself and smiled at Yi Xiao, bowing slightly. "Sir, please." Yi Xiao nodded and walked in at a leisurely pace, with Qin Mashuan following closely behind. The manager led them to the exclusive VIP room on the top floor, where the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows offered a stunning view of the city's vibrant nightscape. With a glance from Qin Mashuan, it was not long before an array of dishes was served. Steak, caviar, lobster, and fine wine, all delicacies one could desire. The total cost of this feast was estimated to be several thousand yuan, showcasing Qin Mashuan's genuine respect and earnestness towards Yi Xiao. She was well aware of the decorum. After the dishes were served, she refrained from hastily broaching the subject and instead dined with Yi Xiao, subtly observing his expressions, hoping to adapt accordingly. Unfortunately, she found no trace of emotion on Yi Xiao's face, as if even the delectable meal failed to evoke any joy within him. Initially, she intended to exchange pleasantries, but under Yi Xiao's consistently composed demeanor, the words remained unspoken. Yi Xiao, too, was silent. He preferred not to converse during meals, a habit cultivated over countless years. Finally, when the food on the table dwindled, Yi Xiao paused, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and for the first time, his gaze settled upon Qin Mashuan's delicate features. He spoke softly, "All right, go ahead." Though it was ostensibly her domain, Qin Mashuan felt as if she were dining in someone else's home when faced with Yi Xiao. Fortunately, she quickly regained her composure, carefully considering her words before gently stating, "The doctor says my grandfather has little more than half a month left. His only wish is to have the token in your possession. I cannot bear to see him depart this world with unfulfilled desires." As she uttered these words, tears welled in her eyes. She had grown up under Qin Zifen's watchful eye and shared a profound bond with her grandfather. Witnessing him languish on a sickbed, even in his feeble state, with thoughts lingering on Yi Xiao and the Ziuling, tugged at her heartstrings. For her, the Qin family, Yi Xiao, and the token were inconsequential. What truly mattered was her grandfather, and she wished for him to depart with peace. This filial piety was also the reason for her visit to Yi Xiao today. "Therefore, might you consider parting with that token for me?" Her voice was slightly choked with emotion, and tears welled in the corners of her eyes. Witnessing this, Yi Xiao, though his expression remained impassive, inwardly sighed. He mused that Qin Zifen, so obstinate, would never comprehend why Yi Xiao was unwilling to bestow upon the Qin family another violet martial token. It was Qin Mashuan's filial piety that stirred him. Throughout eons, the most poignant bond he had observed was that of filial devotion, and now, Only such devotion could agitate the placid depths of his heart. However, within the Qin family, save for Qin Zifen and Qin Mashuan, he had yet to discern anyone with a sufficiently robust destiny. Aside from these two, none in the Qin family were worthy of wielding a violet martial token. Qin Zifen's lifespan was nearing its end, precluding him from receiving one. Yet, in the case of Qin Mashuan, Yishao harbored reservations about entrusting a violet martial token to a woman. This was not out of prejudice, but rather the recognition that, both in the past and present, men constituted the driving force of society. In every profession, the most accomplished were invariably men. And entrusting the violet martial token to a man offered greater assurance than entrusting it to a woman. Of the billion violet martial tokens, only a few dozen remained. Yishao had endured for countless ages. How could he permit even the slightest error at this juncture? Thus, he hesitated, reluctant to grant one to Qin Mashuan. Yet, as of now, he had not encountered anyone with a more formidable destiny, and given Qin Mashuan's profound filial piety, he remained in contemplation. With only the final few dozen violet martial tokens remaining, it was disingenuous to claim he was not anxious. Having persevered for eons, with only these last few centuries, Yishao was more impatient than anyone. Yet, he was genuinely loath to bestow one upon Qin Mashuan. Seeing his hesitation, Qin Mashuan mistakenly believed he was swayed, her heart fluttering with joy as her crimson lips parted. As long as you grant me that token, I can accomplish anything. I will not refuse whatever you ask of me. In her heart, what could be more significant than fulfilling her grandfather's dying wish? She would even be willing to barter her own body. However, Yishao showed no interest in her. After a moment's contemplation, he seemed to have made a resolution and spoke. I can give you the purple martial token, but you must agree to my terms. Upon hearing this, Qin Mashuan could only manage a bitter smile. This man, despite his impassive facade, was indeed captivated by her beauty, was he not? She assumed that Yishao's terms revolved around her. With a nonchalant attitude, she replied, "Speak, do you have paper and pen?" Yishao inquired. Huh? Qin Mashuan was momentarily taken aback. What need had he for paper and pen? Was Yishao's condition not herself? Or did he have numerous stipulations that required documentation? She summoned the manager, who procured the requested items for Yishao. Yishao then took the pen and meticulously inscribed a multitude of medicinal herbs on the paper before presenting it to Qin Mashuan. If you can gather the herbs listed here, I will consider granting you the purple martial token. Those herbs were essential for concocting a pill known as the One True Pill, which would significantly restore Yi Zhao's diminished cultivation. Qin Mashuan stared blankly at the paper filled with an array of herbal names, unable to process it. Yi Zhao's condition was merely these herbs, not her. In that moment, Qin Mashuan suddenly found herself questioning her allure. How could it be that a striking beauty like her elicited no interest from Yishao? When faced with the opportunity to negotiate, he merely requested some medicinal herbs instead of desiring her captivating presence. If Yishao were truly interested in her, he would have pursued her long ago, rather than resorting to bargaining. The truth was, Yishao possessed no interest in her whatsoever. To be precise, he was indifferent to all forms of beauty, viewing them as impediments on his path to transcendence. As a student of medicine at Tianhai University, Qin Mashuan was familiar with many medicinal herbs. Yet, upon perusing the list of dozens of herbs written by Yishao, she discovered that few were recognizable to her. With some she had only encountered in textbooks. This indicated that they were indeed rare and precious herbs. The influence of the Qin family was substantial. If Yishao were to gather these herbs on his own, it would undoubtedly consume an inordinate amount of time. If Qin Mashuan could assist him in procuring these herbs, then, in light of her earnest intentions, Yishao might very well consider granting her an opportunity. Despite the rarity of these herbs, and even those she had never heard of, Qin Mashuan hesitated not at all, promptly agreeing to assist him in the search, saying, "I can help you find these herbs. And I hope you will remember your promise." Yishao nodded in acknowledgement. With their meal concluded and matters discussed, there was no reason for him to linger any longer. He then stood up and departed from Tianwei residence. Qin Mashuan remained seated, gazing vacantly at Yishao. Throughout their interaction, she had been acutely aware of his expressions, which revealed no trace of romantic desire. Indeed, he had not even spared her a second glance. His disinterest was unmistakable. This is the first time that Qin Mashuan, after so many years, has begun to doubt her own allure. As she exited Tianwei residence, night had fallen. The distance to Yuchuan community was not far, and Yishao intended to return home. Suddenly, as he walked, his phone in his pocket rang. He took it out to see that it was Huang Chun. Hadn't Huang Xinrui already sought out Su Dong, believing that the Huang family's crisis had been averted? Why was Huang Chun calling at this hour? Chapter 40. Rescuing Huang Xinrui. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Xiao answered the call, his voice calm. Hello. Yi Xiao, are you at home? Do you have a moment? Huang Chen's tone conveyed a sense of urgency, suggesting that something was amiss. What's wrong? Yi Xiao inquired. It's my sister. She has been taken to a bar in the eastern part of the city by Su Dong. She just called me, asking me to come pick her up. From what I gathered, it seems she has been overindulged in alcohol, but even if I go, there's little I can do. Can you help me? I'm worried about her. As Huang Chen spoke, her voice grew softer, clearly aware of the past transgressions the Huang family had committed against Yi Xiao, and apprehensive about his potential refusal. Yi Xiao contemplated for a moment before responding. At such a time, you shouldn't be calling me. Indeed. Why should he receive such a call? If Huang Chen couldn't go, couldn't Wang Jinfang or Huang Xiao? Moreover, was it truly necessary for Yi Xiao to intervene in Huang Xinrui's affairs? Not to mention the previous encounters, just last night. Huang Xinrui and Su Dong had flaunted their connection before him. Yi Xiao was not a deity. He did not possess such magnanimity. Huang Chen was acutely aware that he should not have called Yi Xiao. Previously, he had already contacted Wang Jinfang, but upon hearing that Huang Xinrui was with Su Dong, she had no intention of answering the call. She was eager for Huang Xinrui to entangle herself with Su Dong, hoping it would elevate the Huang family's status. On the other end of the line, Huang Chun remained silent for a considerable time before finally speaking. Yi Xiao, on behalf of my family, I apologize for the past. I do not seek your forgiveness. I only hope that, considering our shared upbringing, you will not allow my sister to fall into the hands of someone like him. Who was Su Dong? Anyone acquainted with him in Tianhai would know. He was a wealthy scion, a debauched youth, with women coming and going like water. Huang Chen certainly did not wish for his sister to be subjected to such treatment, no matter her own arrogance. His words, though polite, felt distant, lacking the warmth of familiarity one would expect between brothers. Yi Xiao fell into silence. He too longed for a more congenial conversation with Huang Chun. However, the actions of the Huang family, along with his own foolishness, had left him profoundly disappointed. If such a brother were only to assist him in cleaning up messes, Yi Xiao would rather forego that relationship altogether. He had no desire to play the role of a caretaker. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xiao nodded and replied to Huang Chun with a simple, all right, before abruptly ending the call, his face devoid of expression. He hailed a cab and made his way to the bar in the eastern part of the city. At the central hospital, Huang Chun stared at his phone, unable to suppress a sigh. It seemed that after today, the bond of brotherhood would only grow more tenuous. By the time Yi Xiao arrived at the Eastern Bar, over 20 minutes had elapsed. The Eastern Bar, the largest establishment in the entire Tianhai, is frequented by youthful revelers and business professionals alike. Yi Xiao merely stood at the entrance, extending his consciousness outward, allowing the entirety of the surrounding area within 100 miles to vividly manifest within his mind. Huang Xinrui, Su Dong, and everything pertaining to their private room vividly appeared before him. Huang Xinrui appeared to be thoroughly intoxicated, her face flushed with the telltale signs of drunkenness. While an exceedingly sleazy man embraced her, his hands wandering indiscriminately, his eyes gleaming with lewd intentions. Su Dong, ostensibly her boyfriend, not only failed to protect Huang Xinrui, but was also incessantly toasting the lascivious man, resembling a dog eagerly ingratiating itself. Su Dong, who boasted of being a scion of the Su family of Tianhai, was now reduced to a pitiful figure, sitting beside that man with a sycophantic expression, repeatedly calling out, Brother Sean, Brother Sean. His demeanor suggested that the man was not merely a business associate but akin to a parental figure, verging on the absurdity of kneeling to call him father, a truly nauseating sight. Huang Xinrui, believing she had found a worthy partner who would liberate her from subservience, now faced a disheartening reality. Had Yi Xiao not intervened today, she would likely have succumbed to an unspeakable fate. It was laughable that she still placed her trust in Su Dong. Furthermore, Wang Jinfang's actions were reprehensible. Without grasping the situation, she had directly advised Huang Chun to refrain from meddling. If she were to witness Huang Xinrui in such a predicament, one could only wonder what her reaction would be. A glimmer of silver flashed beneath his feet, and the figure of Yi Xiao mysteriously vanished at the entrance of the bar. Come now, dear Xinrui. Let us indulge in another drink, Zhang Lushan said, wrapping an arm around Huang Xinrui. a mischievous grin adorning his face as he offered her a glass. He turned to Su Dong, chuckling, my dear brother Su, your girlfriend is truly remarkable. Just look at her delicate features, so enchanting. Indeed, brother Shan speaks wisely. Allow me to toast to you, Su Dong replied, showing no signs of disapproval, even raising his glass in salute to Zhang Lushan. Let us drink. Zhang Lushan brought the glass closer to Huang Xinrui. At this moment, her senses were dulled. She realized she had reached her limit, and one more drink would lead her to oblivion. Thus, she gently pushed the glass away, her voice barely a whisper, Brother Shan, I truly cannot drink anymore. As she spoke, she attempted to push Zhang Lushan away, unable to tolerate his brazen advances any longer. Simultaneously, a surge of resentment bubbled within her towards Su Dong. She could hardly believe he was such a person, passively watching as another man groped her without a hint of intervention. Look, are you refusing to show respect? Zhang Lushan's displeasure was evident. Su Dong, sensing the tension, immediately sprang to his feet, raising his hand. Smack! A resounding slap landed on Huang Xinrui's cheek, leaving a vivid red imprint on her delicate skin. Her face reflected utter despair as she exclaimed, You dare to hit me? Su Dong retorted menacingly, What of it? Who told you to disrespect Brother Shan? You should consider your own status. I assure you, if you fail to please Brother Shan today, your Huang family will be finished in an instant. Huang Xinrui felt a profound sense of grievance, her heart heavy with sorrow, regretting deeply her association with the scoundrel Su Dong. Simultaneously, she was startled by Su Dong's words. If her presence were to bring further misfortune upon her family, she truly did not know how to cope. Observing the situation, Zhang Lushan recognized it was time for him to intervene. He pulled Su Dong aside and remarked with a smile, Brother Su, you must temper that temper of yours. How could one lay a hand on such a beauty? Come, let us drink, for all is in the past. As he spoke, he intended to offer Huang Xinrui a drink, determined to intoxicate her and take her to a hotel room that night. Tears streamed from the corners of Huang Xinrui's eyes, yet she clenched her teeth to endure it, attributing her predicament to her own poor judgment in choosing companions. As the cup neared her lips, she suddenly felt a firm grip around her wrist. Startled, she raised her gaze, momentarily rendered speechless. Yi Yishao, is that you? Huang Xinrui exclaimed in astonishment, unable to suppress her surprise. Following the arm that held her, she beheld a face that remained as unperturbed as ever, seemingly out of place amidst the surrounding chaos. None other than Yi Shao. At that moment, the one grasping her hand was indeed Yi Shao. Inside the private room, Zhang Lushan, Su Dong, and the others abruptly halted their activities, their eyes drawn to the unexpected appearance of Yi Shao beside Huang Xinrui. Who are you? How did you get in? Zhang Lushan retreated sharply, pointing at Yi Shao as he questioned, while the others assumed a defensive posture. The door to the room had been securely locked. How had Yi Shao managed to enter? Not only that, but as they frolicked here, there were individuals specifically stationed to observe. How could they possibly allow Yi Shao to enter so effortlessly? What a farce. A locked door may deter mere mortals, but can it truly hinder Yi Shao, a cultivator at the transformation stage? As for the guards stationed outside, Yi Shao effortlessly dispatched them without even lifting a finger. Ignoring them entirely, he nonchalantly seized the wine glass from Huang Xinrui's hand, tossed it onto the table, and urged her with a simple, Let us go. Those two words seemed to envelop Huang Xinrui's previously desolate heart with warmth. She never anticipated that it would be Yi Shao, the very person she had always held in disdain, who would come to her rescue. In her moment of utmost despair, she never contemplated that he would be her savior. Braving the chaos of the private room and the fierce glares of those present, Yi Shao grasped Huang Xinrui's hand and moved towards the exit. Yet, at that moment, several young men obstructed their path, standing menacingly before Yi Shao, their demeanor far from benevolent. Leave. Where do you intend to go? Zhang Lushan scoffed as he approached, addressing Yi Shao. Do you know who I am? To take someone away from my territory without my consent is rather presumptuous, wouldn't you agree? With so many of his associates present, allowing Yi Shao to simply escort Huang Xinrui away would surely jeopardize Zhang Lushan's standing in Tianhai. Yi Shao furrowed his brow, but before he could speak, Su Dong preemptively stepped forward, pointing at Yi Shao and exclaiming vehemently, Yi Shao, release Xian and depart from whence you came. Shanji is not someone you can afford to offend. He continued, neither you nor I can afford to offend him. Oh, you know him, Sulauti? Zhang Lushan inquired of Su Dong upon observing the situation. Su Dong nodded obsequiously. Indeed, this young man is named Yi Xiao, and he is Xian's younger brother. Oh, so he is Xian's younger brother, Zhang Lushan remarked with a feigned air of understanding. For Xian's sake, release her and depart. I shall not pursue the matter of you disrupting the brothers' merriment today. Having spoken, he settled back, lit a cigarette, and exhaled slowly, truly embodying the demeanor of a leader. Yi Xiao, release Xian and depart immediately. Su Dong commanded coldly. Yi Xiao did not respond, but it was palpable that Huang Xian's embrace of his arm tightened, indicating her fear. He lowered his gaze and beheld Huang Xian's aggrieved countenance, as well as the vivid red mark upon her cheek. It was the first time he had witnessed her in such a state, as she typically treated him with an air of superiority. However, Yi Xiao did not derive any pleasure from this. Huang Xian was, after all, Huang Qin's elder sister, and thus connected to him. How could he rejoice in her being struck by an outsider? He possessed a clear sense of right and wrong. If he were to rejoice, what would differentiate him from the likes of Wang Jinfeng? He did not heed Su Dong's words to release Huang Xian, nor did he depart. Instead, he turned slowly, facing Zhang Lushan directly, and stated with composure, "If you offer her an apology now, I shall spare you." In the private room, the crowd was momentarily stunned, only to erupt into laughter shortly thereafter. Is this fellow out of his mind? Does he not see how many of us there are? Does he truly not know to whom he is speaking? That is none other than brother Zhang Lushan. Su Dong, upon hearing this, exhibited a look of alarm. He had organized today's gathering, and offending brother Shan would be an unwise misstep. Thus, he moved directly in front of Yi Xiao, pointing at him and exclaiming, "Yi Xiao, I must tell you." But alas, his words were abruptly cut short by the resounding crack of a slap, accompanied by a muffled grunt and the dull thud of a body colliding with the wall. The laughter ceased instantaneously, and the once jovial expressions of the crowd stiffened, gradually giving way to disbelief. All eyes, including Zhang Lushan's, turned toward the left wall, where Su Dong had already lost consciousness. How could this be possible? Someone gasped in shock. Moments ago, Su Dong had attempted to raise his voice against Yi Xiao, only to witness Yi Xiao slowly lift his palm. Yet no one could discern the speed of his strike, and Su Dong was sent flying with a single slap, to send a person soaring with just one blow, embedding him into the wall. What kind of strength would that require? It was utterly inconceivable. Yi Xiao harbored no particular feelings towards Su Dong. In fact, he felt a tinge of disdain today, especially as this annoying fly continued to flit around him. Yi Xiao would have been doing Su Dong a favor by merely sparing him. Furthermore, since Su Dong had slapped Huang Xinrui, Yi Xiao's action was nothing more than an act of retribution. This maneuver successfully established authority. Yi Xiao turned to Zhang Lushan and calmly remarked, "If you do not wish to be like him, you should apologize." Zhang Lushan, along with everyone else in the private room, stared blankly at Yi Xiao, their expressions a captivating mixture of astonishment and complexity. How could they possibly yield to Yi Xiao and apologize to Huang Xinrui? In contrast, Huang Xinrui clung tightly to Yi Xiao, relishing the warmth enveloping her. An unprecedented sense of security flooded her heart. She gently suggested to Yi Xiao, "Perhaps we should just leave quickly." Yi Xiao had come to rescue her, and now she wished to protect him by avoiding trouble. However, Zhang Lushan and the others had a different perspective. Pointing at Yi Xiao, he demanded, "Kid, do you know whose territory this is?" "This is the domain of Mr. Yuan Shun, son-in-law of the Qin family in Tianhai. Are you not afraid of retaliation from the Qin family for causing a ruckus here?" Upon hearing the mention of the Qin family and Yuan Shun, Yi Xiao was momentarily taken aback, then found it amusing. Tianhai was indeed small. He had not anticipated that this place belonged to the Qin family, and specifically to Yuan Shun, whom he had previously confronted. Having just dined with the true authority of the Qin family, Qin Mashuan, Yi Xiao felt no fear of Yuan Shun. Such a notion was laughable. Thus, he casually pulled Huang Xinrui to sit on the sofa and nonchalantly stated, "Have Yuan Shun come to see me?" Chapter 42, The Unruly Subordinate's Kid. "What nonsense are you spouting? Does young Master Yuan meet just anyone?" One person spoke with a hint of sarcasm, and the others quickly chimed in. Without waiting for Zhang Lushan's response, Yi Xiao flashed forward like a wraith, appearing beside Zhang Lushan, whose pupils constricted as he collapsed onto the ground in fear. The others stood dumbfounded, witnessing a living person materialize from one spot to another like a specter, leaving them utterly astonished. At that moment, someone noticed that the door to their private room had never opened. How then had Yi Xiao entered? His sudden appearance and overwhelming presence had swiftly dispatched Su Dong. And like a ghost, who could behold him without trepidation. The remaining individuals gazed at Yi Xiao as though they had encountered a phantom. Fortunately, Huang Xinrui was intoxicated and remained oblivious. Otherwise, she would forever be unable to face Yi Xiao again. Yi Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression impassive, looking down upon Zhang Lushan with a disdainful demeanor, and calmly stated, "Summon Yuan Chun to see me. I have no desire to repeat myself." "Why, yes, of course. I will call him immediately." Zhang Lushan dared not hesitate. In Yi Xiao's presence, he felt a palpable threat to his very existence. He had no doubt that if he faltered, Yi Xiao would not hesitate to end his life. The call was quickly connected, and Zhang Lushan stammered to Yuan Chun, "Brother Chun, there is a young man who wishes to meet you. Please, do come to the bar." On the other end, Yuan Chun seemed preoccupied and replied, "A young man? Who is he? Don't you know I'm busy?" Zhang Lushan was greatly alarmed by this response. If Yuan Chun failed to arrive, what would happen when Yi Xiao unleashed his wrath upon them? "Brother Chun, you must come. If you don't, my life is in peril." In such a state, he seemed on the verge of tears, leaving one to wonder what could possibly reduce a man of stature to such a condition. What could have happened? Yuan Chun, observing Zhang Luoshan, clearly sensed something amiss in his words. Just as Zhang Luoshan was about to respond, he suddenly realized his phone was missing. It had somehow found its way into Yi Xiao's possession. Yi Xiao took the phone, pressed it to his ear, and calmly stated, "I am Yi Xiao." With just these 4 words, he offered no further elaboration. However, on the other end of the line, there was only the sound of the phone hitting the ground, followed by an unsettling silence. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's voice, Yuan Chun was rendered speechless. His connection to Yi Xiao ran deep. It was he who, on the fateful day when Qin Zifen faced his impending doom, had led a team of security to confront Yi Xiao. Yet, they had not even witnessed how Yi Xiao had moved before they were all collectively defeated. He was oblivious to the child's methods, only aware that after that day, Qin Zifen had miraculously managed to cling to life until now. Subsequently, the Qin family had issued a stern decree. Anyone who encountered Yi Xiao was to treat him with the same reverence as they would Qin Zifen, without exception. Any disobedience would result in immediate expulsion from the family. What did this signify? It implied that Qin Zifen had likely been saved by this Yi Xiao. Coupled with the child's enigmatic prowess, everything about him instilled a deep-seated apprehension in Yuan Chun. Little did he expect to cross paths with him today. Such a stroke of misfortune. Naturally, he could not afford to be complacent. This was a critical period for him. As soon as Qin Zifen took his last breath, he could proceed with his own plans. Thus, he swiftly retrieved his phone and informed Yi Xiao, "I will be there shortly." Upon hearing the line disconnect, Yi Xiao returned the phone to Zhang Luoshan. With the speakerphone activated, both Zhang Lushan and the others found themselves in a state of bewilderment. It was only then that Zhang Lushan realized the gravity of having offended such a formidable figure. Despite his lengthy explanations, Yuan Chun showed no intention of arriving, while Yi Xiao merely stated his identity, prompting an immediate response. Not long after, when Yuan Chun rushed in with urgency, the atmosphere in the private room had descended to a frosty silence. Upon entering, he scanned the room, and upon spotting the dazed Zhang Lushan and the ever-composed Yi Xiao, his demeanor soured considerably. Zhang Lushan swallowed hard and approached Yuan Chun to report the situation. But to his astonishment, Yuan Chun raised his hand and struck him sharply. The sound of the resounding slap echoed throughout the private room. And it was at that moment that everyone realized the extent of the embarrassment they were facing. Zhang Lushan was filled with regret, lamenting why he had agreed to Su Dong's social engagement and why he had coveted Su Dong's girlfriend. Had he not done so, none of this would have transpired. Yuan Chun clearly had no intention of letting the matter rest. He moved from person to person, raising his hand in succession. The crisp sound of slaps continued to resonate within the room, leaving a prominent mark on each face. "Aren't you going to apologize?" he bellowed at Zhang Lushan and the others. "I'm sorry." Despite their reluctance, that group had no choice but to comply, uttering their apologies in a subdued tone. After completing these tasks, Yuan Chun dared to reveal a flattering smile as he approached Yi Xiao. He bowed deeply, offering a grand gesture of respect, and then spoke. "My lord, the individuals beneath us have acted thoughtlessly and have offended you. I hope you will not take it to heart." To his surprise, Yi Xiao did not spare him a glance, instead pointing at Su Dong, who remained embedded in the wall, and said coolly, "Do you know what to do?" Yuan Chun immediately nodded. Yes. Observing this, Yi Xiao chose not to utter another word. He picked up Huang Xinrui, ignoring everyone else, and slowly exited the bar. In truth, he could have chosen not to summon Yuan Shun, but he felt that if this matter were left unresolved, Zhang Lushan would inevitably return to trouble him or Huang Xinrui. Yi Xiao detested complications, so he opted to address matters in one fell swoop rather than prolong them. After a considerable time had passed since Yi Xiao's departure, Yuan Shen finally collapsed onto the sofa, his back drenched with perspiration. It was peculiar. Despite displaying no emotion in front of Yi Xiao, he found himself instinctively trembling in fear before him. "Brother Chen, who is this person?" Zhang Lushan inquired with trepidation, offering a cigarette. What is his true identity that instills such fear in Yuan Shen? Yuan Shen lit the cigarette, exhaling slowly as his gaze darkened, letting out a cold snort, just a fool on the verge of being discarded. Yi Xiao, of course, was unaware of Yuan Shen's remarks and had no interest in knowing. Upon leaving the bar, he hailed a taxi, taking Huang Xinrui to her home. Huang Xinrui was now thoroughly intoxicated, unconscious to the world. Having offered assistance, Yi Xiao felt it was his duty to ensure her safe return home. Approximately half an hour later, upon arriving at the Huang family villa in the eastern suburbs, he found the house shrouded in darkness. Wang Jinfeng presumed her daughter would not be returning that night, likely having gone to a hotel with Su Dong, and thus had retired early for the evening. After persistent knocking, she finally emerged to open the door, bleary-eyed and rubbing her eyes. Upon recognizing Yi Xiao and the inebriated Huang Xinrui in his arms, she immediately became alert. "How could Xinrui possibly be with you?" she exclaimed, bewildered. Indeed. How could her daughter be in the company of Yi Xiao? Was she not supposed to be in a hotel room with Su Dong, or perhaps deep in conversation at a bar? In Chapter 43, Dinner Invitation, the confusion continued as Wang Jinfeng, while pulling the drunken Huang Xinrui closer, pointed accusingly at Yi Xiao. "What is going on? Who are you?" At that moment, Huang Xiao also stepped outside, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Huang Xinrui, Yi Xiao, and Wang Jinfeng. Yi Xiao, unwilling to engage in further conversation with Wang Jinfeng, merely turned to Huang Xiao and remarked, "In the future, be more discerning in your choices." With that, he ignored Wang Jinfeng's protests and departed the eastern suburb villa community. His message was clear: they knew nothing of Su Dong, save for the fact that the Su family possessed considerable wealth and influence, prompting them to ingratiate themselves without a second thought. Was this not akin to selling their daughter? Yi Xiao never considered himself a paragon of virtue, yet such matters were intolerable to him. On the road, he sent a message to Huang Chen, informing her that he had safely returned Huang Xinrui to her home. Upon receiving the message, Huang Chen felt a swirl of emotions within her. By the time he returned to the Yuchuan community, it was already past midnight. Yi Xiao opened the door to his home, only to find Wang Ziqing slumped over the table, seemingly asleep. The dishes she had prepared lay untouched before her. This implied that Wang Ziqing had waited for him all night without eating. Noticing the sound, Wang Ziqing fluttered her eyelashes, opened her eyes, and sat up, rubbing her drowsy eyes. She glanced at Yi Xiao and softly said, "You're back. A woman waits for you to dine until the late hours of the night. And if you do not return, she refrains from eating." Even if Yi Xiao were to be utterly heartless, witnessing this scene would stir his heartstrings. "You must have eaten already, right?" Wang Ziqing sat up and intended to put the food into the refrigerator, feeling somewhat aggrieved. This fellow hadn't bothered to inform her of his late return. She had prepared the meal in anticipation of Yi Xiao's arrival. However, as darkness fell, and he still hadn't come back, after a tiring day of practicing the fierce sun palm, she had succumbed to exhaustion and dozed off at the table. Although Yi Xiao had already eaten, he chose to sit at the table and picked up the chopsticks to eat. Observing this, Wang Ziqing refrained from saying much and joined him in the meal, feeling her heart warm slightly. At least the dishes she had painstakingly prepared were not wasted. Human beings can be easily satisfied at times, but let there be no misunderstanding. Yi Xiao harbored no ulterior motives, merely feeling that it was somewhat excessive to ignore her completely. After finishing the meal, Yi Xiao took a shower and rested, opting not to review Wang Ziqing's homework, for he could easily discern the improvement in her physical condition. This indicates that the masculine energy of Xinjiang Quan is gradually being expelled. Once Wang Ziqing completely eradicates this masculine aura, and with some progress in her practice of Livazong, she will be able to leap into the foundation establishment stage. Upon reaching this stage, she will possess a certain degree of self-defense, allowing Yi Xiao to feel considerably more at ease. The following day, Yi Xiao continued his morning exercises and proceeded to Tianhai University for training. However, upon arriving at the school gates, he was unexpectedly called out to. Turning around, he discovered it was none other than Huang Xinrui. Today, Huang Xinrui donned a pure white dress, and her natural beauty was accentuated by the contours of the garment, complemented by a light touch of makeup, rendering her quite enchanting. In this moment, it was impossible to associate her with the woman who had been utterly intoxicated the previous night. At this juncture, Huang Xinrui faced Yi Xiao with an intricate blend of emotions. For over 20 years, her feelings towards him had been far from favorable, bordering on disdain. Yet, who could have anticipated that in her time of utmost helplessness yesterday, it was Yi Xiao who appeared just in time to rescue her and reprimand Zhang Lushan and his companions? Reflecting on her past treatment of Yi Xiao, she realized that he had never sought revenge and had even demanded that Zhang Lushan apologize to her during such a critical moment. Now, standing before Yi Xiao, Huang Xinrui felt an overwhelming sense of guilt. "Is there something you need?" Yi Xiao inquired, noticing her prolonged silence. Coming back to her senses, Huang Xinrui hesitated for a moment before resolutely stating, "Thank you for last night." The difficulty of uttering these words to Yi Xiao was immeasurable, yet she managed to express them nonetheless. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Yi Xiao remained unfazed, his expression betraying no hint of emotion. With a nonchalant nod, he turned to leave. His act of saving Huang Xinrui was not motivated by her, but rather by her brother, Huang Chun. Thus, any gratitude Huang Xinrui felt should be directed towards her brother. Yi Xiao found it difficult to muster any fondness for her. Huang Xinrui stared at Yi Xiao in astonishment, unable to comprehend that despite her humble demeanor, he still maintained his indifferent facade, as if rescuing her was merely a trivial act. "Hey, wait," she called out, hastily catching up to him and placing a card in his hand. "To express my gratitude for saving me last night, I invite you to dinner tonight at Tianwei Restaurant." She hesitated, seemingly anxious about his potential refusal, and added, "Yushan will also be there. I would like to introduce you to her." Huang Xinrui dared not raise her gaze to meet Yi Xiao's, fearing that a single glance would reveal his icy indifference, denying her the chance of a refusal. Turning on her heel, she left him with a final remark, "We'll be waiting for you at Tianwei Restaurant at 7. Holding the card that indicated the reserved seat at Tianwei Restaurant, Yi Xiao pondered for a moment before putting it away. Had it been solely Huang Xinrui inviting him, he would have certainly declined. However, the inclusion of Qin Yushan prompted him to make an appearance, allowing him to address some matters. The issue regarding the Purple Martial Order could not be delayed any longer, and it was time to set aside some of his preconceived notions. As evening approached, Yi Xiao concluded his training and returned home from Tianhai University, freshened up, changed his clothes, and greeted Wang Ziqing before heading out towards Tianwei Restaurant. Upon arriving at Tianwei residence, the manager, upon catching sight of Yi Xiao, immediately greeted him with a beaming smile. "Sir, are you alone?" "I notice Miss Qin Mashuan is not with you today," he inquired. Yi Xiao produced the card that Huang Xinrui had given him earlier that morning and handed it to the manager without uttering a word. The manager glanced at it and promptly gestured for Yi Xiao to proceed. "Please, after you." He respectfully led the way to a private booth within the restaurant. "Yi Xiao, here," Huang Xinrui called out, waving to him from a distance, with Chun Yuzhan seated beside her. The manager, noticing this, ceased to lead and stood aside, allowing Yi Xiao to stroll over at his leisure before taking a seat opposite the two women. Chun Yuzhan greeted him politely with a wave, to which Yi Xiao responded with a nod. Observing this interaction, Huang Xinrui felt a twinge of peculiar emotion. Yi Xiao, who seldom acknowledged her with even a nod, seemed more inclined to acknowledge Qin Yuzhan, whom he had met merely a few times. "Now that Yi Xiao is here, shall we order?" Qin Yuzhan called for the waiter and ordered a selection of standard dishes. Though they paled in comparison to the lavish meal he had enjoyed atop the building with Qin Mashuan the previous day, it was nonetheless satisfactory for them. The dishes arrived promptly, and Huang Xinrui poured a glass of red wine for Yi Xiao. After a brief hesitation, she said, "About yesterday, I want to thank you. Allow me to toast to you." Yi Xiao did not respond verbally, but merely raised his glass and took a gentle sip, which he deemed a sufficient reply. Huang Xinrui's expression stiffened momentarily. She had not anticipated such a subdued reaction from him after her gratitude, feeling somewhat slighted by his indifference. Her thoughts have always been peculiar. Does she not realize how she previously treated Yi Xiao? It is already quite commendable that he agreed to dine with her. Must she also expect him to play along with her charade? How absurd. Fortunately, Qin Yushan intervened to smooth things over. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss. Yi Xiao typically preferred to eat first before discussing any matters, refraining from conversation during the meal. Meanwhile, Qin Yushan and Huang Xinrui, seated across from him, were at a loss for words, taken aback by his indifferent demeanor, resulting in a somewhat frosty atmosphere at the table. However, this chill did not persist for long, as it was soon altered by the arrival of two elegantly dressed and strikingly handsome young men. "Is that Yushan? What a coincidence!" One of the young men greeted Qin Yushan with a smile, while the other waved at Huang Xinrui. "Chu Feng, Bai Hua, what brings you here?" Huang Xinrui asked, somewhat surprised by their presence, while Qin Yushan frowned slightly. The young man named Chu Feng chuckled and said, "What? Just because you are allowed to dine here, we are not permitted to do the same?" Bai Hua's gaze, however, was fixated on Yishao, who had remained silent and continued to eat without acknowledging their presence. They had, of course, noticed Qin Yushan's presence and approached accordingly. The campus belle, Qin Yushan, dining in a place like Tianwei-ju with a stranger? If this news were to spread, it would surely leave many astonished. Who is this young man? What is his background? What merit does he possess to share a table with Qin Yushan? These questions consumed their thoughts. Thus, Bai Hua pointed to Yishao and turned to Huang Xinrui, asking, "Who is this? Xinrui, won't you introduce him?" After a moment of contemplation, Huang Xinrui simply replied, "His name is Yishao." Upon hearing the name Yishao, both Chu Feng and Bai Hua were momentarily taken aback. Over the past few days, the name Yishao had echoed throughout Tianhai University, a figure who had sent Xiaoran, Xueming, and more than 20 of their subordinates to the hospital. Not only did he not face any repercussions from the school, but he was also commended by the principal. This name was, indeed, thunderous. It was unexpected to encounter him here. However, they believed that he was unworthy of sharing a meal with Qin Yushan. Consequently, a shadow of displeasure flickered in Bai Hua's eyes as he extended his hand towards Yishao, wearing a cordial smile. "Hello, Yishao. I'm Bai Hua. A pleasure to meet you." His hand lingered in the air, not receiving a handshake in return. Yishao, seemingly oblivious to their presence, continued to eat his meal, rendering them as inconsequential as mere air, which led to an awkward silence. Chu Feng's expression darkened, while Huang Xinrui felt a surge of anxiety. The two individuals before them were not inferior to Xiao Run and Xueming. In fact, they might even surpass them, making them not to be trifled with. Therefore, she quickly stepped in to ease the tension, smiling as she said, "Yes, just like that. Please don't take offense." Chu Feng, known for his fiery temper, was on the verge of erupting, but Bai Hua shot him a warning glance, prompting him to suppress his anger. He waved his hand and smiled, "It's fine. We just arrived and wondered if we might share a table and dine together." Internally, Huang Xinrui wished to decline, as it was her invitation for Yishao to dine, and the addition of Bai Hua and Chu Feng felt unnecessary. However, the two individuals possessed a lineage far superior to her own, leaving her unable to refuse their presence. White Birch, rather audaciously, plopped down into the vacant seat beside Yishao. Meanwhile, Chu Feng also procured a chair and joined them. Throughout this exchange, Qin Yushan wore a frown, clearly not fond of either of them. Once seated, White Birch flashed a smile at Qin Yushan, saying, "Yushan, do let me know in advance next time you come. I possess a membership card for this establishment, and some dishes are exclusive to members." Upon hearing the mention of a membership card, Huang Xinrui was momentarily taken aback, for it was well known that in all of Tianhai, there were no more than a handful of individuals entitled to possess a Tianwei-ju membership card. The fact that White Birch had one indicated his considerable status. With his objective evidently achieved, White Birch chuckled softly, produced his membership card, and summoned a waiter to order several dishes not listed on the menu, along with a bottle of a more exquisite red wine. This series of actions seemed to proclaim his nobility. Once the dishes arrived, Chu Feng leaned towards Yishao, his tone laced with malice as he proposed, "My friend, shall we switch seats?" The booth was the prime seating area, while the chair he had brought over felt almost like an outsider's. He believed he was entitled to the booth rather than the chair, a position that rightfully belonged to Yishao. White Birch's earlier actions not only showcased his superiority over Yishao, but also served as a declaration through the membership card. If Yishao were wise, he would graciously relinquish his position, allowing White Birch to sit across from the two women and partake in the private dishes. If he remains oblivious to the situation, they could easily exercise their rights as members to expel Yishao, thus enabling them to dine with the two ladies without any reservations. Chu Feng, do not take this too far. Huang Xinrui hesitated to speak, whereas Qin Yushan showed no fear towards them. What do you mean by that, Miss Chen? Is it merely a matter of changing seats? Wherein lies the excess? Chu Feng chuckled. Indeed, Indeed, ladies, do indulge in this exquisite lobster. It is quite delightful. Bai Hua attempted to divert the conversation. You all. Chen Yuzhan was visibly upset, and even Huang Xinrui felt a tinge of indignation. Yet, Chu Feng remained unfazed, directing his gaze towards Yi Xiao, coldly gesturing to the empty seat beside him. Please. With that, his words and Bai Hua's stance were made clear, as were the helpless expressions of Chen Yuzhan and Huang Xinrui, now awaiting Yi Xiao's response. Clang. The knife and fork were placed upon the plate, producing a sound that broke the tension. Yi Xiao maintained an impassive countenance, deftly retrieved a napkin to dab his mouth, and then turned to glance at Bai Hua, stating in a nonchalant tone, "Who permitted you to sit beside me?" The table fell into an awkward silence, with both Chu Feng and Bai Hua gazing in shock at Yi Xiao. What did this young man just say? Who granted him the authority to challenge Bai Hua's presence beside him? Was he even aware of who Bai Hua was? Bai Hua, momentarily taken aback, struggled to comprehend Yi Xiao's audacity. Not only did he disregard Chu Feng's request for him to vacate the seat, but he also implied that Bai Hua should not occupy it. What gave him the audacity to utter such words? Huang Xinrui was also momentarily stunned. However, this was quite in line with Yi Xiao's character, and given that today was meant to express gratitude towards him, she felt it inappropriate to voice any objections. Chen Yushan glanced at Yi Xiao with a hint of concern, for these two individuals were certainly not ordinary characters. Yi Xiao's words were devoid of any ulterior motives, nor did he seek to trouble Bai Hua. He simply stated a candid truth. Who is Yi Xiao? He has lived for countless eons, reaching the pinnacle beneath the red dust immortal, standing as the most formidable during the peak of the Great Ascension stage. One must ponder. Aside from his esteemed master and fellow disciples from yore, who possesses the merit to stand alongside him? Since the era of the Immortal Ancients, none have been worthy to stand on equal footing with Yi Xiao. Even the Qin Emperor, who unified the 6 nations, once honored him as a guest of distinction, knowing well enough to occupy a lesser position, for he was acutely aware of his own lack of qualification. Presently, save for those whom Yi Xiao deems worthy, no one else holds the merit to be his equal. Yet here sat Bai Hua, audaciously beside him without permission, while Chu Feng shamelessly demanded Yi Xiao to yield his seat. Yi Xiao was inclined to inquire what had emboldened them to assume such audacity. In this world, no one possesses the right to request Yi Xiao to relinquish his seat. However, such matters were unbeknownst to others. Chu Feng even dared to retort. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you even grasp our identities? Chapter 45. Insufficient authority, yet Yi Xiao remained unfazed, calmly stating, "Leave now, and I shall spare you this once." It was not merely that they sat beside him. Even their mere presence at the same table had not been sanctioned by him. Was it unreasonable to demand their departure? Chu Feng, filled with indignation, was on the verge of taking action, but fortunately, Bai Hua intervened, not wishing to resort to violence in front of Chen Yushan. "Brother, are you perhaps being a tad disrespectful?" Bai Hua's expression darkened considerably as he turned his cold gaze towards Yi Xiao. Their indifferent eyes met, and he anticipated that Yi Xiao would flinch at his icy stare. However, Yi Xiao remained unfazed, as if the person beside him were not flesh and blood, but merely a wisp of air. Respect? Yi Xiao pondered, silently questioning who possessed the merit to command his regard. Not even Bai Hua, nor the king who once unified the entire land at the end of the chaos, warranted such acknowledgement from him. So why should Bai Hua expect it? In a calm tone, Yi Xiao declared, "I shall say this only once more. Leave now, and I shall spare you." Bang! Unable to contain himself any longer, Chu Feng slammed his palm on the table in fury and pointed angrily at Yi Xiao. "What are you anyway? Do you believe I cannot have the restaurant security throw you out right now?" Bai Hua possessed the membership card for this establishment, making it trivial to expel someone like Yi Xiao. "You may attempt it," Yi Xiao replied coolly. If not for his pending discussion with Chen Yushan, these two would have long been sent flying by a single blow. "Very well. Since you are so ungrateful, do not blame us for lacking courtesy," Chu Feng shouted before turning to Bai Hua, who immediately waved to summon the manager. The waiter had long noticed the altercation and promptly informed the manager. Shortly thereafter, the manager approached, bowing respectfully as he inquired, "Ladies and gentlemen, is there a problem?" Unbeknownst to others, his bow was directed towards Yi Xiao. Bai Hua cast a cold glance at Yi Xiao and remarked, "If you apologize to the two of us now, for the sake of Yushan and Xinrui, I may let this matter slide, and you can exit with dignity." The implication was unmistakable. Either leave voluntarily or be forcibly expelled by the restaurant's security. "Hey, did you hear that?" Hurry up and apologize, or you'll be thrown out. Chu Feng added arrogantly. However, Yi Xiao did not even glance at them, seemingly disregarding their words as mere background noise, completely oblivious to their taunts. Observing his indifference, Bai Hua's last shred of patience evaporated. He nodded towards Qin Yushan and Huang Xianrui, saying, "Ladies, this fellow is being disrespectful. Do not blame me for what follows." With that, he brandished his membership card from Tianwei Ju in front of the manager, stating, "This individual has severely disrupted my dining experience. As a member, I demand that you expel him." Huang Xianrui and Qin Yushan wore expressions of indignation, yet felt powerless, as they were not members of Tianwei Ju. They could only leave alongside Yi Xiao after his expulsion, which would indeed be rather humiliating. Chu Feng and Bai Hua exchanged mocking glances at Yi Xiao, who was reputedly formidable at Tianhai University, yet now appeared to be nothing more than a target for their scorn. What good was his reputation in school if it could not protect him here? He has emerged. You must bow your head. Yet Yi Xiao remained unfazed, not even casting a glance their way, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. The manager first glanced at Yi Xiao, then at the membership card in Bai Hua's hand. After a moment of deliberation, he addressed Bai Hua, saying, "I apologize, sir, but your membership card does not grant you the authority to remove this gentleman." What? Bai Hua was taken aback, staring at the manager in disbelief. This card was one of the mere 10 exclusive membership cards of Tianwei residents. Was it truly devoid of the power to expel an individual who disrupted their dining experience? How could this be? Not only was Bai Hua at a loss, but Chu Feng, Qin Yushan, and Huang Xinrui were equally astonished. The manager's statement had left them profoundly shaken. It is well known that the membership card of Tianwei residents could easily facilitate the removal of not just Yi Xiao, but even a person of considerable stature. How could the manager assert that the authority was insufficient? What level of authority would be requisite to expel Yi Xiao? Bai Hua, still in disbelief, waved the membership card once more before the manager, demanding, "Sir, please take a closer look. This is indeed your Tianwei residence membership card. Does it not confer even this minimal authority?" The manager initially responded with a polite smile before stating, "For others, perhaps, but for this gentleman, the authority is inadequate." Yi Xiao had dined with Miss Qin Mashuan on the top floor the previous day, treated as an esteemed guest, and it had been expressly conveyed afterward that Yi Xiao's dining would be complimentary. What does this signify? It indicates that Yi Xiao is no ordinary individual. Surely, a mere membership card could not suffice to displace him. Upon hearing the manager's words, Bai Hua, Chu Feng, Qin Yushan, and Huang Xinrui were momentarily stunned. They all understood what the membership card of Tianwei residents represented. Yet, the fact that such a card was insufficient to expel Yi Xiao left them bewildered. Did this imply that Yi Xiao's standing was exceedingly high, so high that even a membership card could not effectuate his removal? Bai Hua and Chu Feng were utterly flabbergasted. How could this be possible? Yi Xiao appeared rather unremarkable, and even the rumors did not suggest he was a figure of great significance. Meanwhile, Huang Xinrui felt an increasing sense of mystery surrounding Yi Xiao. Just yesterday at the bar, he had managed to compel the esteemed Zhang Lushan, who even Su Dong held in high regard, to apologize to her. Furthermore, even those above Zhang Lushan treated him with utmost respect. Now, even the most renowned establishment in Tianhai, Tianwei residents, showed him deference. How had Yi Xiao achieved such a position? "Manager, could it be that you have mistaken the person?" Chu Feng, his face a mask of disbelief, pointed at Yi Xiao and exclaimed to the manager, "How could this guy possibly be untouchable even by your membership card? He is not someone of, sir, I must insist you watch your words." The manager interrupted him forcefully. Who was Yi Xiao? He was a guest of the young lady of the establishment, and it was not for a scion like Chu Feng to insult him with impunity. Previously, the young lady had explicitly instructed that, regardless of the circumstances or the individuals involved, Yi Xiao must never be treated with anything less than the utmost respect. The manager was no fool. Over the years, only Yi Xiao had been afforded such special consideration by the young lady. Chu Feng was completely dumbfounded, judging by the situation. The manager had not erred in his identification. Yi Xiao it was. Bai Hua stood in a daze, pondering the true identity of Yi Xiao. What could possibly warrant such treatment? Chapter 46. The hot potato membership card. The individuals involved turned their gazes towards Yi Xiao, some filled with astonishment, others with confusion, and a few with reverence. Nevertheless, Yi Xiao himself remained entirely indifferent, merely offering a faint wave of his hand towards the manager. The manager of Tianwei residence, skilled in reading situations, instantly grasped Yi Zhao's intent and promptly retrieved his walkie-talkie. Please send someone to table 5. Before long, a group of approximately 10 robust security personnel approached, their presence so imposing that one might have thought a significant incident had occurred. Upon their arrival, the manager addressed Bai Hua and Chu Feng, stating, "Gentlemen, please." For a moment, neither Chu Feng nor Bai Hua could comprehend the situation, staring at the manager with incredulity. The manager not only disregarded Bai Hua's request to expel Yi Xiao, but instead summoned a team of security to evict them? What was going on? Bai Hua once again placed his membership card on the table, pointing at the manager and asserting, "Sir, you must take a good look. This is your establishment's membership card. Are you genuinely certain you wish to expel me?" The mention of the membership card seemed to jog the manager's memory. He swiftly snatched the card from the table, offering a polite smile to Bai Hua. "Sir, from this moment onward, you and the cardholder shall no longer be members of Tianwei residence." "What did you just say?" Bai Hua's face turned ashen, utterly astonished that upon presenting his membership card, the manager not only showed no sign of remorse, but audaciously retracted the card. It was simply unfathomable. He couldn't help but glance at Yi Xiao beside him. Who exactly was this individual? Not only did he instill such fear in the manager of Tianwei Ju, but he also had the audacity to reclaim the membership card. In the face of Bai Hua's darkened gaze, Yi Xiao remained unfazed, not sparing him a glance. Mere moments earlier, Yi Xiao had stated that if they left voluntarily, he would show them mercy. Yet, they insisted on causing a scene, even summoning the manager to use the membership card as leverage against him. Such humiliation was self-inflicted. Why should Yi Xiao show any leniency? A fleeting glance at the manager conveyed his unmistakable intent. The manager respectfully nodded at Yi Xiao, then addressed Bai Hua and Chu Feng, saying, "You have severely disrupted this gentleman and the two ladies' dining experience. Please vacate the premises immediately, or we shall be compelled to take forceful measures." "You." Chu Feng seethed with rage, ready to strike the manager, but Bai Hua swiftly restrained him. Rising to his feet, Bai Hua regarded Yi Xiao from a superior position and coldly remarked, "Yi Xiao, you are quite impressive. I will remember you. We shall meet again." With that, he departed, dragging the furious Chu Feng along, under the bewildered gazes of the remaining patrons in the hall. Once they had left, the manager slightly bowed to Yi Xiao and respectfully said, "Sir, I sincerely apologize for the shortcomings in our service. I hope you can overlook this incident." As these words were spoken, the membership card was handed over to Yi Xiao. "This is the membership card of Tianwei residence. With this card, you may indulge in several exclusive dishes. Please accept it." Upon hearing this, Huang Xinrui's expression became quite remarkable. Just less than half an hour ago, she had marveled at Bai Hua's possession of a membership card from Tianwei residence, and now, that very card was being transferred to Yi Xiao by the manager. Observing Yi Xiao's demeanor, it was evident that he was not particularly eager to accept it. Indeed, Yi Xiao had little desire for the card. He held it in his hand, knowing it would serve no purpose for him. He seldom dined here and had no intention of hosting others. Accepting it would merely entangle him in a debt of gratitude, which he preferred to avoid. Thus, with a decisive gesture, he declined, even omitting any explanation for his refusal, for he felt no need to justify his actions to this mortal. What he did was simply right. Huang Xinrui was momentarily taken aback, unable to suppress her astonishment as she gazed at Yi Xiao. Did he not comprehend the significance of the Tianwei residence membership card? There were only 10 of these cards in existence, symbolizing the 10 individuals of utmost importance to this premier dining establishment in Tianhai. Yet, Yi Xiao had chosen to reject it? Such an act seemed a waste. Had it been offered to her, she would have eagerly accepted it with both hands. She truly could not fathom Yi Xiao's reasoning. The manager, feeling somewhat awkward, withdrew his hand. This gentleman was indeed extraordinary. If this were any other person in Tianhai City, they would be clamoring to accept such a membership card, yet he declined it. However, upon reflection, a regular member did not possess the privilege to be personally entertained by his esteemed young lady. Yi Xiao's identity rendered this membership card somewhat diminished in prestige. Ultimately, it was a reflection of his oversight. Thus, he respectfully bowed to Yi Xiao and uttered, "Sir, I apologize. It was my lack of consideration." As he spoke, his eyes flitted momentarily towards the two ladies seated across from Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao declined the card. Perhaps bestowing it upon a friend would serve as a gesture of goodwill. But whom should he choose? Huang Xinrui's demeanor was evidently lacking in comparison to Qin Yuzhan's. Even now, Huang Xinrui was fixated on the membership card in his hand, clearly indicating that she hailed from a modest background, a fact he could discern at a glance. In contrast, Qin Yuzhan not only possessed superior beauty but also exuded an air of sophistication far beyond Huang Xinrui. Since the beginning, she had merely glanced at the membership card a few times before losing interest, as if such a card were of no consequence to her. Astute as he was, he could easily discern which of the two young ladies held a higher status and who might engage in meaningful conversation with Yi Xiao. Thus, under Huang Xinrui's ardent gaze, he extended the membership card to Qin Yuzhan, smiling as he said, "Miss, I apologize for the fright you experienced this evening. It was a misstep on the restaurant's part. Please accept this membership card as an apology." Qin Yuzhan was momentarily taken aback and glanced at the manager. She had neither acted nor spoken, merely observing the scene unfold. And she was certainly not perturbed. Why then, was the manager attempting to curry favor with her? However, she soon grasped the situation. Yi Xiao had declined. And the manager's gift to her was essentially an indirect means of ingratiating himself with Yi Xiao. Her beautiful eyes could not help but dart towards Yi Xiao, astonished by the level of deference the manager was showing him. Just moments ago, Yi Xiao had declined the membership card, yet he did not show any sign of displeasure. Instead, he respectfully apologized. Now, he unexpectedly offered the membership card, which clearly indicated his esteem for Yi Xiao. Huang Xinrui felt a twinge of bitterness in her heart. She could hardly be oblivious to the manager's intentions. However, why was the membership card not bestowed upon her? It was well known that she yearned for it, wishing to flaunt it among her friends during their gatherings. Yi Xiao was naturally aware of the manager's motives. When he noticed Qin Yuzhan glancing over, he contemplated for a moment and then gave a slight nod in her direction, saying, "Since it has been offered, you might as well accept it." Chapter 47. Are you serious? Regardless, Yi Xiao did not perceive this as a personal favor from the manager. Even after receiving Yi Xiao's acknowledgement, Qin Yuzhan hesitated for a moment. The manager could not help but let out a wry smile, pondering how the membership cards from Tianwei residents had become such hot potatoes that even being given away, they were still unwanted. Fortunately, Qin Yuzhan ultimately accepted the membership card and expressed her gratitude to both the manager and Yi Xiao. "I shall not disturb your meal any further until we meet again," the manager said with great respect, bowing to them before taking his leave. Following this incident, the atmosphere at their table grew somewhat peculiar, primarily due to the altered glances exchanged between Huang Xinrui and Qin Yuzhan as they regarded Yi Xiao, which were markedly different from before. Huang Xinrui had invited Yi Xiao to dine here, partly because of the establishment's upscale nature, which not only showcased her sincerity but also served as a means to flaunt her financial prowess. Little did he expect that, without any intention of boasting, he would be astonished by Yi Xiao's display of respect. Who could have imagined that the manager of Tianwei Ju, the most upscale restaurant in Tianhai, would show such deference to Yi Xiao? Qin Yuzhan had long recognized that Yi Xiao was no ordinary individual, and this incident only intensified her admiration. Which girl wouldn't yearn for a boyfriend like Yi Xiao, who could decisively turn the tide in a critical moment? Particularly when the manager handed her a membership card that she initially hesitated to accept, only for Yi Xiao to insist she take it. Did this imply that Yi Xiao harbored feelings for her? If not, why didn't he allow Huang Xinrui to take it instead, given her closer relationship with him? Observing her friend gaze at Yi Xiao with a hint of daze, Huang Xinrui began to grasp the situation. Yi Xiao's act of giving the membership card to Qin Yuzhan likely indicated his interest in her. Earlier that morning, when she had invited Yi Xiao to dine with her, she sensed his reluctance, yet upon mentioning Qin Yuzhan, he readily agreed. This seemingly indifferent fellow had evidently set his sights on her best friend, the stunning campus belle of Tianhai University, Qin Yuzhan. How impressive! Oblivious to the scrutinizing glances from the two women, Yi Xiao remained unfazed, unaware that his actions had led them to such conclusions. With the meal concluded and the troublesome duo, Bai Hua and Chu Feng, dispatched, Yi Xiao proceeded to the crux of the matter. He reached into his pocket, retrieving an ancient token and a pristine manual filled with excerpts, placing them on the table, specifically before Qin Yuzhan. What could this be? Qin Yuzhan looked over with keen interest. The token, naturally, is the Purple Martial Order. Qin Zifen held in his hand the returned Purple Martial Order. In truth, upon first encountering Qin Yuzhan on the basketball court, he discerned her destiny at a glance. Instantly captivated by her extraordinary presence, her fate was so remarkable that it could be compared to that of the ancient Fuxi. It is worth noting that Fuxi had already transcended, becoming an immortal in the mortal realm. The life essence contained within the purple martial order bestowed upon Yi Xiao by Fuxi equaled at least 1.5 times that of an ordinary purple martial order. At that moment, Yi Xiao realized that individuals with exceptionally potent destinies could significantly enhance the life essence of the purple martial order at a much faster rate than others. The reason Yi Xiao had refrained from bestowing the order upon Chen Yuzhan was due to his personal reservations. He was reluctant to confer such an honor upon a woman, fearing complications. Yet now, there were no more suitable candidates left, with merely a few remaining. Yi Xiao was keen to avoid delays, as procrastination could lead to unforeseen changes. And what did it matter if she were a woman? Yi Xiao would ensure her protection throughout her life. After much contemplation over these past days, Yi Xiao ultimately resolved to grant this purple martial order to Chen Yuzhan. Beside them lay a technique known as the Qingyu Heart Sutra, the ultimate secret art of the Qingyu sect, the greatest female immortal sect of ancient times. With Chen Yuzhan's promising fate, should she diligently cultivate and encounter the right opportunities, attaining immortality in the mortal realm would not be a daunting task. In exchange for nurturing the purple martial order with her auspicious destiny, it was only fitting to offer appropriate rewards, a principle that Yi Xiao steadfastly adhered to. He gently pushed the purple martial order and the Qingyu Heart Sutra towards Chen Yuzhan and said calmly, "These are for you." For me? Chen Yuzhan was initially taken aback, but then a subtle blush graced her delicate face. Is he, in fact, presenting her with a gift? So soon? She couldn't help but raise her gaze towards Yi Xiao, only to find his expression still composed, devoid of the awkwardness typically associated with presenting gifts to a girl for the first time. This individual is indeed intriguing. Thus, she extended her delicate hands to accept the purple martial token and the Qingyu Heart Sutra, examining them with curiosity. Having never encountered a boy who would present her with such gifts, Huang Xinrui, observing from the side, suddenly felt a peculiar emotion stir within her. Witnessing Yi Xiao bestow gifts upon another girl, she couldn't fathom why a tinge of bitterness crept into her heart. Although she clearly harbored disdain for Yi Xiao, this feeling perplexed her. Chen Yuzhan studied the items for a brief moment before bursting into laughter. She found nothing particularly remarkable about the token, as some ornamental pieces bore a similar appearance. However, that manual, what on earth was it? A cultivation technique? What was this? She waved the Qingyu Heart Sutra before Yi Xiao, chuckling as she inquired. In this day and age, could such cultivation techniques still exist? She was incredulous, even suspecting that Yi Xiao had been deceived into thinking he was gifting her something valuable. To this, Yi Xiao merely remarked with indifference, "Whether you practice or not is entirely up to you. However, I hope you will cherish the purple martial token, for it shall accompany you throughout your life." Initially, when Yi Xiao uttered the first half of his statement, Chen Yuzhan found it amusing and was about to question him about the nature of the manual. Yet upon hearing the latter part, her cheeks flushed suddenly. Was purple martial token the name of this item? The notion of it accompanying her for a lifetime struck her as remarkably rare. How many boys would express such straightforward sentiments when gifting something? Could this be considered a confession? Was Yi Xiao's approach to girls always this direct? Moreover, why does this fellow maintain such a nonchalant expression even during a confession? Does he not feel the slightest embarrassment? After all, she, Chen Yuzhan, is the belle of Tianhai University. Flustered, she could only cast a pleading glance towards Huang Xinrui. Unfortunately, Huang Xinrui, consumed by her own complex emotions at that moment, failed to perceive her friend's silent call for help. Perhaps even Yu Xiao himself did not anticipate that Chen Yuzhan would contemplate so deeply. He merely spoke the truth. After all, once the Jiwu order is bestowed, it can only be retracted when one's life is drawing to a close. Does it not accompany her throughout her life? Are you serious? After a brief pause, Chen Yuzhan inquired softly, her cheeks flushed. Could it be false? Yi Xiao replied with a hint of indifference. Having resolved to present the Jiwu order to Chen Yuzhan, he had certainly deliberated thoroughly. How could he not be sincere? Yet, unbeknownst to Yi Xiao, the gravity of his sincerity diverged significantly from Chen Yuzhan's interpretation of seriousness. Chapter 48. Have you eaten? I need to think it over, was Chen Yuzhan's response after a moment of contemplation. As the belle of Tianhai University, such matters could not be settled simply by Yi Xiao's casual gifts and domineering words. Although Yi Xiao possessed many admirable qualities, and she could not claim to harbor no affection for him, she required time to reflect. After all, Qin Yushan was not the kind of girl to make hasty decisions. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao, upon hearing her words, found himself at a loss, as it was indeed rare for anyone to refuse the Zhiwu order he offered. Typically, those who encountered the Zhiwu order would eagerly seek to ingratiate themselves with him. Women, indeed, possess a unique essence. At least, this is how Yi Xiao perceives it. He believes that no other woman he has encountered displays such a reaction as Qin Yushan does. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Xiao declared, "Regardless of your contemplation, this purple martial token is yours and shall accompany you for a lifetime." His words conveyed unwavering determination. His approach to matters has always been resolute. Once he has recognized the bearer of the purple martial token, how could he easily change his mind? No matter how Qin Yushan deliberates, this token will undeniably belong to her. Yet, to Qin Yushan's ears, his words took on a different tone. Was this man truly so forthright in his confessions? It sounded as if he had her firmly in his grasp. After all, they had only met a handful of times. What justified Yu Zhao's assertion that he had her secured? Wasn't he that rather domineering? Upon lifting her gaze, she met Yu Zhao's steadfast eyes, which caused her cheeks to flush a deeper shade. Within his gaze, she perceived an unyielding conviction, one she had never witnessed in the eyes of others. For a fleeting moment, she found herself at a loss. Huang Xinrui, finally coming to her senses, couldn't help but smirk. Yi Xiao was indeed direct. Qin Yushan had merely expressed a desire to consider, which was an invitation for him to wait. Yet, he pressed her further. Thus, Huang Xinrui assisted Qin Yushan in placing the items into her bag, saying, "Just accept these for now. Surely you can afford Qin Yushan a moment to ponder her response." In truth, she harbored an unexplainable reluctance for Qin Yushan to acquiesce to Yi Xiao. Seeing Huang Xinrui accept the purple martial token and the Qingyu Heart Sutra, Qin Yushan hesitated but ultimately declined to refuse. Yi Xiao, witnessing this, nodded at Qin Yushan and said, "I await your answer." Qin Yushan's cheeks flushed a deeper shade of crimson. The meal had concluded, and due to Yi Xiao's influence, the manager graciously waived their bill. Yi Xiao seemed indifferent to this gesture as the trio exited Tianwei residence. At the entrance, Qin Yushan bid farewell to Huang Xinrui and Yi Xiao before hailing a cab for herself. Yi Xiao, however, turned to Huang Xinrui and requested, "Take me home." He then approached her Porsche, which, for the Huang family, was not considered exorbitantly priced. It had been a gift from Huang Xinrui to Huang Xiao for her birthday. Huang Xinrui rolled her eyes, feeling quite displeased with Yi Xiao's almost commanding tone. Yet, recalling that today was meant to express gratitude towards him, she refrained from voicing her discontent and unlocked the car. As the vehicle glided forward, it headed towards Yuchuan community. Throughout the journey, Huang Xinrui frequently cast glances at Yi Xiao, lost in her thoughts, her gaze peculiar. Yi Xiao remained oblivious to Huang Xinrui's scrutiny. Having closed his eyes to rest as soon as he entered the car, he felt there was little to discuss between them. The ride continued in silence, and after approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at Yi Xiao's residence. Huang Xinrui finally called out to him, "We've arrived." Yi Xiao opened his eyes, stepped out, and strolled into the building with movements that seemed fluid and unhurried, not sparing a glance at Huang Xinrui, as if she were merely a chauffeur. His indifferent demeanor left Huang Xinrui feeling quite aggrieved. Why was it that he treated Qin Yushan, whom he had only met a few times, with such warmth, yet remained cold towards her, someone who had grown up alongside him? A wave of inexplicable emotion surged within her. After a moment's hesitation, Huang Xinrui alighted from the car and hurried to catch up with Yi Xiao in the hallway. At that very moment, Yi Xiao had just stepped into the elevator when Huang Xinrui, caught just before the doors closed, hurriedly slipped inside. Yi Xiao glanced over, pondering the intent behind Huang Xinrui's actions. What could she possibly want? Did she have something to say? Uncomfortable under Yi Xiao's gaze, Huang Xinrui contemplated for a moment before stating, "Since you moved here, I haven't had the chance to visit even once. Is it so wrong to come up and sit for a while?" This reasoning seemed rather flimsy. After all, Yi Xiao had resided there for 6 or 7 years. And during that time, Huang Xinrui had never made the effort to visit. If she had truly wished to come, she would have done so long ago, so why today? She must have an ulterior motive, though Yi Xiao found himself disinterested in uncovering it. As he regarded Huang Xinrui as no threat whatsoever, she barely registered as more than a mere buffoon in his eyes. Thus, after hearing her, he did not spare her another glance, turning away to await the elevator's arrival in silence. Yi Xiao's indifferent demeanor left Huang Xinrui feeling unsettled. She was unsure of the reasons behind her discomfort. In the past, she had wished for Yi Xiao to sever ties with her, so she wouldn't have to endure the gossip surrounding him. Yet now, his aloofness toward her, who should have been regarded as family, contrasted starkly with his attentiveness towards Chun Yushan, whom he gifted with tokens of affection. This disparity left Huang Xinrui feeling strangely agitated. Are you serious about Yushan? In a moment of impulsiveness, she posed the question. However, Yishao appeared oblivious to her inquiry, not even bothering to respond, which only deepened Huang Xinrui's embarrassment. Just as she was about to utter another word, the elevator came to a halt. They had arrived. As the elevator doors slid open, Yishao stepped out with purpose, making his way towards his front door, closely followed by Huang Xinrui. She was skeptical that Yishao would continue to ignore her. After all, they could converse once inside. He retrieved his keys and opened the door, entering the house, only for Huang Xinrui to notice that the lights were still on. Did this fellow not turn off the lights when he left? In the foyer, Yishao busied himself with changing his shoes, seemingly indifferent to Huang Xinrui's presence, who, undeterred, removed her shoes and followed him inside. Once in the living room, her gaze wandered around, taking in the surroundings. Although Yuchuan community could not be classified as an upscale neighborhood, it certainly held its own charm. Yi Zhao's residence spanned 120 square meters, featuring 3 bedrooms and a living room, exuding spaciousness, adorned with exquisite renovations and complete with furniture, an ideal living space for a solitary individual. Huang Xinrui nodded discreetly, surprised to find that Yi Xiao had an appreciation for a comfortable lifestyle. Throughout this time, Yi Xiao remained silent, merely pouring himself a glass of water and taking a sip. Huang Xinrui pondered for a moment, preparing to engage him in conversation. But as the words were about to escape her lips, she abruptly halted. At that moment, the door to a nearby room swung open, revealing a woman of graceful stature and breathtaking beauty, clad in a delicate camisole nightgown, rubbing her sleepy eyes. She shuffled out in slippers, murmuring, "You're back. Have you eaten?" Chapter 49. A confession. Huang Xinrui stood frozen in place, astonished to discover that Yi Xiao did not live alone. Another woman resided in his home, and this woman, in both appearance and figure, was no less impressive than the one who had arrived in a Lamborghini to pick up Yi Xiao on that fateful day. Moreover, this woman even inquired whether Yi Xiao had eaten. What is the nature of their relationship? Countless thoughts surged through Huang Xinrui's mind. Meanwhile, as Huang Xinrui was lost in thought, Wang Ziqing finally reacted, rubbing her eyes and noticing a woman behind Yi Xiao. Who is this young lady? How could she return with Yi Xiao? What could be her purpose? Wang Ziqing's mind was similarly flooded with questions, and her gaze toward Huang Xinrui grew somewhat hostile, feeling that it was rather peculiar for Yi Xiao to bring a girl home. Who is she? Wang Ziqing was the first to pose the question to Yi Xiao. At that moment, Huang Xinrui also came to her senses. Upon entering, she noticed the lights in Yi Xiao's home were on. It was not that Yi Xiao had left them on, but someone had kept them lit for him. Not only was Wang Ziqing perplexed about the identity of Huang Xinrui, but Huang Xinrui was equally curious about who Wang Ziqing was. She had seen Yi Xiao almost daily at Tianhai University, yet she had never observed him being close to any woman, especially not someone as beautiful as Wang Ziqing. Most importantly, why were they living together? The notion of a man and a woman cohabitating, with Wang Ziqing even cooking for Yi Xiao, suggested a romantic relationship. How could Yi Xiao dare to confess his feelings to Qin Yushan tonight? What was he truly implying? Thus, she turned to Yi Xiao and inquired, "Who is she?" The two women simultaneously pressed Yi Xiao, their tones laced with subtle hostility, each harboring different implications. However, Yi Xiao showed little interest in deciphering their thoughts. He merely cast a fleeting glance in their direction, refrained from speaking, and proceeded to the bathroom with a change of clothes. Both women stood there, bewildered. What did Yi Xiao mean by this? Was he not going to provide any explanation? Why should there be an explanation? For Yi Xiao, Wang Ziqing is merely a connection akin to a piece of jade essence. To be precise, Wang Ziqing is the one who seeks to curry favor with him. What necessity is there for him to explain himself to her? There is even less reason to do so for Huang Xinrui, whom Yi Xiao has no desire to engage with. It is she who insists on approaching him with audacity. Whatever she perceives or contemplates bears no relevance to Yi Xiao. In matters deemed unnecessary, Yi Xiao has always refrained from excessive discourse. This has been his way for countless eons, irrespective of the thoughts of the two women. After Yi Xiao departed, the two women exchanged glances, and it was Wang Ziqing who first inquired, "Who are you?" Huang Xinrui regarded Wang Ziqing with a wary gaze, and, After a moment of contemplation, responded, I am a friend of Yi Xiao, and you are? Having heard that she was a friend of Yi Xiao, and observing his demeanor towards her, Wang Ziqing understood the situation and replied, I am also his friend. After all, they were merely friends. She was residing at Yu Zhao's temporarily for her own protection, intending to return home once her family's troubles were resolved. Of course, it could also be construed as a cohabitation or master-disciple relationship, yet Wang Ziqing consciously dismissed those interpretations. However, Huang Xinrui scoffed at this notion, questioning, You live in his house and still claim to be just friends? What kind of friend lives in his house, keeps the lights on for him, and inquires if he has eaten? Wang Ziqing, being several years older than Huang Xinrui and possessing more life experience, naturally maintained her composure in the face of such matters. At that moment, Huang Xinrui poured a glass of water and placed it on the coffee table, then seated herself on the sofa, addressing her, Please, make yourself comfortable. Huang Xinrui's gaze was somber, perceiving that this woman was behaving as if she were the mistress of the house. Naturally, she could not simply leave, not only for the sake of Wang Ziqing, but also to confront Qin Yushan. She intended to inquire of Yi Xiao why. Despite already having a woman like Wang Ziqing, he still chose to express his feelings to Qin Yushan. Initially, she believed that although Yi Xiao had an eccentric temperament, he would at least be devoted. Having Qin Yushan as his girlfriend could potentially be a positive development. However, she was taken aback to discover that Yi Xiao was harboring such a woman in his home. She could not passively watch her dear friend Qin Yushan fall victim to Yi Xiao's machinations. Meanwhile, Wang Ziqing observed the young woman with keen interest, finding her demeanor somewhat amusing, especially since she had been casting her a suspicious glance. It seemed she had misconstrued the nature of Wang Ziqing's relationship with Yi Xiao. Wang Ziqing chose not to clarify, as she was intrigued to see whether any emotions would flicker across Yi Xiao's typically indifferent visage when confronted with such a situation. Before long, when Yi Xiao emerged from his shower, he noted that Huang Xinrui had not departed. She remained seated alongside Wang Ziqing on the sofa. His heart stirred with curiosity. What could her purpose be? Upon seeing Yi Xiao, Huang Xinrui addressed Wang Ziqing. Miss, we have some private matters to discuss. Could you please excuse us? Wang Ziqing smiled non-committally, then rose to retreat to her room. Now nearing her foundational stage, her hearing was significantly heightened compared to others, allowing her to discern the conversation between Huang Xinrui and Yi Xiao even from within the confines of her room. After Wang Ziqing entered, Huang Xinrui approached Yi Xiao and directly inquired, Who is she? Why is she living in your home? In response to her inquiry, Yi Xiao maintained his previous demeanor, disregarding her completely, and even turned to retreat into his room for rest. Huang Xinrui, infuriated, immediately obstructed his path and boldly declared at the doorway, If you do not provide me with an explanation today, I shall not permit you to rest. Such unreasonable tirades could only emanate from Huang Xinrui herself. Yi Xiao felt a surge of displeasure as he directed his emotionless gaze towards her, coldly questioning, What does this have to do with you? Indeed, Yi Xiao had long been severed from ties with the Huang family by Wang Jinfeng during his hospital stay, with no connection to the Huang family. How could Huang Xinrui involve herself in his affairs? What authority did she possess to meddle in his life? Yi Xiao had already shown considerable courtesy by allowing Huang Xinrui into his home. It was utterly ridiculous for her to now press him with questions. Huang Xinrui felt uncomfortable under Yi Xiao's indifferent glare. Her confidence noticeably diminished, yet she gritted her teeth and pressed on, even if you remained silent. I can surmise your relationship. Since you already have a girlfriend, why would you confess to Yushan tonight? Confess? This left Yi Xiao utterly perplexed. When had he ever confessed to Qin Yushan? Why would Huang Xinrui make such an assertion? While he could comprehend her misunderstanding regarding Wang Ziqing, the notion of a confession was entirely baffling. Seeing the perplexed expression on Yi Xiao's face, Huang Xinrui felt a surge of anger. Yi Xiao, stop pretending to be confused. What do you mean? Why did you deceive Yushan? Chapter 50. The Hidden Ones Behind the Stone. Although Yi Xiao could not quite grasp the true meaning behind Huang Xinrui's declaration, he was acutely displeased by her tone, especially in his own domain. The Huang family, whether it be Wang Jinfeng or Huang Xinrui, had already received ample leniency from him. Were it anyone else, even one at the same cultivation level, they would not dare to address Yi Xiao in such a manner. At that moment, Yi Xiao's gaze turned slightly frosty. What seemed to be a casual inquiry sent a shiver through Huang Xinrui's delicate frame. Do you think I have been too kind to you? Huang Xinrui trembled, staring blankly at Yi Xiao. In that instant, he appeared transformed in her eyes. Previously, no matter how harshly she spoke to him, he had always maintained a dispassionate demeanor, never revealing any emotion or retorting her words. Yet now, although his expression remained as cold as ever, the intensity of his gaze was chillingly frigid. As their eyes met, Huang Xinrui felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. In Yi Zhao's eyes, she sensed an ominous aura, a palpable threat that suggested any further provocation could lead to her demise. Confronted with the specter of life and death, she found herself paralyzed, unable to move. Utterly subdued by Yi Zhao's imposing presence, Yi Zhao coldly gazed at Huang Xinrui, this woman who repeatedly infringed upon his dignity. Previously, he had chosen to overlook her transgressions out of respect for Huang Chun and Huang Xiao. Yi Zhao was not a deity. Even a divine being possesses emotions and desires. Despite Huang Xinrui's incessant defiance, he not only refrained from retaliation but even came to her aid, yet she remained imperious. Even a figure made of clay can exhibit a semblance of anger, let alone Yi Zhao. Did Huang Xinrui truly believe that he lacked the resolve to eliminate her? The atmosphere in the living room plummeted to a freezing point. Huang Xinrui's face turned pale with fear, her lips pressed tightly together, her delicate form trembling as she dared not meet Yi Zhao's gaze. She had never witnessed him in such a state. Even Wang Ziqing, who had been secretly eavesdropping from her room, could not suppress a shiver. Curiosity piqued. What was amiss? Why did she sense an aura of impending doom? Fortunately, this tense situation did not linger for long. Yi Zhao eventually sighed inwardly, retracting his menacing aura and restoring his indifferent demeanor. He waved his hand and said, "You may leave. I wish to rest." Indeed, people do change. He had not anticipated that he would hesitate to strike down even an ordinary person. Time, a truly formidable force, had dulled his once fervent bloodlust over countless years. He vividly remembered the chaotic times of the past when, in a fit of rage, 1,000 corpses lay scattered across the land. He never considered whether the innocent were harmed. The contrast between that version of himself and his current tranquility was stark. At times, he pondered whether his calm demeanor led others to perceive him as easy prey. Must he be enveloped in an aura of menace to command respect? In the pallid gaze of Huang Xinrui, Yi Zhao entered the room with a deliberate stride, the door slamming shut behind him with a resounding thud. Only then did Huang Xinrui exhale, her legs trembling as she relaxed, only to realize that her back was already drenched with perspiration. It was unimaginable that she, Huang Xinrui, would one day be so frightened, and by none other than Yi Zhao, whom she had derided for over a decade. With a soft click, the door opened once more, and Wang Ziqing emerged cautiously, supporting Huang Xinrui with a trembling hand. "Are you all right?" she inquired, equally astonished by Yi Zhao's treatment of Huang Xinrui. Though her predominant emotion was one of delight, as it seemed Yi Zhao harbored a deep disdain for Huang Xinrui, evident from their exchange. "No, I'm fine," Huang Xinrui replied vacantly, too shaken to engage in conversation with Wang Ziqing. In a flurry, she hurried out of Yi Zhao's home, unable to linger for even a moment longer. Wang Ziqing escorted her downstairs before returning, refraining from disturbing Yi Zhao's rest and retreating to her own room. As for how Huang Xinrui spent that night, no one could possibly know. The following day, when Wang Ziqing awoke, she discovered that Yi Zhao had not adhered to his usual morning routine of exercise. Instead, he was seated in the living room, eyes closed in contemplation. This puzzled her greatly. Could it be that the events of the previous night had deterred him from his morning regimen, having lived together for so many days? This was the first time she had witnessed Yi Zhao neglecting his morning practice. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, she suddenly caught sight of Yi Zhao opening his eyes and approaching her with measured steps. Wang Ziqing stood frozen, wondering what this man intended to do so early in the morning. Could it be that she is to be the target of his ulterior motives? Clearly, she has misjudged the situation. If Yi Zhao harbored any intentions of that nature, he would not have waited until today. He approached her with measured steps and simply stated, "Come with me." With that, he made his way towards the door, changing his shoes before exiting. Initially taken aback, Wang Ziqing quickly realized that Yi Zhao intended to take her out for a morning exercise. Reflecting on their first encounter, she recalled that he had also been engaged in morning practice at that time. Yet, throughout these past days, he had never invited her to join him. Could something have transpired? After a moment of contemplation, she changed her attire and followed in Yi Zhao's footsteps. Once outside, the pair jogged towards the back mountain, eventually arriving at the pavilion where they had first met. Upon reaching the pavilion, Yi Zhao did not hasten to begin his training. Instead, He took a seat and calmly instructed Wang Ziqing to practice the burning palm technique. She was momentarily stunned but soon nodded in agreement. After days of diligent practice, she had come to understand the formidable nature of the burning palm and, consequently, the terrifying prowess of Yi Xiao. It became evident that his purpose in bringing her along was to assess her training progress. Thus, under Yi Xiao's watchful gaze, Wang Ziqing commenced her demonstration of the burning palm within the pavilion. The gusts of energy from her palms were vigorous. Although they could not match the ferocity of Yi Xiao's earlier display, nonetheless, they were vastly improved compared to her initial attempts. After a while, she concluded her practice, gently wiping the perspiration from her forehead as she turned to Yi Xiao, eagerly anticipating his evaluation. Yi Xiao merely nodded slightly. Her progress was within his expectations, commendable, showcasing her potential, and it was clear she had not been idle. Thus, Yi Xiao seized the opportunity to assess her abilities. The reason for bringing Wang Ziqing to this location today was not solely to observe her cultivation progress. There were ulterior motives at play. Rising from his seat, Yi Xiao strolled out of the pavilion. Under Wang Ziqing's bewildered gaze, he nonchalantly extended a hand, and in an instant, a radiant glow enveloped his palm. Suddenly, an immensely focused and potent force emanated from his hand, directing itself towards a nearby stone. Wang Ziqing found herself puzzled. Although she was astonished by Yi Xiao's prowess, she wondered what he intended to accomplish by exerting force on a mere stone. However, her thoughts swiftly shifted. Startling cries pierced the air as two men inexplicably materialized before the stone and, compelled by the force of Yi Xiao's hand, soared through the air before landing clumsily at his feet. Chapter 51. It's in your hands. Concealed behind the large stone were two individuals, hidden all along. Despite having been in this place for over 10 minutes, Wang Ziqing had been entirely oblivious to their presence. In stark contrast, Yi Xiao appeared to have been aware all along yet chose not to expose them. How did he discern their existence? It was utterly unfathomable. Wang Ziqing suddenly perceived that Yi Xiao, standing before her, had grown increasingly enigmatic. As for these two men, Yi Xiao was not encountering them for the first time. Merely days after Wang Ziqing was nearly abducted by a Foundation establishment cultivator, they had begun lurking here, surveilling Yi Xiao each morning. They presumed Yi Xiao was unaware of their presence, yet unbeknownst to them, he had known of their existence from the moment they appeared. In the realm of foundation laying, how could one possibly evade the gaze of the transformation god? The reason for sparing their lives was not born from Yi Xiao's trepidation, but rather from the utility their existence still held. The two exchanged glances, each recognizing the unwavering resolve in the other's eyes. They both comprehended the terror that Yi Xiao embodied. Those who ventured here had come in waves, none returning alive. At this moment, refraining from action meant certain doom. Yet, just as they were poised to strike, Yi Xiao's voice eerily resonated in their ears. The swifter the action, the swifter the demise. These mere 8 words, uttered with chilling nonchalance, struck them like the words of the underworld's judge, causing them to shudder and abandon their intentions to fight. Faced with Yi Xiao, they possessed no semblance of an escape plan. Indeed, as Yi Xiao stated, the quicker one acted, the swifter their death. One of them, realizing the futility of resistance, mustered the courage to gaze at Yi Xiao and coldly declared, "Since we have fallen into your hands, do as you will." Understanding that escape was a mere illusion, he resigned himself to his fate. Yet, this proclamation was merely a strategic maneuver. Who could willingly embrace death? Wang Ziqing stared blankly at Yi Xiao, perplexed as to why he chose not to eliminate them. Under the scrutiny of the three, Yi Xiao slowly turned, first addressing Wang Ziqing with the words, "Watch closely." Ignoring her reaction, he approached the two men, towering over them, his indifferent gaze not lingering on either, and calmly inquired, "Which of you wishes to live?" "I do." The individual on the right raised his hand immediately after Yi Xiao's words, evidently filled with a fervent desire to survive. However, his statement felt akin to delivering a death sentence to another, whose countenance darkened considerably. Yet, was this truly the moment to concern oneself with the feelings of the other? Survival took precedence. Calmly, Yi Xiao addressed the one desperate for survival, urging him to defend with all his might. The man paused for a moment, but quickly grasped Yi Xiao's intent. He was to be attacked. If he could withstand Yi Xiao's strike, he would secure his life. Hope beckoned him. How could he not give his all? He immediately braced himself, positioning his arms in the strongest manner possible, confident in his ability to withstand Yi Xiao's assault. Was this confidence warranted? Yi Xiao did not divulge that information. He merely began to gather his energy, executing the required movements for the fierce fist technique in mere moments. With a powerful strike, he unleashed a torrent of force directed at the man, a blow imbued with an overwhelming momentum. As Yi Xiao advanced, a fierce gust of wind accompanied him, and it appeared as though his palm was enveloped in flames. This strike contained an unfathomable amount of power. Wang Ziqing stood in awe, for what Yi Xiao demonstrated was the full array of the fierce fist technique. Yet, she had never anticipated that in Yi Xiao's hands it would manifest such formidable might, thousands, if not millions of times stronger than her own execution. It dawned on her that during their previous encounter at home, Yi Xiao had only exhibited a fraction of his power. Otherwise, their dwelling would have been obliterated by a single blow. The sheer terror of it all was staggering. The individual who had so confidently resisted Yi Xiao's assault was now rendered speechless, unsure of how to react. He barely had time to evade when Yi Xiao's palm struck with tremendous force. A resounding thud echoed as Yi Xiao's hand met the other's arm, instantaneously unleashing a powerful shockwave that enveloped his opponent. After a brief moment, Yi Xiao withdrew his hand, standing calmly, while the space where the man once stood was now vacant, save for a few wisps of dust lingering in the air, a testament to his presence. The only other person remaining was drenched, like Wang Ziqing, frozen in disbelief, mouth agape in astonishment. Yi Xiao had, with a single strike, reduced his opponent to nothingness. It dawned on Wang Ziqing that she had severely underestimated the might of Yi Xiao's strike. In comparison, her own palm seemed trivial, akin to the playful antics of a child. Meanwhile, the classmate who had witnessed the tragic demise of the other felt fortunate not to have sought survival first. Had he done so, he would now be the one perished. Disregarding the two stunned gazes, Yi Xiao turned, hands clasped behind his back, and addressed Wang Ziqing with a composed inquiry. Have you grasped the reality? His intention was to impart upon her the formidable lethality of this martial technique, thereby motivating her to train with greater diligence. This was also the rationale for sparing the man's life until now, but that mercy was now at its limit. Yi Xiao is unwavering in his understanding. Enemies must be eradicated without exception, lest they become a source of perpetual trouble. Wang Ziqing swallowed hard and nodded in a daze. Although she had witnessed life and death since childhood, she had never encountered such a direct approach as that of Yi Xiao, which left her somewhat stunned. Noticing her reaction, Yi Xiao remained expressionless and pointed to the lifeless figure on the ground, telling Wang Ziqing, "He is in your hands." Afterward, he indicated toward her and said to the man, "If you wish to survive, defeat her." Both Wang Ziqing and the man momentarily froze in surprise. Why would Yi Xiao ask them to duel? After all, Yi Xiao had promised to protect her. How could he pit her against that man? Even if he were to rise again, he was merely a foundational stage practitioner, far beyond Wang Ziqing's capabilities. She wanted to question Yi Xiao, but when she turned around, his figure had vanished without a trace. Had he really abandoned her? In contrast to Wang Ziqing, the man's will to survive was evidently stronger. With Yi Xiao's words echoing in his mind, he understood that defeating Wang Ziqing was his only chance for survival. With a fierce roar, he charged at her with remarkable speed and considerable force. In her panic, Wang Ziqing could only raise her palm to defend herself as they became entangled in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, on a distant peak, Yi Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the battle below between Wang Ziqing and the assassin. A fledgling eagle, untested by storms, can never soar across the skies. If he merely allowed Wang Ziqing to remain at home practicing her techniques, she would not advance even after a year. Conversely, by introducing some challenges and providing support, given Wang Ziqing's innate talent, defeating the assassin would be far from impossible. Yi Xiao, upon recognizing talent, could not bear to see such a precious gem squandered. Thus, he provided Wang Ziqing with an opportunity. Whether she could seize it was beyond Yi Xiao's control. This was also the reason he spared that person's life. Chapter 52. Healing injuries beneath the dawn's glow, Yi Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the scene below where Wang Ziqing was embroiled in a life-and-death struggle with the assassin. Wang Ziqing could hardly fathom that Yi Xiao, indifferent to her peril, had truly placed her in a confrontation against a foundational-level cultivator, one that could very well be fatal. She was entirely unaware of Yi Xiao's whereabouts, only acutely aware that a moment's inattention could result in the assassin's blade slicing her throat, extinguishing her life. Thus, she fought with every ounce of her strength, unleashing the fierce fist technique against her adversary. Each clash left her at a disadvantage, her position increasingly precarious as she was forced to retreat, with the opponent unyielding in their assault. Before long, several wounds marred Wang Ziqing's fair skin, Had she not been vigilant, she would have already met her demise. Amidst the fray, Wang Ziqing sensed an awakening force within her, as if something were on the verge of breaking free. With each application of the fierce fist technique, her skills became more refined, her resolve strengthening with each battle. Eventually, she found herself evenly matched against the assassin. With a resounding thud, she delivered a decisive blow to the back of the assassin's head, ending his life in an instant. Yet, by this time, she was utterly spent. Her body drenched in blood, her once divine appearance faded, resembling the state in which Yi Xiao had first encountered her. Upon vanquishing the adversary, Wang Ziqing experienced an extraordinary sensation. The barrier within her body had finally shattered, leading to an unquantifiable enhancement of her physical prowess. Had it not been for this surge, she would have perished from exhaustion during the recent confrontation. Now seated upon the ground, she gasped for breath, her appearance quite disheveled. Although this was not her inaugural experience with taking a life, it was indeed the first time she had exerted such effort to do so. At that moment, Yi Xiao's voice resonated in her ear, declaring, "You have reached the foundation establishment stage." Wang Ziqing immediately turned her captivating gaze towards Yi Xiao, who had appeared at her side seemingly out of nowhere. This fellow had truly abandoned her to confront the assassin alone. Yet, her thoughts soon shifted as she recalled Yi Xiao's words. Had she truly attained the foundation establishment stage? Staring at her hands in a daze, she sensed a distinct difference within her being. Her physical condition had improved remarkably. She vaguely remembered her grandfather mentioning the realms of cultivation. Yet her understanding of terms such as foundation establishment and Qi training had been rather nebulous. Never had she envisioned that she would one day step into the realm of cultivation herself. Truth be told, this sensation was rather delightful. Observing her evident joy, Yi Xiao refrained from interrupting. Wang Ziqing had indeed not disappointed him, successfully breaking through and eliminating the assassin. In truth, given Wang Ziqing's innate talent, she should have experienced a breakthrough long ago. However, the conflicting nature of the Zhengyang fist with her attributes had consistently suppressed her progress, causing significant delays. Yi Xiao had intentionally waited until now to facilitate her breakthrough, allowing her a few days to acclimate to the fierce sun palm, thereby expelling the excessive yang energy from within her. Today, under the immense pressure of life and death, a breakthrough occurred, as if it were destined to happen. Is it really so? Wang Ziqing murmured softly, attempting to rise, but the moment she moved, the excruciating pain from her wounds caused her to gasp in agony, compelling her to settle back onto the ground. She bore no ill will towards Yi Xiao. As an adult, she understood that the benefits were ultimately hers. However, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction regarding his actions, especially with her injuries in mind. The thought of having to prepare meals for him afterward stirred a sense of indignation within her, just as she wished to inform Yi Xiao of her incapacity to serve him due to her injuries. She was taken aback when he lifted her effortlessly and began to walk towards the pavilion. "What are you doing?" Wang Ziqing asked, bewildered and slightly flushed. She had never been carried by a man, especially not in such a vulnerable state. Yi Xiao offered no response. He gently set her down on the stone seat in the pavilion and positioned himself behind her. With a subtle bend of his arm, the fabric of her shirt tore apart, revealing her fair back like a cascade of delicate fragments. "Ah, what are you doing?" Wang Ziqing's face turned crimson as she swiftly turned away, desperately trying to cover her back to shield it from his gaze. Had he lost his mind? Why would he shred her clothing? Yet, when she glanced back, she found no trace of lewdness on Yi Xiao's face. It remained as serene as ever. What did this mean? If he had no ulterior motives, then why was he tearing her clothing? Yi Xiao, of course, harbored no inappropriate intentions. The tearing of her garment served a purpose. "To heal your wounds, you must remain still," he stated firmly. Wang Ziqing was momentarily taken aback. Was Yi Xiao truly intending to assist her in healing her injuries? Did he possess medical skills? How had she never heard him mention it before? Through their interactions over the past few days, she understood that Yi Xiao was not speaking falsely, which meant he genuinely sought to aid her. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, she turned away, presenting her pristine back to him. Yi Xiao's expression remained unperturbed as he extended his hand, and to her astonishment, several silver needles appeared seemingly out of nowhere. With deft movements, he began to insert the needles into Wang Ziqing's back, one after another. Before long, a mysterious pattern took shape upon her skin, and Yi Xiao withdrew his hands. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged toward her back. The silver needles had formed a spirit-conducting array. At that moment, Yi Xiao could have directly transferred energy to heal her. But given that Wang Ziqing had only recently begun her foundational cultivation and her body was still frail, he resorted to conventional healing methods. In less than 10 minutes, Wang Ziqing gazed in astonishment at her wounds, her mouth agape in disbelief. She had never witnessed such a medical technique before. As Yi Xiao concluded his treatment, she sensed a powerful influx of spiritual energy entering her body, mending the injuries on her surface, which healed at an astonishingly visible pace. Eventually, not even a trace of a scar remained, an utterly miraculous transformation. When Yi Xiao casually retracted all the silver needles, Wang Ziqing's injuries had completely healed, leaving no lasting repercussions. At that moment, she stared at Yi Xiao with wide, beautiful eyes, her heart overwhelmed. The impact he had made on her today was beyond mere shock. It was immeasurable. From the very outset, he effortlessly apprehended two adept at covert surveillance, extinguished one without hesitation, and now, in mere moments, he facilitated the healing of her ghastly wounds. All these occurrences vividly underscore Yi Xiao's extraordinary nature. Now, as Wang Ziqing stands before him, a new emotion, fear, has taken root within her. Previously, she had deemed Yi Xiao comparable to her grandfather. However, it has become evident that even her grandfather pales in comparison to Yi Xiao's prowess. Who indeed is Yi Xiao? She had never heard of such an individual in Tianhai before. Chapter 53. I seek Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, naturally, had no intention of elucidating anything to Wang Ziqing, for it was simply unnecessary. Let us depart. With Wang Ziqing now free from grave danger, Yi Xiao turned to her and spoke, contemplating Yi Xiao's terrifying capabilities. Wang Ziqing dared not utter a word, trailing behind him as their figures gradually faded from view near the pavilion. Meanwhile, the scene was left with the lifeless body of one assassin and the traces of battle. The other had been utterly obliterated. Time passed, and from behind a stone where the two had concealed themselves, a figure, shrouded in secrecy, slowly emerged. In truth, three individuals had been monitoring Yi Xiao, for reasons unknown. He had been overlooked. He had remained meticulously hidden, scarcely daring to breathe, drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, he had not been discovered. Otherwise, his fate would have mirrored that of his two companions, and perhaps even worse. However, just as he allowed himself a moment of relief, a chilling surge of true energy descended from above, striking with such swiftness that it cleaved through his left arm. Ah! The agonized scream pierced the air as the true energy pierced his arm, sending it flying in an instant. In the stillness, the sinister voice of Yi Xiao echoed in his ears. Return and inform your companions. Should there be a next time, it shall not be as simple as death. Upon hearing these words, the individual felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, disregarding the agony of his severed arm, and fled in a panic like a drenched dog. The sheer power of this man was astonishing. Not only could he communicate secretly, but he could also sever an arm from a distance. He had no doubts that if Yi Xiao intended to kill him, it would be a trivial task. It became clear that Yi Xiao had not overlooked his presence. Rather, he had deliberately spared his life, allowing him to return as a harbinger of news. This individual was utterly terrifying. If Wang Ziqing were aware of Yi Xiao's remarkable capabilities, her impression of him would undoubtedly deepen. However, she had little time to ponder such matters, for the tattered back of her clothing compelled her to hasten home. Yi Xiao did not return. He proceeded directly to Tianhai University to cultivate his skills. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Following her breakthrough, Wang Ziqing dedicated herself to her training with even greater fervor. It was unlikely she would achieve another breakthrough in the near future. Thus, Yi Xiao did not concern himself overly with her progress. Over the course of several days, Yi Xiao continued to traverse between Tianhai University and Yuchuan Community. Following the incident in the principal's office, Lu Wen had been expelled, and the new homeroom teacher, aware of his reputation, dared not speak a word against him. Consequently, Yi Xiao ceased attending classes. Xiao Run and Shui Ming had resumed their studies, albeit each supported by crutches, appearing rather miserable. Upon encountering Yi Xiao, they hurriedly averted their gaze, frightened to approach him. Huang Xinrui seemed to have been intimidated by Yi Xiao on that fateful day and had not made an appearance since. As for Qin Yushan, she seems to be contemplating her thoughts and has not proactively sought out Yi Xiao. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao is pondering whether he should find a moment to clarify matters with her, as it appears she has indeed misunderstood the events of that day. He cannot afford to keep such a wonderful girl like Qin Yushan waiting. On the other hand, Qin Mashuan sent a message to Yi Xiao on Sunday evening, requesting to meet after class on Monday afternoon, mentioning that she had found several medicinal herbs and needed Yi Xiao to inspect them first. Thus, on Monday afternoon, Yi Xiao concluded his training early and arrived at class, seemingly a tad too early as the lesson was still in progress. Upon entering, all eyes in the classroom, including those of Xiao Run and his sycophant Shinfang, turned towards Yi Xiao. The expressions that once held mockery were now replaced with trepidation. Under the scrutiny of his peers, Yi Xiao calmly approached and took a seat beside Qin Mashuan, while the teacher continued the lesson without comment. After the previous encounter, Xiao Run dared not sit beside Qin Mashuan again. At this moment, even the sight of Yi Xiao seated there silenced any objections he might have had. As the lesson progressed into its latter half, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward due to Yi Xiao's presence. Finally, as the bell rang, signaling the end of class, the teacher hurriedly departed, and the students inadvertently shifted their gaze towards Yi Xiao and Qin Mashuan. Qin Mashuan, feeling a hint of embarrassment, turned to Yi Xiao, just about to call him to leave together when suddenly, a commotion erupted at the classroom door. Look, isn't that the illustrious Qin Yushan, the campus belle? Someone exclaimed. Just as class had ended, with many students still lingering, this remark ignited excitement, and all eyes turned eagerly towards the entrance, including Yi Xiao, who could not help but glance as well. Today, Qin Yushan donned a loose off-shoulder t-shirt paired with white shorts, her natural beauty radiating an exuberant youthfulness. Upon her arrival, it seemed as though all the girls in the class were overshadowed, save for Qin Mashuan, who sat beside Yi Xiao and stood as her equal. After all, Qin Mashuan was renowned as one of the two campus beauties of Tianhai University, her allure not yielding in comparison to Qin Yushan's. Witnessing this scene, the classmates were stirred with excitement. The occurrence of both campus beauties in the same frame was a rarity indeed. Yet, questions lingered in their minds. What could the illustrious Qin Yushan, not a member of their class, be seeking in their classroom? One bold student approached, mustering the audacity to inquire. Hello, is there anything I can assist you with? This audacious inquiry incited envy among his peers, who silently chastised him for daring to engage with the goddess, Qin Yushan. Nevertheless, curiosity lingered. Who could she possibly be looking for? Under the collective gaze of her classmates, Qin Yushan's enchanting eyes scanned the classroom, pausing momentarily when they met Yi Xiao's, her expression revealing a hint of complexity. She then turned to the inquisitive student and smiled gently, stating, I'm looking for Yi Xiao. Could you please call him out? After casting another glance at Yi Xiao, she exited the classroom to await him in the hallway. The classroom, which should have been lively with chatter post-class, fell into an astonished silence at Qin Yushan's words. Her classmates looked at Yi Xiao with expressions of disbelief, each one more dramatic than the last. Could it be true that one of Tianhai University's campus beauties was seeking Yi Xiao? What did this fellow possess that could possibly attract the favor of such a goddess? Moreover, it is evident that Yu Zhao's relationship with another campus belle, Qin Mashuan, is rather ambiguous. How, then, could he also be entangled with Qin Yushan? Must this individual monopolize both of Tianhai University's leading beauties? On what grounds? Even Xiao Run, wary of Yi Xiao due to previous events, gazes upon him with a hunger akin to that of a predator. Is it not sufficient for this fellow to have Qin Mashuan? Why must he also reach for Qin Yushan? What gives him the right? Qin Mashuan's gaze towards Yi Xiao is laced with complexity, pondering why he has become acquainted with Qin Yushan, who has specifically sought him out at this moment. Reflecting upon Yi Zhao's previous dismissive attitude towards her beauty, could it be that his connection with Qin Yushan runs deeper than she realized? Now that dinner time has arrived, is it possible that Qin Yushan's visit is an invitation to dine with Yi Xiao? If so, whom will he choose to accompany, her or Qin Yushan? Contemplating these thoughts, Qin Mashuan inexplicably feels a sense of loss. Chapter 54. An unacceptable proposition as the target of everyone's scrutiny, Yi Xiao remains unperturbed. These individuals dare only to harbor their thoughts internally, at most whispering behind his back. Who would be bold enough to voice their opinions in his presence? Since none dare to speak, why should Yi Xiao concern himself with their opinions? He can surmise the reason for Qin Yushan's visit. She has likely pondered over the events of that day. Thus, Yi Xiao rises, disregarding the envious gazes of his peers, and exits the classroom to meet Qin Yushan. The moment he departs, the classroom erupts into a cacophony of speculation. What exactly is this fellow's background? What merits Qin Yushan's personal attention? Once again, it is quite perplexing that this fellow has not been expelled. Indeed, one cannot help but feel sympathy for Qin Mashuan in our class. This Yi Xiao is truly insatiable. There are all sorts of rumors circulating, some even involving Qin Mashuan. In the eyes of others, Qin Mashuan shares a profound bond with Yi Xiao. Yet he has now disregarded her to pursue another girl, leaving Qin Mashuan in a pitiable state. With a gaze filled with melancholy, she lamented Yi Xiao's indifference, as he had not spared her a glance from the moment he stood up to exit, causing her heart to ache. After a brief moment, she clenched her teeth, seemingly resolute in her decision. Upon leaving the classroom, Yi Xiao encountered Qin Yushan standing by the window. As he approached, a blush swept across her delicate features, and she suggested, "Shall we take a stroll downstairs?" Yi Xiao nodded in agreement, and together they descended the academic building. As they walked along the paths of Tianhai University, they drew the attention of passers-by, igniting a flurry of whispers. "Look, she is actually walking with a boy on campus at this hour." If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly leave countless suitors heartbroken. Yi Xiao, however, was gripped by an uneasy premonition. He feared that Qin Yushan might have accepted his confession. Such a misunderstanding would be catastrophic. His heart was devoted solely to the path of enlightenment, rendering him incapable of indulging in romantic entanglements. If Qin Yushan were to agree, he would have no choice but to reject her resolutely. After all, he simply could not allow himself to succumb to such distractions. He had endured for countless eons. And now, after enduring untold suffering, loneliness, and despair, he had finally reached the last 200 years of his arduous journey. In the grand scheme of billions of years, these final 2 centuries pass in the blink of an eye. With only a few remaining purple martial orders left, he is but a mere 200 years away from transcending into immortality, following in the footsteps of his revered master. How could he allow any misstep in this crucial time? Regardless of Qin Yushan's potential sorrow, Yi Xiao would not hesitate to sacrifice her if it meant safeguarding his celestial aspirations. This pursuit has been his for eons, far too significant to be weighed against the mere life of an ordinary mortal. As Yi Xiao lingered in uncertainty, Qin Yushan too found herself at a loss for words. Having never had a boyfriend throughout her life and having faced numerous confessions, she had always rejected them without a moment's hesitation. Yet, when confronted with Yi Xiao, she surprisingly felt the need to contemplate for several days. She harbored undeniable affection for him, stemming from their first encounter on the basketball court and later learning of his heroic act in saving Huang Xinrui. Over the past few days, she genuinely pondered whether to accept his feelings. Ultimately, it was Qin Yushan who broke the silence, realizing that her troubles paled in comparison to Yi Xiao's. "I have given the matter from that day considerable thought," she stated. Yi Xiao, momentarily taken aback, had never experienced matters of the heart, believing them to be obstacles on the path to immortality. Thus, he could not discern whether Qin Yushan intended to accept or decline his feelings. He could only wait quietly for her to speak, contemplating his own actions depending on her response. Observing the subtle shift in Yi Xiao's typically composed demeanor, Qin Yushan felt a twinge of embarrassment and lowered her head to murmur an apology. Yi Xiao was momentarily taken aback by her apology. Did it signify that Qin Yushan had declined his request? Or perhaps her words would take an unexpected turn. Indeed, as he anticipated, Qin Yushan lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed and continued, "I'm sorry, but I cannot agree to your request. I am not yet prepared." This was her answer. Despite never having had a boyfriend, she had clear intentions for herself. Their acquaintance was brief, and she hardly knew Yi Xiao well enough. Even if she felt a flicker of affection, it was not enough to cloud her judgment. To Yi Xiao's surprise, he felt an unexpected sense of relief upon hearing her words, a sentiment that should not have surfaced within him. At last, Qin Yushan had not acquiesced, thus relieving Yi Xiao of any further considerations. He calmly replied, "It's all right, but the 2 items are a gift for you. I hope you will take good care of them." On that day, Yi Xiao was unaware that Qin Yushan had misconstrued his intentions, and thus his words lacked careful thought. Now, he reflected on the matter more thoroughly. Qin Yushan had merely rejected one aspect while not denying anything concerning the purple martial order, which had been Yi Xiao's sole objective from the beginning. Noticing Yi Xiao's lack of disappointment, Qin Yushan felt no remorse and offered him a radiant smile. "I will take good care of them." Hearing this, Yi Xiao finally felt at ease, and the two continued down the path. At that moment, Yi Xiao pondered if Qin Yushan was unaware that Huang Xinrui had not informed her about Wang Ziqing staying at his home. Otherwise, she would not have looked at him with such an apologetic expression. What was Huang Xinrui up to? Given her temperament, she should have informed Qin Yushan the moment she left the Yi family. He was perplexed, having unwittingly strolled to the school gate alongside Qin Yushan. Qin Yushan smiled at Yi Xiao and said, "Although I have declined your advances, it does not imply that you are devoid of opportunity. My birthday is in a few days. Perhaps we could celebrate together? Yi Xiao hesitated momentarily. The situation had indeed become somewhat theatrical, and he felt he ought to offer Qin Yushan some form of recompense. Thus, he nodded in agreement, responding, "All right." Qin Yushan nodded cheerfully. In truth, she did not lack feelings for Yi Xiao. She simply believed it was still too premature. She wished to spend more time with him before reaching a conclusion. Observing that Yi Xiao did not react with indignation like other rejected suitors, she regarded him with newfound respect and smiled, saying, "I drove here. Do you need a ride home?" Having driven herself, she felt a tinge of unease after rejecting him and considered offering him a lift. However, before she could finish her sentence, the roar of an engine interrupted her. As a Porsche Cayenne suddenly appeared on the opposite side of the road and came to a halt before them. Before Qin Yushan could comprehend the situation, the window of the Porsche slowly descended, revealing Qin Mashuan, who flashed a dazzling smile at Yi Xiao and said, "Did we not agree to dine together? Let us go." Chapter 55, On What Grounds? Before Yi Xiao could respond, Qin Yushan stood there, momentarily stunned, gazing at both Yi Xiao and the figure in the car, wondering about the nature of Yi Xiao's relationship with Qin Mashuan. This matter had long perplexed her. It all began on the basketball court when Qin Mashuan had extended an invitation for dinner. Initially, she believed that since Yi Xiao had confessed his feelings for her, there should be no connection to Qin Mashuan, especially considering that Yi Xiao had also rejected her at that time. However, it now appeared to be otherwise. For Qin Mashuan mentioned that they had made plans to dine together that evening. A strange sensation stirred within Qin Yushan. She yearned to voice her thoughts. Yet the words faltered on her lips as she found herself at a loss for expression. After all, she had just declined Yi Xiao. Why should it matter to her whom he dined with? Was she being overly concerned? Inside the vehicle, although Qin Mashuan appeared outwardly composed, smiling sweetly at Yi Xiao, her heart was in turmoil. She feared that Yi Xiao would choose to be with Qin Yushan and reject her instead. She glanced at Yi Xiao, hoping to decipher his thoughts from his expression, but upon doing so, she realized that even in the face of such a situation, his countenance remained devoid of emotion. An unexpected panic seized her. Qin Yushan also turned her gaze toward Yi Xiao, eager to discern whether he would accept or, like the previous occasion, decline. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Xiao was entirely unaware of their thoughts. Even if he were aware, he would remain steadfast in his intentions, indifferent to whom he might hurt. He had already made plans for the evening with Qin Mashuan and would not alter them for any reason. Thus, he merely nodded at Qin Yushan and said farewell before opening the door of Qin Mashuan's Porsche and taking a seat inside. A smile, almost involuntary, graced Qin Mashuan's face as she felt a surge of delight at Yi Xiao's decision to join her for dinner instead of accompanying Qin Yushan. After exchanging a brief greeting with Qin Yushan, Qin Mashuan entered her car and departed slowly. Qin Yushan's smile, however, appeared somewhat forced, as an inexplicable discomfort lingered in her heart. Having just declined Yi Xiao's invitation, she now found him in the company of another woman, none other than Qin Mashuan, who shared the title of one of the two most celebrated beauties at Tianhai University. A sense of despondency enveloped her thoughts. Whether Qin Yushan felt heartache was of no concern to Yi Xiao. His intentions for dining with Qin Mashuan were singular and straightforward, to discuss medicinal herbs. Noticing that Qin Mashuan was headed towards Tianwei-ju, Yi Xiao paused thoughtfully before suggesting, "Let us not go to Tianwei-ju. Let us choose another venue." Qin Mashuan was momentarily taken aback. "Is something wrong? Why not Tianwei-ju? Did you find something unsatisfactory about it during your last visit?" The actions of the manager during their previous encounter might have been commendable in the eyes of others, yet Yi Xiao held a different perspective. In truth, he harbored a disdain for such worldly flattery and the burdens of social niceties, fearing they might tarnish his principles. If it were within his power, he would prefer to avoid meeting that manager altogether. Nevertheless, Yi Xiao offered no explanation. He simply stated his desire for a different location, and Qin Mashuan complied without question. Following her brother Qin Zifen's instructions to heed Yi Xiao's words without argument, she turned at the next intersection, steering towards another restaurant. Yipinzhai, although not as renowned as Tianwei residents, is nevertheless regarded as a mid to upper tier restaurant in Tianhai City, and Qin Mashuan has a particular fondness for dining here. Before long, they arrived at Yipinzhai, which is somewhat removed from the city center, making the drive somewhat time-consuming. Once Qin Mashuan parked the car, she entered alongside Yi Xiao, only to unexpectedly encounter two uninvited guests at the reception desk of the restaurant. "Isn't this the eldest daughter of the Qin family, Qin Mashuan? What a coincidence!" Standing before them were two remarkably familiar gentlemen, by Hua and Chu Feng, whom they had seen just yesterday. Upon their arrival, Yi Zhao's gaze stirred slightly. Yet he remained indifferent. It was quite normal to run into acquaintances in a city as small as Tiahai. In stark contrast, Bai Hua and Chu Feng exhibited a far more pronounced reaction. What are you doing here? Indeed, how is it possible for him to be here? These two had been blacklisted by Tianwei residents due to yesterday's incident and had been humiliated when they were turned away from dining there, leading them to seek refuge in Yiping. Who could have anticipated that they would run into Yi Xiao here? It was a classic case of enemies crossing paths. To make matters worse, Yi Xiao was accompanied by none other than Qin Mashuan, further fueling their indignation. After all, just yesterday, Yi Xiao had dined with Qin Yushan. So how was it that he was now sharing a meal with Qin Mashuan? How could this young man, seemingly of ordinary merit, alternate between dining with the two most admired women at Tianhai University? Do you know each other? Although Qin Mashuan was reluctant to engage with the two ruffians, she inquired casually upon hearing their acknowledgement of Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao remained silent. They were merely two bothersome mosquitoes that could be swatted away effortlessly. Why bother with them? Let them bite themselves? Yi Xiao was not so foolish. Bai Hua and Chu Feng, however, thought otherwise. Chu Feng sneered. Of course I know him. Just yesterday. This brother dined with Qin Yuzhan, didn't he? They believed that while this fellow might not know how to alternate dining with two goddesses, neither of them should be aware of the other's existence. Chu Feng stepped forward to testify that Yi Xiao had indeed dined with Qin Yuzhan the previous evening. Upon hearing this, Qin Mashuan was undoubtedly displeased, and at that moment, Yi Xiao would certainly face dire consequences. This was their form of revenge. The two exchanged mocking glances with Yi Xiao and Qin Mashuan, eagerly anticipating Mashuan's reaction and Yi Xiao's embarrassment. However, when they turned to Yi Xiao, they did not witness the unraveling of deceit or the panic of impending misfortune on his face. Instead, it was Qin Mashuan who, upon hearing that Yi Xiao had dined with Qin Yuzhan, involuntarily furrowed her brows, finding it peculiar that they had also strolled together today. Yet, regrettably, she dared not voice her thoughts, as she felt unqualified to criticize Yi Xiao's actions. Bai Hua and Chu Feng's implications were clear to her, prompting her to coldly declare, "If there is nothing else, please step aside." Bai Hua and Chu Feng were momentarily taken aback. How could it be that Qin Mashuan, upon learning that the man beside her had dined with another woman, did not react with fury? Wasn't she supposed to slap Yi Xiao and humiliate him in front of them? Why this unexpected response? What means had Yi Xiao employed to win the hearts of two stunning beauties, Qin Yuzhan and Qin Mashuan? What could possibly inspire Qin Mashuan to be so utterly devoted to him? Chu Feng, undeterred, pointed at Yi Xiao and continued, "Miss Qin, did you not hear me clearly? I said silence." Chapter 56 Zhaohong. Silence. Qin Mashuan did not allow him to finish, interrupting loudly. "If you believe your family can rival the Qin family, then by all means, continue speaking." After the last incident, Qin Zifen had specifically instructed her. She was acutely aware of her position and understood that she must unconditionally stand by Yi Xiao's side, ensuring he faced no humiliation whatsoever. The intentions of these two were evidently malicious toward Yi Xiao, and thus she would never speak favorably of them. Chu Feng and Bai Hua remained perplexed. Why was it that upon learning her male companion was dining with another woman, Qin Mashuan displayed calmness rather than anger, reprimanding them instead? What merit did Yi Xiao possess to elicit such loyalty? Their questions went unanswered, as Qin Mashuan provided them no further opportunity to speak. She immediately entered the restaurant with Yi Xiao, choosing a table to sit down. Yi Xiao maintained an expression of indifference, passing by without casting them a glance. In fact, he had not uttered a single word to them throughout, embodying complete disregard. These two rabid dogs, quick to bite, were unworthy of provoking even a hint of anger from Yi Xiao. To put it aptly, with a mere flick of his hand, Yi Xiao could obliterate them entirely. Being so easily extinguished had not even earned the right to engage him in conversation, let alone provoke his ire. The two men were filled with indignation, yet felt utterly powerless, for the Qin family held an unparalleled position in Tianhai, a status not easily shaken by anyone. Thus, they could only enter and find a place to sit. Strangely enough, the entire hall was nearly empty, with only their two tables occupied. At that moment, several luxury cars suddenly arrived outside, Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, BMWs, and more. A multitude of individuals disembarked, among whom the leading gentleman stood out with his refined attire and striking features. Upon entering, he promptly tapped on the counter, summoning the restaurant manager. After exchanging a few words with the manager, the latter approached Bai Hua's table with an apologetic smile, stating, "I regret to inform you, gentlemen, that our restaurant has been reserved for the evening, and I must kindly ask you to seek alternative accommodations." "What did you say?" Chu Feng, whose temperament was far more volatile than Bai Hua's, was already agitated from a prior encounter with Yi Xiao, and the manager's request to evict them only fueled his ire further. Being ousted from Tianwei Ju was one thing, but now being dismissed from Yiping Zhai? What audacity! On the other side, Qin Mashuan furrowed her brow slightly, glancing towards the entrance where the leading man stood. "Who possesses such influence to reserve the entire Yiping Zhai?" Bai Hua inquired. Unfazed by Chu Feng's fury, the manager replied with a smile, "To answer your question, the individual who has reserved our Yiping Zhai for tonight is none other than Zhao Hong, the scion of the Zhao family in Tianhai." At the mention of Zhao Hong, both Chu Feng and Bai Hua's pupils constricted, unable to resist casting their gaze towards the gentleman at the entrance. "If I am not mistaken, he is indeed the young master of the Zhao family from Tianhai, Zhao Hong. What an extraordinary scene we have today. Having just encountered Miss Qin, he now stands before us." Bai Hua feels that both of them are rather unfortunate today. At this moment, Zhao Hong sauntered over, casting a smile in their direction. "I thought it was someone else. It turns out to be you too," he remarked. The previous arrogance on Bai Hua and Chu Feng's faces had vanished, replaced by a submissive demeanor as they smiled at Zhao Hong and greeted him. "Hello, brother Zhao Hong." They had no choice. They could not compete with the Qin family, let alone the Zhao family. While they could exchange a few words with Qin Mashuan, they could only bow their heads in flattery before Zhao Hong. Zhao Hong is not to be compared with Qin Mashuan. He is a truly ruthless individual. It is said that a wealthy young man who once offended him found himself with his limbs severed the very next day. Since then, in the upper echelons of Tianhai, no one is unaware of the name Zhao Xiaoyi. In contrast to his brother Zhao Yang, Zhao Hong is the real deal. Zhao Yang does not even come close to his half. "This evening, I have guests arriving, so you may take your leave," Zhao Hong stated without a hint of courtesy. Chu Feng nodded, preparing to depart, but Bai Hua hesitated, pointing towards Yu Xiao and Qin Mashuan sitting nearby. "Brother Zhao Hong, there are still two individuals seated over there." His gaze held a touch of mockery. They dared not offend Miss Qin, nor could they provoke Yi Xiao. But that did not imply that Zhao Hong could not handle Qin Mashuan or Yi Xiao. Using Zhao Hong's influence to teach Yi Xiao a lesson would be something he would relish. Zhao Hong's gaze shifted to Qin Mashuan and the man sitting across from her, momentarily pausing in surprise at encountering her here. He was particularly taken aback by the presence of a man dining with her. How could Qin Mashuan be sharing a meal with another man? Puzzled, he approached them slowly. "Isn't this Mashuan? It's been a while. You have become even more beautiful," he remarked, taking a seat beside her with familiarity. Qin Mashuan, noticing his proximity, immediately distanced herself and said, "Zhao Hong, we are not that close yet. Please maintain your decorum." However, Zhao Hong was unperturbed. He had long desired Qin Mashuan, and if it weren't for her status as a member of the Qin family, she would have already been reduced to his plaything, though he believed that day was inevitable. Now, seeing her dining with another man ignited his anger. "Well, since we've met, why don't you join me for dinner with my guests tonight?" Zhao Hong suggested with a smile. Without waiting for Qin Mashuan's response, he turned his attention to Yi Xiao and coldly addressed him. "My friend, I have plans for the evening. Please leave like the others." "What do you mean, Zhao Hong?" Qin Mashuan retorted, her expression turning fierce as she refused to give him any face. Under ordinary circumstances, she would have avoided confrontation with him. But dining with Yi Xiao made it impossible to relent. To her astonishment, Zhao Hong disregarded her entirely and fixed his gaze on Yi Xiao, saying icily, "Please leave." As his words fell, a group of individuals accompanying him had already surrounded the table, ready to act at Zhao Hong's command should Yi Xiao refuse. Bai Hua and Chu Feng watched from the side, their cold laughter echoing. This fellow had dared to expel them the previous day, and now the retribution had arrived. He deserved it. "Please leave," the manager urged them. Bai Hua and Chu Feng nodded, casting a mocking glance at Yi Xiao as they departed. Though they lamented not witnessing Yi Xiao being brutally beaten by Zhao Hong, their involvement had already provided them with a sense of vindication. "Zhao Hong, are you truly intent on opposing our Qin family?" Qin Mashuan was nearly driven to madness. How could Zhao Hong have the audacity to encircle them? Zhao Hong remained silent, first surveying the group of brothers at his side, then fixing his gaze on Yi Xiao, his expression laced with mockery. He aimed to humiliate Yi Xiao, to make him understand that not everyone is worthy of sitting beside Qin Mashuan. Chapter 57. Refusal to depart means death. Moshwan, do not blame me for the warning. Your grandfather, the venerable Qin Laoi, may not have many days left. Zhao Hong spoke with a hint of menace directed at Qin Moshwan. The Qin family was nearing its end. With the patriarch, Qin Zifan, on the brink of death, it was common knowledge that his time was short. Once Qin Zifan passed, the Qin family would become a tempting morsel for anyone to devour, soon to be diminished entirely. In contrast, the Zhao family, under the leadership of the venerable Zhao Fuyuan, still had ample time. They were actively reaching out to powerful cultivators, and the Zhao family was truly in its prime. As soon as Qin Zifan meets his demise, the Zhao family shall ascend to become the most prominent clan in the entirety of Tian'ai. In such dire circumstances, how laughable it is that Qin Moshwan still resorts to leveraging the Qin family to intimidate Zhao Hong. Does the Qin family truly possess any leverage to engage in a contest of wills with the Zhao family? Qin Moshwan trembled with indignation. She was well aware of the underlying truth. However, even a withered camel is larger than a horse, and she had anticipated that Zhao Hong would show some deference to the Qin family. To her surprise, he was so brazenly forthright. Tears began to well up in her eyes, and at that moment, she found herself at a loss, casting a pleading glance towards Yi Xiao. Zhao Hong let out a derisive laugh, dismissing Yi Xiao as inconsequential, merely perceiving him as a lowly individual. He then barked at Yi Xiao, "If you have any sense, you'd best get lost quickly, otherwise, prepare to suffer a beating." With the current trajectory of events, he was eager at the prospect of possibly winning Qin Moshwan for himself. Zhao Hong, Qin Moshwan, and Zhao Hong's entourage all turned their attention to Yi Xiao. Under the collective scrutiny of their gazes, Yi Xiao maintained an unperturbed demeanor, calmly stating, "Leave now, and out of respect for your grandfather, I shall spare your life." Inwardly, Yi Xiao sighed, reflecting on Zhao Fuyuan and Zhao Fuzhou, both ruthless individuals who understood the times. Yet, he pondered why their descendants were so woefully lacking. Zhao Yang and Zhao Hong were no exception. He felt profound disappointment towards the Zhao family. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would not have bestowed the cultivation techniques upon Zhao Fuyuan, allowing them to flourish or perish on their own. Following his declaration, a heavy silence enveloped the hall, as Zhao Hong and his companions regarded Yi Xiao with expressions akin to that of gazing at a fool. "What nonsense is this kid spouting?" They laughed. "I did not hear clearly. Considering the old man's status, how audacious. Does he not comprehend the magnitude of the old man's identity? How dare he utter such grandiose statements? It seems this lad has been utterly intimidated by us brothers." The group erupted in derisive laughter. Even Qin Moshwan could not suppress her concern. She was acutely aware of the terrifying reputation of the elder Zhao. Although the second master had been incapacitated, the elder was the true heavyweight. Yi Zhao's words filled her with trepidation. Zhao Hong could not help but chuckle and asked, "Young man, do you know who my grandfather is?" Yi Zhao's expression remained unperturbed as he retorted, "Say it again, and I shall spare your life." Even if Zhao Fuyuan himself were to come, he would have to kneel and bow before him. What right did Zhao Hong have to speak to him in such a manner? It was tantamount to courting death. Today, he and Qin Moshwan had come merely to dine and discuss matters, wishing to avoid escalating the situation. If Zhao Hong were to depart quietly, he would not pursue the matter further, only placing the Zhao family on his blacklist. Yet, it was evident that Zhao Hong was not one to heed warnings. He thought Yi Xiao, with his seemingly shabby demeanor, could simply utter a few words and frighten them away. What a farce. "Brothers, it seems this lad is oblivious to the situation. I trust you know what to do," Zhao Hong declared. "No need." The crowd surrounding them shouted in unison, their momentum surging. They boasted over 10 men, while Yi Xiao stood solitary, appearing isolated. Observing this, Qin Moshwan swiftly approached Yi Xiao, gritting her teeth and stating, "Zhao Hong, should you lay a finger on him today, my Qin family will not take it lightly." At this moment, Zhao Hong paid no heed to Qin Moshwan's words. The fact that Qin Moshwan shielded Yi Xiao was the greatest affront to him. "Attack!" he bellowed. The group encircling them surged forward, targeting both Yi Xiao and Qin Moshwan, with Qin Moshwan being the primary target. Yet, they unleashed their fists without a hint of compassion. Qin Moshwan had already closed her eyes, bracing for the impending pain. However, after a brief moment of waiting, she was met not with the anticipated agony, but rather a series of dull thuds and muffled groans. Trembling, she slowly opened her eyes, only to discover that the more than 10 individuals who had intended to assault them had collectively collapsed to the ground. Each one lay with tightly shut eyes. ensnared in a state of unconsciousness. This was utterly incomprehensible. How could this be? From the moment she had closed her eyes to the present scene, no more than 10 seconds had elapsed. Yet, within this fleeting span, the once vigorous assailants had all fallen silent. Could such a feat be attributed to mere human capability? Unable to suppress her gaze, she turned towards Yi Xiao, who remained seated with an air of indifference. His demeanor was unchanged. Even his expression bore no trace of alteration. An uncontrollable shock manifested on Qin Mashuan's face. In the entire hall, who else could have intervened? This implied that Yi Xiao had not even lifted a finger, yet. In less than 10 seconds, he had dispatched over 10 assailants into unconsciousness. Even her grandfather, Qin Zifen, in his youth, could not have achieved such a feat. At this moment, Qin Mashuan suddenly began to comprehend the reason behind Qin Zifen's profound respect for Yi Xiao. In stark contrast to Qin Mashuan's astonishment, Zhao Hong was utterly bewildered. With his eyes wide open, he had witnessed firsthand how Yi Xiao effortlessly subdued his subordinates. Over 10 men had charged forward. Yet before their fists could even graze Qin Mashuan's face, it was as if an unseen force had immobilized them. As if that were not enough, a wave of immense power emanated from Yi Xiao, who sat calmly to the side, sending all 10 of his subordinates flying with a single surge. They crashed to the ground, rendered unconscious, all within a mere 5 seconds. The shock coursing through Zhao Hong was indescribable. He had never encountered anyone capable of handling such a multitude with such ease. Unable to contain his astonishment, he cast a bewildered glance at Yi Xiao, pondering the identity of this extraordinary individual. How could someone possess such formidable strength? Why had he never heard of such a person in Tianhai before? Logically, given his youth, it was improbable that he would have gone unnoticed. While Zhao Hong frantically searched his memory for any trace of Yi Xiao, Qin Mashuan was lost in thought, staring at him. At that moment, Yi Xiao slowly rose, his gaze both indifferent and imbued with an infinite coldness, locking onto Zhao Hong. I recall stating that if you departed just now, I would spare your life, did I not? Chapter 58, Elder Qin of Wuxingshan. Meeting Yi Xiao's frigid gaze, Zhao Hong felt as though he had plunged into an abyss of ice. In that instant, he glimpsed the horrors of the underworld reflected in Yi Xiao's eyes. Standing before him, Yi Xiao transformed into a harbinger of death, exuding an aura that suggested he could claim Zhao Hong's life at any moment. There was no doubt in Zhao Hong's mind. How could a man who could effortlessly incapacitate over 10 youths in mere seconds not be capable of ending his life? For Yi Xiao, the act of killing him would be as simple as breathing. Do you know who I am? I am the legitimate grandson of the Zhao family in Tianhai. Zhao Hong exclaimed, desperation creeping into his voice. If you kill me, the Zhao family will pursue you relentlessly. And my 2 grandfathers will not let you go. In that moment, Zhao Hong resorted to invoking his family's name to intimidate Yi Xiao. He could not believe that the formidable reputation of the Tianhai Zhao family could be disregarded by such a young upstart. Yet, as he finished his plea, Yi Xiao's expression remained unchanged. He advanced toward Zhao Hong with unwavering resolve, seemingly determined to take his life without hesitation. With a resounding thud, Yi Xiao made no move. Yet Zhao Hong was sent crashing against the wall, leaving a fissure in its surface. Blood poured from his mouth, rendering him utterly disheveled. Yi Xiao, his demeanor cool and composed, approached Zhao Hong with a palpable intent to kill. Why you dare to kill me? Zhao Hong stammered, disbelief etched on his face. He felt the weight of Yi Xiao's murderous intent, a tangible force that confirmed Yi Xiao's resolve to end his life, disregarding the threats posed by the Zhao family. The idea of the Zhao family's influence being a deterrent was laughable, even if the entire Zhao clan were to learn of Yi Xiao's intentions. None would dare voice dissent, and all would undoubtedly support his decision to eliminate Zhao Hong. It is merely Zhao Hong, along with the short-sighted individuals of Tianhai, who perceive the Zhao family as a formidable entity. In Yi Xiao's eyes, they are but insignificant ants. To Yi Xiao, not only is the Tianhai Zhao family devoid of any qualification to threaten him, but even the mightiest nation in the world today poses no danger to him. He is a cultivator of the transformation God stage. In this current era, known as the end of the law period, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has nearly been exhausted, and the cultivation environment is inferior to that of the ancient immortal times by several thousandfold. Rarely do one find cultivators at the nascent soul or golden core stages. Yi Xiao can rightfully claim to be invincible in this age. One must ponder, how could such an individual fear the trifling threats posed by the Zhao family? It is indeed laughable. The recent incident involving Huang Xinrui has served as a reminder to Yi Xiao. He has been excessively indifferent to certain matters, allowing some individuals to grow audacious. When one tolerates too much, others perceive them as easy prey. If one refrains from retaliating once, there will inevitably be a second, third, and countless subsequent times. The most effective approach is to resolve the matter decisively and eradicate any future troubles. At this moment, Yi Xiao's heart has truly turned murderous. Zhao Hong is already drenched in cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably, a primal instinct in the face of death. Instinct is, in essence, a form of resistance. Yet how could he muster the strength to resist against Yi Xiao? Not only is he devoid of the capability, but even the spirit to resist eludes him. Just then, Qin Moshwan approached and tugged at Yi Xiao, suggesting, why not let it go? Zhao Hong, after all, is the legitimate heir of the Zhao family. And should Yi Xiao take his life, the Zhao family would undoubtedly seek retribution without mercy. Should they uncover the connection between the Qin family and Yi Xiao, it could potentially jeopardize the Qin family as well. Presently, as Zhao Hong previously articulated, the Qin family is indeed incapable of withstanding a full-scale assault from the Zhao family. Qin Moshwan is fearful that the foundation of her family may be obliterated in an instant. Step aside, Yi Xiao stated with an air of indifference. Once he had resolved to pursue a course of action, it would be a task of great folly to alter it lightly. Moreover, what authority did Qin Moshwan possess to obstruct him? In other words, there exists no one who holds the right to impede his will. His intent to slay Zhao Hong was unwavering, impervious to the influence of any person or circumstance. As their gazes clashed in the air, Qin Moshwan's delicate form trembled slightly. In that fleeting moment, she perceived an unprecedented chill in Yi Xiao's eyes. She understood that she was utterly incapable of thwarting him, nor did she possess the standing to do so. Ultimately, she could only acquiesce and step aside, resigning herself to follow Yi Xiao's lead, irrespective of his intentions. This was the directive passed down from her grandfather, a truth she could not alter. With Qin Moshwan no longer in his way, Zhao Hong finally stood before Yi Xiao, his visage replete with despair. At this juncture, he comprehended that Yi Xiao was not the sycophantic playboy he had assumed, but rather, it was Qin Moshwan who sought to ingratiate herself with him. Who, then, was this individual? How could he command such reverence from the young lady of the Qin family? What immense power did he possess? Why had he never been mentioned before? A multitude of questions flooded his mind, yet Yi Xiao granted him no opportunity for contemplation. He simply raised his hand, and with its descent, Zhao Hong would meet his demise. Just as Zhao Hong was engulfed in despair, and Qin Moshwan stood by, ready to intervene, a voice, tinged with age, resonated throughout the restaurant. Young man, do not be so impulsive. Resorting to violence at every turn is rather reckless. The words seemed to emanate from nowhere, yet as they fell, Zhao Hong's body was propelled by an unseen force, swiftly retreating from the scene. This sudden turn of events caused Qin Moshwan to pause in bewilderment, who had come to Zhao Hong's aid. Yi Xiao, too, slowly withdrew his hand, which was poised to strike, and turned to face the counter, the location from which Zhao Hong had been rescued. There stood not only Zhao Hong, but also an elder clad in a Taoist robe, his hair and beard entirely white, exuding an ethereal and venerable presence. Zhao Hong had indeed been saved by him, and it was his voice that had spoken. Old Chen. Zhao Hong was the first to regain his composure. Ignoring his own injuries, he approached Old Chen, feigning misery, and pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Xiao, exclaiming, "Today, in honor of your esteemed presence, I cleared the venue. Yet this ruffian not only refused to leave, but also injured me. You must help me seek vengeance." Playing the victim, Zhao Hong adeptly employed the tactic of preemptive accusation. After pouring out his grievances, he glared at Yi Xiao and shouted, "You are finished. Do you know who this is? He is none other than Elder Chen Su, the master of the Tianhai Wuxingshan Taoist Temple. Kneel and apologize at once." With the backing of Elder Chen, he felt emboldened. After all, this venerable figure was a well-respected elder in Tianhai, possessing extraordinary skills. The very guest he sought to honor today was none other than Elder Chen. He believed that with Elder Chen present, even if a celestial being were to arrive, Zhao Hong would remain unharmed today. Thus, he felt a profound sense of confidence and was determined that Yi Xiao must face retribution for the grievous injury inflicted upon him. This enmity, he vowed, would not go unavenged. Elder Chen, observing Zhao Hong with furrowed brows for a moment, then turned his gaze towards Yi Xiao. His voice tinged with a hint of coldness as he inquired, "Young friend, having wounded someone. Should there not be an explanation? Chapter 59. The Shadow of the Past. Elder Qin, the master of the Wuxing Mountain Taoist Temple. Yi Xiao remained silent, while Qin Mashuan was utterly stunned. Long ago, she had heard her grandfather speak of a master named Qin Su from Wuxing Mountain. At that time, her grandfather, Qin Zifan, was in good health and possessed considerable cultivation. Yet he harbored great reverence for Elder Qin, advising Qin Mashuan to greet him with utmost respect should they ever meet. Never did she imagine that the guest Zhao Hong invited today would be none other than him. Or perhaps more astonishingly, that Zhao Hong would possess the standing to host Master Qin Su. It was simply inconceivable. Noticing Qin Mashuan's reaction, Zhao Hong and Elder Qin exchanged glances. Zhao Hong snorted disdainfully. Since you know Elder Qin's name, why do you not kneel and apologize at once? Otherwise, should Elder Qin be enraged today, neither of you shall leave this establishment. At this moment, Zhao Hong had completely shed his earlier composure. His sole intention was to humiliate Yi Xiao. For it was Yi Xiao who had left him in such a wretched state. Zhao Hong had always been one to repay grievances tenfold. How could he possibly let Yi Xiao escape unscathed? As Elder Qin noted Yi Xiao's prolonged silence, he pressed further. Did you hear my words, young friend? Master Qin, Zhao Hong, and Qin Mashuan all turned their gazes towards Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao's expression remained as tranquil as ever, untouched by the mention of Master Qin's esteemed status. To him, regardless of who stood before him, they were merely insignificant creatures. He spoke with a calm demeanor. Yet his words left the others perplexed. Who do you refer to as your young friend? And who is the youth you speak of? Yi Xiao, having lived for countless eons, could easily claim a lineage that surpassed Qin Su's ancestors by several generations. Even his forebears would address Yi Xiao as their ancestor. Yet he was referred to as a young friend, labeled as a youth. How utterly absurd. Have you been rendered speechless by fear? Zhao Hong was both amused and incensed, questioning whether this fellow had truly lost his wits. If not you, then who else could it be? Even Qin Mashuan was left bewildered by Yi Xiao's words. For Qin Zifan had not shared the details of their acquaintance. Master Qin furrowed his brow. How could this young man, upon hearing his name, pose such a foolish question? It felt like an affront to his dignity. Thus, he spoke icily, I demand an explanation from you. In response, Yi Xiao remained unfazed. But his subsequent words rendered Master Qin's countenance utterly rigid. You seek an explanation from me? You are not worthy. Indeed, he was wholly unworthy. This Qin Su, merely in the mid-stage of qi refinement, had no standing to demand anything from Yi Xiao. Although Zhao Hong and Qin Mashuan perceived him as formidable, and indeed, in the eyes of the mundane world, a practitioner in the qi refinement stage appeared powerful, to Yi Xiao, he was utterly inconsequential. Merely having progressed to qi refinement after establishing a foundation, what right did he have to act brazenly before Yi Xiao? In the presence of those unacquainted with the realm of cultivation, Yi Xiao held no inclination to engage in conversation. However, when faced with Elder Qin, a mere hint of his divine essence would suffice to compel the elder to kneel and submit. What right did Elder Qin have to demand an explanation from him? Did he even possess the qualifications? Such audacity. Elder Qin scoffed, taken aback by the audacity of this young man who, upon hearing his esteemed name, not only refrained from bowing in reverence, but also dared to utter such humiliating words. This was intolerable. Elder Qin was prepared to eliminate him. This was an affront to his dignity. Zhao Hong, witnessing the exchange, eagerly joined the fray. In his eyes, Zhao Lao was no less formidable than his own grandfather. Dispatching Yi Xiao would be a trivial matter. Yi Xiao, why must you oppose me? Had you known better, you could have retreated gracefully, thus avoiding this predicament. To him, Yi Xiao had already become a phantom of death. Qin Mashuan, with an expression of concern, gazed at Yi Xiao, uncertain whether he could withstand Elder Qin's might. She felt powerless to assist, merely an observer. Yet, judging by Yi Xiao's earlier words, he seemed confident enough, didn't he? Surely, he possessed the means. Thus, let it not be said that the elder took advantage of the young. Elder Qin, already incensed, found his patience waning under Zhao Hong's persuasion and Yi Xiao's nonchalant demeanor. He raised his hand, channeling a surge of true energy that surged towards Yi Xiao. Zhao Hong's face gleamed with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the spectacle of Yi Xiao's demise. Meanwhile, Qin Mashuan watched anxiously, hoping Yi Xiao would evade Elder Qin's lethal strike. Yet, Yi Xiao stood resolutely, his expression serene, undeterred by the elder's words or actions. If battle was to be waged, then let it commence. In this world, there exists nothing that instills fear in Yi Xiao. Under the gaze of several onlookers, Elder Qin swiftly approached Yi Xiao, his palm imbued with true energy, striking fiercely towards Yi Xiao's chest. If Yi Xiao were merely an ordinary person, that blow would have been sufficient to pierce through his chest, resulting in instant death. Such cruelty. Elder Qin's lips curled into a cold smile. After all, he was merely a young man, possessing some brute strength yet lacking in combat experience, rendering him incomparable to Elder Qin. At this moment, Elder Qin's palm was merely half a meter away from Yi Xiao, and he could already envision the scene of Yi Xiao's lifeless body. Yet, in the next instant, a shocking spectacle unfolded before the astonished eyes of those in the restaurant. Elder Qin's hand passed right through Yi Xiao's body without drawing a single drop of blood, as if Yi Xiao's form were but an illusion. How could this be possible? As the principal party involved, Elder Qin felt distinctly that he had not made contact with anything. How could he have passed through? Zhao Hong stood dumbfounded, questioning why Elder Qin's hand penetrated Yi Xiao's body without any observable change. Qin Mashuan was equally perplexed. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would never have believed such a scene. While they were momentarily lost in the spectacle before them, suddenly a voice emerged from behind, calling out, "Slow down." Whether it was Elder Qin, Zhao Hong, or Qin Mashuan, they all turned in disbelief towards the source of the voice, only to find another Yi Xiao standing in a different direction. "You, how can you be there?" Zhao Hong stammered, pointing at Yi Xiao in utter incredulity. For it was clear that Yi Xiao had remained in place, yet another Yi Xiao appeared behind him. Could this man possess the ability to create duplicates? Qin Mashuan found herself equally perplexed, while only Elder Qin grasped the implications of Yi Xiao's words, calmly uttering, "Phantom." A phantom? Zhao Hong was taken aback, and like Qin Mashuan, quickly turned his gaze toward the figure that Elder Qin had penetrated. He observed that the figure became increasingly ethereal, until ultimately, it vanished into nothingness. This indicated that Elder Qin had merely struck at an illusion. It was utterly astonishing. A phantom is something that exists solely in legends, a phenomenon where a person's speed reaches such extremes that their form briefly lingers in space. Yi Xiao's velocity was capable of achieving such a feat. The astonishment felt by Qin Mashuan and Zhao Hong paled in comparison to that of Elder Qin, for only he understood the monumental difficulty of reaching such a level. Chapter 60. What am I to do? The atmosphere within the restaurant grew somewhat stagnant. Whether it was Elder Qin, Zhao Hong, or Qin Mashuan, all gazed at Yi Xiao with incredulity. The first two were filled with shock and dread, while the latter experienced a mix of astonishment and delight, each reaction distinct. As the opposing force, upon witnessing Yi Xiao's formidable prowess, Elder Qin and Zhao Hong could not help but think that they might have encountered a formidable adversary. Meanwhile, Qin Mashuan felt a sense of relief that Yi Xiao had not been subdued by Elder Qin. Otherwise, not only would Yi Xiao face humiliation today, but she and the Qin family would also be affected. Elder Qin Zhao Hong's voice trembled slightly as he looked at Elder Qin, now equally at a loss regarding the situation. How could this be? Why was Yi Xiao so powerful? Elder Qin, however, snorted derisively, glaring at Yi Xiao as he declared, "Stop pretending. I shall test the depths of your abilities." With a swift motion, he charged at Yi Xiao once more, convinced that Yi Xiao must have employed some extraordinary means, for he himself could not possibly be so formidable. How old could this lad be? Judging by his appearance, he seemed no older than Zhao Hong or Qin Mashuan, merely in his early 20s. How could he possibly stand a chance against a practitioner like himself, who was in the Qi refinement stage? He held great confidence in his own abilities. Indeed, few in Tianhai could rival him. As Chen Su lunged forward for the second time, Yi Xiao merely extended a hand, calm and composed. With a sharp crack, Chen Su's fist collided with Yi Xiao's palm. Impossible. Chen Su's face was a mask of astonishment, as if he had witnessed something utterly beyond belief. In that fleeting moment, when his fist struck Yi Xiao, he felt not the slightest hint of pushing the latter back. Instead, he himself was left somewhat disheveled by the impact. Yi Xiao's palm felt like an immovable boulder, impervious to his might. Yi Xiao maintained his stance, unwavering. This meant that Chen Su's full-force punch had not even budged Yi Xiao's hand in the slightest. Zhao Hong wore an expression of sheer terror. As a bystander, he had the clearest view of the encounter. Chen Su's punch had elicited no response from Yi Xiao whatsoever. What did this signify? It indicated that the two were not even on the same level. In such a situation, Yi Xiao's expression remained placid, his gaze not directed towards anyone in the restaurant, but rather fixed on the void before him. One hand grasped Chen Su's fist, while the other rested behind him. He spoke with an air of indifference, vulgar, Indeed, vulgar. This term resonated with Chun Tzu's earlier flaws, both glaring and fatal. He had never imagined that the cultivators of this era could be so uncouth. It is worth noting that in the ancient times of immortals, not to mention the Warring States period, even the Qi refinement stage cultivators were remarkably refined in their martial prowess, their speed unwavering, and their strikes deftly executed. The contrast with the present is indeed stark. Yet, Qin Tzu's punches were feeble and lacking in vigor. His speed was but a fraction of those from that bygone era. And even Yu Zhao's residual shadow eluded him. How could such a person dare to call himself a master? How could he presume to be a leader of any observation? Yu Zhao suddenly felt an overwhelming disappointment in the cultivators of this age. If Qin Tzu was thus, were others not equally lacking? Qin Tzu, grasped tightly by Yu Zhao, attempted to withdraw, but Yu Zhao's grip was akin to that of an unyielding vice, rendering his efforts futile. His expression turned cold at this moment. He sensed a palpable threat to his life from this young man, as if a moment's negligence could result in his demise. Panic enveloped Qin Tzu. After years of being in the Qi refinement stage, he had never felt such trepidation, especially from someone so young. He could not fathom that one day he would be reduced to such a pitiful state by a youth. He had mistakenly believed Yu Zhao to be merely a young man, yet Yu Zhao's age could easily surpass thousands of his own. With a resounding thud, Qin Tzu was forcefully propelled backwards, crashing into a wall not far away, coughing up blood, his breath exceedingly weak, clearly gravely injured. Yu Zhao withdrew his hand behind his back, standing with poise, casting a cold glance at Qin Tzu, remarking that cultivation is arduous, and thus he would take his leave, sparing his life. In this era, every cultivator who has broken through the foundational barriers faces immense challenges. In the ancient celestial realm, such individuals would at least possess innate talents bestowed after birth. Yu Zhao held no significant grievances against him. Taking a life seemed excessive. Qin Tzu, who had been initially stricken with terror, was overjoyed upon hearing these words. He promptly rose, respectfully bowing several times to Yu Zhao before disregarding his own injuries and clumsily attempting to leave. Qin Tzu now understood that this young man was beyond his reach. The very fact that Yu Zhao could severely wound him without even launching an attack was telling. The mercy Yu Zhao extended was already a reflection of an extraordinary fortune he had accrued over 8 lifetimes, leaving him no room for hesitation. Seeing this, Zhao Hong panicked and rushed to obstruct Qin Tzu. Elder Qin, you cannot leave. What will I do if you go? Elder Chun was his greatest support. Should he depart, Yu Zhao would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him, and Zhao Hong had no desire to meet his demise. Get away. Qin Tzu barked in fury. If not for Zhao Hong, he would never have provoked Yu Zhao, a figure of considerable stature, and even now, he was filled with trepidation. You cannot leave. Zhao Hong, terrified, clung to Qin Tzu's leg. Frustrated, Qin Tzu kicked him to the ground. Even in his injured state, he was not to be trifled with. From this moment forth, the Wuxing Mountain Daoist Temple and your Tianhai Zhao family shall have no further ties. With that final declaration, Elder Chun turned and departed, not daring to linger, as if fearful that Yu Zhao might change his mind. Zhao Hong sat despondently on the ground, utterly bereft of spirit. The once esteemed Chun Lao of the Wuxing Shan Taoist Temple had severed all ties with the Zhao family, resulting in dire consequences. To make matters worse, he had also offended Yu Zhao, a figure so formidable that even Chun Lao had fled in terror. It was over, completely over. Everything had come to an end. Just then, a sudden roar of engines pierced the air outside the restaurant. A Mercedes-Benz arrived, from which emerged a distinguished middle-aged man along with several attendants. The moment Zhao Hong laid eyes on the man, a flicker of hope ignited amidst his despair, and he hurriedly rose to his feet. Father, save me. The newcomer was none other than his father, Zhao Fengchen, the legitimate heir of the Tianhai Zhao family. The restaurant manager, sensing the gravity of the situation, had discreetly slipped away to contact Zhao Fengchen, which explained his conspicuous absence until now. Upon exiting the vehicle, Zhao Fengchen's countenance was grave, and he rushed into the restaurant with urgency. Dad, Zhao Hong exclaimed, feeling as if he had encountered a savior. He believed that as long as his father was present, he would surely escape unscathed today. Yet, to his astonishment, upon reaching him, Zhao Fengchen raised his hand and struck Zhao Hong's face with a resounding slap. Slap. The force of the blow left Zhao Hong momentarily stunned. Father, why? Zhao Hong was utterly bewildered. He could accept being struck by Yu Zhao or even Chun Lao, and to some extent, even by Qin Mashuan. But why did his own father feel compelled to strike him? The sudden impact left his head ringing, leaving him in a state of disarray. In his current state of despair, should not his father, Zhao Fangchen, come to his rescue? Should he not seek vengeance on his behalf? If retribution is to be exacted, it ought to be directed towards Yi Xiao, does it not? What on earth is transpiring here? Not only he, but even Qin Mashuan wears an expression of utter bewilderment. She is well aware of Zhao Fangchen, the eldest son of the Zhao family, who has adeptly managed the family business in recent years, leading it to unprecedented prosperity. Even the venerable elder Qin from the Wuxingshan Taoist temple must have come to dine with Zhao Hong due to his influence. Such a formidable figure, confronted with the dismal fate of his own son and the architect of this calamity standing before him. Should one not expect him to seek vengeance rather than strike his own offspring? What is the reason behind this? Upon gazing at Zhao Fangchen's countenance, she perceived a flicker of fear. Why should there be any fear? Who could he possibly be afraid of? Qin Mashuan's eyes inadvertently shifted towards Yi Xiao, who remained unfazed even in the presence of Zhao Fangchen. Her eyes widened in realization. Could it be that Yi Xiao is the source of this trepidation? While Zhao Hong remained in a state of shock, Zhao Fangchen did not relent. He advanced and delivered a swift kick that sent Zhao Hong sprawling to the ground, cursing him as a beast. Without regard for Zhao Hong's reaction, he beckoned to several subordinates who promptly approached, lifting Zhao Hong from either side. As Zhao Fangchen strode towards Yi Xiao, his subordinates hoisted Zhao Hong along. The ensuing scene rendered Qin Mashuan and Zhao Hong utterly speechless. As Zhao Fangchen approached Yi Xiao, he knelt on one knee, bowing his head with clasped hands, and respectfully stated, "My lord, I beg your pardon. My son was unaware of your identity. Should he have offended you, please speak freely. I shall not let him off lightly." A profound silence enveloped the surroundings. Qin Mashuan and Zhao Hong, in unison, widened their eyes in disbelief, while even the subordinates exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of astonishment. This man was none other than Zhao Fangchen, the current head of the Zhao family in Tianhai. That he would kneel in reverence to Yi Xiao and assert he would not spare Zhao Hong was utterly inconceivable. At this moment, Zhao Hong was equally perplexed. Wasn't Yi Xiao merely a skilled young man? Even if he were somewhat formidable, he could at most defeat Elder Chun. Yet, what significance did that hold? He was hardly a person of great stature. His father was the head of the Zhao family. Why would he show such deference to this individual? What qualifications did Yi Xiao possess to command such respect from his father? Unable to contain himself, he queried his father. "Dad, why are you acting this way? He is just." Silence. Before Zhao Hong could finish his sentence, Zhao Fangchen cut him off sharply, his face flushed with anger. This was a person whom even the two pillars of their household regarded as an esteemed guest, a figure of unparalleled status. How dare Zhao Hong offend him? Observing Zhao Hong's bewildered and aggrieved expression, Zhao Fangchen barked at him. "Do you realize that your cousin Zhao Yang was confined for life by your grandfather, because of whom?" "Yes, but..." Zhao Hong's words halted abruptly as memories of his cousin Zhao Yang's predicament flooded his mind. Cousin Zhao Yang, driven by a woman, nearly harmed the brother of a prominent figure. On Zhao Yang's birthday, that very individual came directly to their doorstep. Alone, he incapacitated all security personnel present, emerging unscathed. Upon witnessing this, both of the elder Zhao patriarchs knelt in apology, their demeanor filled with reverence and sincerity, conceding to whatever fate awaited them. Despite this, the esteemed individual still stripped Zhao Yang's second grandfather, Zhao Fuzhou, of all his cultivation and confined Zhao Yang to a room for life, never to step outside again. Might it be that the man before him, Yi Xiao, is that distinguished figure? Zhao Hong's face contorted in disbelief, having heard that this eminent person was exceedingly young, with a visage seemingly devoid of emotion. Unable to resist, he glanced at Yi Xiao and indeed found that emotionless face, aligning perfectly with the descriptions of the esteemed figure. He looked incredulously at his father, who sighed softly and nodded. His father's nod resonated like the detonation of an atomic bomb in Zhao Hong's mind. He could never have anticipated that Yi Xiao was the very person who had stormed the Zhao family estate that day, the one to whom his two grandfathers had demonstrated such profound respect. Previously, he had thought Yi Xiao merely a formidable and ruthless young man. Now, however, his perception had utterly transformed. Even his father, the head of the Zhao family, along with his two grandfathers, the pillars of their clan, regarded him with such deference. The fact that their own descendant, Zhao Yang, had sacrificed so much for him suggested that Yi Xiao was indeed a figure of such stature that the Zhao family could ill afford to offend. In this moment, Zhao Hong finally grasped the magnitude of the individual he had inadvertently crossed. This is a figure so formidable that even his own second grandfather, renowned as the undefeated and ruthless master, was effortlessly subdued by him. If he had wished for it, he could have easily met his demise long ago. The fact that he has survived until now is indeed a stroke of remarkable fortune. Terrified, he immediately prostrated himself at Yi Zhao's feet, trembling as he uttered, "Master, I beg your forgiveness. It is my fault for underestimating you. Please, I implore you, spare my life." Zhao Fangchun and his subordinates, witnessing the scene, turned their gaze toward Yi Zhao, secretly hoping he would show mercy to Zhao Hong. However, none dared to voice their thoughts. After all, the old master had explicitly instructed that even if this esteemed figure were to annihilate the entire Zhao family, not a single member should utter a word of complaint. The Zhao clan was granted by him, and it was only natural for him to reclaim what he had bestowed. Observing the sudden change in demeanor of Zhao Fangchun, Zhao Hong and the rest of the Zhao family, Qin Mashuan found herself momentarily disoriented. The deference shown by Zhao Fangchun was indeed due to Yi Zhao. As she listened to the father and son, she learned that the previous raucous birthday celebration of Zhao Yang, the young master of the Zhao family, had been completely disrupted by one individual, Yi Zhao, who had caused such chaos that both elderly patriarchs of the Zhao family had bowed in respect, even incapacitating the second elder of the Zhao family. This revelation left Qin Mashuan in awe, prompting her to cover her mouth in astonishment as she stared at Yi Zhao. Initially, in Qin Mashuan's eyes, Yi Zhao was already an imposing figure, seemingly capable of anything. However, after today's events, she realized that his presence in her heart had deepened significantly. It was as if there was nothing beyond Yi Zhao's ability to resolve. Today, even she was uncertain about how this matter would conclude, yet, before Yi Zhao, it was resolved with such ease. Qin Mashuan felt a sudden clarity. Realizing why her grandfather held Yi Zhao in such high regard, she increasingly appreciated her grandfather's astuteness. At this moment, under the watchful eyes of Qin Mashuan, Zhao Hong, Zhao Fangchun, and numerous members of the Zhao family, Yi Zhao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression serene. He turned his gaze towards Zhao Fangchun and spoke, "If I were to kill him, would you have any objections?" Yi Zhao's words caused Zhao Fangchun to tremble, and Zhao Hong's face turned ashen, for he recalled that Yi Zhao had harbored murderous intentions towards him before. He was uncertain whether his father would protect him in this critical moment. Zhao Fangchun, too, displayed evident hesitation. Although the elder had specifically instructed that Yi Zhao could act as he wished in this matter, after all, it concerned his only son. For a long while, he remained silent. In this tense moment, Yi Zhao's expression remained unchanged as he slowly extended a hand towards Zhao Hong, inching closer with lethal intent. A mere surge of force would undoubtedly seal Zhao Hong's fate. Zhao Hong, having awaited his father's intervention in vain, was resigned to his impending doom. Fully aware that Yi Zhao would not spare him, Yi Zhao's hand was now less than 10 centimeters from Zhao Hong's head, when suddenly, at the critical juncture, Zhao Fangchun finally spoke, "My lord, please show mercy. I still have words to share." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhao exhibited no sign of emotion, retracting his hand and fixing his gaze upon Zhao Fangchun, as if the entire situation lay firmly within his control. At this moment, Zhao Hong was drenched in sweat. Before the specter of death, no one could truly remain unafraid. Even someone as seasoned and high-ranking as Zhao Fangchun, who had long navigated the intricate webs of various factions, felt as though he was being seen through by Yi Zhao's gaze, a sensation that was undoubtedly a grave taboo. He attempted to maintain a facade of composure, yet a flicker of pain betrayed him. After a moment of hesitation, he clenched his teeth, reached into the pocket of his coat, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he produced a small red silk pouch, which he reverently presented to Yi Zhao with both hands. As the pouch was drawn forth, Zhao Hong was momentarily taken aback. It was an item his grandfather had acquired at great expense in his youth. Why would his father offer such a thing? Could it possibly be the key to saving his life? Yi Zhao's expression remained inscrutable as he coolly accepted the pouch, holding it in his hand. With a surge of vital energy, the pouch was instantly reduced to ashes. As his palm opened, the contents of the pouch revealed themselves before the assembly. What emerged was a vibrant green leaf, seemingly crafted from jade, and the moment it appeared, the entire restaurant seemed to be suffused with abundant vitality. Although Yi Zhao's face remained devoid of emotion, an undercurrent of joy surged within him. This leaf was the last remnant from the ancient era, a leaf from the final celestial spirit tree in existence. The celestial spirit tree, with its ancient lineage, had once been revered even during the age of the ancients. And within Yu Zhao's own sect, the Purple Martial Celestial Sect, It was considered a sacred tree, rich in spiritual energy. Just a single leaf or a fragment of its bark could equate to decades of arduous cultivation. However, this sacred tree had been lost to time. Obliterated during the cataclysmic battle between gods and demons, along with its roots, leaving no trace of the celestial spirit tree thereafter. Xiao could never have imagined that in this small place, Tianhai City, the eldest son of the Zhao family would possess leaves from the legendary Immortal Spirit Ancient Tree. The extinction of the Immortal Spirit Ancient Tree signifies the advent of the Primordial Era, where spiritual energy has become increasingly scarce, rendering this world increasingly inhospitable for cultivation, and the prospect of attaining immortality nearly a distant dream. By the end of the primordial period, the world had witnessed the disappearance of all earthly immortals, leaving no one capable of transcending the mundane realm, save for Xiao. Presently, we exist in what could be termed the era of diminished magic, where the essence of the heavens and earth is nearly non-existent. In such circumstances, the mere existence of leaves from the Immortal Spirit Ancient Tree is nothing short of miraculous. From the moment Zhao Fengqian entered, Xiao had noticed the leaves of the Immortal Spirit Ancient Tree adorning him. Otherwise, how could Zhao Hong have dared to plead for mercy at his feet? Zhao Hong's life, in comparison to the leaves, was utterly inconsequential. Casually, Xiao tucked the leaves into his pocket, enveloping them with a layer of true energy for protection. He then turned his arm back behind him, casting a detached glance at Zhao Hong before addressing Zhao Fengqian, declaring, while he is not guilty of a capital offense, he cannot escape the consequences of his actions. You must take matters into your own hands. The leaves could save Zhao Hong's life, yet they could not atone for his transgressions. Xiao was not someone to be trifled with. Failing to administer punishment would only ensure Zhao Hong's lack of memory for his misdeeds, leading to future transgressions. Yes, Zhao Fengqian exclaimed with delight. But Xiao had agreed to spare Zhao Hong's life without imposing the lifelong condition of never leaving the Zhao family. Akin to what he had demanded of Zhao Yang, was already a significant concession. How could he dare to be anything but grateful? Immediately, he seized a stick from one of his subordinates, kicked Zhao Hong to the ground, and with a fierce swing of the stick, struck down on his legs with brutal force. Bang, bang, crack, crack. Two muffled sounds echoed, followed by the sickening sound of bones fracturing and Zhao Hong's anguished screams. Both of his legs were completely shattered, and thus, Zhao Hong officially faced the repercussions of his actions, paying the price for his deeds. Even with his legs rendered useless, Zhao Hong dared not utter a word of complaint. After his cries of agony, he gritted his teeth and bowed his head, fearful of inciting Xiao's displeasure once more. The events that transpired were etched deeply in his memory. My lord, what do you think? After all was said and done, Zhao Fengqian respectfully addressed Xiao. Xiao offered no further words, merely taking his leave, prompting Qin Dynasty to follow closely behind. As Xiao departed, it felt as though a colossal weight had been lifted from the shoulders of everyone in the restaurant, allowing them to exhale in relief. The atmosphere had been overwhelmingly stifling. Despite Yu Zhao's silence and his expression devoid of emotion, his mere presence seemed to unleash a torrent of pressure upon them. At that moment, Zhao Hong finally dared to clutch his injured legs and scream out in pain. Zhao Fengqian seethed with anger. Were it not for Zhao Hong's truly pitiable state, he would have relished the opportunity to deliver a few more kicks. Only he understood the gravity of the Zhao family's losses. His son, Zhao Hong, had suffered the amputation of both legs, compounded by the injuries inflicted by Xiao, ensuring that he would remain hospitalized for an extended period. The painstaking efforts to establish a partnership with Elder Qin, the master of Wuxingshan Taoist Temple, had now culminated in a complete severance of ties with the Zhao family. The ancient spirit tree, which had safeguarded Zhao Fengqian's health for many years and saved his life on multiple occasions, had now exacted a heavy toll, claiming Zhao Hong's life in return for Xiao. These matters, however, are not the most significant. The gravest concern lies in the possibility of leaving an unfavorable impression on that esteemed individual. It is difficult to fathom how furious the elder would be if he were to learn of this. When one reflects upon the situation, it becomes apparent that Zhao Hong has emerged relatively unscathed. Yet, all of this stems from him. His blind arrogance, his disdain for others, his infatuation with the beauty of Qin Dynasty, and his desire to act violently towards Xiao, all these factors culminate in a fate that he wholly deserves. The Zhao family has suffered a tremendous loss due to Zhao Hong's actions. Even now, he recalls the respect evident in the elder's gaze when he mentioned Xiao. At this moment, Zhao Fengqian cannot even bear to imagine the wrath that would befall him upon returning home, once the two elders learn of the events that transpired here. Chapter 63. The night has fallen, and it is now dark. The Porsche glides along the streets of Tianhai, with Qin Mashuan and Yi Xiao seated within. Throughout the journey, Qin Mashuan has discreetly cast glances at Yi Xiao more than once. Following the incident with the Zhao family, she finds herself increasingly awed by Yi Xiao. It is remarkable that he was the one who caused such a stir at the Zhao residence, compelling the two elder Zhao men to kneel in reverence, and incapacitating the second elder of the Zhao family. Now, as Qin Mashuan reflects on her earlier threats to Yi Xiao at school, when she claimed that if he surrendered the purple martial order, the Qin family would protect the Huang family, she cannot help but feel how utterly laughable that was. At that time, Yi Xiao commanded such respect from the Zhao family, with the Zhao family at its zenith. How could he possibly fear mere figures like Xiao Run or Xueming? How could he be intimidated by her ailing Qin family? Without Qin Zifen, it is likely that Qin Mashuan would no longer have the opportunity to dine face-to-face with Yi Xiao. Where shall we go now? Qin Mashuan inquired. Due to Zhao Hong's interference, their meal had been thwarted, and though the hour was growing late, their discussions remained unfinished. Thus, Qin Mashuan felt compelled to ask Yi Xiao. After a moment's contemplation, Yi Xiao replied, "Please take me home." Qin Mashuan paused, initially intending to question the unfinished conversation, but suddenly considered whether Yi Xiao intended to invite her to his home for their discussion. At this hour, such an invitation could carry an implication of a different nature. As she pondered this, a flush of crimson adorned her cheeks. Previously, she had harbored some reluctance towards Yi Xiao, but after today's events, she began to feel that being with such a man might provide a sense of security. Since she no longer felt resistant, she decided to acquiesce, steering towards the Yuyuan community. She had never been to Yi Xiao's residence before. Despite being nurtured into maturity by Qin Zifen, she remained a young woman in her 20s, experiencing the stirrings of romance, and thus her thoughts wandered in that direction. In reality, Yi Xiao simply deemed it too late to seek another dining venue. He preferred to conclude their discussion at home, indifferent to whether they dined or not. 20 minutes later, the Porsche came to a halt beneath Yi Xiao's building. He exited the car, and after Qin Mashuan parked, she joined him. Noticing the glimmer of anticipation on his face, he indeed meant to continue their conversation at his place. They entered the elevator and ascended to his floor. Upon reaching the door, Yi Xiao retrieved his keys and opened the door, inviting her inside. The treatment of Qin Mashuan was not dissimilar to that which Huang Xinrui received upon her arrival. Both were met with curious glances and scrutiny. Yet, Yi Xiao paid her no heed and proceeded inside. Just as Qin Mashuan was contemplating speaking up after observing for a moment, she suddenly heard a voice exclaim, "You're back." Emerging from the kitchen was a woman of graceful stature and exquisite features, clad in a loungewear ensemble that did little to conceal her alluring form. This woman, in comparison to the one Qin Mashuan had seen at the basketball court arriving in a Lamborghini to pick up Yi Xiao, was equally stunning, a true beauty that made Qin Mashuan feel a twinge of inadequacy. It was not that Qin Mashuan lacked beauty compared to Wang Ziqing, but rather that her youth had not yet bestowed upon her the charm of maturity. Coupled with her still developing physique, she was slightly overshadowed. In a few years, she would surely rival Wang Ziqing in allure. Upon witnessing Wang Ziqing, Qin Mashuan's reaction was akin to that of Huang Xinrui, both momentarily stunned and somewhat incredulous that Yi Xiao was not living alone but cohabiting with such a striking beauty. This led her to ponder whether Yi Xiao's invitation for her to come home bore no ulterior motives. A flicker of disappointment unexpectedly surfaced within her, as if she had harbored an unspoken hope for something more to unfold. Wang Ziqing's reaction was not much better. She had not anticipated that Yi Xiao would have such a plethora of female companions, each a paragon of beauty. The previous Huang Xinrui had already been impressive, yet here was yet another exquisite young woman brought home by Yi Xiao. Fortunately, Qin Mashuan appeared far more pleasant than Huang Xinrui, and there seemed to be no animosity directed toward her. Coming to her senses, Qin Mashuan, being a lady of a prestigious family, exhibited her refined upbringing by amicably extending her hand to Wang Ziqing, smiling as she introduced herself. "Hello, I am Qin Mashuan." Wang Ziqing suddenly paused. Had she misheard? She recalled that the young lady from the Tianhai Qin family was also named Qin Mashuan, a name she had stumbled upon years ago. This name seemed rare. And every aspect of Qin Mashuan, from her attire to her appearance and demeanor, was strikingly reminiscent of the Qin family's young lady. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she cast a glance at Yi Xiao, who had just taken a seat on the sofa. Who exactly was Yi Xiao? What was his true identity? Just earlier, The patriarch of the Tianhai Zhao family had shown him utmost respect, and now a young lady from the Qin family had been brought home by him. The attitudes of both prominent families, the Qin and Zhao of Tianhai, towards him were utterly astonishing. As a fellow heiress, Wang Ziqing was certainly not one to be outdone in this regard. She graciously shook hands with Qin Mashuan, stating, "Hello, I am Wang Ziqing." It seemed that Qin Mashuan was unaware of Wang Ziqing, merely smiling and nodding before making her way to Yi Xiao, taking a seat beside him on the sofa. Sensing that they had matters to discuss, Wang Ziqing discreetly retreated into the room, though she remained, as before, eavesdropping with keen interest, puzzled over what Yi Xiao might converse about with Qin Mashuan. Once the door to Wang Ziqing's room was closed, Qin Mashuan turned her gaze toward Yi Xiao, an air of contemplation surrounding her. This evening, once again, she found herself overthinking. For reasons unknown, whenever she faced Yi Xiao, her thoughts would inevitably drift in that direction. This had been the case during their first encounter at the hospital, during their last meeting at Tianwei residence, and now, even at his home, the pattern persisted. It left her feeling somewhat bashful in his presence. Yi Xiao took the initiative to inquire, "How has it progressed?" He was referring, of course, to the list of medicinal herbs he had provided previously, which also constituted the criteria for Qin Mashuan to obtain the Purple Martial Order. Regaining her composure, Qin Mashuan retrieved the list from her bag and, with a hint of apology, handed it to Yi Xiao, saying, "We managed to locate 80% of the herbs listed here. However, the remaining few elude us." It was not for lack of effort. The Qin family had leveraged every possible connection over the past few days to gather the required spiritual herbs. Yet, despite their endeavors, they had only managed to procure around 80%. Some of the herbs were unfamiliar to her, while others had long been extinct, rendering them impossible to find. Yi Xiao took the list, scanning it thoughtfully, and let out a quiet sigh. Indeed, he had been demanding too much. Several items on the list were extinct. As he already knew, he had hoped that the Qin family might be able to dig up some leads, but it appeared that what was lost was truly lost. Nevertheless, there were some rare and endangered herbs, exorbitantly priced, that they had successfully acquired. Nodding, Yi Xiao remarked, "This will suffice." Upon hearing these words, Qin Mashuan's heart soared. Did this mean she had successfully passed this hurdle? "Tomorrow, I will arrange for someone to deliver these herbs to you," she declared. "No, I will personally bring them to you." Yi Xiao nodded silently, while Qin Mashuan hesitated for a moment before cautiously inquiring about the token. Chapter 64. Despair from the very beginning. Her intent was the Jiwu token, and all her actions were driven by Yi Xiao's promise. Under her hopeful gaze, Yi Xiao's expression remained indifferent as he replied, "Just wait a moment." "Huh?" Qin Mashuan was taken aback. "What does that mean? I have clearly met Yi Xiao's conditions, and he has acknowledged them. Why is the Jiwu token not being given?" The only Jiwu token in his possession had already been bestowed upon Qin Yuzhan. Yi Xiao no longer held any. If Qin Mashuan desired it, she could only wait until he reclaimed another to offer it to her. He was not breaking his promise. Rather, he deemed the value of granting the Jiwu token to Qin Yuzhan far greater than to Qin Mashuan. Yi Xiao would not forsake such worth simply due to a promise. Thus, he rose and waved to Qin Mashuan, saying, "It's late. You should head back." Having said that, he intended to retire to the bathroom for a shower and then rest, offering no explanation whatsoever. When had Yi Xiao ever needed to justify his actions to anyone? Moreover, he was addressing a girl in her 20s. If he said he would give it, he surely would, and if he told her to wait, then she should simply wait. However, Qin Mashuan thought otherwise. How could Yi Xiao dismiss her with just a few words? He had clearly promised to give her that token. At that moment, Qin Mashuan felt as though all her previous efforts had been in vain, as if Yi Xiao had no intention of ever granting the Jiwu token to the Qin family. It felt as though Yi Xiao had been toying with her all along. Even though she was acutely aware of her lack of qualifications to throw a tantrum at Yi Xiao, Qin Mashuan could not help but feel a sense of grievance welling up within her. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she stood up and hurried a few steps to block Yi Xiao's path, exclaiming, "You clearly promised that once the medicinal herbs were gathered, you would grant me the token. Your words hold no weight." Her tears flowed like rain on a pear blossom, a testament to her profound sense of injustice. The weight of her family, her grandfather, and all the pressures bore down on her, a girl in her 20s, making her situation exceedingly difficult. Now, her only glimmer of hope, Yi Xiao, seemed to be toying with her emotions. Yi Xiao remained silent. The Zilling was of paramount importance to him. His decision to give it to Qin Yushan was made after careful consideration. If he were to inform Qin Mashuan that the token had already been bestowed upon Qin Yushan, it might incite her to act against Qin Yushan. Thus, Yi Xiao resolved to keep that information to himself. Just as he contemplated a different response, Qin Mashuan interjected, "Is it because the medicinal herbs have not been fully collected? Is that the reason?" She was convinced that it must be so, given that they were still 20% short, a considerable deficit that had delayed Yu Zhao's endeavors. Naturally, he would not want to part with it. Seizing upon a flicker of hope, Qin Mashuan wiped away her tears and forced a smile, declaring, "I will return and seek out others to continue the search. Rest assured, I will gather them all, I promise." With that, disregarding Yi Zhao's reaction, she hurriedly exited his home. Once outside, she entered the elevator and descended, finally collapsing into her car, where she wept uncontrollably. Not wishing to hear Yi Xiao utter the words that he would not grant her the token. In the present circumstances, there remains a glimmer of hope. She still possesses a direction in which to strive. Should Yi Xiao flatly refuse, she would be left bereft of even the slightest chance. Yi Xiao, however, was indifferent to whether Qin Mashuan would be heartbroken. The Purple Martial Order was of paramount importance to him, and he could afford to make Qin Mashuan wait a while longer. At that moment, the door to Wang Ziqing's room creaked open, and she emerged with a measured pace, her eyes gazing at Yi Xiao with an enigmatic intensity. "Are you not being a bit excessive?" she inquired. She had overheard everything. It was evident that Yi Xiao had made some promise to the young girl, yet now he was reneging without offering any explanation. Qin Mashuan was indeed pitiable, persisting in her affections for Yi Xiao despite everything. Were she in Wang Ziqing's position, she would have simply turned her back and walked away. Yi Xiao did not spare her a glance, retreating into the bathroom with an air of indifference. His relationship with Wang Ziqing was not dissimilar to that with Qin Mashuan. His interest lay solely in the jade spirit essence around Wang Ziqing's neck. What right did she have to meddle in his affairs? To him, both Qin Mashuan and Wang Ziqing, regardless of their beauty, were but ephemeral specters, devoid of any utility. Over the eons, he had encountered countless captivating figures. During the ancient celestial era, even the enchanting saintess of the Qingyu celestial sect, who ascended to immortality, had barely garnered his attention. On his path to transcendence, these women served no purpose. Rather, they threatened to disrupt his resolve. Thus, he was resolutely averse to them. The next opportunity to reclaim the Purple Martial Order would not be far off, and when that moment arrived, Yi Xiao would prioritize Qin Mashuan in his considerations, leaving him with no reason to feel remorse towards her. As for the remaining spiritual herbs, Qin Mashuan feared that she would be unable to gather them. Thus, Yi Xiao also relinquished any hopes for the time being regarding the refinement of the Xinjiang Dan. However, today brought an unexpected delight, the leaf from the ancient celestial tree. With it, coupled with the arduous training of recent days, Yi Xiao could restore some vitality in a short span of time. Therefore, early the following morning, after his morning exercises, Yi Xiao did not return to Tianhai University. Instead, after a brief conversation with Wang Ziqing, he plunged into his room to enter seclusion. Wang Ziqing did not voice any objections, but in the afternoon, Qin Mashuan presented some remarkably precious herbs that even astonished Wang Ziqing. Clearly, Qin Mashuan had adjusted her mindset today, yet a trace of sorrow still lingered on her face. She intended to clarify the topic Yi Xiao had mentioned the previous day. Upon learning that Yi Xiao was in seclusion, Qin Mashuan appeared utterly disheartened. She was unaware of the duration of Yi Xiao's seclusion. However, it was said that some masters could remain in seclusion for 10 days to half a month, and Yi Xiao might be no exception. Yet, her grandfather, Qin Zifen, could not endure for long. Thus, even if she managed to gather the remaining spiritual herbs, it would be futile, as they would not reach Yi Xiao in time for Qin Zifen to witness them. In that moment, it seemed as though Qin Mashuan had lost her will to live. Observing her distress, Wang Ziqing offered some words of comfort. Having spent some time living with Yi Xiao, she had come to understand his temperament. He was a man of his word, and it was inconceivable that he would deceive her. She believed that Yi Xiao was not withholding help, but rather that there were reasons he had not disclosed to Qin Mashuan. This is evident from the last time she was inexplicably arranged by Yi Xiao to confront an assassin. Unfortunately, Qin Mashuan did not heed her words. What does it matter if Yi Xiao did not intend it that way? Her sole purpose was to ensure that Qin Zifen beheld the Purple Martial Order before his demise, allowing him to depart without regrets. However, by the time Yi Xiao emerged from seclusion, it was possible that Qin Zifen had already perished. Thus, There was no longer any need to speak further on the matter. She had succumbed to despair. Although Yi Zhao's retreat, as Qin Mashuan had surmised, could not have been brief, it also did not extend for an excessively long duration. On the day of his emergence, Wang Ziqing was engaged in her routine cultivation when, suddenly, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from the room where Yi Xiao had been secluded for over 10 days. In an instant, the previously clear sky transformed into a tempestuous scene, dark clouds gathering ominously as a thunderclap resounded. It was as if the heavens themselves were celebrating Yi Zhao's resurgence of power. The shockwave resonated through the air, unleashing an unparalleled aura. Wang Ziqing felt as though she had been transported to the depths of hell. The potent force that seemed capable of contending with the heavens weighed heavily upon her, rendering her breathless. Fortunately, this oppressive presence did not last long and soon retreated back into Yi Zhao's being. Within the confines of his chamber, Yi Xiao, who had been in deep meditation, gradually opened his eyes and clenched his fists. A profound sense of power enveloped him. In that moment, he had stepped into the mid-stage of the transformation realm, or more accurately, he had regained his position within it. Yet, there was not a trace of joy upon his countenance. Why should there be any joy? At his zenith, he was a practitioner at the pinnacle of the late stage of the Great Ascension, yet now he has merely regained a fraction of his former strength. If this were a cause for celebration, would he not be overwhelmed with joy at the moment of his transcendence? In just over 10 days, he has absorbed the entirety of the leaves from the ancient celestial spirit tree. The leaves' efficacy has indeed met his expectations, successfully restoring him to the mid-stage of the transformation. For other practitioners, it might take years to absorb such leaves, but can one truly compare Yi Xiao to them? While others require years, he needs only a mere handful of days. His seclusion does not extend like those ancient beings, lasting months or even years, simply because he is Yi Xiao. Rising slowly and stretching his limbs, Yi Xiao opened the door, stepping outside for the first time in over 10 days. His gaze immediately fell upon Wang Ziqing, who was seated on the ground, her face a mask of terror, panting heavily. The way Wang Ziqing looked at Yi Xiao was akin to gazing upon a monster. Was this fellow even human? The residual force unleashed from his breakthrough nearly proved fatal for her. To what realm has he ascended? Wang Ziqing, though not well versed in the cultivation world, clearly understood that even her grandfather had never released a ripple of energy during his breakthroughs. In contrast, Yi Xiao not only exuded an immense aura but also summoned phenomena from the heavens and earth, indicating that his current cultivation level was undoubtedly beyond her grandfather's grasp. How long have I been in seclusion? Yi Xiao inquired. During his retreat, he had been unaware of changes in the external world, yet he sensed that not much time had elapsed. Wang Ziqing, trembling with trepidation, steadied herself against the wall as she rose, her legs still slightly unsteady. She dared not meet Yi Zhao's gaze, feeling a twinge of fear, and softly murmured, 10, 13 days. With today included, it had already been 2 weeks. Yi Xiao merely nodded in acknowledgement before retreating to the bathroom. After 13 days of cultivation, he felt a layer of stickiness upon his skin that necessitated a thorough cleansing. As Yi Xiao entered the bathroom, Wang Ziqing finally exhaled deeply. For reasons unknown, she felt an overwhelming sense of dread whenever she was in his presence. She endeavored to compose herself. By the time Yi Xiao emerged from the bathroom, Wang Ziqing had regained her composure and had prepared some food for him. Displaying a thoughtful demeanor, Yi Xiao took a seat, his expression neutral, and before partaking in his meal, he inquired, "If there is something to discuss, please speak candidly." Who is Yi Xiao? Just a single glance revealed to him that Wang Ziqing appeared to have something on her mind, yet she hesitated, reluctant to voice her thoughts. Wang Ziqing paused momentarily before lowering her head and softly stated, "It concerns Qin Mashuan. During your seclusion, she has visited almost daily, and it seems her grandfather is nearing his limit." Qin Mashuan's persistence was remarkable, as she managed to gather 2 or 3 rare medicinal herbs during her daily visits. Unfortunately, each time she came, Yi Xiao was in seclusion, and today, for reasons unknown, she had not appeared. Wang Ziqing surmised that if her conjecture was correct, the elder of the Qin family might not last much longer. In response to this, Yi Xiao expressed no opinion, simply picking up his utensils and quietly commencing his meal. Wang Ziqing gazed intently at Yi Xiao, her eyes filled with a profound sense of disbelief. She could not fathom that Yi Xiao could be so cold-hearted. Yet his actions indeed suggested an utter lack of compassion. Even she, upon witnessing the pitiable state of Qin Mashuan, felt an overwhelming urge to offer assistance. Why then? Did Yi Xiao remain indifferent? She was perplexed, yet she dared not express even a hint of urging him to help, for she felt unqualified to do so. All she could do was wait quietly for him to finish his meal. With a gentle clatter, Yi Xiao finally set down his bowl and chopsticks after a leisurely meal. He wiped his mouth, rose from the table, and ambled toward the door. Wang Ziqing sighed softly, realizing that he truly seemed disinclined to assist Qin Mashuan. Just as she lamented for Qin Mashuan's plight, she suddenly heard Yi Xiao's voice emanating from the entrance. "Take me to the Qin residence." Wang Ziqing was momentarily stunned, even questioning whether she had misheard him. Was Yi Xiao actually going to help Qin Mashuan? Noticing her daze, Yi Xiao added nonchalantly, "I am not in the habit of repeating myself." "Oh right." Wang Ziqing hurriedly set aside her bowl and chopsticks, grabbed a coat and the car keys, and followed Yi Xiao out the door. Women seemed to have a particular fondness for Porsches, whether it was Wang Ziqing, Qin Mashuan, or Huang Xinrui. They all drove different models of the same luxury brand, each varying in price. At that moment, Wang Ziqing drove Yi Xiao toward the Qin manor. Yi Xiao had not anticipated that Qin Mashuan could gather such a plethora of medicinal herbs in such a short span of time. He had initially assumed it would take her at least a month, neglecting the remaining time Qin Zifen had left. The Purple Martial Order has already been bestowed upon Qin Yushan, and we must await the next decree to bestow it upon Qin Mashuan. According to Wang Ziqing, Qin Mashuan visits daily, appearing genuinely pitiable, which has profoundly moved Yi Xiao with her filial piety from the very beginning. Furthermore, given that he had initially overlooked certain matters, he resolved to grant Qin Zifen an additional month. Indeed, Qin Zifen is fortunate to have such a commendable granddaughter. Otherwise, he would have perished a month prior. As one of the two prominent families in Tianhai, the Qin family's estate is situated not far in the nearby suburbs. Upon exiting Tianhai, to the east lies a residential area where the Qin family estate resides. Perhaps concerned for Qin Mashuan, Wang Ziqing drove with great haste, nearly colliding with other vehicles multiple times, all of which Yi Xiao subtly averted, or she would have undoubtedly faced arrest due to an accident. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Qin family estate, the guards halted their progress, inquiring about their purpose. Wang Ziqing boldly declared, "We have come to rescue your patriarch." The guards, of course, were initially skeptical, prompting Wang Ziqing to assert, "Inform your young lady that Yi Xiao has come to save her grandfather." With an air of confidence as if Yi Xiao were seated beside her, she spoke resolutely. The guards, unlike when Yi Xiao previously visited the hospital to see Qin Zifen, did not pose any further challenges. Instead, they promptly made a phone call, spoke a few words discreetly, and then bowed to them, saying, "Please proceed." After entering, continue eastward, where the young lady awaits you in the eastern hall. Wang Ziqing nodded without a hint of doubt, pressing the accelerator as she drove into the Qin family estate. Heading eastward, only Yi Xiao cast a few glances at the gatekeeper, yet his expression remained unperturbed, thus the gatekeeper was oblivious to him. After Wang Ziqing had driven away with Yi Xiao, the gatekeeper finally made another call, informing the recipient, "Young Master Yuan, I have followed your instructions. They are heading towards the East Hall." "Good," came a faint voice from the other end of the line. Simultaneously, in the main surveillance room of the Qin estate, Yuan Chun revealed a sinister smile. As he had anticipated, Yi Xiao had indeed arrived. Yuan Chun harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Yi Xiao for the incidents at the hospital and the bar. Now that Yi Xiao had dared to come, he must be prepared for the consequences. If Yuan Chun lacked competence, how could he dare to conspire with others to usurp the Qin family's fortune? Yi Xiao had underestimated him significantly. Unbeknownst to Wang Ziqing, she had fallen into Yuan Chun's trap, while Yi Xiao was fully aware. If he could overlook the gatekeeper's minor actions, then his existence over the eons would be rendered meaningless. Yet, even with this knowledge, he remained indifferent. For the gatekeeper was merely a minor character, a mere jester. No matter how much he pranced about, he would always be a clown, overshadowed by the true protagonist. They drove eastward until they reached a villa at the end of the street, where Wang Ziqing finally halted the vehicle. Perhaps due to her anxiety regarding Qin Mashuan, she failed to notice that there was not a soul in sight along their journey. After the car came to a halt, Wang Ziqing, along with Yi Xiao, alighted and was poised to approach the villa to knock on the door when she suddenly felt her wrist being grasped by Yi Xiao. "What are you doing?" Wang Ziqing inquired in confusion. The old master of the Qin family was on the brink of collapse. Did Yi Xiao truly have the luxury to delay? Once a life is lost, it cannot be revived. Yet Yi Xiao offered no reply, instead pulling Wang Ziqing closer and flicking his fingers. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed as the villa's door was effortlessly shattered by Yi Zhao's mere gesture. Bang, 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 bang. Before Wang Ziqing could comprehend the unfolding chaos, a barrage of silenced gunfire erupted from within the villa. In an instant, a multitude of bullets were hurled toward Yi Zhao. Wang Ziqing's eyes widened in shock. What was happening? Why were they being attacked in the villa? Fortunately, Yi Zhao remained composed. The bullets halted abruptly within a 10-meter radius around him, then slowly reversed direction, returning to the source from whence they came. Ugh! Ugh! In a moment, anguished cries echoed throughout. The assailants, concealed within the villa, fell victim to their own bullets. This exchange transpired in less than 5 minutes. Yet in that brief span, all those who had dared to attack were annihilated. The vicinity fell into silence, and only then did Wang Ziqing realize that there was not even a single servant left to tidy up around the villa. At this juncture, she felt a wave of lingering trepidation. It seemed that along their path, they had not encountered a single servant. This implied that someone had deliberately led them here, colluding with the gatekeeper to ensnare them. She swallowed, turning to Yi Zhao, and inquired, "Did you know all along?" Had it not been for Yi Zhao, she would have been riddled with bullets, hardly able to stand here and speak. When Yi Zhao initially restrained her from entering, coupled with his current knowing demeanor, it seemed he had foreseen this. Yi Zhao remained silent. Despite Wang Ziqing's shrewdness, she lacked a certain vigilance in some matters. Over countless eons, Yi Zhao possessed an abundance of caution. The adage prevention is better than cure held true. Had Yi Zhao not been exceedingly cautious, he would have been ambushed within the ruins during the Ancient Era, never surviving to this day. His longevity was predicated on not being ensnared by others. It was always wise to have a contingency plan to respond promptly to unforeseen circumstances. Upon hearing the gatekeeper's dubious words at the entrance, Yi Zhao immediately discerned the hidden assailants. Such paltry tricks were laughable when employed against him. Seeing Yi Zhao's silence, Wang Ziqing assumed his tacit agreement. She cast a grateful glance at Yi Zhao before inquiring, "What shall we do now?" She naturally surmised that the gatekeeper had betrayed them. Qin Mushuan and Elder Qin were undoubtedly within the manor, though certainly not in this direction. The Qin family manor was extensive, likely situated elsewhere. The servants here were intentionally dismissed, which emboldened them to act. But who could this person be? Wang Ziqing found herself perplexed. They had come to rescue the old patriarch of the Qin family, so why would the Qin family wish him ill? At that moment, the very one who harbored such ill wishes stood before the surveillance room, staring blankly at the unfolding scene. Yuan Shen was utterly bewildered. He had underestimated Yi Zhao. Initially, he presumed Yi Zhao merely possessed commendable martial skills, capable at most of defeating a cadre of well-trained bodyguards, but surely no one could withstand a bullet? Yet, to his astonishment, bullets could not even approach Yi Zhao. He had not moved a muscle and had effortlessly countered his men, an utterly inconceivable feat. The image of the bullets halting abruptly before Yi Zhao lingered in his mind. In front of the villa, Yi Zhao remained silent in response to Wang Ziqing's inquiries, which incensed her. It seemed he consistently evaded her questions, rendering her words somewhat superfluous. Just as she was about to pose her question once more, Yi Zhao stepped forward, hands clasped behind him, his calm voice resonating throughout the vicinity of the villa. "If you do not emerge, I shall claim 12 lives." His proclamation echoed, met with an eerie silence. Wang Ziqing was left in a state of confusion. Who was he addressing? There was clearly no one present. 12 lives. Was he referring to those who had perished within? Her puzzlement contrasted sharply with Yuan Shen's expression of sheer terror as he observed the surveillance monitors, which displayed several images revealing that numerous individuals still lurked around the villa, exactly 12 in total. Chapter 67 completed. How did Yi Zhao know that? Aside from those within the villa, there were 12 individuals lying in ambush nearby. It was already astonishing that he could make bullets ricochet. Now, to be aware of the hidden presence around him was nothing short of remarkable. At that moment, the 12 ambushers wore expressions of sheer terror. They had witnessed Yi Zhao deflect bullets with their own eyes and questioned their own capabilities in comparison, especially since Yi Zhao had discovered their concealment. The leader among them inquired through a walkie-talkie to Yuan Shen, asking what course of action to take. Should they strike? With Yi Zhao still alive, he would undoubtedly reach the old man, and when the truth was uncovered, Yuan Shen would face dire consequences. It was highly likely that Qin Zifen would not survive the day. Even if these 12 individuals could not defeat Yi Zhao, stalling for a while could potentially lead to Qin Zifen's demise. Thus, Yuan Shen's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and commanded through the walkie-talkie, "Attack." Meanwhile, Wang Ziqing remained puzzled, as Yi Xiao offered no explanation. Observing the delay of the ambushes, she sighed softly. After all, they were 12 cultivators, and their path to mastery was fraught with difficulty. Yi Xiao had initially intended for their demise to be somewhat honorable, but if they chose not to reveal themselves, they could hardly blame him. Just as Yi Xiao prepared to take action, a sudden rustling noise erupted around them, and individuals surged forth from all directions. Wang Ziqing, startled, instinctively recoiled behind Yi Xiao, realizing that none among these newcomers appeared weaker than herself. At this moment, she finally realized that the 12 lives spoken of by Yi Xiao must refer to these individuals, as their number indeed totaled 12. It struck her with a sense of shame. Being by Yi Xiao's side had rendered her a burden. Yi Xiao, however, was slightly astonished. 12 individuals, each at the late stage of foundation establishment. In this current era, where cultivation has waned, late-stage foundation establishment practitioners are exceedingly rare. Even Wang Ziqing had only just entered this stage at her age, yet these individuals had already reached late-stage foundation establishment. Who could be behind them? Who possesses the power to casually command 12 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators to eliminate him? Despite his confusion, Yi Xiao did not dwell on it for long. He simply addressed them calmly, stating, "Depart now, and I shall spare your lives." Cultivation is arduous, and Yi Xiao would never lightly take the life of a fellow cultivator. As long as this group did not make a move against him, he would refrain from violence. However, to his surprise, the more than 10 individuals exchanged glances, appearing rather amused. The leader stepped forward and remarked, "Young man, you must have realized that even if you are strong, our 12 foundation establishment cultivators can only ensure your own safety. Can you guarantee the safety of the girl behind you?" This individual displayed cunning. Observing Yi Xiao's demeanor, they seemed to infer that they could not defeat him, but stalling him should not pose a challenge. As long as they could hold Yi Xiao back, they could take Wang Ziqing hostage, leaving Yi Xiao with no choice but to yield. Thus, why should they fear him? Upon hearing this, Wang Ziqing instinctively shrank back behind Yi Xiao, confirming her role as a burden. Yet, on Yi Xiao's face, there remained not a flicker of emotion, as if the words spoken by that individual had merely stirred the air. It was inconceivable that this group could ever seize Wang Ziqing with him present. Even if they succeeded in their endeavor, what made them think they could threaten Yi Xiao? Yi Xiao was not one to be easily subdued. Observing his silence, the man presumed he was intimidated and declared, "We only desire your life. If you end your own existence here, we shall not harm the woman." Such was the assertion. But if Yi Xiao were to perish, would they truly fear Wang Ziqing? The narrative would surely shift. "This is your final warning. Depart and spare your lives," Yi Xiao stated coolly. Upon hearing this, the man's expression fluctuated ominously. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and ferociously declared, "Since you refuse our hospitality, do not blame us for being inhospitable. Attack." As his words echoed, he was the first to charge forward, with the others following suit less than a second later. Their roles were distinctly assigned. 10 individuals targeted Yi Xiao to prevent him from retaliating, while 2 aimed to capture Wang Ziqing. Believing that securing her would compel Yi Xiao to concede, Wang Ziqing, fully aware that she was no match for any of them, realized she could not remain passive in this dire situation. She raised her hand, intent on confronting one of her assailants. However, at that moment, she discovered herself utterly immobilized, ensnared by an inexplicable force emanating from Yi Xiao, leaving her bewildered. She refrained from moving, unwilling to disrupt Yi Xiao's actions. Yi Xiao stood calmly with his hands clasped behind his back, facing the 12 approaching individuals without the slightest hint of fear, as if they were merely a gentle breeze or a passing cloud. Observing his audacious demeanor, the 12 intensified their assaults as they charged towards him. The scene appeared to freeze in time. Yuan Chun anxiously focused on the screen, where the 12 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators advanced towards Yi Xiao and Wang Ziqing. The outcome hinged on this moment. As the distance between the 12 and Yi Xiao diminished, he remained unmoved, hands still clasped, leaving his assailants bewildered, with no time for contemplation. However, just when they were merely a meter away from Yi Xiao and Wang Ziqing, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The 12 fierce-looking foundation establishment cultivators, unleashing their most formidable attacks, suddenly froze in midair, a mere meter from Yi Xiao. Had it not been for the trees swaying in the breeze behind them, Yuan Chun might have thought the scene had glitched. Then, An ominous sense of foreboding enveloped Yuan Chen's heart. The first muffled groan echoed forth. The individual who had previously threatened Yi Xiao rolled his eyes back and began to convulse, soon losing all responsiveness. Yet this was merely the beginning. Before the remaining 11 could exhibit a semblance of terror, they too met the same grim fate as their comrade. In an instant, a chorus of muffled groans resonated around the villa, surrounding Wang Ziqing and Yi Xiao, starkly contrasting with the earlier sound of silenced gunfire. Within mere seconds, all 12 Foundation establishment cultivators had perished before they could even approach Yi Xiao and Wang Ziqing. Yi Xiao had offered them a chance. Had they chosen to depart earlier, he would have spared them even a single hair. Yet, they obstinately disregarded his words. Yi Xiao, at the mid-stage of the transformation realm, was not someone that these late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators could casually insult. To Wang Ziqing and Yuan Chun, the late-stage Foundation establishment seemed an insurmountable barrier, but to Yi Xiao, they were no different from mere ants. In the surveillance room, witnessing this scene, Yuan Chen's face turned ashen, slumping in his chair, muttering, "It's over, it's over." Chapter 68. Lord Yi Xiao has arrived. Did you truly just kill them so easily? After a moment of shock, Wang Ziqing could not help but inquire of Yi Xiao, unable to believe how effortlessly he had dealt with them. What else could it be? Yi Xiao replied nonchalantly. The mere superficial cultivation of late-stage Foundation establishment dared to provoke him, a mid-stage transformation realm cultivator. His refraining from obliterating them entirely with his spiritual consciousness was already an act of great mercy. Are you not curious about the individuals behind them? Who seeks to undermine us? Wang Ziqing asked, genuinely admiring Yi Xiao's unwavering calmness in any situation. Yi Xiao shook his head lightly, choosing not to respond. Instead, he turned and entered the vehicle, telling Wang Ziqing, "Let's go, north." He was already aware of Qin Zifen and Qin Mashuan's whereabouts. His purpose in coming was solely to eliminate these bothersome flies. If he were to evade them, it would only suggest that he feared them. As for the masters of these flies, Yi Xiao held no concern. They lacked the power to challenge his dignity. As long as the opponent is unafraid of loss, Yi Xiao will simply eliminate one after another. Wang Ziqing found herself at a loss for words regarding Yi Xiao. Did this fellow possess such unwavering confidence in himself? Did he not fear potential retaliation from his adversaries? The complexities of human relationships, the entanglements of interests, and the delicate balance of power appeared utterly feeble in the face of absolute strength, as fragile as a mere piece of paper, easily torn asunder. Mortals fear due to their lack of power. Yet, with Yi Xiao's formidable prowess, why should he harbor any fear? This notion was something Wang Ziqing would never comprehend throughout her lifetime. Reluctantly, she drove, guiding Yi Xiao towards the direction he indicated. For now, their priority was to rescue Qin Zifen. Otherwise, he might truly lose his life. In the northern part of the Qin family estate, within a villa far more opulent than the others, an atmosphere of sorrow permeated the air. Qin Mashuan, along with her second uncle, her sister Qin Maxin, and other direct relatives, were gathered, including some collateral family members from the Qin branch, with the notable absence of her sister's husband, Yuan Chun. This assembly represented nearly the entirety of the Qin family, a gathering that would be nearly impossible under ordinary circumstances. The reason for this congregation today was the gravely ill patriarch, the elder Qin Zifen, who was unlikely to survive the day. Grandfather Qin Mashuan's eyes were swollen with tears. She was the only one permitted to approach Qin Zifen. Regrettably, he had succumbed to a deep coma, with the fluctuations on the heart monitor faint and weak, signaling that he might draw his last breath at any moment. This time, Qin Zifen had truly reached his limit. In the past, there had been a glimmer of lucidity. Now, he was entirely devoid of consciousness. Qin Mashuan felt an overwhelming sense of guilt and deep regret, as she had failed to fulfill her grandfather's last wish, to rally Yi Xiao and obtain the purple martial order. She had accomplished none of it. Yet, she had exerted all her efforts, exhausting every means at her disposal, but to no avail. In recent days, she had sought out Yi Xiao daily, but he remained in seclusion, showing no signs of emerging. Despair had taken root in Qin Mashuan's heart. The doctor had already issued a critical prognosis. Her grandfather would certainly not survive the day. Thus, searching for Yi Xiao had become futile. Now, she could only watch helplessly as her grandfather passed away with regrets. Feeling utterly powerless. In truth, Qin Zifen should have succumbed a month ago. His survival for this extra month was solely due to Yi Xiao. Therefore, Qin Mashuan did not blame Yi Xiao, but rather herself for failing to procure all the necessary medicinal herbs. She constantly sought an excuse to alleviate her own suffering. Meanwhile, her second uncle, Qin Xuan, who had been by her side, exhibited a sense of urgency in his gaze. Like Yuan Shun, he had long anticipated the old man's demise. Years ago, when his elder brother, Qin Mashuan's father, passed away, he should have taken charge of the Qin family. However, the old man had never trusted him enough to relinquish control, preferring to wait for his granddaughter Qin Mashuan to mature rather than grant him authority, which infuriated him. A month ago, the old man ought to have departed. Yet Yuan Shun had proven useless, failing to prevent even a single young man from intervening and saving Qin Zifen's life. Now, with Yuan Shun stationed outside, even if that young man were to arrive, it would be a dead end for him. As long as today passed, Qin Zifen would perish, and the entire Qin family would be his. A mere junior like Qin Mashuan could not contend with him. Uncle Qin Xuan and his family share a common sentiment. Unlike Qin Mashuan, who is pampered daily by the old master, they have constantly faced oppression and harbor a deep-seated resentment toward her. The moment the old master takes his last breath, they will seek to reclaim all that they believe was unjustly taken from them due to Qin Mashuan. In this generation of the Qin family, Qin Zifen's two sons present a stark contrast. The elder, exceptionally talented and worthy of great responsibility, tragically passed away in his youth, while the younger son, though present, is utterly inept. Among the grandchildren, only the two young ladies, Qin Mashuan and Qin Maxin, remain. The elder granddaughter, Qin Maxin, is arrogant and vain, whereas the younger, Qin Mashuan, possesses calm determination and capability. For the sake of the family, the old master sees no choice but to cultivate Qin Mashuan. It is a pity that Qin Mashuan, from a tender age, has been groomed by her grandfather to manage the family affairs. Alas, she has yet to mature, and should she falter, the Qin family is destined to decline completely within a decade. This is precisely why he insists that Qin Mashuan seek assistance from Yishao. Only by relying on that esteemed individual can Qin Mashuan hope to evade being entirely consumed by the second branch of the family after his demise. Ironically, among his immediate relatives, there is not a single person, aside from Qin Mashuan, who does not wish for his swift departure from this world. This reflects the culmination of his lifelong endeavors, having established such a vast family estate for the Tianhai Qin family. He finds himself at odds with his descendants over the very legacy he has fought to preserve. Ultimately, he will not only fail to secure a favorable position in their hearts, but may also leave behind none of the fortune he labored for throughout his life. This embodies the misguided path that Yi Shao speaks of. He has long been aware of it, yet understanding brings no alternative. Once embarked upon, there is no turning back. Can he part with all his wealth? He cannot bear to do so. Such is the nature of humanity. It is precisely the mundane world that Yi Shao is reluctant to engage with, a realm that would disrupt his Tao heart. The fluctuations on the heart monitor gradually diminished, until finally, a prolonged beep echoed, transforming into a straight line, signifying the cessation of Qin Zifen's heartbeat and the end of a life. Grandfather, father, old master. The Qin family was enveloped in a chorus of mourning, and even Qin Chuan's family had to maintain appearances at this moment. Yet, the one who truly bore the weight of sorrow was Qin Mashuan alone. At this moment, she silently wept, refraining from loud lamentations. Instead, her heart was heavy with guilt and burdened by pressure. With Qin Zifen's demise, all family affairs fell upon her fragile shoulders, compounded by the watchful eyes of outsiders and the ambitions of her uncle's family. She truly wished for her grandfather to remain alive. Just as the Qin family hall resonated with wails of grief, a servant hurriedly entered, calling out loudly to Qin Mashuan, "Miss, Lord Yi Shao has arrived." Chapter 69, Leave at once. What? This exclamation abruptly silenced the weeping in the Qin family hall. The members of the Qin family exchanged glances. For ever since Qin Zifen's life was miraculously saved a month ago, everyone in the household had become acquainted with the name of Lord Yi Shao. Last time, he had saved Qin Zifen's life. Would he come to their aid once more? Upon hearing these words, Qin Xuan and Qin Maxin were engulfed in disbelief. They were acutely aware that, as a precaution, Yuan Shun had already stationed numerous subordinates within the Qin household. The moment Yi Shao made an appearance, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. How could Yi Shao possibly arrive here? What was Yuan Shun scheming? The last time, allowing Yi Shao to enter could be excused. But this time, with such a formidable contingent prepared, including 12 extraordinary individuals, How could he ever be permitted entry? Reactions varied among the onlookers. Yet the majority harbored a desire for Yi Xiao to remain absent. After all, with Qin Zifen's death, the Qin family found themselves unshackled from many constraints, leading to a sense of liberation. Only Qin Maxian, after a momentary daze, urgently exclaimed, "Quick, let him in." With Qin Zifen's heartbeat fading. Perhaps if Yi Xiao arrived in time, he could still be saved. Naturally, Qin Maxian was desperate to invite Yi Xiao inside. She had almost given up hope on him. Yet unexpectedly, he appeared at this critical juncture, arriving just in time. Had he delayed any longer, Qin Zifen might have perished. Indeed, the servant immediately turned to go fetch Yi Xiao. Stop. At that moment, Qin Chuan, Qin Maxian's second uncle, obstructed the servant's path and, with a sardonic tone, addressed Qin Maxian. "Maxian, your esteemed grandfather has departed this world. Whether that man comes or not is now of little consequence. We must focus on your grandfather's funeral arrangements. Wouldn't you agree?" The members of the Qin family echoed in agreement. Yes, yes. As Qin Zifen's heartbeat faded, they realized that with just a little more delay, he would be beyond salvation. Even Yi Xiao's arrival would be futile. This scene was entirely unexpected for Qin Maxian, who could hardly fathom that her own second uncle would create such turmoil at a critical moment. It was well known that he usually greeted her with a warm smile, suppressing any displeasure he might have harbored, especially in the presence of the entire family. Yet now, the entire clan opposed Yi Xiao's entrance to rescue her grandfather? Such audacity was intolerable. "Uncle, do not go too far," she exclaimed in indignation. Upon hearing her words, Qin Chuan's displeasure was palpable. "Ma Xuan, what do you mean by that? The deceased deserve our utmost respect. Your grandfather's body is still warm, and allowing an outsider to enter is against propriety." Without allowing her a chance to respond, he turned to a servant and commanded, "Go tell Yi Xiao that our elder has passed away and instruct him to return whence he came." With that, he pushed the servant out. Qin Maxian's face flushed with anger. This was hardly the time for foolishness. Yi Xiao's willingness to come was already a significant gesture towards the Qin family. How could her uncle insist on sending him away? The opportunity to save Qin Zifen was fleeting, and only Yi Xiao could provide the necessary aid. Determined, she resolved to go out and welcome him. However, at that moment, her sister, Qin Maxian, obstructed her path, smiling as she said, "Ma Xuan, your grandfather has already passed. Do you still intend to create a scene? Today, the second young lady is exceedingly agitated. Bring her downstairs to calm down." Yes. A few servants, upon hearing her command, immediately approached to seize Qin Maxian's hand, intending to drag her upstairs. At this moment, Qin Maxian shockingly realized that the individuals she had arranged for protection nearby had already been completely replaced by her second uncle. She had been careless. For this day, the Qin Chuan family had undoubtedly prepared for an extensive period, and they would not permit any missteps. They had even contemplated the repercussions of Yuan Chen's failure, which speaks volumes of their insidious ambitions. Your grandfather has always treated you favorably. Without him, where would your wealth and splendor come from? Are you truly willing to watch her perish without extending a helping hand? Qin Maxian could not restrain herself and shouted vehemently. "Ma Xuan, how can you say such things? Your grandfather is no longer with us. How can it be that we merely watch him die?" Qin Maxian's second aunt retorted with a sardonic tone. The remaining members of the Qin family dared not oppose them, leaving only Qin Maxian to ardently wish for Qin Zifen's survival, a truly lamentable situation. Qin Maxian's sister, Qin Maxian, leaned closer to her ear and spoke in a chilling voice. "Ma Xuan, you have been spoiled by the old master since childhood. You cannot possibly understand the suffering we endure. Now that grandfather has passed, let him rest in peace. Do not dwell on it. Get some sleep, and everything will be over." After uttering these words, Qin Maxian unexpectedly produced a vial of sedative and, taking advantage of Qin Maxian's unpreparedness, swiftly forced it into her mouth. Qin Maxian's eyes widened in disbelief, never imagining that events would unfold in such a manner. Even second uncle Qin Chuan had approached the old master, somewhat sighing as he remarked, "Father, you have guarded against me all your life. Even in death, you would not allow me close. Yet now, the Qin family is all mine, is it not?" Unfortunately, the elderly man lying upon the bed had already drawn his last breath, his body gradually losing warmth. The scene had become frozen in time. Everything had come to an end. Qin Maxian's face was filled with despair, yet she felt utterly powerless, succumbing to an increasingly intense wave of dizziness as her vision blurred before her. It was over, everything was over. In a daze, she seemed to hear Yi Zhao's voice. And then she lost consciousness. At the moment when the Qin family rejoiced, Qin Mashuan fell into a coma. And Qin Zifen was on the brink of losing all vitality. A voice resonated throughout the Qin family hall. Since you have seen enough, then apart from Qin Mashuan and Qin Zifen, everyone else may leave. As the voice echoed, a sudden burst of brilliant light erupted from Qin Zifen, propelling the nearest Qin Chuan away with great force. The shockwave also sent several others, who were holding Qin Mashuan, flying, leaving them sprawled on the ground, unconscious. While Qin Mashuan was gently placed down by an unseen force. Who? Qin Mashuan and second aunt rushed over to assist Qin Chuan, questioning aloud. The unexpected turn of events caught everyone in the Qin family off guard. It was truly unimaginable that, at such a moment, another twist would occur. Simultaneously, the main door of the hall produced a muffled thud, followed by the sound of steady footsteps approaching. The entire Qin family turned their gazes towards the entrance as a man and a woman entered with measured steps. Chapter 70. A mysterious shift. The atmosphere within the grand hall of the Qin family fell into a heavy silence, as everyone regarded Yi Zhao with a mix of disbelief. Rumors had long circulated that he was no ordinary person, but until now, such claims had been met with skepticism. However, Yi Zhao's previous display had left everyone utterly astounded. Though he was not physically present in the room, his voice resonated in the ears of all, an ability beyond the realm of mortals. Meanwhile, the Qin Chuan family glared at Yi Zhao with faces twisted in rage. Qin Chuan, gritting his teeth against the pain, rose and approached Yi Zhao, pointing an accusatory finger at him, demanding, "Who allowed you to enter? Where are the security guards?" He was utterly baffled. It was one thing for Yuan Shun to have failed to stop Yi Zhao, but there were so many people stationed at the entrance. Had none of them intervened? Were they merely idle? Yi Zhao chose to ignore him, while Wang Ziqing took out her phone to show Qin Chuan a video. The screen displayed a group of Qin Chuan's men lying outside, incapacitated. "Stop shouting. Your people are all outside, lying there just fine," Wang Ziqing remarked. After this, she couldn't help but glance at Yi Zhao, recalling how effortlessly his opponents had fallen before him, never standing a chance. Yi Zhao was indeed formidable. Upon viewing the images on Wang Ziqing's phone, the Qin Chuan family gasped in shock, their faces betraying their disbelief as they turned their eyes towards Yi Zhao. Is this fellow even human? How could so many be taken down so effortlessly? Moreover, Yi Zhao remained unscathed. It is simply unimaginable. The members of the Qin family were taken aback upon witnessing the scene displayed on Wang Ziqing's phone. Could it be that Yi Zhao was this formidable? After a brief moment of astonishment, Qin Chuan quickly regained his composure and furiously pointed at Yi Zhao, exclaiming, "What business do you have meddling in our family affairs? You would do well to leave at once, or else you will face dire consequences." His words were fierce, yet lacked conviction. He was at a loss as to how to impede Yi Zhao. Observing the situation, it was evident that even the firearms and practitioners from Yuan Shen's side had failed to deter him. What, then, could they possibly do to halt Yi Zhao? Indeed, nothing. Thus, Yi Zhao chose to disregard them entirely, calmly stating, "Just leave. I will not take any lives." "Why should we leave? It is you who ought to depart," Qin Mashin interjected, stepping forward. As she spoke, she seized the unconscious Qin Mashuan from the ground and held a knife menacingly against her pale neck, coldly declaring, "Isn't it my sister, Qin Mashuan, you are after? If you refuse to leave, I shall cut her throat." She presumed that Yi Zhao's arrival was solely for the sake of Qin Mashuan, as she was the only one in the Qin family deemed worthy of such attention. "Let it be. After today, no one will threaten my standing in the Qin family. What is there to fear?" Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Ziqing grew anxious and was about to rush forward, only to be restrained by Yi Zhao's firm grip. Yi Zhao remained taciturn towards the Qin family, including Qin Chuan, and simply elevated a hand, directing it towards Qin Mashin from afar. A subtle hum resonated from Yi Zhao's hand, as an enigmatic talisman materialized, radiating a dazzling golden aura. Simultaneously, an identical talisman manifested beneath Qin Mashin's feet. A gasp escaped her lips as Qin Mashin plummeted into the void opened by the talisman, vanishing without a trace. The entire hall fell into a profound silence. Had a person simply disappeared? The sheer inexplicability of it sent shivers of dread through the Qin family, a chilling sensation that permeated their very being. "Where have you taken my daughter?" Qin Mashin's aunt was the first to react, charging towards Yi Zhao with a furious roar. Alas, before she could reach him, The talisman reappeared, sweeping her away, and she, too, vanished into thin air. Panic now reigned supreme among the Qin family. Yi Zhao's methods were beyond their comprehension. How could he make people vanish into nothingness? It defied all reason. Qin Chuan, abandoning any pretense of bravado, realized survival was paramount. But as he began to plead for mercy, a talisman descended from above, enveloping him entirely, and he, too, disappeared. But whisking away the Qin Chuan family was not the end of it. Yi Zhao clenched the talisman in his hand, and it swelled in size, transforming into beams of pure light that engulfed all the remaining Qin family members, save for Qin Zifen and Qin Maxin, and they, too, vanished into oblivion. In an instant, the grand hall of the Qin family fell into a profound silence, leaving only Yi Zhao, the stunned Wang Ziqing, the unconscious Qin Maxuan, and the reclining Qin Zifen. Wang Ziqing could not suppress a gulp. At that moment, her heart was overwhelmed with astonishment. It was only now that she truly grasped the extent of Yi Zhao's formidable prowess. Previously, when faced with challenges, Yi Zhao had effortlessly vanquished his opponents, revealing none of his other capabilities, leading Wang Ziqing to believe he possessed only limited strength. However, the recent spectacle had utterly shattered her perception of him. With a mere flick of his hand, he had dispatched the entire Qin family in less than a minute. It was simply inconceivable, an extraordinary feat beyond human capability. Where had they all gone? Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired of Yi Zhao, suspecting he had brought about their demise. In response, Yi Zhao offered an explanation. For the first time, they had been taken to the eastern villa. He would not so readily resort to killing. Among them were many innocents, and it would be unjust to indiscriminately eradicate the entire Qin family. Yi Zhao had merely employed a minor technique known as the transfer art, manipulating the surrounding spatial changes through a unique method, relocating individuals to a marked location. When he departed from the eastern villa, he had already inscribed his mark. Meanwhile, the members of the Qin family found themselves in the villa where Yuan Chun had previously ambushed Yi Zhao, witnessing the horrifying sight of lifeless bodies strewn about, leading to a chorus of terrified screams. Their presence here would only obstruct Yi Zhao, who preferred not to lay eyes upon them. Thus, he had chosen to remove them entirely from his sight. Upon hearing this, Wang Ziqing let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly stepped forward to assist Qin Maxuan. Inquiring about her condition, Yi Zhao remained silent, directing his attention towards Qin Zifen. Since Qin Maxuan was merely unconscious, there was no urgency. Their priority was to save Qin Zifen first. However, Yi Zhao did not immediately administer aid. Instead, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding a subtle wave of spiritual energy. From Qin Zifen's body, a faint apparition began to materialize, the very essence of Qin Zifen himself. Upon recognizing Yi Zhao, the apparition knelt in the void, addressing him as master. Yi Zhao's expression remained impassive as he calmly inquired, "Did you witness everything just now?" His intention in delaying his entrance into the hall was to allow Qin Zifen to witness for himself the path he had chosen throughout his life, discerning its righteousness or folly. Qin Zifen's countenance reflected a tumult of emotions, ultimately leading him to lament and nod in gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for your rescue." Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Zhao interrupted him with a gesture, pressing Qin Zifen's soul back into his corporeal form, stating, "If you wish to express gratitude, direct it towards your splendid granddaughter. This will be the last time I extend my hand to save you." Chapter 71. You have suffered. When Qin Maxuan opened her eyes, she found herself in the grand hall, devoid of the Qin family members who had previously gathered there. Shaking her head to dispel the fog of confusion, she sat up and realized she was lying on the very bed where her grandfather, Qin Zifen, had once rested. A sense of bewilderment enveloped her. What had transpired during her unconsciousness? What was the current situation? Where was her grandfather? A series of questions momentarily retreated to the recesses of her mind as the sound of approaching footsteps drew near. Upon discerning the identity of the visitor, she was momentarily taken aback, for it was none other than Wang Ziqing. "You are awake?" Wang Ziqing approached with measured steps, her voice laced with concern. "How do you feel?" "I'm fine," Qin Maxuan replied, initially waving her hand dismissively before inquiring, "How did you end up here? Where's my grandfather?" A glimmer of anticipation flickered across her face, recalling that Yi Zhao had seemingly been outside the door. Now, with Wang Ziqing's presence, did this imply that Yi Zhao had rescued them? As if to confirm her inner speculation, Wang Ziqing nodded and smiled, saying, "Your grandfather is safe now. He is outside dealing with your second uncle and the others." Would you like to go see? With the validation of her hopes, Qin Mashuan felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over her. The sting of emotion welled in her nose, and her eyes involuntarily brimmed with tears as she enveloped Wang Ziqing in an embrace, weeping softly. The burden of her past was too heavy to bear. Having lost her parents in a tragic accident during her childhood, she had been groomed by her grandfather as his successor, enduring the disdain of her second uncle's family and various distant relatives. As her grandfather's health deteriorated, the weight of responsibility pressed even more heavily upon her shoulders. In those moments of despair, she often felt on the verge of collapse. It seemed that no one in the family, save for her, wished for her grandfather's survival. At times, she longed to abandon the Qin family's affairs entirely, to venture forth as an ordinary person, seek a mundane job, and lead a simple life. Yet, she could not, for she was the embodiment of her grandfather's hopes. These hopes, however, also became a burden, often leaving her gasping for breath, forcing her to stifle her tears beneath the covers. After all, she was merely a girl in her 20s. Upon witnessing this, Wang Ziqing felt a pang of emotion. Her nose tinged with a sense of sadness. She was not much better off than Qin Mashuan, now being pursued and unable to return home. Gently patting Qin Mashuan's back, Wang Ziqing offered a reassuring smile and said, "All right, your grandfather is currently dealing with your second uncle and the others. Let us step outside and vent our frustrations." Qin Mashuan wiped away her tears, transforming her sorrow into a smile, and nodded in agreement, saying, "All right. I am eager to see what fate befalls my arrogant second uncle." Qin Zifen, possessing a certain degree of acumen, quickly made several phone calls upon regaining consciousness. Within a mere half hour, a multitude of individuals from the Qin family arrived. Among them, Yishao recognized manager Su Tao, who had previously been at the hospital with Zhao Fuzhou. It was then revealed that the Yuan Tian bodyguard company had been secretly established by Qin Zifen, intended to ensure that Qin Mashuan would not suffer undue bullying after his demise. Upon encountering Yishao, Su Tao was taken aback and promptly addressed him with deference, referring to him as Sir. Unexpectedly, this esteemed individual not only had ties with the Zhao family, but also shared a profound relationship with the patriarch of the Qin family. Both the Qin and Zhao families, two of the most prominent clans in Tianhai, treated him with utmost respect, marking him as an extraordinary figure. Subsequently, Su Tao, with a decisive approach, apprehended Qin Chuan, Qin Mashuan, and her mother, yet they were unable to locate Yuan Chen. As for the collateral branches, they were released without charges, as they were merely opportunists, of no consequence to eliminate. At that moment, Qin Chuan knelt before Qin Zifen, trembling with trepidation, acutely aware that his situation was precarious. In truth, it was dire, for beside Qin Zifen stood not only Yishao but also a lawyer, specifically retained by Qin Zifen himself. Qin Zifen cast a cold glance at Qin Chuan, first letting out a disdainful snort. "Beast, from this moment forth, you shall no longer be a member of the Qin family." After uttering these words, he nodded at the lawyer, who promptly handed Qin Chuan a notification of severance of parental ties along with a property transfer notice. Upon seeing the documents, Qin Chuan's face turned ashen. Not only was he severed from familial bonds, but all the family assets under their name were returned to the Qin family. This meant they were not only expelled from the Qin household, but left with nothing. "Father, no, please." He attempted to resist, but Qin Zifen sighed and gestured to Su Tao, who nodded and instructed the guards to escort Qin Chuan's family out. They were utterly finished, officially disowned by the Qin family. Henceforth, only Qin Zifen and Qin Mashuan remained as the direct descendants of the Qin lineage. "Grandfather." It was only after Qin Mashuan had resolved the situation that she stepped forward, wiping her eyes, which were still red and swollen. Seeing his granddaughter in such a state, and recalling her tribulations during his previous unconsciousness, Qin Zifen felt a surge of heartache and could not help but ruffle Qin Mashuan's hair. "Mashuan, you have suffered." Had it not been for Yishao, who stood silently by, Qin Mashuan would have lost control and wept. Noticing her struggle, Qin Zifen exchanged a knowing glance with her, to which she nodded before approaching Yishao. Standing behind him, she lowered her head and softly murmured, "Thank you." Had it not been for Yishao, not only would grandfather's life have been at stake, but the entire Qin family's fortune could have been seized by her uncle's family. How could they possibly enjoy the peace they had now? The expression of gratitude was heartfelt. She had previously scolded Yishao for not granting her the purple martial order, and now felt a pang of remorse. Yishao turned slightly, nodding at Qin Mashuan, and said, Once the next purple martial order is retrieved, I will ensure you receive it. There is no need to rush. Qin Zifen will also be aware of it. This time, he recognized that his reluctance to make promises had caused Qin Mashuan distress. Following this incident, he genuinely acknowledged her and resolved to officially bestow the next purple martial order upon her at an appropriate time, which he believed was not far off. He was confident that Qin Zifen would still be around then. Qin Mashuan nodded, her heart brimming with joy upon hearing his words. Observing this, Qin Zifen also smiled. It was hard to determine whether this recent crisis was a blessing or a curse. With the affairs of the Qin family reaching a conclusion, Yi Xiao turned to Wang Ziqing and said, "Let us depart." He then boarded the vehicle. After bidding farewell to Qin Zifen, Qin Mashuan, and the others, Wang Ziqing drove away from the Qin residence. As the Porsche cruised along the outskirts, a Jinbei van approached. Yi Xiao's gaze wavered, and he glanced at the van with increased interest. The Qin Chuan family had been cast out, sitting bewildered by the roadside, filled with regret. Particularly Qin Maxin, who had always spent lavishly as a pampered young lady, now found herself with nothing. Unable to reach her husband Yuan Qin by phone, she pondered her uncertain future and contemplated the unthinkable. Both Qin Chuan and his wife were expressions of despair. At that moment, a Jinbei van halted before them. The door swung open, and Yuan Qin stepped out. Chapter 72. Chen Yushan's birthday. In the aftermath of the Qin family's affairs, Yi Xiao successfully achieved his long-desired breakthrough, and life gradually returned to its previous rhythm. Each morning began with physical training, followed by his studies at Tianhai University, where he dedicated himself to cultivation throughout the day. Evenings were spent at home, sharing meals with Wang Ziqing, taking baths, and resting. With the knowledge that the Jiwu Ling would inevitably be given to the Qin family, Qin Mashuan had ceased her appearances at Tianhai University. Qin Zifen intended to fully entrust the family matters to her in these final moments, while Qin Mashuan wished to accompany her grandfather during his last days. On Wang Ziqing's side, after the previous incident, no one had returned to surveil her. However, Yi Xiao harbored a lingering suspicion that those who had pursued Wang Ziqing would not simply relent. Despite his concerns, he opted for inaction, as his sole responsibility was to safeguard Wang Ziqing and procure the Jade's spirit essence. He had never been one to invite trouble. Thus, for days passed with a tranquil routine. On the evening of the fourth day, as Yi Xiao concluded his training and exited Tianhai University, he encountered Chen Yushan at the school gate. "Is there something you need?" he inquired nonchalantly upon noticing her blocking his path. Chen Yushan was momentarily taken aback. She had anticipated that after their previous encounter, Yi Xiao's demeanor towards her would be more amiable. To her surprise, he remained as indifferent as ever. After a brief hesitation, she replied, "Tomorrow is my birthday. You promised you would come and celebrate with me." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao recalled his promise to Chen Yushan. With no pressing matters at hand and recognizing that a breakthrough was unlikely in the near future due to the absence of spiritual materials, he nodded and said, "I understand." Chen Yushan was taken aback. Was she simply going to accept this without saying anything further? Was there no more to discuss? Yi Xiao inquired. "Oh no, that's all. Tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock, right here, let's not miss each other." Chen Yushan replied with a radiant smile, waving goodbye to Yi Xiao before departing. Yi Xiao's reaction was, in fact, within her expectations, yet she couldn't shake the feeling that Yi Xiao had intended to pursue her. Shouldn't he have exhibited a bit more eagerness? Suddenly, the image of Yi Xiao getting into Qin Mashuan's car flashed through her mind. Had her rejection of Yi Xiao led him to become involved with Qin Mashuan? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Chen Yushan felt a peculiar sensation. After all, it was she who had turned Yi Xiao down. What business was it of hers who he chose to be with? Why did she feel discontent? Conversely, Yi Xiao was unfazed. Having traversed the mortal realm for countless years, he had long become indifferent to most matters. Although it was his first time attending a birthday party, he felt no emotional turmoil. Birthdays held little significance for him. He had forgotten even his own, having lost track of the date after so many eons. As for whether Chen Yushan would care about him dining with Qin Mashuan, Yi Xiao was not concerned. It had all stemmed from Chen Yushan's misunderstanding, and there was no need for an explanation. The following day, Yi Xiao concluded his training earlier than usual, arriving at their meeting place around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. He reached the designated spot ahead of time, finding it empty, as Chen Yushan had yet to arrive. Thus, he waited quietly in anticipation. Not long after, the sound of an engine echoed, and a familiar Porsche approached. Coming to a gentle stop before Yi Xiao, the door swung open, revealing a woman clad in a form-fitting white gown. Yi Xiao? What are you doing here? The woman was none other than Huang Xinrui, who had not been seen for quite some time. After their last encounter, Huang Xinrui had been considerably frightened by Yi Xiao and had avoided his presence. Even at school, she would go out of her way to evade him. Yet, she had refrained from informing Qin Yuzhan about Yi Xiao's cohabitation with Wang Ziqing, the reasons for which remained unclear to her. Surprised by this unexpected greeting, Yi Xiao replied nonchalantly, "It's Qin Yuzhan's birthday." Huang Xinrui appeared taken aback, her voice tinged with astonishment. "You're also here to celebrate Yuzhan's birthday?" The use of also indicated that Huang Xinrui had come to wait for Qin Yuzhan to celebrate her birthday together, making Yi Xiao's presence less surprising. He nodded in acknowledgement, choosing not to elaborate further. Noticing Yi Xiao's reluctance to engage in conversation, Huang Xinrui reluctantly fell silent, feeling a twinge of discontent within. Yi Xiao had always maintained a cold demeanor towards others. In all these years, she had never witnessed him attending anyone's birthday celebration. Nor did he seem particularly close to anyone. It was indeed peculiar that he had agreed to attend Qin Yuzhan's birthday party. However, her predominant feeling was one of sympathy for Qin Yuzhan. Yi Xiao was clearly living with another stunning beauty and had an ambiguous relationship with the eldest daughter of the Qin family, Qin Mashuan. Yet he still kept Qin Yuzhan hanging, which was undeniably excessive. Regrettably, she lacked the courage to voice her thoughts, still shaken from the last encounter with Yi Xiao. The atmosphere between them became somewhat awkward, prompting Huang Xinrui to retreat to the car, engrossed in her phone, leaving Yi Xiao to stand quietly in solitude. Soon, the familiar hum of engines filled the air as 3 or 4 luxury vehicles approached, each undoubtedly worth more than $500,000. It appeared that Qin Yuzhan's circle was indeed comprised of affluent heirs, and she seemed to possess a commendable social standing, as evidenced by the multitude gathered to celebrate her birthday. The cars came to a gentle halt nearby, and one by one, elegantly attired men and women emerged, each adorned in exquisite garments, rivaling Huang Xinrui in opulence. In contrast, Yi Xiao's modest attire rendered him seemingly unqualified to mingle among them. However, he remained indifferent to such superficial distinctions, not even sparing them a glance. Huang Xinrui, on the other hand, alighted from the vehicle to greet the newcomers. They appeared to be well acquainted, exchanging enthusiastic salutations with her, yet not a single individual acknowledged Yi Xiao, as though he were merely a bystander. Unnoticed amidst the celebration for Qin Yuzhan, only the leading figure, named Cui Su, observed Huang Xinrui's furtive glances toward Yi Xiao and, noticing his nonchalant demeanor, could not help but inquire, "Do you know him?" Huang Xinrui cast a glance at Yi Xiao. In the past, she would have unhesitatingly claimed not to know him, believing that being acquainted with Yi Xiao was hardly advantageous. However, after the incident where Yi Xiao had come to her rescue, her perception of him had undergone a transformation. Thus, she nodded and remarked, "He also joined us in celebrating Yushan's birthday." "Oh, is that true?" Cui Su exhibited an air of disdain, even pointing at Yi Xiao as he addressed the others. "Brothers, this fellow also came to celebrate Yushan's birthday." His proclamation captured the attention of the crowd, who then noticed that there was indeed another person standing in the corner, someone they had nearly overlooked. Upon closer inspection, scorn filled their gazes. Without delving into the fact that they were unfamiliar with Yi Xiao, it was evident from his attire that he was garbed in what appeared to be mere street vendor fare, starkly contrasting with the high-end brands they sported. In their social circle, the standard for initial judgments was heavily based on appearance, and clearly, Yi Xiao's clothing failed to impress them. They were left wondering what could have prompted Qin Yuzhan to invite such an individual to her birthday celebration. With a mocking expression, Cui Su approached Yi Xiao, chuckling, "Brother, did Yuzhan actually invite you? Or perhaps you shamelessly imposed yourself here?" He found it hard to believe that Qin Yuzhan would extend an invitation to someone so impoverished, leading him to conclude that this young man harbored feelings for her. Somehow, he had learned of Yushan's birthday and had come to join the festivities. Haha, it certainly seems that way. The rest of the group erupted into laughter. Regrettably, despite their scornful derision, Yi Xiao remained oblivious, not even casting a glance at Cui Su, a mere insignificant character unworthy of provoking his ire. Merely a jester, he did not merit Yi Xiao's attention. Yi Xiao had come to celebrate Qin Yushan's birthday. Engaging with them in conflict would only tarnish her occasion. He chose to disregard their insolence out of respect for her, for on any other day, such a clown would not be granted the privilege of standing before him. "Look at him, so aloof and disinterested in us," Cui Su sneered, sensing Yi Xiao's silence and seizing the opportunity to mock. "Enough already," Huang Xinrui finally interjected, Unable to bear the ridicule any longer, she attempted to defend Yu Xiao, acknowledging that it was indeed Qin Yushan's birthday and questioning why he had not donned more elegant attire. "What's this, Huang Xinrui? Are you acquainted with him?" Cui Su feigned incredulity, and the others mirrored his disbelief, as if Huang Xinrui had some connection with Yi Xiao. Huang Xinrui found herself at a loss for words. Her vanity often led her to navigate this social sphere with great difficulty. Admitting familiarity with Yi Xiao might invite disdain from the group. Yet, recalling the incident where Yi Xiao had come to her aid, she felt embarrassed to deny any association, leaving her stammering and speechless. Cui Su, observing her discomfort, scoffed. "I knew it. How could Xinrui possibly know someone like him?" The others shared his sentiment. Huang Xinrui refrained from clarifying her relationship with Yi Xiao, casting a nervous glance in his direction, apprehensive of his reaction. Alas, her gaze met only Yu Xiao's unperturbed demeanor, which showed no sign of change despite her silence. The actions of Huang Xinrui are indeed laughable. Fearing that Yi Xiao might take offense, she chooses not to defend herself, instead waiting to gauge Yi Xiao's displeasure. What makes her believe she possesses the merit to displease Yi Xiao? Huang Xinrui's nature is such that, in Yi Xiao's eyes, she has long since descended to the same level as those who mock her. The absence of her defense will not alter Yi Xiao's perception in the slightest. Mistakes committed cannot be rectified in a day. Huang Xinrui lacks the standing to matter to Yi Xiao. Observing Yi Xiao's indifferent demeanor, she cannot help but pout in frustration. Why does Yi Xiao consistently regard her with such a countenance? The last vestige of her anxiety dissipates, leaving her to revert to her previous attitude. Yi Xiao's fate is of no concern to her. "Hey, my friend, I advise you to return on your own. Otherwise, when Yushan arrives, you might find yourself in an awkward position," suggested Cui Su, noticing Yi Xiao's silence, convinced that Yi Xiao was indeed as he had described. Just as Cui Su was about to speak again, the sudden roar of an engine interrupted him. A BMW appeared from the east and came to a halt not far from them. The doors swung open, and two reasonably well-dressed and attractive young men emerged. "Xiao Xiao Xiao, Xiao Xiao Shui, you both have come as well?" Cui Su exclaimed upon recognizing them, his previous disdain for Yi Xiao swiftly replaced by obsequiousness as he rushed to greet them. The newcomers were, of course, Xiao Run and Xue Ming, who had not been invited to Qin Yushan's birthday celebration but had decided to show up nonetheless, boldly disregarding the lack of invitation. However, their lack of invitation is entirely different from that of Yi Xiao. No one would dare to look down upon these two. Rather, they would seek to ingratiate themselves with them. Although the last incident left them hospitalized, it did not diminish their standing within the circle. One by one, they greeted those present, with Xiao Run nodding in acknowledgement, while Xue Ming smiled and inquired, "What event has stirred such excitement?" "Ah, there's a penniless lad claiming he came to celebrate Yu Shan's birthday, despite not being invited." Huang Su sneered at Yi Xiao. "Oh, is there truly such a person? Let us see for ourselves," Xiao Run replied. These wealthy scions often took pleasure in bullying those less fortunate, particularly those oblivious to their own insignificance. The humiliation from the last encounter with Yi Xiao still lingered in their hearts, and with their recent frustrations, they seized the opportunity to vent their ire. The crowd immediately parted, allowing Xiao Run and Xue Ming to advance. As they approached, they were met with Yi Xiao, and their expressions transformed dramatically. Yet, Cui Su seemed oblivious to their reactions, pointing at Yi Xiao as he remarked, "Xiao Ge, it's this brat. He doesn't even consider the outfit he's wearing and dares to claim he is here for Yu Shan's birthday celebration." "Enough!" Xiao Run quickly pulled Cui Su aside, his voice low and tense. Cui Su was taken aback, and the others were equally astonished. Did Xiao Run know this fellow? Cui Su asked, "Xiao Ge, what is the matter? Do you know this lad, or perhaps..." Silence. Xue Ming's face fluctuated between shades of green and red as he sharply admonished Cui Su. The countenance of both men was grim, their hearts tumultuous. How could it possibly be Yi Xiao? Why him? How could he possibly attend Qin Yushan's birthday celebration? The scene of Yi Xiao, like a demonic figure, effortlessly dispatching them and over 20 subordinates lingers vividly in their memories. His legs, even now, have yet to fully recover. The humiliation and the beating are not the most significant aspects. What truly matters is that after being admitted to the hospital, their families did not dare seek revenge on Yi Xiao. It is said that even the school refrained from addressing this individual and instead rewarded him. What does this signify? It indicates that Yi Xiao is far from ordinary. Though they are both reckless, they possess at least a modicum of intelligence, aware of whom they should not offend. Given that they have suffered such dire consequences at Yi Xiao's hands, how could this insignificant character, Chui Su, who is even beneath them, dare to challenge Yi Xiao? Is that not a death wish? Xiao Gu, Shui Gu, what are you two doing? Chui Su was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Why were these two stopping him? Had he done something wrong? Others around them also began to express their confusion. Xiao Run and Xue Ming, both considered upper echelons of this circle. Why were they so intimidated by this impoverished youth? Everyone was at a loss, unable to fathom why figures of their stature would fear Yi Xiao. What was happening? In that moment, it seemed only Huang Xinrui understood the truth. She pursed her lips and calmly stated, "He is Yi Xiao." Chapter 74. He is Yi Xiao. Her words struck the crowd like a thunderclap. A profound silence enveloped the area. Chui Su and his companions, who had just mocked Yi Xiao, were now filled with disbelief, their minds in turmoil, mirroring the reactions of Xiao Run and Xue Ming. Yi Xiao. This individual is indeed the fabled Yi Xiao. Nowadays, who at Tianhai University is unaware of the name Yi Xiao? Previously, Yi Xiao single-handedly incapacitated Xue Ming, Xiao Run, and over 20 of their subordinates, leaving them hospitalized and even severing the legs of the two. Afterward, he was summoned to the principal's office, where not only did he face no repercussions, but he was also commended by the principal. If they could not deduce that Yi Xiao's background was extraordinary, they would have wasted their time. Furthermore, it is said that Yi Xiao is not only closely associated with Chan Yuzhan but also shares a significant relationship with Qin Mashuan, one of the two leading beauties of Tianhai University. Rumor has it that Qin Mashuan personally invited Yi Xiao to dine, only to be turned down. The pivotal moment was when Yi Xiao declined Qin Mashuan's invitation while accompanied by a beauty who rivals both Qin Mashuan and Qin Yuzhan on the basketball court. He rejected Qin Mashuan and departed with the Lamborghini beauty, later strolling through the campus with Qin Yuzhan like a couple, while having already dealt with Xiao Run and Xue Ming. Piece by piece, though Yi Xiao is not often seen at Tianhai University, almost no one is ignorant of his existence. They could never have imagined that this simply dressed, seemingly unremarkable individual, who had not even exchanged a word with them, would turn out to be Yi Xiao. Chui Su felt a chill run down his spine, unable to suppress a gulp. He could never have conceived that this young man was Yi Xiao. Even if he were granted several more lives, he would not dare provoke Yi Xiao. The expressions of the others were equally peculiar. If that were the case, Chen Yuzhan personally inviting Yi Xiao to celebrate her birthday seemed entirely reasonable, as their relationship did not appear to be lacking. Now, as they recalled their earlier remarks, branding Yi Xiao as an uninvited and shameless individual, they found it exceedingly amusing, their faces burning with embarrassment. The atmosphere in the room became palpably awkward. Not only did Xiao Run and Xue Ming hesitate to speak, but even the wealthy scions like Chui Su fell into a silence that echoed the tension. Huang Xinrui could not resist stealing a glance at Yi Xiao, realizing that only this fellow could instill such trepidation in that group of ruffians. Indeed, Yi Xiao was rather impressive. Throughout the entire ordeal, Yi Xiao remained reticent, betraying not a hint of emotion. Initially, he dismissed their derision, and now he paid no heed to their palpable fear, for they were merely flies buzzing about aimlessly. At times, Yi Xiao found himself perplexed as to why they insisted on humiliating themselves. It was utterly absurd. The atmosphere reached a standstill when, suddenly, two somewhat jovial voices resonated from the rear. "Is that not young Master Xiao and young Master Xue? What a surprise to see you here. Has everyone arrived?" The crowd turned their attention to the source of the voices, spotting two familiar figures approaching, Bai Hua and Chu Feng, whom Yi Xiao had recently encountered before their seclusion. He had not anticipated their presence at Qin Yushan's birthday celebration. Upon noticing Yi Xiao, the pair paused momentarily, only to quickly regain their composure. Unlike Xiao Run and Xue Ming, who were gripped by fear, Bai Hua and Chu Feng wore expressions laced with mockery. "Ah, Yi Xiao. It has been a while. I trust you have been well." Bai Hua approached with a teasing demeanor, his gaze, alongside Chu Feng's, fixated on Yi Xiao as if he were the subject of an amusing anecdote. On that day at Yapinzai, Zhao Hong and his companions departed early, oblivious to the events that would unfold thereafter. They were convinced that Yi Xiao would undoubtedly face a severe reprimand from Zhao Hong in the following fortnight. Their assumption was seemingly validated by the fact that they had not encountered Yi Xiao again, leading them to believe he was too intimidated to return to school after his chastisement. Now, upon seeing him, they could not resist the urge to mock him, regretting that they had not witnessed his humiliation firsthand. However, Yi Xiao chose to disregard them. maintaining his indifference towards everyone else as well. Noticing this, Chu Feng's eyes flashed with a cold glint, and he scoffed softly, placing an arm around Xiao Run's shoulders while casting a glance at Xue Ming. Gentlemen, is it really necessary? This fellow was recently reprimanded by Zhao Hong. Did you not know? What? Upon hearing this, not only Xiao Run and Xue Ming, but even Huang Xinrui paused in astonishment. Everyone was aware that Zhao Hong was the eldest grandson of the Zhao family. But when had Yi Xiao ever been subjected to Zhao Hong's reprimand? This was news to them. Without concern for Yi Xiao's presence, Chu Feng continued his banter with Bai Hua, who remarked, "Ah Feng, is it appropriate to speak such words in front of Yi Xiao? What is inappropriate about it? Is Yi Xiao the type to care about such matters?" Chu Feng retorted sarcastically. As the crowd listened to their exchange, their gazes involuntarily shifted towards Yi Xiao, who wore his usual calm expression. The notion that the supposedly formidable Yi Xiao had been humbled by Zhao Hong piqued their interest. And even Xue Ming and Xiao Run found themselves feeling less apprehensive as they regarded Yi Xiao. Regardless of what they said, they stood in opposition to Yi Xiao, evidently reveling in his embarrassment. This fellow Yi Xiao possessed remarkable composure, remaining unfazed in the face of such remarks. Why should he care? Was he to recount how he had decisively defeated Zhao Hong, how he had bested Qin Su, or how Zhao Fanqin had knelt before him in apology? Not only would Yi Xiao refrain from sharing such tales, but would they even believe him if he did? They would inevitably choose to trust Bai Hua and Chu Feng's words. Thus, there was no need for explanation. One must ponder, does a peak cultivator truly need to justify himself to a crowd of mortals? Noticing that Yi Xiao did not spare them even a glance, Chu Feng, as frustration boiled over, gritting his teeth, he continued, "I say, on that day." "Enough." A sharp voice interrupted him, causing everyone to pause and swiftly turn to the left, where an exquisite beauty had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Today was her birthday, and she was celebrating with many friends. Qin Yushan had clearly taken great care in her appearance, clad in a fitted black dress that accentuated her alluring figure. Her delicate features adorned with subtle makeup, making her all the more enchanting. Yet, at that moment, her beautifully sculpted face was flushed with anger. She had just overheard Bai Hua and Chu Feng's words, and for reasons unknown, hearing about Yi Xiao's chastisement by Zhao Hong left her feeling quite unsettled, compelling her to step forward and interject. The crowd, taken aback by Qin Yushan's arrival, sensed that she seemed poised to defend Yi Xiao. Upon noticing the gazes of those around her, Qin Yushan could not help but grit her teeth. She approached Yi Xiao and took his hand, addressing Chu Feng and Bai Hua with a firm declaration, "If you wish to continue speaking, kindly take your leave." In that instant, everyone was left utterly astonished. Chapter 75. I am quite fond of you. All eyes were fixated in a trance-like state on Yi Xiao and Qin Yushan, whose hands were now intertwined. What was the nature of their relationship? Qin Yushan was not merely standing up for Yi Xiao. She had taken his hand, suggesting a bond that transcended the ordinary. This notion permeated the minds of all present, with a few young men casting envious and jealous glances at Yi Xiao. Among those who had come to celebrate Qin Yushan's birthday, several harbored feelings for her. If they had the choice, they would have wished to be the one holding her hand. Bai Hua, Chu Feng, and even Xue Ming and Xiao Run were momentarily rendered speechless, completely taken aback by Qin Yushan's bold gesture. Even Huang Xinrui was surprised by the symbolic act. As Qin Yushan had never held hands with any boy over the years, Yi Xiao was the first. Huang Xinrui could not suppress her curiosity. Was it not said that Qin Yushan had rejected Yi Xiao? It appeared that the reality was quite different, not to mention the others. Even Yi Xiao himself was momentarily stunned, unable to fathom Qin Yushan's unexpected action. In truth, her gesture stemmed from a sense of guilt towards Yi Xiao, after all. She was the one who had invited him to the birthday celebration, only for him to be subjected to such ridicule. She could not bear to witness it. This singular action was the most direct means to silence those individuals. Moreover, in that moment, Qin Yushan acted impulsively, her temper flaring without a second thought. With a hint of remorse, she nodded slightly at Yi Xiao, then turned to Chu Feng and Bai Hua, inquiring, "Do you have anything further to say?" Chu Feng, known for his fiery temperament, was about to retort, but was abruptly halted by Bai Hua, who flashed a gentle smile at Qin Yushan. "Today is Yushan's birthday, Chu Feng. It is rather inappropriate for you to speak in such a manner," he admonished, giving Chu Feng a meaningful glance. Resigned, Chu Feng fell silent, refraining from any further comments. Having settled the matter, Bai Hua then smiled at Qin Yushan before leisurely returning to his vehicle. From the passenger seat, he retrieved an exquisitely crafted gift box, presenting it to her. When he unveiled it, Inside lay a stunning diamond-studded Hermes wristwatch, undoubtedly worth a fortune, starting in the hundreds of thousands. My goodness! An Hermes watch, someone exclaimed, prompting a chorus of astonished gasps from the others. Their admiration seemed to elevate Bai Hua's stature, and he turned to Qin Yuzhan, saying, Yuzhan, happy birthday. Birthday gifts are meant to be accepted, and despite any lingering animosity she felt towards Bai Hua, Qin Yuzhan could do nothing but accept the gift and utter a polite, thank you. Observing this, Bai Hua signaled to Chu Feng, who promptly returned to his car to retrieve a slightly larger gift box. Within was a chic handbag, an LV new model. A woman exclaimed, unable to contain her excitement. This handbag, too, would hardly be less expensive than the Hermes watch, with gifts of such caliber typically starting in the hundreds of thousands. Chu Feng smiled at Qin Yuzhan and said, Yuzhan, do not be upset. Today is your birthday, and you are the most important. Happy birthday. Here is a small gift. Please accept it. Qin Yuzhan politely replied, thank you, and graciously accepted the gift. With their exchange as a catalyst, the wealthy young men began to present their gifts, which varied widely from perfumes and handbags to clothing and shoes. The items they offered were far from ordinary. The least expensive among them started at several tens of thousands, while even Xiaorun, Xueming, and Huang Xinrui gifted items worth over 100,000. Notably, Bai Hua and Chu Feng provided the most extravagant gifts, with the others trailing behind. Qin Yuzhan received everything without refusal, placing the gifts temporarily in Huang Xinrui's car. As all others gifted their presents, only Yi Xiao remained empty-handed. At this point, Bai Hua teasingly turned to Yi Xiao and, with a hint of mockery in his tone, remarked, now that everyone has given their gifts, Yi Xiao, with your relationship with Yuzhan, did you not bring anything? Upon hearing this, the crowd glanced at Yi Xiao with a smirk. Having lost their fear of him after Chu Feng's earlier disparagement, it was evident that Bai Hua was intentionally putting Yi Xiao in a difficult position. Yi Xiao had come alone and unaccompanied, devoid of any gift. Even if he had brought something, it was unlikely to be of good quality, as suggested by his attire, which appeared to be of the most pedestrian sort. From the outset, Bai Hua's intention to present gifts was aimed at this very moment. He had already discerned that Yi Xiao arrived empty-handed and had not prepared a gift, thus seizing the opportunity to humiliate him. The crowd eagerly turned their attention to Yi Xiao, anticipating his embarrassment. In truth, Yi Xiao did not bring a gift, as he had never attended a birthday celebration and was unaware of the custom of presenting birthday gifts. Throughout his countless millennia, the concept of birthdays had only recently gained popularity. In ancient times, people were often unable to afford basic sustenance, let alone commemorate such occasions. Thus, he found himself momentarily hesitant. Originally, Qin Yuzhan had eagerly anticipated what gift Yi Xiao might present her. However, upon witnessing his indecisive demeanor, she quickly realized that he seemed unprepared. While disappointment flooded her, she dismissed it as a possibility that Yi Xiao simply forgot, given his consistently nonchalant attitude. Bai Hua, observing the situation, could not suppress a scornful laugh and remarked, Yi Xiao, surely you do not mean to suggest that you came without a gift? The fact that Yi Xiao had not prepared a present for Qin Yuzhan, with their hands intertwined, was a mockery in itself. Indeed, echoed the others. Their gazes towards Yi Xiao and Qin Yuzhan tinged with incredulity. They could not fathom what qualities in Yi Xiao could possibly endear him to Qin Yuzhan. The peculiar stares from the crowd caused Qin Yuzhan to furrow her brows. Even if Yi Xiao had forgotten a gift, it was unjust for them to regard him with such disdain. She was about to speak up in his defense when the warm hand she held gently tugged, halting her words. Turning to Yi Xiao, she observed him plucking a leaf from a nearby tree, closing his eyes for a moment as he summoned an immense reservoir of true energy within him, forming a remarkable imprint. He then presented it to Qin Yuzhan, softly saying, Happy birthday. The crowd was initially taken aback, followed by a profound silence, as they cast disparaging glances at Yi Xiao. Who would present a girl with a birthday gift as trivial as a leaf? Especially when it was for the stunning Qin Yuzhan. Was he jesting with them? Bai Hua could not contain a chuckle and remarked, Yi Xiao, this gift is rather... Silence. Qin Yuzhan abruptly interrupted Bai Hua, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. With the reverence of one receiving a treasured gift, she accepted the leaf Yi Xiao had offered, nodding appreciatively like a chick pecking at grain, and said, Thank you for the birthday gift. I really like it. Chapter 76. A swarm of flies once again. Everyone stood in astonishment. Yi Xiao had gifted Qin Yuzhan nothing more than a leaf casually plucked from a tree. It was utterly absurd. What infuriated them further was that Qin Yushan claimed to genuinely appreciate this birthday gift. A mere leaf, abundant on every tree, countless in the street, had managed to win her affection? It was simply outrageous. The crowd gazed enviously at Yi Xiao, who had succeeded in eclipsing their extravagant gifts worth thousands or even tens of thousands with just a single leaf. Despite the lavish presents from Bai Hua and Chu Feng, Qin Yushan had merely smiled and nodded her thanks. Yet, Yi Xiao, with his humble offering of a leaf, evoked such a radiant smile and words of fondness from her, leaving everyone envious. Indeed, it is not the gift that holds significance, but rather the essence of the giver. To them, it may seem like an unremarkable leaf, but for Qin Yushan, this leaf holds profound significance. It is not only her first gift of this kind, but, more importantly, it was bestowed by Yi Xiao. Initially, her intention was to alleviate Yi Xiao's embarrassment, and now, by accepting this leaf, she has indeed rendered assistance. Neither Qin Yushan, Huang Xinrui, Bai Hua, Chu Feng, nor anyone else could fathom the true value of this leaf. Enshrined within it are Yi Xiao's spirit, vital energy, and specially crafted restrictions, protective shields. Along with a myriad of lethal formations, this leaf possesses the power to safeguard Qin Yushan's life. Any cultivator beneath the god transformation stage attempting to assail her would not only fail to reach her, but would also be annihilated by the lethal formations contained within the leaf. Furthermore, the essence of Yi Xiao himself embedded within will instantly perceive any peril that befalls Qin Yushan, enabling him to rescue her at the earliest opportunity. It is worth noting that during the Warring States period, countless nobles poured their fortunes and exerted tremendous effort to obtain even a single leaf from Yi Xiao. Yet to no avail. Even in the ancient celestial era, this leaf could serve as a talisman for a cultivator, protecting their path through life. Its worth is truly beyond measure. The rarity of this gift is incomparably greater than the lavish garments, handbags, or perfumes that others might offer. There exists no basis for comparison. Should the noblemen of your catch wind of their derision, it is conceivable they would rise in indignation from their graves. However, Qin Yushan did not regard the leaves he presented her with the disdain that others might have. Yi Xiao silently nodded in agreement, realizing he had not misjudged her. Indeed, Qin Yushan was a girl of merit. Observing that their tactics had failed to produce the anticipated effect, Chu Feng was about to ridicule Yi Xiao, but Bai Hua seized him, signaling him to refrain from speaking. He then swiftly redirected the conversation, suggesting, "All right, it's getting late. Let us hasten to the restaurant, for we are all quite hungry." The group readily concurred, as they had long wished to depart. Noticing this, Qin Yushan smiled at Yi Xiao and said, "Come, let us take my car." Without allowing him a chance to respond, she took his hand and led him to her vehicle. The others looked on, their faces etched with resentment. How could Yi Xiao, of all people, share a car with Qin Yushan? It was utterly infuriating. They had originally come to celebrate Qin Yushan's birthday, yet now felt a wave of indignation. Huang Xinrui, witnessing the scene, could not help but curl her lip, contemplating whether she should inform Qin Yushan about the woman living in Yi Xiao's home. Even Chu Feng could not resist asking Bai Hua, "Why did you stop me from continuing earlier?" Yi Xiao was merely trying to deceive Qin Yushan with those leaves. If I had persisted, the others would surely have joined in, and he would have been utterly humiliated. Bai Hua raised a hand to interrupt him, saying, "If you had continued, we would have been driven away by Yushan." Indeed, the focal point was Qin Yushan, who was quite determined to protect Yi Xiao. Their intent was to humiliate him without being expelled by her. Moreover, Bai Hua had further intentions, so he leaned closer to Chu Feng's ear and whispered, "I heard the restaurant Yushan reserved is Pinjai." A procession of luxury cars cruised along the streets of Tianhai, truly an impressive sight, drawing the attention and envy of passers-by on either side. At the forefront, Qin Yushan was behind the wheel, with Yi Xiao seated in the passenger seat. His expression composed. "Forgive me," Qin Yushan suddenly said to Yi Xiao after a moment's hesitation. Just moments before, be it Shui Su, Bai Hua, Chu Feng, or all the others, their targeting of Yi Xiao stemmed from her, and naturally, she felt a pang of guilt. Yi Xiao, however, understood her sentiment well. He had never regarded that swarm of flies with any seriousness. Thus Qin Yushan had no need to apologize to him. With a calm demeanor, Yi Xiao replied, "No need to apologize. They are merely a swarm of flies." Upon hearing this, Qin Yushan couldn't help but chuckle, pleasantly surprised that Yi Xiao could utter such amusing words. She had assumed his indifferent demeanor meant he would not speak in such a manner. "You are right. They are indeed just a swarm of flies," she laughed. Among this group, aside from Huang Xin Rue, the rest either coveted her beauty or sought to cultivate future connections, which she found rather distasteful, yet felt powerless against. Yishao nodded and continued, "That leaf, you should keep it safe. It may save your life at a crucial moment." Qin Yushan found nothing amiss in Yi Zhao's words, thinking he was jesting, and flashed him a radiant smile, saying, "All right, I will take good care of it." It was indeed the first time someone had gifted her a leaf for her birthday. The novelty of it made Qin Yushan determined to keep it safe. Observing this, Yi Xiao merely nodded, choosing silence, though his gaze inadvertently fell upon the vehicles of Bai Hua and Chu Feng not far away, a glimmer of sharpness flickering in his eyes. Today was Qin Yushan's birthday, and he had no intention of causing a disturbance. However, should those two continue their antics, he would not hold back. Yi Xiao was not someone to be trifled with, particularly by two insipid pests. More than 20 minutes later, a procession of luxury cars arrived at Yipinzhai, infusing the establishment with a vibrant atmosphere. While Yipinzhai could not rival Tianweiju, it was nonetheless a renowned high-end restaurant in Tianhai, making it a suitable venue for Qin Yushan's birthday celebration. This marked Yi Zhao's second visit to Yipinzhai since the last chaotic encounter, and the place had been thoroughly restored since. A gathering of affluent young heirs parked their vehicles and assembled at the entrance of the restaurant, each exuding an air of opulence, with Yi Xiao standing out conspicuously amongst them. Bai Hua cast a glance at Yi Xiao before approaching, feigning surprise as he exclaimed, "What a coincidence! Yi Xiao, do you remember? We ran into Zhao Hong here last time." As these words slipped from his lips, the crowd erupted in playful banter, all too aware of the underlying sarcasm in Bai Hua's tone. The others began to murmur softly, realizing that Zhao Hong was the one who had admonished Yi Xiao here. One could only wonder what emotions stirred within Yi Xiao upon returning to this place. Everyone believed that Yi Xiao had been reprimanded by Zhao Hong, and now standing before Yipinzhai, their hearts were undoubtedly filled with a complex mixture of feelings. Bai Hua. Qin Yushan shot a glare at Bai Hua, finding his incessant remarks about the incident rather irksome. Indeed, it would be better not to mention Yi Zhao's sorrowful experiences. Bai Hua feigned innocence with a smile, seizing the moment to lead the way inside without allowing Qin Yushan a chance to retort. "Let us proceed inside," he declared. The group followed suit, while Qin Yushan cast a fleeting, apologetic glance at Yi Xiao. Noticing that he remained unfazed, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. "Shall we?" she said naturally, intertwining her fingers with Yi Zhao's as they entered Yipinzhai together. She refrained from inquiring whether Yi Xiao truly had been chastised by Zhao Hong. Understanding that everyone harbors their own sorrows, if Yi Xiao chose not to speak, why should she pry? Yi Xiao nodded, accompanying Qin Yushan without a hint of anger at Bai Hua's comments. Instead, a playful smile flickered in his eyes, suggesting that the best was yet to come. As they walked in hand, Bai Hua and the others had not lingered at the entrance, but were instead wandering about the hall. Upon spotting Yi Zhao's arrival, Bai Hua immediately gestured towards a dining table, exclaiming, "Hey, Yi Xiao, I recall that you sat here last time, didn't you? If I'm not mistaken, you were with Miss Qin Mashuan, at that time, correct?" This statement is indeed double-edged. On one hand, it informs the crowd that Yi Xiao was reprimanded by Zhao Hong in this very position, and on the other, it subtly insinuates that Yi Xiao dined with Qin Mashuan, provoking disdain among the onlookers. It must be said that this tactic proved remarkably effective. Upon hearing that Yi Xiao had dined with Qin Mashuan and was now holding hands with Qin Yushan, a wave of indignation swept through the crowd, and their gazes towards Yi Xiao turned hostile. Even Qin Yushan furrowed her brows slightly, recalling the moment when Yi Xiao had bid her farewell to get into Qin Mashuan's car. Her grip on Yi Xiao's hand loosened ever so slightly, revealing her lingering concerns. In the face of the crowd's unfriendly stares and Bai Hua's veiled accusations, Yi Xiao merely responded with a nonchalant, "I forgot." How could he forget? Chu Feng, ever the accomplice, sauntered over and chimed in with Bai Hua, sarcastically suggesting, "Shall I find someone involved to help you recall?" The crowd erupted in mockery, with even the previously silent Xiao Ran and Xue Ming eagerly anticipating Yi Zhao's humiliation. Huang Xinrue stood off to the side, her expression a mixture of complexity. Even if she wished to intervene, no one would heed her. Yi Xiao himself remained silent. Since they sought to humiliate themselves, why should he interfere? It was Qin Yushan who huffed indignantly, "You all are going too far." Unfortunately, her voice could not overshadow the collective sentiment of the others. Bai Hua laughed. "Yushan, why take it to heart? It's your birthday today. Let us just have some fun." Meanwhile, Chu Feng egged on the crowd, asking, "Does everyone want to help Yi Xiao remember?" A chorus of yes echoed in response. In unison, their voices revealed the depth of animosity these individuals harbored towards Yi Xiao. Qin Yushan's petite face flushed with indignation as she attempted to intervene. However, she soon felt Yi Xiao's gentle grasp on her small hand, momentarily rendering her speechless. Her enchanting eyes turned towards him, whereupon she noticed Yi Xiao narrowing his eyes at her. Although the meaning eluded her, she could vaguely interpret his intent. He was urging her not to interfere. Yet, if she refrained from intervening, what if they truly acted recklessly? After a brief hesitation, Qin Yushan chose to trust Yi Xiao, falling silent. With Qin Yushan relinquishing her support for Yi Xiao, what chance did Bai Hua and the others leave him? They were resolute in their determination to humiliate Yi Xiao today. Chu Feng ascended the stairs to summon the manager of Yupin's High, leading him before Yi Xiao and mockingly inquiring, "Manager, do you recognize this young man? Wasn't he seated in this very spot previously?" All eyes turned expectantly towards the manager. At first, the manager appeared taken aback, but upon catching sight of Yi Xiao, he froze, as if struck by lightning. His eyes widened in disbelief, and his subsequent actions astonished everyone present. After a brief moment of shock, the manager swiftly bent at a perfect 90-degree angle, bowing deeply to Yi Xiao, and respectfully uttered, "Good afternoon, my lord. It is a pleasure to see you again." In that instant, the entire hall of Yupin's High was enveloped in an eerie silence, the air thick with disbelief. The onlookers exchanged incredulous glances, unable to fathom the scene unfolding before them. Wasn't he the manager supposed to advocate for them? Why then did he display such deference towards Yi Xiao? The mere act of bowing at a 90-degree angle sufficed to reveal his sincerity. For even Bai Hua and Chu Feng merely responded with polite gestures, lacking such depth of respect. The distinction lies in the fact that while he treats others with courtesy, he regards Yi Xiao with utmost reverence and absolute deference. What could account for this? Was it not the case that Yi Xiao had previously been reprimanded by Zhao Hong here? The manager should have displayed indifference upon encountering him. Why then this unexpected demeanor? Qin Yushan was also momentarily taken aback. Realizing why Yi Xiao had advised her not to interfere, it appeared he had his own plans. The manager vividly recalled the events of their last encounter, where Yi Xiao not only incapacitated Zhao Hong's subordinates with his formidable prowess, but also effortlessly defeated Master Chen Su of the Wuxing Mountain Daoist Temple without lifting a finger. Furthermore, even the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Fanchen, had personally come to offer his apologies to Yi Xiao. Ultimately, the Zhao family had paid a grievous price to appease him, a fact that lingered in the manager's memory. Yipin Studio was a Zhao family enterprise, and after the last incident, Zhao Fanchen had explicitly instructed that encountering Yi Xiao was akin to meeting the patriarch. One must not be negligent. This was etched in his mind. However, he had not anticipated encountering him here, especially as it appeared these individuals sought to humiliate Yi Xiao. He could not help but feel a pang of anxiety for these people. After all, this was someone even the head of the Zhao family dared not offend. How preposterous that this group of young scions would attempt to belittle him. "What are you doing, manager? Please address our inquiries." Bai Hua was the first to regain his composure, contemplating that perhaps the manager might have misunderstood Yi Xiao or even mistaken him for someone else. This time, the others did not hastily agree, as the situation on site felt somewhat amiss. Only Huang Xinrui in the corner appeared to have suddenly recalled something, her expression revealing a hint of realization. If memory served her right, Yi Xiao had previously been treated with utmost respect by the elder of the Zhao family. How could Emir Zhao Hong possibly reprimand him? It seemed that Bai Hua, Chu Feng, and the others were destined for misfortune. In response to Bai Hua's inquiry, the manager swiftly turned around, exuding confidence as he declared, "This esteemed gentleman is, of course, known to me. He is our most distinguished guest at Yipin Zhai." This statement left everyone utterly bewildered, directing their puzzled gazes toward Bai Hua and Chu Feng. Was it not said that Yi Xiao had been humiliated by Zhao Hong here? Why then did the manager of Yipin Zhai show such deference to him? What could possibly be the explanation for this? Not only were they perplexed, but Bai Hua and Chu Feng were equally at a loss. Since the day they left, Zhao Hong's attitude towards Yi Xiao and the fact that Yi Xiao had not appeared at Tianhai University for over half a month led them to believe that Yi Xiao had indeed been reprimanded by Zhao Hong. They were aware that Yipin Zhai was an enterprise under the Zhao family and recognized the level of respect the manager held for Zhao Hong. If Zhao Hong had insulted Yi Xiao, why would the manager still treat him with such reverence? It made no sense. The rationale was unfathomable. Unable to contain himself, Chu Feng interjected, "Excuse me, manager, let us not forget that last time this fellow was sir. Please watch your words." Before finishing his words, the manager abruptly interrupted. The last time, the head of the family had specifically instructed that upon meeting Yi Xiao, he should be treated as an esteemed guest. And how could such a group of wealthy scions dare to insult him? Surely, they were oblivious to the terrifying consequences of provoking Yi Xiao's wrath. The interruption left Chu Feng utterly bewildered. Not only did the manager exhibit a cordial demeanor towards Yi Xiao, but he also seemed to protect him. What could possibly be the reason behind this? Hadn't Zhao Hong previously taught him a lesson that he should remember? Unable to contain himself, he spoke again. Upon hearing this, the manager felt a shiver run down his spine. The mere thought of Yi Xiao standing behind him filled him with dread. "Sir, if you continue, I must ask you to leave," he declared firmly. What else could he possibly say? There was no justification for the previous incident. Could he really disclose that their young master had suffered the loss of 2 legs at Yi Xiao's hands, resulting in a particularly grim fate? Or perhaps extol Yi Xiao's prowess? It was best to simply interrupt their conversation. Chu Feng was at a loss for words, never having anticipated that the manager would so fervently defend Yi Xiao. Bai Hua, too, refrained from intervening, equally perplexed, feeling the burning gazes of his friends upon him. The manager's attitude was unmistakably protective of Yi Xiao. Their assertions about Yi Xiao being reprimanded by Zhao Hong were clearly attempts to intentionally belittle him, tantamount to deceit. And the others were not foolish. They could discern the truth. However, the dilemma remained that they had not lied. Unable to restrain himself, he questioned Yi Xiao. "You tell me, have you ever been reprimanded by Zhao Hong?" His words directly pointed the finger at Yi Xiao, drawing the attention of all present. A mere moment of hesitation from Yi Xiao would serve as an affirmation of Bai Hua's claims. Yet, Yi Xiao maintained an expression of indifference from the very beginning. These two had merely brought shame upon themselves. Why should Yi Xiao extend them any courtesy, if they were intent on completely tarnishing their own reputations? What reason did he have to preserve theirs? He turned to the manager beside him and stated coolly, "Summon Zhao Hong." The manager was momentarily taken aback, trembling slightly under Yi Xiao's gaze, unable to suppress a nervous gulp. He understood that these young rascals had likely provoked the ire of someone significant. With no alternative, he reluctantly dialed the phone. Witnessing this, the onlookers were taken aback. Yi Xiao's request for the manager to call Zhao Hong personally was indeed unexpected. They had assumed Yi Xiao would merely defend himself verbally without taking any substantial action, but he had instead summoned the very individual involved. Given Yi Xiao's confident demeanor, it was evident to all that if he were the one being reprimanded, he would not possess such boldness to call upon Zhao Hong. "Stop the charade. Do you truly believe Zhao Hong can be summoned by just anyone?" Bai Hua speculated that the manager was merely playing along with Yi Xiao, likely having been bribed by him to bolster his status at Qin Yushan's birthday celebration. In response, Yi Xiao calmly declared, "If I ask him to come, he dares not refuse." His tone, though understated, resonated with unwavering confidence. Yi Xiao is a person who is most abundant in self-confidence. In this world, there is nothing he wishes to accomplish that he cannot, for he possesses sufficient strength. The spectators present did not utter another word, merely observing in silence. Too intimidated to intervene. Only Bai Hua and Chu Feng, adopting a reckless demeanor, coldly remarked, "Very well. Let us wait and see." They nonchalantly pulled up 2 chairs and settled down, patiently awaiting the manager's call. Soon, the manager's call was connected. Without further ado, he simply stated, "Young master, Lord Yi Xiao has arrived and requests your presence at the store." The mere mention of Yi Xiao's name required no additional explanation. Upon hearing it, Zhao Hong, even if currently in a hospital and seated in a wheelchair, would hasten to arrive. He trembled slightly as he responded with a quick acknowledgement, then hung up. The others, not privy to Zhao Hong's words, only heard the manager's announcement. Lord, I shall see who the real lord is." Chu Feng scoffed disdainfully. He genuinely doubted that this Yi Xiao possessed any capability to summon Zhao Hong. The manager approached Yi Xiao respectfully, saying, "My lord, the young master is on his way and will certainly arrive within half an hour." Yi Xiao nodded, choosing not to engage with them. Instead, taking Qin Yushan's hand and sitting aside, softly apologizing, "I'm sorry for disrupting your birthday party." Originally, he had no intention of causing trouble, thus refraining from acknowledging them during their journey. Otherwise, they would have had no right to converse with Yi Xiao. However, the current situation was no longer one he could evade simply by ignoring them. To ensure that the upcoming birthday celebration remains undisturbed, It is imperative to address these two most bothersome flies at once. Qin Yuzhan was momentarily taken aback, then offered a faint apologetic smile to Yi Xiao. "It is I who should apologize," she said. Yi Xiao nodded in response, choosing silence as they awaited Zhao Hong's arrival. The others, recognizing the tension, could only sit quietly nearby. What should have been a delightful birthday party had turned into a waiting game in the restaurant. Stymied by the antics of Bai Hua and Chu Feng, the celebration could not commence, and had it not been for Yi Xiao's consideration of Qin Yuzhan, those two would certainly have found themselves in a far more precarious situation. Meanwhile, Bai Hua and Chu Feng displayed disbelief, doubting that Zhao Hong would heed Yi Xiao's words and arrive at Yipinshai within half an hour. How could this be plausible? Zhao Hong, the eldest grandson of the Zhao family, possessed a pride even greater than theirs. He would never comply with the requests of a mere impoverished youth. They eagerly anticipated the moment when half an hour would elapse, ready to witness Yi Xiao's humiliation. At that point, how could he possibly retain any dignity to remain at Qin Yuzhan's birthday celebration? Chapter 79. How could Zhao Hong dare to sit while the adults stood? Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the group of affluent youths grew weary of their phones. During this time, only Qin Yuzhan, Yi Xiao, and the opposing duo, Bai Hua and Chu Feng, remained in quiet anticipation. Oh, and there was also Huang Xinrui, who observed the intertwined hands of Qin Yuzhan and Yi Xiao, feeling an inexplicable discomfort in her heart. Bang! The time had come. Chu Feng slammed one hand onto the table, rising to his feet as he pointed at Yi Xiao, his voice icy. "It's been half an hour. Weren't you supposed to summon Zhao Hong to confront him directly? Where is he?" The others also set aside their phones, casting a somewhat mocking glance at Yi Xiao. It became evident that Yi Xiao had been acting with the manager, and now his ruse had been exposed. Zhao Hong had not shown up at all. Bai Hua let out a cold laugh, convinced that Yi Xiao had presumed they would not wait, yet they had indeed waited, eager to witness his folly. Now that the time had come and Zhao Hong was absent, everything would be laid bare. Yi Xiao remained silent, not even deigning to glance at any of them. Observing his silence, the crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. "Look, this guy has clearly been exposed. He can no longer face us. Indeed, I cannot fathom why Yushan would be drawn to such a person. I had already said that if he could bring Zhao Hong, I would eat my words." The whispers spread like wildfire, with Bai Hua and Chu Feng sneering, feeling that Yi Xiao deserved this humiliation. After all, he had chosen to pretend. And now he was being smacked in the face by reality. Qin Yushan and the manager, unable to bear the scene any longer, were about to speak in Yi Xiao's defense. However, just as they prepared to intervene, the sound of an engine roared from outside, and a Mercedes-Benz glided into the parking space. The car's license plate was strikingly unique, unlike anything an ordinary person could afford. At the sight of this vehicle, Bai Hua and Chu Feng were struck dumb, for it belonged to Zhao Hong. They had witnessed Zhao Hong driving it before. With incredulous expressions, they turned to look at Yi Xiao, questioning why Zhao Hong had come here. Could it truly be because of Yi Xiao? Had Yi Xiao summoned him? This seemed utterly implausible. Bai Hua dared not entertain the thought, swiftly dismissing it from his mind. Convincing himself that it must merely be a coincidence that Zhao Hong had arrived today, perhaps even to confront Yi Xiao once more. Yes, that had to be it. He began to deceive himself. Casting a glance at Yi Xiao, he sought to discern any fear upon his countenance in response to Zhao Hong's presence. However, Yi Xiao's expression remained as undisturbed as ever. A sense of unease crept into Bai Hua's heart as he grasped Chu Feng's arm and ventured forth. The others, witnessing this, promptly followed suit, although they were unaware of the identities of those in the car. The demeanor of Bai Hua and Chu Feng suggested that the matter was far from trivial. Meanwhile, Qin Yushan, astute as she was, took hold of Yi Xiao, eager to step outside and ascertain the situation. She had already discerned the identity of the visitor and recognized the veracity of Yi Xiao's words, having never once doubted him. All gathered at the parking lot near the Mercedes. They observed as a driver, clad in a tailored suit, emerged from the driver's seat. He first approached the trunk to retrieve a wheelchair before making his way to the rear door, pulling it open. In that moment, the occupants of the vehicle were unveiled to the onlookers. The man, dressed in hospital garb and draped in a suit, could only be Zhao Hong. Shock rendered the group speechless. The eldest grandson of the Zhao family, Zhao Hong, had truly arrived. How could this be? They could not help but cast astonished glances at Yi Xiao, for if Zhao Hong had come for any reason, the only person they could conceive was Yi Xiao himself. It was utterly unfathomable that Yi Xiao had summoned Zhao Hong with but a single phone call. Immediately, Their gazes shifted towards Bai Hua and Chu Feng. The claims made by these two regarding Yi Xiao being reprimanded by Zhao Hong were effortlessly dismantled. One might question, if Zhao Hong had indeed chastised Yi Xiao, how could the manager of their establishment treat Yi Xiao with such deference? Furthermore, why would Zhao Hong rush over within half an hour at the mere mention of Yi Xiao? Under their scrutinizing stares, Bai Hua and Chu Feng's expressions grew increasingly uneasy, prompting them to approach respectfully. However, they were halted by the driver before they could get close. First, two bodyguards emerged from the vehicle, followed by Zhao Hong, who was supported on either side as he was assisted out of the car and placed into a wheelchair. At that moment, everyone noticed that both of Zhao Hong's legs were encased in plaster, suggesting he had sustained severe injuries. What could have transpired to inflict such harm upon him? Who possessed the audacity to injure Zhao Hong in this manner? After disembarking, Zhao Hong scanned the crowd, his gaze ultimately settling on Yi Xiao, and he could not suppress a gulp, a flicker of fear crossing his countenance. Then, astonishingly, he instructed those nearby, "Bring me a cane. I refuse to sit in this wheelchair." His sudden demand left those around him utterly perplexed, with the driver expressing concern, "Young master, you are not yet able to use a cane. You should. Just do as I say." Zhao Hong interjected, dismissing any further discussion. Complying, the driver reluctantly made his way to the trunk to retrieve a cane. Zhao Hong's actions left the onlookers in a state of bewilderment. Yet none dared to approach and inquire, not only due to unfamiliarity, but also out of fear in light of Zhao Hong's current condition. With a cane in hand, Zhao Hong struggled to rise to his feet. Although his legs were still racked with unbearable pain, causing cold sweat to bead on his brow, he persevered in silence. Ignoring those around him, he firmly rebuffed the attempts of his bodyguard to assist him. Leaning on his cane, he limped slowly yet resolutely towards the back of the gathering, where the composed Yi Xiao stood. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd as they realized Zhao Hong had indeed come seeking Yi Xiao. Given his condition, he dared not allow his bodyguard to follow him. Gradually, he approached Yi Xiao, bowing respectfully as he murmured, "My lord, I have arrived late." The utterance of "my lord" from Zhao Hong's lips sent a shockwave through the hearts of the wealthy young heirs, amplifying their astonishment. It utterly dismantled the earlier bravado of Bai Hua and Chu Feng, rendering their previous remarks mere folly. Hadn't they claimed that Zhao Hong would teach Yi Xiao a lesson? Yet, in this moment, it was abundantly clear that it was Yi Xiao who had imparted a lesson to Zhao Hong. In an instant, whispers circulated, suggesting that Zhao Hong's injured legs were a result of Yi Xiao's actions. However, such an assumption was ludicrous if Yi Xiao had indeed broken Zhao Hong's legs. The Zhao family would not let the matter rest, and they certainly did not believe Yi Xiao possessed such capabilities. Yi Xiao merely nodded in acknowledgement. Recognizing Zhao Hong's commendable demeanor, though he was puzzled and inquired, "Why not sit in a wheelchair?" It was evident that Zhao Hong could utilize one, and his struggle with the cane seemed burdensome. Zhao Hong's response, however, plunged the assembly into an awkward silence once more. Standing tall, how could Zhao Hong dare to sit? Chapter 80, Let It Go. As the words escaped, everyone was left utterly astonished, indeed, completely taken aback. The level of reverence Zhao Hong exhibited towards Yi Xiao left all present in shock, including Bai Hua and Chu Feng. At that moment, Bai Hua and Chu Feng were completely flabbergasted, struggling to comprehend the extraordinary respect Zhao Hong was showing to Yi Xiao, coupled with such audacious words. They vividly recalled the day they departed, when Zhao Hong had encircled Yi Xiao with his men, poised to teach him a lesson. Had something unforeseen transpired in their absence? Upon further reflection, they discerned an unmistakable anomaly. Although Yi Xiao had indeed vanished for over half a month, he appeared unscathed, devoid of any signs of having been beaten. In stark contrast, Zhao Hong was not only crippled with 2 broken legs, but also bore visible bruises on his face and body. A mere fraction of those bruises could be attributed to Yi Xiao's punch that day. The majority stemmed from the wrath of the 2 elderly Zhao patriarchs, Zhao Fuzhou and Zhao Fuyuan. After returning home, Zhao Hong's predicament was promptly conveyed by his father, Zhao Fengchun, to the 2 elder statesmen. That very day, disregarding Zhao Hong's injuries and broken limbs, the 2 patriarchs personally visited the hospital, closed the door, and unleashed a severe beating upon him. Truly, nothing less would suffice to quell their fury. They pondered how such formidable individuals, who had built the illustrious Zhao family empire, could produce descendants who were increasingly inept. Zhao Yang was one thing, being merely a young grandson, but ignorance at that age was somewhat excusable. Yet, Zhao Hongui, the eldest son, is so audacious and reckless. The Zhao family is currently trying to curry favor with Yi Xiao, yet Zhao Hong dares to bring people to teach him a lesson? Is this not akin to courting death? Compared to the losses of the immortal spirit Ancient Tree and Master Qin of Wuxing Mountain, it is Yi Xiao's displeasure that constitutes the true loss. This is something the two esteemed elders of the Zhao family are acutely aware of. Zhao Hong is filled with regret. He has never witnessed such a demeanor from his usually gentle and benevolent grandfathers, which has left him thoroughly frightened. Were it not for his father, Zhao Fengqian, shielding him, he would have already been confined to a dark room alongside his cousin, Zhao Yang. Although he has escaped imprisonment, the two grandfathers have issued grave warnings. Upon encountering Yi Xiao, he must exhibit the utmost respect. Any hint of negligence would lead the Zhao family to prefer having no eldest grandson at all. Zhao Hong is genuinely terrified, which is why he approaches Yi Xiao today with newfound reverence. Observing his attitude, Yi Xiao nods slightly and remarks, "It seems that breaking those two legs has indeed taught you a lesson." Upon hearing these words, the crowd gazes at Yi Xiao in astonishment, their expressions tinged with a sense of numbness. Why the numbness? Because they can no longer be shocked. It turns out Zhao Hong's legs were indeed broken by Yi Xiao. Witnessing the level of respect Zhao Hong and the manager show towards Yi Xiao, one cannot help but wonder how the Zhao family refrains from seeking revenge after such a severe act. This is simply too incredible. The shock they experienced today is overwhelmingly profound. As for Bai Hua and Chu Feng, their faces had turned ashen. At this point, if they could not discern that after their departure that day, the positions of Zhao Hong and Yi Xiao had undergone a complete reversal, they would be utterly foolish. Only Chen Yushan displayed a sweet smile, her grip on Yi Xiao's hand tightening. This time, Yi Xiao did not disappoint her. His figure loomed ever larger in her heart. Huang Xinrui felt a twinge of regret. Had she chosen to stand by Yi Xiao from the outset, she could have enjoyed the same treatment as Chen Yushan. Unfortunately, there were no what-ifs. Observing that Yi Xiao had not taken the previous incident to heart, Zhao Hong finally breathed a sigh of relief and cautiously inquired, "Might I ask why you summoned me, esteemed sir?" At this juncture, the situation had completely shifted. Yi Xiao turned his gaze towards the dazed Bai Hua and Chu Feng not far away. With an indifferent expression, he remarked, "It is not I who called for you. It is they who seek you." Zhao Hong, upon witnessing this, glanced at the two and furrowed his brows. The others also cast sympathetic looks at Bai Hua and Chu Feng. Since the gathering began, they had consistently made things difficult for Yi Xiao. Now, with the tides turned, how could Yi Xiao possibly show them mercy? It seemed that these two would face dire consequences today. Zhao Hong was not dim-witted. He quickly perceived the strangeness of the situation. He exchanged a glance with the manager, who promptly leaned in to whisper the details of how the two ruffians had instigated trouble for Yi Xiao. After hearing this, Zhao Hong's gaze darkened. It was one thing for him, but even the Zhao family of Tianhai would not dare to offend the esteemed Yi Xiao. For these two insignificant ruffians to challenge him was akin to courting death. He immediately gestured to the two bodyguards beside him. The bodyguards nodded and approached the two men. "Zhao Hong, Bai Hua began to protest, but unfortunately he did not finish his sentence before the bodyguard's fist came crashing in. Chu Feng fared no better. The anguished cries of the two echoed at the entrance of the restaurant. Since the venue had been reserved for Chen Yushan's birthday, there were not many patrons present, otherwise the embarrassment for these two dandy youths would have been monumental. Nevertheless, the onlookers watched in horror as the two were beaten. Feeling a sense of relief that they had merely discussed matters privately and had not openly slandered Yi Xiao, lest they find themselves in a similar plight. Among them, especially Xuan Ming and Xiao Ran, felt a cold sweat trickle down their backs, thankful that they had refrained from being the first to speak out. Otherwise, their situation would not have been much better. After a while, the two bodyguards finally ceased their assault, leaving Bai Hua and Chu Feng with battered faces, unrecognizable. Yet, this was not the end. Zhao Hong summoned the manager and instructed that from now on, they would be blacklisted from Yipinjai. Understood. The manager replied with a nod. Consequently, Bai Hua and Chu Feng found themselves blacklisted from two of the most renowned restaurants in Tianhai. Qin family Tianwei Ju and Zhao family Yipinjai, forever excluded from these establishments. Zhao Hong, leaning on his cane, approached them and said, "In our circle, you must discern whom to offend and whom not to. You must be clear. Should there be a next time, it will not be so simple." Though both individuals were seething with anger, they dared not express their frustrations in front of Zhao Hong, for the Zhao family currently basked in unparalleled glory in Tianhai. capable of rendering their own family destitute in an instant. Dispose of them, Zhao Hong commanded his bodyguards. Nodding in compliance, the guards hoisted the two men as though they were lambs, escorting them to their vehicle. It was only after watching the two leave in such a disheveled state that Zhao Hong turned to Yi Xiao and respectfully inquired, "Sir, they have been dealt with. Are you satisfied?" Chapter 81. $1 million gift. Zhao Hong's meticulous handling of affairs was commendable, despite his earlier reckless demeanor. He had significantly tempered his excesses after the incident involving Yi Xiao, revealing himself to be a malleable talent. Yi Xiao merely nodded, as if acknowledging that this was precisely Zhao Hong's duty, then addressed Qin Yushan. "Let us proceed. The birthday celebration is about to commence." Qin Yushan smiled sweetly at Yi Xiao, her spirits lifted despite the earlier distress caused by Bai Hua and Chu Feng. Thankfully, the bothersome flies had been cleared away. Observing the scene, the guests exchanged sheepish smiles before following suit into the venue. Although they had previously engaged in hushed discussions regarding Yi Xiao, they refrained from vocalizing their thoughts, especially since they were there to celebrate Qin Yushan's birthday. To send them away would surely mar her reputation. Consequently, as Yi Xiao chose to overlook the matter, they resolved to enter together and commence the birthday festivities. "Sir, please hold on." At that moment, Zhao Hong called out to Yi Xiao, approaching with the aid of his cane. He first glanced at Qin Yushan before inquiring, "Is today the birthday of this young lady?" Upon Zhao Hong's arrival, he immediately noticed the intertwined hands of Yi Xiao and Qin Yushan. Could this woman possibly be Yi Xiao's girlfriend? It is hardly surprising that he harbored such a misconception. Anyone would, for who could doubt it? After all, a stunning beauty like Qin Yushan holding hands with a man is a sight that invites speculation. She is indeed Yi Xiao's woman. The Zhao family had been struggling to find a way to ingratiate themselves with Yi Xiao, and today, Zhao Hong pondered whether winning over Yi Xiao's girlfriend might also be considered a means of currying favor with him. His grandfather had previously instructed him that when encountering Yi Xiao, not only should he show utmost respect, but he should also strive to endear himself as much as possible. Now that an opportunity to ingratiate himself had presented itself, Zhao Hong was determined not to let it slip away. In response to his inquiry, Yi Xiao merely nodded slightly, remaining silent. Upon receiving Yi Xiao's tacit acknowledgement, Zhao Hong's face brightened with delight as he hastily waved to the driver, exclaiming, "Fetch that glass-grade Imperial Green Buddha statue of mine, quickly." The driver hesitated, taken aback. That Imperial Green Jade Buddha had cost the young master a considerable fortune and had been acquired through much effort. Was it truly worth giving it away so readily? "Young master, this." "Enough chatter. If I tell you to get it, then get it. Hurry." Zhao Hong interrupted, not allowing the driver to finish. Bestowing a favor upon Yi Xiao was worth far more than a mere Imperial Green Jade Buddha. Even a mansion worth millions would be a trifling matter in comparison. With no choice but to comply, the driver obeyed. Meanwhile, those surrounding them stared at Zhao Hong in disbelief. If they heard correctly, he was indeed referring to an Imperial Green Jade piece, a title that aptly reflects its regal nature. The glass-grade variety, in particular, represents the pinnacle of jade quality. Just a small piece could fetch over $1 million. Its value was staggering. The gifts they presented pale in comparison to this exquisite offering. Soon, the driver returned with a small box, and Zhao Hong instructed him to open it. With the driver's assistance, the box was unveiled to reveal a translucent glass statue of the Emperor Green Jade Bodhisattva, the revered Guanyin. The craftsmanship was strikingly lifelike, clearly the work of a master artisan. The jade was of exceptionally high quality, and with the master's touch, the value of this figurine had undoubtedly doubled, fetching no less than $5 million at the very least. If placed in an auction, it could easily exceed $10 million. The wealthy young men looked on with envy. Had Zhao Hong chosen to gift this to them, they would have eagerly obliged to any request. Yet, Zhao Hong's intention was to present it as a gesture of goodwill. He leaned on his cane, steadying himself, and with one hand, accepted the gift box, personally offering it to Qin Yushan. "Miss, I am unaware of your birthday, but I hope you will accept this modest gift." The wealthy young men's envy intensified, and in Yi Xiao's gaze, there was not only astonishment, but also a hint of fear. It was now abundantly clear that Zhao Hong, the esteemed eldest grandson of the Zhao family from Tianhai, was attempting to curry favor with Yi Xiao by bestowing such a precious gift upon Qin Yushan. The implications of this were significant. Yi Xiao must be an individual of immense stature. Qin Yushan hesitated, not knowing Zhao Hong, yet feeling conflicted about accepting such a lavish gift merely by association with Yi Xiao. Despite her reservations, she recognized the genuine respect Zhao Hong held for her, free of any insidious intentions, for he was acutely aware of the boundaries that must not be crossed. Yi Zhao's woman was someone he would never dare to covet, even with 100 lives. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Yushan remained indecisive, her gaze turning towards Yi Xiao, while Zhao Hong also looked to him. Only Yi Xiao could truly deliver the favor owed to Qin Yushan. This was a sentiment that could only be fulfilled through him. Zhao Hong was indeed adept at his endeavors. Among the younger generation, few could rival his capabilities. However, it was unfortunate that his intentions to curry favor with Yi Xiao were misguided, for Yi Xiao did not hold any debts of gratitude to anyone. The favors they offered were theirs to bear. Yi Xiao would not dwell on such matters. To consider such things would only hinder his path. Moreover, Zhao Hong was bestowing a favor upon Qin Yushan, and the relationship between Yi Xiao and her was not as Zhao Hong perceived it. Thus, Yi Xiao merely nodded softly at Qin Yushan, suggesting she accept the gift. This gesture seemed to acknowledge their acquaintance, causing Qin Yushan's cheeks to flush with delight as she gratefully accepted the jade pendant from Zhao Hong, murmuring a thank you. "No, please, miss, you are too kind," Zhao Hong replied, lowering his posture in deference, fully aware that he had executed this task correctly. The onlookers had long since grown numb to the situation. Who was Yu Xiao, after all? Why was Zhao Hong, the eldest grandson of the Zhao family in Tianhai, so eager to ingratiate himself with him? It was enough to leave them in stunned silence. Zhao Hong, oblivious to the curious gazes directed at him, respectfully addressed Yi Xiao and the others, saying, "I am not in a position to trouble you further. Please, enjoy yourselves. I will bear all the costs." With that, he turned to the manager and instructed, "Make sure to offer them the best hospitality, understood?" "Indeed, sir." The manager nodded, realizing that even without Zhao Hong's insistence, he must extend his utmost hospitality. Only after receiving a nod from Yi Xiao did Zhao Hong dare to depart. Upon entering the car, he could no longer restrain the tremors coursing through his legs. His injuries were severe, and even now, he had not regained even half of his former strength. After enduring prolonged periods of standing with crutches, he could barely hold out. Yet he persevered solely for the sake of Yi Xiao. He believed that the sacrifices he made were trivial in comparison to the joy of uplifting Yi Xiao's spirits, a testament to the respect he held for him. Meanwhile, with the bothersome flies gone, the birthday celebration finally commenced. Indeed, no one dared to cast even a hint of disdain towards Yi Xiao anymore. Even Huang Xinrui could only gaze at him with a complex expression. Qin Yushan, on the other hand, sat beside Yi Xiao throughout the event, radiating delight, reminiscent of a young girl who had just confirmed her relationship. After the incident, Yi Xiao had left an indelible mark on her heart, leading her to ponder whether her previous rejection of him had been a mistake. Unbeknownst to her, Yi Xiao was solely aware that today was Qin Yushan's birthday, and given the awkwardness surrounding the Zilling affair, he would defer to her wishes for the day. Yet, there were always those who could not bear to witness their happiness. For instance, seated not far away in a car at Ipinjia were two individuals, recently beaten and driven away, who were fuming with indignation. Chapter 82. Sun Qin. This matter cannot simply be overlooked. Chu Feng seethed with rage, his face bruised from the altercation alongside Bai Hua. How could they ever hold their heads high in front of so many friends in the future? All of this was due to Yi Xiao. Had it not been for him, they would not have suffered such humiliation at the hands of Zhao Hong. It is rather absurd, for was it not they who insisted on provoking Zhao Hong? Why then do they now cast blame upon Yi Xiao? They have only brought this upon themselves, an instance of self-inflicted suffering. Bai Hua, embodying a similar sentiment, coldly declared, "It certainly cannot be left at that." He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Seeing this, Chu Feng could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, "Who are you calling?" Bai Hua replied with a sardonic laugh, "Who else but Sun Qin?" Meanwhile, Yi Xiao and his companions were enjoying a sumptuous meal in a private room. The birthday banquet had been splendidly arranged, and with Zhao Hong's explicit instructions, the finest delicacies were presented, creating a grand spectacle. Everyone was acutely aware that this was all for Yi Xiao. Yet, their treatment of him was devoid of goodwill, primarily because he was seated beside Qin Yushan, who was sweetly engaging him in conversation. It was astonishing to witness one of the university's most beautiful girls, Qin Yushan, offering such a delightful smile to a man and initiating dialogue with him. Naturally, this incited displeasure among the onlookers. The male attendees were equally discontent, while the female attendees simply harbored a dislike for Yi Xiao, as Bai Hua and Chu Feng were considered their friends, and they were not pleased to see him taking them away. However, despite their discomfort, they dared not express it. For Yi Zhao's recent actions and Zhao Hong's respectful demeanor left them unable to harbor ill will towards him. The atmosphere at the dining table, after collectively wishing Qin Yushan a happy birthday, became somewhat somber. In this regard, Yi Zhao remained indifferent. He had never cared for the opinions of mere mortals. The fact that these commoners had the privilege to dine in his presence was already a considerable honor. These acquaintances were merely superficial friends. And thus Qin Yushan did not mind, occasionally engaging in light conversation with Yi Zhao and Huang Xinrui, which was quite pleasant. Outside, the sky had long since descended into darkness. After several rounds of drinks and a variety of dishes, everyone had nearly finished their meals. Just as they were about to conclude the gathering and depart, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Bang! A sudden muffled thud echoed through the private room. As the door was violently kicked open from the outside, a strikingly handsome man clad in white casual attire sauntered into the room, his gaze sweeping across the gathering before finally resting on Yi Zhao and Qin Yushan, specifically fixating on Yi Zhao. Sun Qin, what brings him here? Someone could not help but exclaim. The others began to murmur amongst themselves. This promised to be an entertaining spectacle. Who did not know that Sun Qin had harbored feelings for Qin Yushan for many years? Yi Zhao is in for trouble. Sun Qin is not known for his temper, and he was quite the formidable figure in his youth. Indeed, I heard that not long ago. The champion of the martial arts tournament was knocked senseless by this fellow with just a few punches. They eagerly anticipated the unfolding drama. Behind the scenes, they whispered among themselves, casting mocking glances at Yi Zhao. Even Qin Yushan furrowed her brows. She was not particularly fond of Sun Qin, and had expressly forbidden anyone from inviting him to this birthday celebration. How could he have arrived? Thus, Qin Yushan rose to her feet and inquired, Sun Qin, what brings you here? Sun Qin smiled at Qin Yushan and said, Yushan, what you just said is quite amusing. How could I possibly miss your birthday? As he spoke, he retrieved a small box from his pocket and opened it to reveal an exquisite diamond ring. The others present, upon witnessing this, began to jest. Noting that Sun Qin had quite the audacity to present a diamond ring as a gift, a token typically reserved for proposals. The provocative intent was unmistakable, prompting Sun Qin to glance at Yi Zhao. Coincidentally, Yi Zhao met his gaze, and their eyes locked in a silent standoff, raising the tension in the room significantly. Unfortunately for Sun Qin, he soon found himself at a disadvantage. Yi Zhao's immense experience over countless eons rendered him unmatched in terms of presence. However, Sun Qin was undeterred by Yi Zhao's aura. After all, one must possess some skill to pursue Qin Yushan. He shifted his focus back to her, extending the ring once more, and cheerfully declared, Yushan, happy birthday. This is my gift for you. Qin Yushan promptly pushed it back, exclaiming, Sun Qin, are you intentionally causing a disturbance? Sun Qin retorted, what do you mean by that? Is it so wrong to give a gift to a friend? Unabashed, he continued to hold onto Qin Yushan's hand, insisting that she accept the ring. Yet, how could she possibly accept his diamond ring? Thus, her hand remained firmly in his grasp. Let go of me, she cried. I will let go once you accept it, Sun Qin replied, wearing a look of feigned innocence. As the others observed the scene, they began to mockingly glance at Yi Zhao. Qin Yushan had been subjected to such treatment by Sun Qin, yet this fellow remained indifferent? Yi Zhao understood that he could not remain unresponsive. He stood up and calmly uttered, let go. Those two words were sufficient to evoke a flicker of displeasure within him. And for Sun Qin to provoke even that slight discontent, he had to be exceedingly arrogant. Upon hearing this, Sun Qin turned his gaze towards Yi Zhao and mockingly inquired, who might this brother be? I don't recall seeing him before. Yushan, is he one of your servants? The words elicited suppressed laughter from some onlookers. Yi Zhao's attire indeed seemed to lend itself to such a designation, and the derision in Sun Qin's tone was unmistakable. Sun Qin, do not go too far. Qin Yushan replied coldly. Yushan, how am I being excessive? Am I not allowed to come and present a gift? Sun Qin retorted in a brazen manner, still clutching Qin Yushan's hand, completely disregarding Yi Zhao's words. The others merely watched the spectacle unfold, and Huang Xinrui chose to remain silent, observing from the sidelines. However, in the next moment, Sun Qin's arrogance was swiftly curtailed. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Sun Qin was abruptly sent flying several meters away, losing his grip on Qin Yushan's hand and appearing utterly disheveled. Remarkably, Yi Zhao had somehow moved from his previous position to stand beside Qin Yushan in the blink of an eye, sending Sun Qin hurtling away without anyone comprehending the actions he had taken. It was simply astonishing. The expressions of the spectators transformed from amusement to sheer astonishment. My heavens! Did you all witness how Yi Xiao moved? No, not at all. He was just beside me a moment ago. Is this fellow even human? Chapter 83. The contest. Yi Xiao paid no heed to anyone around him and simply inquired of Qin Yushan, "Are you all right?" "No, I'm fine." This was Qin Yushan's first experience witnessing Yi Xiao in action. Although she felt a tinge of fear, her heart was warmed. She genuinely feared that Yi Xiao would refrain from taking action. That Sun Qin is truly a fool. Does he really think Yi Xiao would repeat himself? When he was told to release his grip, he ought to have complied immediately, for failure to do so would result in a brutal consequence. How audacious for such a base mortal to act defiantly before Yi Xiao. It is utterly laughable. The faces of the onlookers were filled with shock. Yi Xiao had clearly been standing in his seat moments ago. How could he possibly have materialized over 10 meters away in an instant? Moreover, how on earth did he manage to send Sun Qin flying? No one had the slightest inkling of how he executed such a feat. It is important to note that Sun Qin is no ordinary individual. During the last Tianhai Martial Arts Conference, a champion Taekwondo black belt was left bewildered by a few of his punches. He is undoubtedly a trained fighter. Yet, this seasoned fighter found himself utterly defenseless against Yi Xiao, being effortlessly sent soaring with a single blow. This is simply unfathomable. The rest of the attendees were similarly astonished, except for a few, including Xiao Run, Xue Ming, and Huang Xinrui, who were aware of Yi Xiao's formidable prowess and had witnessed his capabilities firsthand. Sun Qin, it seems, is in for a most unfortunate fate. Daring to provoke Yi Xiao at Qin Yuzhan's birthday celebration, his fate would undoubtedly be no better than that of Xiao Run or Xue Ming. Cough. Over there. Sun Qin, suppressing the tumultuous energy within him, stood upright, his gaze towards Yi Xiao now tinged with a hint of apprehension rather than mere mockery. Just moments ago, not only had he failed to discern how Yi Xiao had executed his strike, but he had also been sent flying, leaving him in a state of astonishment that exceeded that of onlookers. This Yi Xiao was indeed no ordinary individual. It was no wonder he dared to covet Qin Yuzhan. However, with such limited prowess, expecting Sun Qin to bow in submission was somewhat of an underestimation. Thus, Sun Qin scoffed, "Kid, you've got some skills? Dare to step outside for a contest?" He believed that the previous display was Yi Xiao's utmost strength, and if that were the case, he remained confident in his ability to defeat him, as long as he could vanquish Yi Xiao before such a crowd, rendering him utterly humiliated. He was certain that Yi Xiao would no longer dare linger by Qin Yuzhan's side. Sun Qin intended to make it clear that Qin Yuzhan belonged to him, not some insignificant character who could harbor designs upon her. The others watched with anticipation, even engaging in hushed discussions. Sun Qin is serious now. A splendid spectacle is about to unfold. Haha, damn it. I've long found Yi Xiao displeasing. Finally, someone is stepping up to teach him a lesson. Just wait. I wager Sun Qin will surely bring him to shame. Due to Qin Yuzhan and the previous by Hua and Chu Feng, they harbored a strong aversion towards Yi Xiao, as they were not from the same circle and were unfamiliar with him, naturally finding him unlikable. Even though Sun Qin was casually sent flying by Yi Xiao, he did not believe that Yi Xiao was significantly stronger than himself. On the contrary, he was convinced that he could easily defeat Yi Xiao, though he had yet to make a move. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Xiao had not exerted even a fraction of his strength. Sun Qin indeed possessed some cultivation and appeared to be an individual of opportunity, currently a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, just a step away from entering the Qi refinement stage. Truly a person of talent. However, no matter how talented one may be, if one's character is flawed, it amounts to nothing. Moreover, this fool dared to provoke Yi Xiao, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, with his late-stage foundation establishment prowess. Was he not courting death? To Yi Xiao? Such a mere late-stage foundation establishment cultivator was no different from the others in the room. In response to Sun Qin's provocation and the mockery from the others, Yi Xiao merely stated to Sun Qin, "If I were to strike, you wouldn't withstand even half a move. So what is there to compare?" A contest implies a comparison of martial prowess among individuals of the same level, yet they were fundamentally not in the same tier. The disparity between foundation establishment and nascent soul could be likened to a chasm, and considering Yi Xiao's existence spanning billions of years, engaging in a contest with him would be akin to bullying the weak. Thus, he had no intention of taking action. However, to the ears of the others, his words conveyed a different meaning. This Yi Xiao appeared formidable, yet unexpectedly seemed to be a coward, unwilling to accept the challenge. Indeed. I thought he was strong based on his earlier stance to fight. What do you know? Perhaps this fellow is fully aware that he cannot defeat Sun Qin and wishes to avoid embarrassment. The crowd's murmurs began to sway towards Sun Qin's side. Upon hearing Yi Zhao's words, Sun Qin scoffed derisively and could not help but inquire. You don't actually believe that your sneak attack while I was unprepared grants you the audacity to speak before me, do you? Do you think I won't ensure you are begging for mercy within 5 moves? Sun Qin was utterly confident in his prowess. He would not hesitate to seek guidance even from a true martial arts master, let alone someone as junior as Yu Xiao, given Yu Zhao's youthful appearance. How formidable could he truly be? Sun Qin felt assured that he could easily handle Yi Xiao without exerting much effort. In response to his taunts, Yi Xiao merely replied coolly, "You are not even qualified to compete with me." In truth, Sun Qin lacked the qualifications, and there was no need for further discourse with him. Enraged, Sun Qin was taken aback that Yi Xiao did not fall for his provocation. Determined to discipline Yi Xiao that day, he coldly retorted, "Since you dare not engage, you should keep your distance from Yu Shan. Only those of worth can remain by her side. Sun Qin, silence yourself." Qin Yushan could no longer contain her indignation and shouted. Just as Sun Qin was about to respond, a sudden commotion echoed from the corridor outside. A squad of security personnel from Ipinjai, led by the manager, strode in briskly, wielding batons and directing their focus towards Sun Qin. The manager first addressed Yi Xiao with utmost respect, saying, "My apologies, sir. This is our oversight." Without delay, he gestured to the 10 or so security guards, commanding, "Why are you still standing there? Hurry, expel him." Zhao Hong had personally instructed that Yi Xiao and his companions must be treated with utmost hospitality. However, an unexpected oversight allowed Sun Qin to cause such a disturbance upon his arrival, leaving the manager in a state of profound anxiety. Although the manager of Yiping Zhai exhibited remarkable deference towards Yi Xiao, Sun Qin found himself taken aback but chose not to dwell on it. Instead, he let out a cold sneer and declared, "Let it come." As security personnel brandished their batons and charged at him, he did not flinch. Rather, he advanced boldly. He skillfully evaded one of the swinging batons, delivering a swift strike to the security guard's wrist. With a sharp crack, the guard screamed in agony as his baton fell to the ground. Sun Qin seized the fallen baton and, with a precise swing, struck the guard at the neck, sending him crashing to the floor. The baton continued to whirl through the air as one guard after another succumbed to its force. Despite Sun Qin's prowess in the later stages of Foundation establishment, which rendered him insignificant to Yi Xiao, he was perceived as an insurmountable force by the security personnel. Under Sun Qin's onslaught, none could withstand even a single blow. In a mere few minutes, the multitude of guards lay sprawled on the ground, defeated. Completing this display of power, Sun Qin coldly remarked to Yi Xiao, "Did you not say you wouldn't come? Well then, enjoy watching them get beaten." He believed that the manager and his associates were Yi Zhao's subordinates. Thus, as his men were being struck down, surely Yi Xiao would be compelled to intervene. With that, he swung the baton menacingly towards the manager, whose face was etched with terror, even closing his eyes in anticipation of the impending pain. The group of affluent youths observed from the sidelines, devoid of any semblance of pity, and even reveled in the misfortune unfolding before them. They could clearly discern that Sun Qin was determined to confront Yi Xiao today, and would not relent until he had done so. The police baton drew ever closer to the manager's face. With a resounding crack, just before it made contact, a large hand emerged, swiftly knocking the baton from Sun Qin's grasp. Yi Xiao appeared at the manager's side, having shielded him from the impending blow, and with narrowed eyes. He regarded Sun Qin with a hint of icy detachment, uttering, "To oppress the weak is not the conduct of a cultivator." For eons, Yi Xiao had abhorred the act of bullying the vulnerable, save for the rivalries that existed among cultivators. It was merely some cultivators who took pleasure in tormenting the uninitiated mortals. What merit is there in using one's cultivation to intimidate those who lack it? True prowess lies in challenging those of equal standing. In Yi Zhao's eyes, such behavior was a mark of disgrace, tarnishing the dignity of cultivators. Sun Qin scoffed, taunting, "Oh, so you're an insider? How delightful. Since you can't contain yourself any longer, shall we step outside for a contest?" Yi Xiao hesitated. Reluctant to engage physically with Sun Qin, he had no desire to exhaust himself by responding to every petty challenge. However, Sun Qin, glancing at the still frightened manager, remarked, "You may protect him for a moment, but can you shield him for a lifetime? If we do not compete today, there will surely come a time when you are absent, and then we shall see how I deal with them. The meaning is quite clear." Yi Xiao may choose not to engage, yet he intends to teach a lesson to the individuals from Yapin's High. He is determined to see whether Yi Xiao can overlook this affront. The others await with a mocking anticipation for Yi Xiao's decision. Even Qin Yushan watches with a hint of anxiety, although she does not wish for Yi Xiao to duel with Sun Qin. It seems that if Yi Xiao declines to fight, the repercussions could tarnish his reputation, which she perceives as a matter of masculine honor. Qin Yushan has always acted in Yi Xiao's best interest, thus she desires to hear his own resolution. Should Yi Xiao utter a refusal, she will ensure that Sun Qin's antics are curtailed. In truth, the fates of these individuals do not stir even the slightest ripple in Yi Xiao's heart. However, as the manager, he feels compelled to step forth for his own sake. After a brief moment, Yi Xiao regained his focus, his eyes shimmering with resolve as he softly uttered a simple all right. Since Sun Qin has invited this discord, and sensing several more oblivious nuisances nearby, he decided to address them all in one sweep. It has certainly been a tumultuous day, with all these flies converging. One might struggle to swat them all, yet fortunately, Yi Xiao possesses superior skills. Upon hearing this, Sun Qin sneered and, walking ahead, gestured to Yi Xiao, saying, "Let us proceed. I await you in the open space outside the rear courtyard." The area outside the back of Yapin's High is a vast expanse intended for future expansion, though it has been temporarily set aside. Sun Qin is already well aware that this location is quite suitable for their duel. Upon witnessing this, the others cast mocking glances at Yi Xiao, subsequently trailing behind Sun Qin, eager to witness his misfortune. As for Huang Xinrui, Xiaorun, and Xue Ming, they were equally uncertain of Yi Xiao's prowess and opted to remain silent, choosing instead to observe from the sidelines. Only Qin Yushan tugged at Yi Xiao's sleeve, her delicate face tinged with concern as she inquired, "Do you have confidence?" Yi Xiao nodded reassuringly, replying, "Do not worry." Together, they ambled out of the private room. The manager, noticing this, attempted to follow suit, but Yi Xiao swiftly restrained him, subtly signaling with his eyes and gently shaking his head. The manager, perplexed by Yi Xiao's actions yet aware that opposing him was unwise, acquiesced with a nod and relinquished his intention to follow. Thus, Yi Xiao and Qin Yushan emerged from Yiping, proceeding to the rear courtyard and arriving at an open space. Sun Qin and his companions had already assembled there, standing in opposition to Yi Xiao. Upon noticing Qin Yushan beside him, a flicker of jealousy ignited in Sun Qin's eyes. He scoffed and proposed to Yi Xiao, "Before we engage, shall we establish a wager?" Yi Xiao remained silent, patiently awaiting his words. The loser must vow never to approach Qin Yushan again for the rest of their life. "Do you dare accept?" Sun Qin's voice was cold. The others, witnessing this, erupted in mockery, relishing the prospect that if Yi Xiao were to lose, he would forever be barred from Qin Yushan's company, a notion they wholeheartedly supported. Aligning with Sun Qin's intent, amidst their jeers, Yi Xiao maintained an expression of calm, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, and responded serenely, "Very well. But after this, you shall have no further opportunities." His words were laden with profound meaning. In the past, there would have been those who could discern the depth of his statements. However, now, such perceptive individuals are long gone, and Sun Qin is merely a hot-headed fool. They all assumed that Yi Xiao was being arrogant, and Sun Qin mockingly remarked, "So audacious, are you? Shall I demonstrate a couple of moves for you?" "Ha ha." The others couldn't help but chuckle in agreement. Yi Xiao merely nodded at Qin Yushan, indicating for her to step aside, then stood alone opposite Sun Qin, calmly stating, "Make your move. You have only half a chance." "Ha, such arrogance. I am eager to witness your abilities." Sun Qin finally unleashed the pent-up fury within him, snorting disdainfully before launching a powerful punch towards Yi Xiao. The onlookers sneered, anticipating the spectacle of Yi Xiao's humiliation, for Sun Qin was known to have knocked out martial arts champions with just a few blows. They did not believe Yi Xiao possessed the qualifications to challenge Sun Qin. Yi Xiao, however, remained unmoved, even as Sun Qin's fist loomed larger before his eyes, showing no sign of resistance. "Is this kid foolish? Is he not going to defend himself?" someone remarked. Even Qin Yushan and Huang Xinrui felt a pang of anxiety for Yi Xiao. Why was he not countering? Resist? What level of cultivation did Yi Xiao possess? Mid-stage transformation. Did he need to defend against an attack from a mere late-stage foundation establishment practitioner? What appeared to them as a rapid strike, almost leaving an afterimage, seemed to Yi Xiao to be slower than a snail. Sun Qin, oblivious to Yi Xiao's true prowess, simply sneered, "You are finished." Sun Qin was acutely aware of his own strength. He was confident that with a single strike, Yi Xiao would either be gravely injured or utterly defeated. The battle, he believed, would conclude with his triumph. Under the watchful eyes of all, Sun Qin's fist collided with Yi Xiao's body with remarkable speed. Bang! First came a muffled thud. Then a heart-wrenching scream echoed. Following that, a figure was propelled backward from the point of impact, flying through the air with such swiftness that it could only be described as an afterimage. The arena fell into a profound silence. Everyone exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions mirroring disbelief akin to what they had felt moments before. For the unfortunate soul who had been sent hurtling back was none other than Sun Qin. How could this be possible? The wealthy young man stared in shock at Sun Qin, who lay on the ground in a pitiful state, clutching the arm he had used to strike Yi Xiao, writhing in agony and emitting cries of despair. What truly left the onlookers speechless was the sight of Sun Qin's arm, grotesquely contorted and twisted in a manner that was nothing short of chilling. A wave of dread surged through the wealthy youths, an icy shiver racing up their spines as they beheld Yi Xiao, who stood undisturbed, hands clasped behind his back, his expression unperturbed. It appeared as though he had not even moved a muscle while sending Sun Qin flying. They were consumed by confusion, pondering what had transpired in that fleeting moment. How could it be that Yi Xiao, seemingly motionless, had inflicted such a devastating fate upon Sun Qin? It was utterly incomprehensible. Was Yi Xiao even human? Was this level of power attainable by mere mortals? This, of course, is not something attainable by mere mortals. Yi Xiao merely exerted a fraction of his strength. Were he to unleash his full power, Sun Qin would not only fail to withstand even a second against him, but would also be left utterly obliterated, potentially endangering the affluent youths surrounding them. Yi Xiao is not a bloodthirsty individual. Hence, he refrained from taking Sun Qin's life. Moreover, the true formidable adversary has yet to reveal itself. Struggling to his feet, Sun Qin's gaze towards Yi Xiao was now filled with trepidation. Observing this, Yi Xiao calmly stated, "I have mentioned that you possess but half a move of opportunity. Remember your promise, and for the rest of your days, do not draw near to Qin Yuzhan." This half move was a concession granted by Yi Xiao. Had he chosen not to offer any chance, Sun Qin would not have been able to endure even a breath. Sun Qin's face fluctuated between shades of blue and red, his pride severely wounded. He had never anticipated Yi Xiao's remarkable strength, despite his own fierce demeanor. He found himself sent flying without Yi Xiao even lifting a finger, which was utterly humiliating. The scornful gazes of the wealthy youths only exacerbated his embarrassment, igniting a surge of anger within him. Unable to control his temper, he let out a desperate roar before producing a pill. After a moment's hesitation, he shouted furiously at Yi Xiao, "Yi Xiao, you have forced my hand." With that, he swallowed the pill, which he had fortuitously acquired and was rumored to temporarily enhance one's strength, despite the potential consequence of being bedridden for a month thereafter. Yet, in comparison to defeating Yi Xiao, he was unperturbed by such a cost. Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, surprised to discover that remnants of pills still existed in this era. This particular pill was merely a common strength-enhancing elixir, designed to bolster the power of cultivators. In a contest of equals, Sun Qin's actions could nearly have turned the tide. Alas, he was pitted against Yi Xiao. No amount of elixirs could bridge the chasm that lay between them. Moreover, Yi Xiao, at that moment, had no intention of granting him another opportunity to strike. In this contest, Yi Xiao had shown him sufficient courtesy, yet Sun Qin still chose to consume more elixirs, a blatant display of disrespect towards Yi Xiao. Thus, Yi Xiao resolved to hold nothing back. "Ha ha ha, what now? Are you afraid?" Sun Qin could not perceive an ounce of fear in Yi Xiao, for as the potency of the strength-enhancing elixir coursed through him, he felt his power surging within, bringing him immense satisfaction. His arm, amidst the crackling sounds of bones and the incredulous gazes of onlookers, restored to its former state. This newfound strength had undeniably reached the Qi refinement stage. With a fierce glare directed at Yi Xiao, he prepared to launch another attack, convinced that this time, Yi Xiao would be unable to withstand him. The others, too, found themselves at a loss regarding the nature of their confrontation. Being mere mortals, they were unaware of the elixir's effects. They merely observed Sun Qin's arm restored, leading them to believe he held the upper hand. However, in the next instant, their assumptions, along with Sun Qin's, were utterly shattered. Bang! A muffled sound resonated, and they had not even glimpsed Yi Xiao's movement before he had already reached Sun Qin's side. Once again, Sun Qin was sent flying, crashing to the ground, struggling on his knees. The surroundings fell into an awkward silence. Contrary to all expectations, Sun Qin, despite ingesting the elixir and augmenting his strength, was nonetheless felled by a single punch from Yi Xiao, rendering him entirely incapable of further combat. By now, it was evident to all that the disparity between the two was fundamentally irremediable, existing on entirely different planes. At the spot where Sun Qin had stood moments before, Yi Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, slowly approaching the fallen Sun Qin. He cast a disdainful gaze upon Sun Qin and, indeed, upon everyone present. In that moment, Yi Xiao inspired trepidation in all who beheld him. In a measured tone, he addressed Sun Qin. I forewarned you, you would only have half a move. Henceforth, refrain from oppressing mortals. It is a disgrace to cultivators. As he uttered these words, Yi Xiao deliberately and irresistibly raised a foot, gently tapping Sun Qin's lower abdomen. The already weakened Sun Qin, for reasons unknown, emitted a piercing scream upon being touched by Yi Xiao. The others present were perplexed, wondering what could be so painful about such a light tap. Little did they know the force Yi Xiao had imbued in that seemingly gentle touch, nor did they comprehend its true purpose, which was enough to astound them. With that single touch, Yi Xiao had employed his true energy, directly targeting Sun Qin's dantian. The touch had effectively destroyed Sun Qin's dantian, rendering it incapable of holding even a trace of true energy. Moreover, there existed nothing in this world that could repair it. This single act had forever barred Sun Qin from entering Qi training, confining him to the foundation establishment stage. His promising talent was now forever deprived of all subsequent realms. If one spoke of pain, the true agony was not merely physical, it was, more significantly, the anguish of the spirit. Do not speak of Yi Xiao's ruthlessness. Individuals like Sun Qin can wield their cultivation to humiliate mortals. Should they achieve greater power in the future, one cannot fathom the malevolence they might unleash. As a fellow cultivator, Yi Xiao is almost regarded as the progenitor of all current practitioners. He believes he possesses the authority to eradicate this unworthy descendant. Sun Qin's wails did not linger for long. He ultimately gazed despairingly at Yi Xiao before succumbing to unconsciousness, collapsing to the ground in a pitiful state. Nearly 10 minutes prior, Sun Qin had appeared as a dandy, taunting Yi Xiao, who could have foreseen his ultimate downfall. Chapter 86, Come Forth. One must bear the consequences of their own misdeeds, a truth Yi Xiao has upheld for millennia. The group of affluent scions finally ceased their utterances. No one could have envisioned how effortlessly Yi Xiao would resolve the issue with Sun Qin, without even raising a hand, merely lifting a foot. This astonished all present. Now, they dared not mock Yi Xiao any longer. Consider this, a man whom the Zhao family of Tianhai would not dare offend, and who had bewildered the champion of the martial arts tournament, had been bested so swiftly. Who would still dare to provoke such a figure? Reflecting on the recent events, they involuntarily swallowed hard. Their gazes upon Yi Xiao were now filled with trepidation. However, Qin Yushan breathed a sigh of relief for Yi Xiao. Despite her confidence in him, she could not help but feel anxious during the confrontation. It now appeared unnecessary. Sun Qin and Yi Xiao were simply not on the same level. The surroundings fell into a temporary silence. The profound silence did not endure for long, as there were indeed friends of Sun Qin who, now that the battle had concluded, intended to take him away. They could not simply stand by and neglect him in such a state. Just as they were about to speak, Yi Xiao slowly turned around, his gaze seemingly piercing through the boundless void, directed towards the north. Not far behind a stone, two figures lay quietly in concealment. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of Yi Xiao's intentions. Yet, Yi Xiao paid them no heed, his voice resonating with clarity within a 3-mile radius. If you do not reveal yourselves now, the opportunity will slip away. The onlookers were utterly perplexed. What was Yi Xiao alluding to? Were there others nearby? It was only them, after all. And their keen eyes failed to discern the concealed individuals. However, no matter how adept one might be at hiding, they could not elude the keen perception of Yi Xiao. At that moment, the two individuals hiding behind the stone exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes, they saw sheer terror. These two, bearing bruises and disheveled appearances, were Bai Hua and Xu Feng, who had been ruthlessly beaten and driven away by Zhao Hong's bodyguards, the very individuals who had summoned Sun Qin. Initially, they had believed that Sun Qin could assist them in dealing with Yi Xiao, but they had never anticipated that he would falter and fail to withstand even a single move from Yi Xiao. Equally, they now comprehended the true terror of Yi Xiao and began to realize that if he were indeed so formidable, how could he have been bested by Zhao Hong and his subordinates that day? Thus, it became clear that it was Yi Xiao who had taught Zhao Hong a lesson, rendering all their previous assumptions utterly ridiculous. Indeed, in the present moment, all else pales in significance, for it seems that Yi Xiao has discovered their presence. If Yi Xiao can effortlessly overpower Sun Qin, how trivial would it be for him to deal with them? Should they venture outside, they might very well be subjected to Yi Xiao as humiliation. Yet, if they choose to remain hidden, will Yi Xiao simply let them be? It is pitiful that, at this juncture, they are so intimidated by Yi Xiao that they dare not step out, a profound sense of shame enveloping their hearts. Chu Feng, known for his fiery temperament, could hardly endure such indignity. Thus, he gritted his teeth and resolutely stepped forward. "Hey!" Bai Hua called out, only to immediately cover his mouth. Cursing his own impulsiveness, why did he utter a sound? Now, with Chu Feng having emerged, he too has been exposed. It is all over. Everything is finished. Reluctantly, he followed Chu Feng's lead and stepped out. Meanwhile, the affluent youths, upon seeing the two, momentarily froze in astonishment. What are they doing here? Someone could not help but exclaim. Soon, realization dawned upon them, and Qin Yushan glared at the pair with a piercing gaze. She had wondered why no one had informed Sun Qin of this gathering. It is now apparent that these two summoned him in a bid for revenge against Yi Xiao. How audacious they are to hide nearby and observe the proceedings. Feeling the peculiar stares of their peers, Chu Feng's face turned ashen, only to be swiftly replaced by seething anger as he glared at Yi Xiao. It is all because of Yi Xiao that they find themselves in such a predicament. Regrettably, he now finds himself utterly incapable of taking any action against Yi Xiao, for in every conceivable aspect, he pales in comparison to him. After a moment of contemplation, he could only emit a cold snort and utter, "In your hands, do as you please, kill or maim, it's entirely up to you." At this moment, Bai Hua remained silent, his face ashen, already foreseeing his grim fate. The others, upon hearing this exchange, cast glances of pity, having deduced that it was Sun Qin, summoned by these two, who had incited Yi Xiao's ire. If Bai Hua and Chu Feng had repeatedly provoked Yi Xiao, they too would not have spared these two if they were in his position. All present anxiously awaited Yi Xiao's decision, for at that moment, he resembled a judge of life and death, capable of determining the fates of Bai Hua and Chu Feng. Even Qin Yushan was biding her time, expecting Yi Xiao to make a choice. As long as he refrained from executing them, she would not stand in his way. Under the scrutiny of all, Yi Xiao remained expressionless, having not cast even a glance at the two from the outset, and simply stated, "Get lost." What? Bai Hua and Chu Feng exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting utter confusion. The others shared their puzzlement. Could it be that Yi Xiao would not punish them at all? Was he truly allowing them to simply depart? What could this mean? Even Qin Yushan, Huang Xinrui, and the others were left scratching their heads, while Xiao Run and Xue Ming were equally perplexed, recalling how unyielding Yi Xiao had been towards them in the past. Why, then, was he sparing Bai Hua and Chu Feng? When had Yi Xiao become so magnanimous? "You're not going to punish us?" Bai Hua could not restrain himself from asking, feeling that the situation was far from simple. Yi Xiao did not spare him a glance, merely responding with indifference, "You are not worthy of my punishment." Indeed, what right did they possess to warrant Yi Xiao's ire? Had Yi Xiao wished to mete out punishment, they would have perished long before, at the assembly point near Tianhai University. There was no need for Zhao Hong to reprimand them afterward. To punish these two would only tarnish Yi Xiao's hands, and moreover, he was not inclined to waste his time on such trivial matters. What Yi Xiao had not anticipated was that this retort would be perceived by the group of affluent youths as an affront to Bai Hua and Chu Feng. Both clenched their fists, glaring at Yi Xiao. A gentleman may be slain, but never humiliated. Yi Xiao, what do you mean by this? Are you insulting us? Chu Feng could no longer contain his fury, speaking out vehemently. Bai Hua shared a similar sentiment, while the others cast discontented glances at Yi Xiao. Though they dared not confront him, they harbored disdain in their hearts. "You overthink it," Yi Xiao replied coolly, dismissing them entirely, his gaze fixed on the northern horizon. His voice echoed softly once more in the vicinity. "I do not relish repeating myself. If you do not emerge, the opportunity will vanish. Cultivation is arduous. Cherish it well." Chapter 87. Freedom to act. The crowd was momentarily taken aback by Yi Xiao's words. Even Bai Hua and Chu Feng were left utterly bewildered. What did Yi Xiao mean? To whom was he addressing his remarks? Could it be that, besides themselves, there were others lurking nearby, eavesdropping? Yi Xiao's previous statement had not been directed at the two of them at all. It is impossible. Earlier, when Bai Hua and Chu Feng were hiding, they clearly did not detect anyone in the vicinity, and aside from the stone where they concealed themselves, There were no other hiding places. Yet, to whom was Yi Xiao directing his words? Everyone was utterly perplexed, struggling to comprehend the situation. If it were someone else, they might have thought that individual had lost their sanity. There was absolutely no one nearby. Bai Hua furrowed his brow, eager to inquire what Yi Xiao was implying. However, just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt an overwhelming aura emanating from behind, suffocating him. He could sense that the others felt it too. How could anyone not? I never anticipated that a mere child like you would discover me. It seems you truly are remarkable. Which explains why the family had insisted I take action. A voice, somewhat aged and resonant, echoed in the vicinity. Everyone was taken aback, their expressions shifting to astonishment as they turned their gaze toward the north, where an elder gradually materialized in the air. The old man donned a light gray robe, his hair streaked with white, indicating his advanced age, as his skin was lined with wrinkles. Yet, his eyes were not clouded like those of other seniors. Instead, they sparkled with sharpness. Who is this old man? How did he appear? Someone could not help but exclaim. Indeed, who is this elder? How did he manifest? Just moments ago, they had clearly seen no sign of anything in his location. How had he concealed himself and then emerged? The others displayed similar expressions of disbelief, their faces etched with incredulity. In their understanding, such scenes could only unfold in the realm of television dramas. The reality of it was nothing short of astonishing. They appeared as though they had encountered a supernatural being. Among them, only Yi Xiao maintained an expression of serene composure, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, regarding the scene with indifference and choosing not to respond to the elder's remarks. Observing this, the elder squinted his eyes at Yi Xiao and with a snort, remarked, "Young man, haven't your elders taught you to respect your seniors and cherish the young?" As his words echoed, the elder's figure abruptly vanished from sight, only to reappear before the wealthy youth who had earlier exclaimed in astonishment. The affluent young man let out a muffled grunt as the elder seized him by the throat, lifting him effortlessly, leaving his face flushed and speechless, struggling in vain against the grasp. Yet, the elder's strength rendered the young man's efforts futile. Fortunately, the elder harbored no intent to harm him, simply tossing him aside with a casual wave of his hand. At that moment, the remaining crowd, terrified, had already scattered in all directions. The elder resembled a demonic figure, capable of slaughtering them at will, and they had no desire to meet their demise. Confronted with the specter of death, none could maintain their composure. Chen Yushan, being farther from Yi Xiao, found herself disoriented amidst the chaos of fleeing bodies, her small face marked by anxiety. Huang Xinrui, who happened to be with her, grasped her hand and urged her to escape together. Is it your intention to flee upon seeing the old man? Do you believe that is a plausible course of action? The old man let out a cold sneer. Suddenly leaping into the air, he swiftly retrieved several talismans from his robe, channeling his vital energy into them, which melded into the void, creating an invisible barrier that enveloped an area of approximately 5 miles. A series of muffled gasps resounded as the fleeing individuals, in a state of terror, discovered they had collided with this intangible barrier, an utterly inconceivable phenomenon. The events they witnessed within those mere 5 minutes utterly shattered their worldview. The old man resembled a specter, capable of conjuring a barrier that thwarted their escape. With a chilling laugh, the old man turned his gaze toward Yi Xiao and spoke, "Young man, my mission is to eliminate you. If you take your own life here, I assure you that I shall not harm them." Yi Xiao remained silent, merely casting a dispassionate glance at the old man. While the actions of the elder were unprecedented in the eyes of the wealthy youths, to Yi Xiao, they seemed rather trivial. A mere barrier that could ensnare only ordinary individuals could easily be breached, even by someone at the foundation level. It was nothing but a minor trick. Even Master Chun from the Wuxing Mountain Taoist Temple, who was merely at the mid-stage of Qi training, paled in comparison to this old man, who had reached the late stage of Qi training. Thus, the elder stood as the most formidable opponent Yi Xiao had encountered thus far. Yet, the mid-stage of Qi training remained insufficient in Yi Xiao's eyes, far from adequate. Therefore, he calmly remarked, "You have labored to reach your current cultivation. Depart now, and I shall spare your life." The elder, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback, and then, as if he had heard something exceedingly amusing, he burst into laughter and said, "Youngster, boasting in front of this group of youths is one thing, but daring to do so before me? Are you not afraid that the wind might cause you to trip over your own tongue?" He had observed the earlier confrontation between Yi Xiao and Sun Qin, and deemed Yi Xiao to possess merely the cultivation level of an initial stage Qi practitioner. far beneath his own. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Xiao had deliberately chosen not to reveal his true strength had he unleashed his full power. The formidable aura of a mid-stage transformation would have been enough to send this elder fleeing in terror. Seeing that Yi Xiao showed no intention of engaging further, the elder sneered and turned his gaze to the group of wealthy youths. It is not that I am unwilling to spare you, but rather that the young man here has no desire to save you. Thus, you have no one to blame but yourselves. The affluent youths were already in a state of panic. Upon hearing these words, one of them immediately urged Yi Xiao, "Yi Xiao, you must heed the elder's advice, or we shall all perish here today." Another chimed in, "Indeed, sacrificing your life for so many of us, including Yushan and Exine Rue, is well worth it. Please, comply quickly and do not keep the elder waiting." "What are you all saying?" Qin Yushan pulled him back, exclaiming in indignation. One individual swiftly broke free from Qin Yushan's grasp and pointed coldly at Yi Xiao, saying, "Yushan, are you out of your mind? You are one of us. That fellow intends to save neither us nor you." Qin Yushan was momentarily speechless, unsure how to counter this. For it did indeed seem that Yi Xiao had no intention of coming to her aid. She couldn't help but glance at Yi Xiao, discovering his expression was one of utter indifference, as if he were not at all perturbed by the threat directed at him. Her heart sank, and she fell silent, unsure of what to say. The old man, noticing her reaction, scoffed and inquired once more, "So, what will it be? Are you not even going to save your little girlfriend?" Yet, Yi Xiao remained silent, and the group of wealthy youths began to panic, immediately pointing at him and exclaiming, "Yi Xiao, did you not hear the elder's words?" Chapter 88. The leaves save lives in the face of life and death. No one could maintain their composure. Even Huang Xinrui, at that moment, only wished for her own survival. While she hesitated slightly regarding Yi Xiao's fate, she would not choose otherwise. Facing the accusations of the crowd, Yi Xiao's expression remained unperturbed as he addressed the old man, stating, "If you wish to strike, feel free. But the consequences are yours to bear." Upon hearing the first part of his statement, the wealthy youths were struck as if by lightning. And even after comprehending the latter half, their situation remained unchanged. Did this imply that Yi Xiao had no intention of saving them? "Yi Xiao, if you don't rescue us, will you not save Yushan either?" Another wealthy youth could not restrain himself from questioning Yi Xiao. Qin Yushan's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope as she yearned for Yi Xiao to affirm her rescue. However, Yi Xiao continued to wear a stoic expression, uttering not a single word more. Qin Yushan stood frozen, her face ashen. It dawned on her that everything she had deemed significant was mere triviality in Yi Xiao's eyes. He was utterly indifferent to her fate. All her assumptions had been misguided, and disappointment enveloped her heart. "No, Yi Xiao, he has come to seek you. We are all ensnared by your actions. You ought to save us." Another affluent scion bellowed, his voice hoarse with desperation. The others echoed similar sentiments, their expressions mirroring his distress. Yet, Yi Xiao stood alone, unwavering in the face of their collective scorn, his countenance remaining impassive as he retorted, "You are not worthy of my salvation. Indeed, you lack the merit." It is imperative to remember that from the very moment they convened near Tianhai University, this band of opportunists had not ceased their mockery of him. From the initial taunts of Cui Qi to the subsequent jeers from Bai Hua, Chu Feng, and later Sun Qin, was there ever a time they did not join in deriding Yi Xiao? Yi Xiao was no saint. He was not obligated to rescue these fickle turncoats, especially considering his lack of any real connection to them. He scarcely knew them. Why, then, should he extend his hand to save them? Upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, the group of opportunists was immediately thrown into disarray. Qin Yushan's face turned ashen, for it was evident that Yi Xiao had no intention of rescuing her either. "Huh, you lad, do you truly believe I am too timid to eliminate them?" The elder sneered, taken aback by Yi Xiao's resolute demeanor, particularly his refusal to save even his own girlfriend. The elder was curious to witness the consequences of Yi Xiao's indifference, believing there was nothing he could not endure. Clearly, the elder possessed great confidence in his own strength and scoffed at Yi Xiao's earlier declaration. With a swift motion of his sleeve, several talismans materialized in his grasp. Infused with his true energy, the runes on the talismans gleamed with brilliance before merging into the void, forming a barrier before the multitude of wealthy youths, effectively isolating them completely. Simultaneously, on the other side, the talisman gradually materialized above them, transforming into a gaping void from which flames erupted in a frenzy. "Ah, help!" The wealthy young men were momentarily struck with panic, frantically pounding against the invisible barrier, yet their strength was utterly insufficient to breach it. The rising temperature of the flames elicited screams of agony, with some inadvertently catching fire, rolling on the ground in a desperate bid to extinguish the flames while wailing in distress. The elder observed coldly from the sidelines, occasionally casting furtive glances toward Yi Xiao. He could not fathom that Yi Xiao would truly exhibit such callousness. However, upon looking at Yi Xiao, he saw only indifference etched on his face, as if the one being scorched was not a friend, but merely a bundle of weeds. Yi Xiao stood motionless, devoid of any inclination to rush forward and rescue them, or to retaliate against him. The elder was taken aback by Yi Xiao's heartlessness. In all his years, he had never witnessed anyone approach life and death with such detachment. Yet, soon after, a cruel expression crossed his face. "Since you choose to remain indifferent, I shall not hold back." The elder extended his frail hands and, with a swift motion in the air, halted the talisman that was relentlessly spewing flames. Before the trapped individuals could react, the talisman slowly moved, positioning itself directly in front of Qin Yushan. The elder sneered at Yi Xiao, saying, "Boy, just watch as your little girlfriend perishes before your very eyes." The old man harbored a penchant for cruelty, and observing Yi Xiao's ruthlessness, he was increasingly curious to see whether Yi Xiao would take any action in response to Qin Yushan's demise. Qin Yushan, too, cast her gaze upon Yi Xiao, hoping he might utter something of significance. Indeed, Yi Xiao did speak, but his words were not those she longed to hear. He simply remarked, "You will regret it." "Is that so?" The old man scoffed, truly disbelieving. Seemingly provoked by Yi Xiao, he altered his hand seals, causing talismans to swell in the wind, expanding dramatically to envelop everyone beneath them. The wealthy youths, upon witnessing this, succumbed to despair, the threat of death rendering them speechless. Even Huang Xinrui, Xiaorun, Xueming, Bai Hua, and Chu Feng, who usually radiated arrogance, now found themselves tearful and at a loss for what to do. Without Yu Zhao's intervention, they could only await their fate. "Farewell, young ones," the old man sneered, a cruel smile flitting across his face as he continued to manipulate his seals, unleashing an unending torrent of raging flames from above. Ah! Ah! In an instant, the air was filled with anguished cries, yet soon a startled voice broke through the cacophony and reached the old man's ears. "Yushan, what is that around you? Why are you unharmed?" Not only the old man, but everyone present heard this exclamation, their gazes instinctively drawn to Qin Yushan. At that moment, she stood enveloped in a faint azure light, a delicate shield that appeared as though it could dissipate at any moment. Yet, this subtle aura effectively repelled all external assaults, safeguarding Qin Yushan intact within its embrace. "What is happening?" The elderly man was bewildered, and the others soon followed suit, all perplexed and unable to grasp the situation. How could Qin Yushan possess a protective shield? Where did it come from? Why was it that others did not have it? Not only them, but even Qin Yushan herself was yet to comprehend the unfolding events. Just moments ago, she had been resigned to her fate, awaiting the searing pain of death, but instead, she found herself enveloped in a radiant barrier. As for what this phenomenon was, she could not discern. Just then, she sensed someone watching her from afar, and upon turning, she beheld Yi Xiao gazing at her through the ethereal veil. A spark of clarity illuminated Qin Yushan's mind, as if she had suddenly awakened to the truth. She reached into her pocket and retrieved a shimmering leaf. It was this very leaf that had saved her. The source of the shield was none other than this leaf, given to her by Yi Xiao. It meant that he had come to her rescue. Yi Xiao had not abandoned her. He simply understood that she would be safe, hence his calm demeanor. In that instant, Qin Yushan felt her eyes welling with tears. Chapter 89. Impenetrable. The others, upon witnessing the leaf, were equally astonished, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. Who could have imagined that Yi Zhao's seemingly trivial birthday gift to Qin Yushan, a mere leaf plucked from a tree, could save her life in such a dire moment? How ironic it was that they had previously mocked Yi Xiao for presenting such an unremarkable gift, never once considering that this leaf held the power to save a life. No matter how extravagant their offerings were, in such a critical moment of life and death, they proved utterly futile. In stark contrast, it was the leaves gifted by Yi Xiao that held the potential to save lives. Reflecting on the past, their derision towards Yi Xiao now seemed truly absurd. At this juncture, they finally comprehended that Yi Xiao did not refuse to rescue Qin Yushan. Rather, he was acutely aware that the elderly man posed no threat to her. To be precise, Yi Xiao did not decline to save Qin Yushan. He simply chose not to save them. Absent the leaf, it is likely that Yi Xiao would have only rescued Qin Yushan, disregarding their plight entirely. As Yi Xiao asserted, they lacked the merit to warrant his assistance. Save me! Save me! Huang Xinrui, closest to Qin Yushan, found her clothing ablaze, yet she desperately shielded her face, fearing that disfigurement would render her unrecognizable. Upon witnessing the protective shield manifest around Qin Yushan, she rushed towards her, seeking refuge. The others, observing this, were similarly spurred by instinctual survival, racing towards Qin Yushan, convinced that if they could breach her protective barrier, they would secure their lives. Yet, their assumptions were fundamentally flawed. Once Yi Xiao's shield was activated, not even cultivators at the transformation stage could penetrate it. Bang! Bang! With each muffled thud, the affluent youths lunging towards Qin Yushan were repelled, their faces ashen, for they realized that they could not breach the delicate barrier safeguarding her. Huang Xinrui was the first to be hurled back, now resembling a figure driven to madness. Seeing that she could not evade the grasp of Qin Yushan, she could only shout through an invisible barrier, "Yi Xiao, you must save me. You must save me." She believed that having known Yi Xiao since childhood, he ought to come to her aid, especially since he had rescued Qin Yushan. What reason could he possibly have for not saving her? Yet, Yi Xiao had no obligation. He simply lacked the motivation to assist her. The bond of childhood acquaintance had been marred by her taunts, mockery, and relentless bullying. Were it not for their past connection, Huang Xinrui would have had no chance to stand here, nor even to survive. Thus, Yi Xiao turned a blind eye to her pleas for help. Previously, it was due to Huang Chun that he felt compelled to act. This time, absent Huang Chun, even if he were present, Yi Xiao's patience had long been exhausted, and he would still refrain from intervening. As Yi Xiao remained unmoving, despair enveloped Huang Xinrui completely. Strangely, at this moment, she felt a deeper sense of sorrow, a pain that was both profound and suffocating. It was not only her. Everyone around her had succumbed to despair. Had they foreseen this, they would have endeavored to curry favor with Yi Xiao, for securing even a single leaf from him could have ensured their survival. Yet, their disdain for him from the very beginning had sealed their fates, leaving them with no grounds to expect his assistance now. All of this was the result of their own actions, and they were filled with regret. Unfortunately, regret was futile. Yi Xiao would not extend a hand simply because they lamented their choices. He had long since grown accustomed to the cycles of life and death. In the past, during the Qin Emperor's book burning and scholar burying, were those individuals not also innocent? He merely observed quietly from the side, amidst the respectful gazes of Qin Huang and all others, his eyes betraying not the slightest ripple of emotion. Whether one should live or die had little relevance to him. Yi Xiao, he certainly possessed the capability to spare them from death, but does possessing such power necessitate the obligation to save them? Who decreed that those endowed with ability must be concerned for the welfare of the world? Is it not ultimately for the sake of fame and reputation? Yi Xiao sought neither glory nor accolades. His sole aspiration was to achieve immortality. Therefore, he chose not to intervene. The elder had been silently observing the unfolding events, and when the leaves appeared within the protective barrier, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes as he narrowed them slightly. Subsequently, he witnessed firsthand the formidable nature of those leaves. What a remarkable treasure! Unable to contain himself, he turned to Yi Xiao and proposed, "Young man, if you hand this over to me, I shall grant you a swift end." "What do you say?" Yi Xiao remained silent. In his eyes, the elder was already a corpse. A dead man had the audacity to negotiate with him? Who was to grant whom a swift end? The outcome remained uncertain. Observing Yi Xiao's apparent recklessness, the elder dismissed further discourse. "Once I have dealt with your little girlfriend, I shall handle you." With a shift of his hand, the intricate seals transformed, and a massive fireball composed of countless runes surged forth, aimed directly at Qin Yushan. The elder believed that no matter how formidable the protective barrier shielding her might be, it could not withstand his assault. The talismans concentrated their assault, granting the others a moment of respite. They swiftly rose to extinguish the flames, their appearances quite tragic. Among them, several had already perished. Fortunately, Huang Xinrui remained alive, albeit with most of her long hair singed and her face marred by soot, presenting a woeful sight. At this moment, they secretly hoped that the elder would continue to direct his wrath at Qin Yushan, thereby overlooking them. "Young man, I offer you one final opportunity. Surrender that leaf, and I shall spare your little girlfriend," the elder proclaimed. Yi Xiao did not spare him a glance, responding coolly, "If you do not regret this, feel free to attack." He cautioned the elder that should he choose to strike, regret would undoubtedly follow. Whether the elder heeded this warning was beyond his concern. Humph. Incorrigible fool. In that case, prepare to reunite in the depths. The elder scoffed, no longer hesitating, as he commanded the swirling fireball to crash fiercely toward Qin Yushan. The others watched in anxious trepidation, uncertain whether Yi Zhao's leaf shield would withstand this assault. Qin Yushan herself, terrified, closed her eyes. Having never encountered such a scene before, she nonetheless held faith in Yi Zhao, believing he would prevail. Indeed, he did. Boom. The fireball struck the shield with tremendous force, failing to breach it. Instead, it was repelled, sending several fiery fragments hurtling toward a few affluent young men. The rest quickly scattered, taken aback by the unforeseen consequences of the attack. The elder anxiously gazed at the clash between the shield and the fireball, and after a moment, an expression of disbelief flickered across his face. To his astonishment, his fireball had failed to disturb the shield in the slightest. How could this be possible? Chapter 90. The Killing Formation's Dominance and Destruction. He was utterly bewildered. It shouldn't be like this. Why shouldn't it be? After all, this shield was personally established by Yi Zhao. Not only could he, a mere late-stage Qi refining practitioner, not shake it, but even a fellow practitioner at the transformation stage would find it insurmountable. Presently, such high-level practitioners were nearly non-existent, implying that this shield was impenetrable. Not only had the shield remained intact, but it also stood resolute. The elder was rooted to the spot, as if witnessing something incomprehensible. How could something be so formidable? If he thought this was the end, he was terribly naive. Buzz. At that moment, the shield protecting Qin Yushan suddenly emitted a powerful humming sound, followed by the rapid manifestation of several runes that swirled above and below. With a sharp hiss, a remarkably keen azure sword aura gradually coalesced above the shield. Its edge was so acute that even from a distance, the elder could feel its intensity. Beneath the sharpness of this sword aura, his fireball and runes seemed mere tricks, utterly trivial. This sword aura could obliterate all his defenses. How could this be? The elder's face was a portrait of shock. The sharpness of this sword aura had surpassed his understanding. In all his years, he had never encountered such a razor-sharp sword aura. It was simply inconceivable. He believed it would take him at least several hundred years to reach such a level. He overthought the matter. Given his innate talent, even a millennium may not suffice for him to consolidate his abilities. It is not about anyone else, but rather about Yi Zhao. The longevity of Yi Zhao's existence does not imply a lack of talent. On the contrary, his aptitude is extraordinary. He commenced his cultivation from the foundation establishment stage and, in merely 500 years, ascended to the late stage of the Great Ascension, only to remain stagnant for countless eons thereafter. Yi Zhao had long warned the elder that should he choose to attack, he would come to regret it. For the leaves Yi Zhao bestowed upon Qin Yushan contained not only a protective barrier but also a lethal formation. A forceful assault was sufficient to trigger this deadly array, which could obliterate the elder's very soul. Regrettably, he disregarded Yi Zhao's counsel and opted for aggression instead. Thus, Yi Zhao could only observe quietly from the sidelines. The sword chi had finally reached its zenith, and at this point, the elder could afford no further consideration for Yi Zhao. He was compelled to channel all of his true energy to safeguard himself. With a piercing sound, the sword chi condensed to its utmost, surging towards the elder at an alarming velocity. Alas, the sword chi sliced through the elder's abdomen with ruthless precision. Despite summoning all of his true energy, he could not withstand even for a fleeting second. The sword chi shattered his defenses effortlessly. His expression was one of disbelief. Utterly astonished that he had been vanquished so easily, blood poured from his abdomen as he clutched it, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. As he fell, the invisible barrier binding the others dissipated instantly, and the affluent youths, as if seeing the light of day, fled in a frenzy. Ultimately, only Qin Yushan remained, standing there unscathed. Witnessing this, Yi Zhao approached the elder with measured steps and calmly inquired, "Who sent you here?" He could have directly scanned the old man's sea of consciousness with his divine mind, yet he refrained from doing so, demonstrating his respect for the elder and his cultivation. At that moment, the elder also recognized that Yi Zhao was not an ordinary individual. Who among those in such a situation could remain so composed? However, he found it difficult to believe, for Yi Zhao was still so youthful. Noticing the elder's silence, Yi Zhao ceased to speak, allowing one hand to gently curve, revealing a brilliant surge of true energy that enveloped his hands, instantly exuding an overwhelming aura. In that fleeting moment, the elder was drenched in cold sweat. as if he had glimpsed something utterly inconceivable. Throughout his long life, he had never encountered such an intense pressure. Who precisely was this young man? How could he possess such formidable cultivation? The information provided by the family head was misleading. He was fundamentally no match for Yi Xiao. Now, he comprehended that from the very beginning, Yi Xiao had not regarded him as a worthy opponent. Everything he had done must have seemed utterly laughable in Yi Xiao's eyes. Had Yi Xiao desired to end his life, he would have perished long ago. Furthermore, he could distinctly sense the killing intent emanating from Yi Xiao, prompting him to stammer. You cannot kill me. I have powerful backing. Boom. Yi Xiao did not afford him the opportunity to finish his sentence, for his divine mind had already infiltrated the elder's sea of consciousness in that brief instant, uncovering his background. Yi Xiao had granted the elder a chance. Achieving the late stage of Qi training in this era of dwindling magic was no small feat. Had he spoken without a trace of hesitation, Yi Xiao would have spared him. Alas, his moment of indecision was sufficient to seal his fate. Thus, Yi Xiao exerted a reverse pressure, an imperceptible force that caused the venerable elder to disintegrate into mere dust, vanishing from the realm of existence. The Li family, you say? Very well, Yi Xiao murmured softly, before approaching Qin Yushan and assisting her to her feet, casually inquiring, "Are you all right?" I'm fine." The events of the day had utterly shattered Qin Yushan's understanding. Having witnessed Yi Xiao's extraordinary prowess firsthand, she felt as though she and Yi Xiao belonged to entirely different worlds. Once, she had occupied a lofty position, but now it appeared that she was entirely unworthy of him. Suddenly, memories of that day at Tianwei restaurant flooded her mind. When Yi Xiao had entrusted her with the tome titled Qingyu Classic, at that moment, she had presumed Yi Xiao had been deceived. Yet now it seemed he had gifted her a genuine cultivation manual. The token he had provided must also be of significant value. Thus, it dawned upon her that she had misinterpreted Yi Xiao's intentions that day. A sense of despondency enveloped Qin Yushan's heart. It appeared that Yi Xiao harbored no romantic feelings for her, but had merely entrusted her with a few items. She refrained from asking, fearing his confirmation, choosing instead to indulge in self-deception. Before long, members of the Zhao family arrived, prompted by the incident at Ipinjai. Upon their arrival at the backyard, the manager had already contacted the family head. Surprisingly, it was not only Zhao Fangchen who appeared, but also the esteemed elders Zhao Fuyuan and Zhao Fuzhou. Upon encountering Yi Xiao, the three knelt on one knee before him, clasping their hands in respect, and said, "My lord, we have arrived late, and we apologize for any distress caused." Yi Xiao waved his hand, glancing at Qin Yushan, and stated, "Send her back. I do not wish for this matter to circulate." "Understand?" "Yes." Zhao Fuyuan immediately agreed. They were well aware that they must diligently adhere to Yi Xiao's instructions. Today's incident would remain undisclosed even to those unrelated. Let alone the wealthy scions who had fled, none would dare to speak of it. Yi Xiao sought to avoid complications, and the Zhao family would undoubtedly fulfill this obligation. "Take me back," he said calmly. Zhao Fangchen paused momentarily, unable to resist asking, "Sir, should we not investigate who?" "Silence." Zhao Fuyuan interrupted. "The sir has commanded that you take him back. Did you not hear?" "Ah, yes." Zhao Fangchen had no choice but to cease his inquiries. Yi Xiao's directive was simply to return, without any request for an investigation. Zhao Fuyuan understood that they must not utter a single word beyond what Yi Xiao had decreed. After nodding in agreement and bidding farewell to Qin Yushan, Yi Xiao entered the vehicle. Just before he boarded, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the manager, to whom he offered a subtle nod. The manager, taken aback by the honor, immediately bowed in response. Observing from the sidelines, the Zhao father and son resolved to nurture this manager, all due to Yi Xiao's acknowledgement. The manager had performed admirably. Yi Xiao had initially refrained from allowing him to accompany others because he was already aware of the old man's presence and foresaw potential dangers he might pose. Furthermore, he required the manager to summon members of the Zhao family to handle subsequent matters, a task the manager executed flawlessly. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Yet what did it truly signify? The current head of the Zhao family, Zhao Fangchen, personally drove Yi Xiao home, and the journey was enveloped in silence. Neither spoke. As Yi Xiao refrained from voicing his thoughts, and Zhao dared not utter a word, he was bewildered by the day's events. But the dazed expressions of the wealthy young heirs hinted that matters were far from simple. When the signs of affluence arrived, chaos reigned in the parking lot of Ipinjai. This group of young elites fled in a frenzy, hastily boarding their vehicles, each intent on making a hasty escape, resulting in a chaotic collision of cars. Had it not been for the presence of the elder Zhao Fuyuan, who swiftly subdued the unruly youths, it is uncertain how long the disorder would have persisted. Nonetheless, they remained in a state of panic, muttering incessantly about ghosts and monsters. Zhao Fuyuan had no choice but to summon an ambulance and notify their families to retrieve them from the hospital. The young heirs bore varying degrees of burns, most of which were limited to their limbs, for their instinct for survival was remarkably strong. Tragically, among them, Xueming and Chufeng met their demise, consumed by flames that rebounded from the protective shield surrounding Qin Yushan. They were not the only casualties. In total, 5 lives were lost. Huang Xinrui was fortunate enough to survive, yet upon arriving at the hospital and receiving urgent care, she despaired as she discovered the dreadful truth. Her face had been severely burned. The fate of those individuals mattered little to Yi Xiao. He trusted that Zhao Fuyuan would handle the situation with due diligence. At this moment, accompanied by Zhao Fengchun, he returned to the Yuan community. The night had already fallen. Zhao Fengchun then bid farewell to Yi Xiao with a courteous phrase, "Goodbye, sir," and continued to watch him enter the building before departing. Upon arriving home, Wang Ziqing was still awake. Noticing Yi Xiao's return, she casually inquired, "You're back? How was the birthday party? Did you enjoy it?" After uttering these words, she felt a sense of futility. Realizing that Yi Xiao would likely not engage with such a trivial question, she shrugged, stood up, stretched lazily, and prepared to retire for the night. To her surprise, Yi Xiao replied nonchalantly, "It was fun." Wang Ziqing paused, unable to resist glancing at Yi Xiao. If it were not for his perpetually calm demeanor, she might have believed that the person before her was not Yi Xiao at all. Indeed, it was enjoyable. An elder at the later stage of Qi refinement had drawn out a formidable presence. If her conjecture was correct, this incident was undoubtedly linked to Yuan Shun. At the Qin residence, Yuan Shun had been conspicuously absent, a detail that lingered in Yi Xiao's mind, for it was likely that he had been the one orchestrating the ambush against them. Moreover, reflecting on that moment at the Qin estate, it was evident that Yuan Shun had the capacity to mobilize 12 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators, presumably under the influence of that formidable entity behind the scenes. Since they had failed to eliminate him then, it seemed they had summoned someone even more powerful. Yi Xiao pondered their next move. In the face of provocation, he had never been one to cower. He was determined to uncover the true intentions of that formidable presence and its schemes. Regardless of the tricks they employed or the strategies they devised, they could never hope to shake him, Yi Xiao, in the slightest, for he possessed absolute strength. Bring one forth, and he would slay him. Bring forth a squad, and he would annihilate them all. As long as there are enough people, Yi Xiao will never be stingy. The next day, Yi Xiao continued his morning exercises as usual, followed by his training at Tianhai University. Throughout the day, the atmosphere at the school remained remarkably mundane, with no one paying attention to the absence of that group of wealthy heirs. The Zhao family's efforts had been commendable. The incident had escalated to such a degree that it even resulted in fatalities, and some of the affluent youths had suffered burns. Yet there was not a whisper of this in the air. Under normal circumstances, this would have been sufficient to make headlines. Moreover, Qin Yushan was also absent today, likely still shaken from the events of yesterday. For the entire day, nothing of significance transpired. In the evening, as Yi Xiao concluded his training and prepared to sit down for dinner with Wang Ziqing, his phone suddenly rang. The sound of the ringtone interrupted his thoughts. Upon glancing at the screen, he was somewhat surprised to see that it was Wang Jinfeng calling. Since their last encounter at the hospital, Wang Jinfeng had refrained from showing her face to Yi Xiao, partly because she recognized his extraordinary nature, and partly due to her own embarrassment. What could she possibly want at this moment? As Yi Xiao speculated, at the Huang family's villa, Huang Xiao, Huang Qin, Huang Xinrui, and Wang Jifeng were all gathered. However, Huang Xinrui was wearing a large mask that concealed her face. She had been disfigured, and the damage was extensive. The left side of her face was charred beyond recognition. Her previously decent features had been utterly ruined, making it likely that she would face difficulties in finding a husband in the future. At this moment, the members of the Huang family thought of Yi Xiao, for despite Wang Jinfeng and Huang Xinrui's reluctance to admit it, it was indeed Yi Xiao who had miraculously revived Huang Chun. They believed that Yi Xiao might be able to heal Huang Xinrui's face. After all, it was Yi Xiao's actions that had led to Huang Xinrui's current condition. They felt that Yi Xiao bore both the responsibility and the obligation to assist in her recovery. At that moment, they were filled with trepidation, uncertain if Yi Xiao would answer their call. Fortunately, after a few rings, he did pick up. Hello. Yi Zhao's voice resonated like celestial music to the ears of the Huang family. After a brief moment of joy, the four members of the Huang family handed the phone to Huang Chun, as he was the only one who could engage Yi Xiao in conversation. By the way, after quite some time, Huang Qin's injuries had mostly healed, and he had returned home to recuperate. Soon, he would be fully recovered. Upon receiving the call, Huang Qin paused for a breath before beginning. Yi Xiao, it's me, Huang Qin. On the other end, Yi Zhao's brow slightly furrowed. His keen hearing discerned more than just a single breath on the line. Huang Chun was at home, evidently accompanied by someone, and his speech revealed a hint of unease, suggesting there was a pressing matter at hand. Yi Xiao felt a sense of disappointment towards Huang Chun, particularly due to a previous incident, which made him hesitant to engage without careful consideration. Thus, he inquired, "Is there something you need?" Chapter 92, Going to the Huang residence. Meanwhile, Wang Jinfeng was fervently signaling Huang Chun, who nodded in response and feigned a casual tone, saying, "It's nothing much. I just got discharged, and it's been a while since we last met. Why don't you come over tomorrow? I'll ask Aunt Lu to prepare some delicious dishes, and we can have a good gathering." Their intention was to coax Yi Xiao to their home, where they could collectively persuade him to lend his assistance, thereby increasing their chances of success. On the other end of the phone, the Huang family of four huddled around the device, their expressions a blend of anxiety, trepidation, and fear. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Xiao had become a figure of dread. It is worth noting that just over a month ago, Wang Jinfeng and Huang Xinrui had looked down upon Yi Xiao. At that time, did they ever foresee a day when they would find themselves in need of his assistance? Huang Xinrui bore severe facial burns, and even cosmetic surgery could not erase the scars completely. Moreover, she fundamentally resisted the idea of undergoing surgery, leaving her reliant on Yi Xiao for help. The uncertainty lingered. Would he agree? However, it seemed that Yi Xiao might be inclined to grant Huang Chun a favor by visiting the Huang family. At the dinner table, the family collectively offered their apologies, and with the weight of past relationships, they were hopeful that Yi Xiao would acquiesce. On the line, Yi Xiao discerned Huang Qin's underlying plea for assistance. After a moment of contemplation, he refrained from hastily declining. Indeed, matters concerning the Huang family warranted clarity. He decided to visit the following evening. Thus, he replied succinctly, "Yes." Those two brief words sounded like celestial music to the ears of the Huang family, filling them with immense joy. They urged Huang Qin to respond promptly, suppressing his excitement. Huang Qin replied, "Very well, I will await your arrival at home tomorrow evening. Let us not miss each other. Goodbye." Yi Xiao chose not to respond further and ended the call. He was unaware of the Huang family's intentions, but had his own agenda for the visit. Wang Ziqing brought dinner to the table and casually inquired, "Who was on the phone?" In recent days, she has been residing with Yi Xiao, confined indoors and unable to venture outside, leaving him as her sole companion. Yi Xiao has indeed treated her well, leading her to believe that they have grown increasingly familiar, to the extent that she dares to ask him about certain matters. In response, Yi Xiao casually took a bite of his meal and remarked, "Tomorrow, we shall head to Tianhai University. Accompany me to the Huang family." Wang Ziqing was momentarily taken aback. The Huang family? Was that not the family of Huang Xinrui? Along with that domineering woman from the hospital? Had Yi Xiao not severed ties with them? Her curiosity piqued. She was about to inquire further, but Yi Xiao preemptively interjected. "You need not concern yourself with matters that do not pertain to you. Focus on honing your palm techniques. It won't be long before you must return." Recently, Wang Ziqing had indeed been somewhat loquacious. Why should his personal affairs involve her? Women can be quite troublesome. Due to a piece of jade spirit essence, Wang Ziqing had been living here for over a month. Were it not for Yi Xiao, who possessed an endless lifespan, anyone else would have expelled her long ago due to dissatisfaction. In other words, although the jade spirit essence held significance for Yi Xiao, it hardly reached a level of paramount importance. If Wang Ziqing believed that she could cultivate a friendship with him through this, it was rather laughable. Even the Qin Emperor of yore, who sought to forge a bond with him through the treasures amassed for the construction of an entire mausoleum, was met with a direct refusal, simply because he lacked the requisite stature. In the eyes of the mundane world, the Qin Emperor, who unified 6 states and commanded legions, was but an ordinary mortal to Yi Xiao, no different from anyone else. Power, no matter how overwhelming, and wealth, regardless of its abundance, are ultimately constrained by the finite nature of life. When one approaches death, what can truly be taken along? Only the genuinely invincible, those who ascend to unparalleled heights can truly experience the essence of freedom. In this era, no one possesses the qualifications to forge a bond with Yi Xiao, especially not a woman. Such an individual would only serve to disturb Yi Xiao's resolve, potentially causing missteps on his final journey toward the transcendent path. After enduring countless eons, Yi Xiao would never allow for such errors to arise. Wang Ziqing was momentarily taken aback, before rolling her eyes in annoyance and muttering, "Umph. If you don't want to say it, then don't. What's so impressive about that?" To be honest, she was indeed quite bored. After all, she had been the pampered daughter of a prominent family, accustomed to a lavish lifestyle, and after being cooped up for over a month, it was only natural to feel restless. Learning requires a balance of work and rest, yet here she was, confined at home practicing her palm techniques, likely surpassing her previous martial skills. Speaking of which, Wang Ziqing's talent was truly remarkable. Within less than a month, she had progressed from the initial stage of foundation establishment to the latter stage. Such aptitude was comparable to that of Su Jin from the past. Reflecting on Su Jin, Yi Xiao was briefly lost in thought. He recalled that when Su Jin departed, she had already reached the late stage of qi refining, on the cusp of opening her purple mansion. He wondered if she had succeeded in that endeavor. However, it was likely that she had, given that Yi Xiao had personally guided her training. If any issues had arisen, she would have reached out to him long ago. It has been over a month since Su Jin departed, and during this time, she has yet to reach out to Yi Xiao. Nevertheless, Yi Xiao remains at ease, for the Zifu represents a formidable force in this current age of declining spiritual energy. It is worth mentioning that when Su Jin left, Yi Xiao left a mark on her. Should she encounter any peril, he would be able to rush to her side immediately and ensure her safety, as well as seek vengeance, for his disciple is not someone to be trifled with. After dinner, Yi Xiao followed his usual routine of washing up and resting. The next morning, he engaged in his morning exercises before heading to Tianhai University to cultivate. Over the past 2 days, the group of affluent second-generation youths had collectively taken a leave of absence. Among the students, there was some gossip, but it did not stir any significant commotion. However, Yi Xiao recalled that several of the wealthy youths, who had only sustained minor injuries, had also failed to attend school, likely due to being frightened. Reflecting on this matter, Yi Xiao could not help but sigh inwardly. It is no wonder that in this age of declining spiritual energy, where the essence of the heavens and earth has dwindled and cultivators are nearly extinct, humanity lives in abundance, carefree and untroubled. Yet, this is not necessarily a blessing. Take, for instance, those affluent youths who were injured. Even if they were unharmed, it would be improbable for them to return to school within a few days, as the events of that day profoundly shattered their understanding of reality. Simply put, they were terrified. The thought that mere qi practitioners could instill such fear in them led Yi Xiao to ponder. If he were to unleash his full potential at the mid-stage, or even at the pinnacle of the late-stage Mahayana, would he not render them utterly speechless? Without competition, there is no pressure, and without pressure, there can be no progress. One can only regress step by step. Yi Xiao believes he may very well be the last immortal of this world, and after him, it is likely that the immortals of this planet will face complete extinction. This notion is not merely Yu Zhao's opinion, it reflects a genuine trend in development. As things stand, it remains uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. Chapter 93, A Girlfriend? When Yi Xiao arrived at the entrance of Tianhai University, Wang Ziqing's Porsche was already waiting there. Upon seeing Yi Xiao, Wang Ziqing rolled down the car window, flashing him a bright smile and waving. It had been quite some time since she dared to venture outside, and today, she had donned a lovely pink dress and applied a subtle touch of makeup. Adorning her delicate features was a pair of gold-rimmed sunglasses, making her utterly irresistible. The college students around her couldn't help but steal glances, captivated by her beauty. Yet, it was astonishing that such a captivating person would smile and wave at a lad who appeared rather unremarkable, instantly inciting envy among the onlookers. Amidst their jealousy, Yi Xiao entered Wang Ziqing's car and casually remarked, "Let's go." He had long grown accustomed to the gaze of the masses. It was unclear when he had started to become the center of attention every time he stepped outside, but he remained indifferent, for he possessed sufficient strength. Wang Ziqing nodded, and the vehicle moved slowly, departing from Tianhai University under the envious stares of the crowd. Wang Ziqing did not drive swiftly. She took her time to admire the scenery of Tianhai. Being a newcomer to the area, her presence was merely an escape from peril, and she truly had little opportunity to appreciate the beauty surrounding her. To speak candidly, Had it not been for Yi Xiao sitting in the passenger seat today, she would not have dared to venture out alone, fearing the possibility of being captured. Reflecting on the matter, she pondered the current state of her home. Since they had not succeeded in apprehending her, they likely could not pose a threat to her grandfather and the others. Yet, she remained uncertain if her family was worried about her. Due to certain circumstances, she hesitated to call home, which rendered her situation rather awkward. Lost in thought, she cast a fleeting glance at Yi Xiao, contemplating whether he could assist her in understanding her family's situation. However, after a few glances, Wang Ziqing relinquished this thought. Enlisting Yi Xiao's help would come at too great a cost, as her family possessed no other piece of jade spirit marrow. Since entering the vehicle, Yi Xiao had maintained a posture of tranquility, his eyes closed in repose, exuding an aura of calmness that belied the fact that he was a man capable of inducing rivers of blood with a mere flick of his wrist. As time passed, even though Wang Ziqing drove slowly, they arrived at the villa in the outskirts in roughly half an hour, halting before the Huang family's residence. Ironically, when Yi Xiao had arrived previously by taxi, the guard had attempted to halt him and insisted on a registration. Yet today, with Wang Ziqing driving the Porsche, the guard not only refrained from stopping them, but also greeted them with utmost respect. This was precisely why Yi Xiao had requested Wang Ziqing to drive him. In this era, the world was rife with sycophants, and to evade unnecessary troubles, such an arrangement was entirely justifiable. Once the vehicle came to a stop at the villa's entrance, Yi Xiao had scarcely disembarked when the door swung open, and Aunt Lu, the housekeeper, promptly emerged to welcome him. It had been nearly a month since his last visit, and he had grown even more handsome in that time. Aunt Lu remarked with a smile that although the woman's face bore the marks of time, it was predominantly characterized by the simplicity and sincerity of an honest person. Yi Xiao had always approached such individuals with warmth, nodding in acknowledgement as he addressed her. Aunt Lu responded cheerfully and then turned her gaze towards the driver's seat of the Porsche, where Wang Ziqing waited, seemingly reluctant to leave until Yi Xiao had entered. "Is this your girlfriend?" Aunt Lu mused. Having been part of the Huang family for over a decade, she had watched Yi Xiao grow from a boy into a man, developing a fondness for him. Upon seeing Wang Ziqing, she felt as if she were meeting her daughter-in-law, especially given Wang Ziqing's exemplary qualities in temperament, appearance, and attire, which utterly eclipsed Huang Xinrui. Aunt Lu genuinely felt happiness for Yi Xiao. However, Yi Xiao merely shook his head lightly. The notion of having a girlfriend was something he deemed impossible within the 200 years he had remaining in the mortal realm. Yet, Aunt Lu misinterpreted his reticence as shyness, and with a smile, she approached Wang Ziqing and asked, "My dear, since you are here together, why not join Yi Xiao for a meal? I am certain that the master will be delighted to see you." In Aunt Lu's understanding, Yi Xiao still belonged to the Huang family, and she believed that Huang Xiao would also be pleased to meet Wang Ziqing. Wang Ziqing was momentarily taken aback, being astute. She quickly discerned the underlying meaning in Aunt Lu's words, and a blush spread across her lovely face. She first turned her enchanting gaze towards Yi Xiao and, seeing no objection from him, hesitated for a moment before nodding with a smile, responding, "All right." In ordinary times, if Yi Xiao were to enter, she would drive back alone to her residence in the Inquan community, spending her time as usual in utter boredom. The thought of dining with the Huang family seemed rather appealing, especially at the idea of sharing a meal with Yi Xiao, which brought a faint smile to her lips, a fleeting charm that was quite enchanting. Aunt Lu, holding Wang Ziqing's hand, led her into the villa, cheerfully beckoning to Yi Xiao. "Yi Xiao, come quickly, everyone is home. It's been ages since we last gathered." Individuals like her genuinely believe that family reunions are of utmost importance, completely oblivious to the fact that the Huang family summoned Yi Xiao for a specific purpose, which could be described as a hidden agenda, albeit they lack the standing to orchestrate such an affair. Such benevolent souls are simple and content in their ordinariness, yet if they desire more than the mundane, they risk being taken advantage of. Indeed, such individuals are becoming increasingly rare. Yi Xiao stepped forward, following Aunt Lu and Wang Ziqing into the Huang family's villa. Upon entering, Aunt Lu called out, "Sir, Madam, Yi Xiao has arrived, and he's brought his girlfriend." At that moment, Huang Xiao and Wang Jinfang, who were seated in the living room watching television, initially paid no mind to the first part of the announcement. However, upon hearing the latter half, the couple was taken aback. Wang Jinfang immediately turned her gaze, and upon seeing the exquisitely beautiful Wang Ziqing, she couldn't help but be momentarily stunned, for she had encountered Wang Ziqing at the hospital. Wang Jinfang had always disapproved of Yi Xiao, and now, knowing her daughter had suffered disfigurement because of him, she would have confronted Yi Xiao long ago had it not been for the necessity of his assistance. Now, with his daughter's disfigurement, Yi Xiao unexpectedly brought along such a beautiful girl. Could it be that he intended to flaunt? It was evident that she had misinterpreted the situation, believing Yi Xiao deliberately brought Wang Ziqing to showcase her. However, Yi Xiao was entirely unaware of Huang Xinrui's disfigurement and had no interest in learning about it. At that moment, upon seeing Wang Ziqing, Wang Jinfang let out a cold snort, offering no cordiality and turning her back, disregarding whether Yi Xiao would be offended by her refusal to treat Huang Xinrui. This woman was like that. When her temper flared, she cared for nothing. Huang Xinrui had certainly inherited this trait well. Wang Ziqing clearly noticed Wang Jinfang's reaction but chose to disregard it. After all, she had witnessed Wang Jinfang's pitiable state at the hospital. Moreover, her own family was far superior to the Huang family. So how could she possibly regard someone like Wang Jinfang? If Wang Ziqing was so dismissive, Yi Xiao hadn't cast even a glance at Wang Jinfang since entering. In his eyes, she had long become transparent. Huang Xiao, as the head of the family and out of respect for Yi Xiao, stood up and greeted Wang Ziqing with a friendly wave. "Young master, Miss, Yi Xiao has arrived," and Lu hurried upstairs to summon Huang Qin and Huang Xinrui. After a moment, footsteps echoed from the stairs as Huang Qin descended, while there was still no sign of Huang Xinrui, and Lu went to call for Huang Xinrui. And Huang Qin quickly approached Yi Xiao, smiling as he greeted him. "Long time no see." Upon seeing Huang Qin's lively demeanor, Yi Xiao's expression softened slightly. He merely nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further words. For Yi Xiao's unassuming demeanor, Huang Qin had long since grown accustomed. He offered a smile before shifting his gaze towards Wang Ziqing, and upon merely catching a glimpse of her, he was utterly captivated by her beauty. To be precise, it was the moment he spotted Wang Ziqing from the upper floor that he was taken aback by her stunning allure. Wang Ziqing not only surpassed his sister, Huang Xinrui, in attractiveness, but even the two campus beauties of Tianhai University paled in comparison to her presence. Her already commendable appearance was further enhanced by her dedication to physical fitness and her late-stage foundational cultivation, bestowing upon her an air of nobility. Who might this be? Huang Qin inquired, glancing at Yi Xiao. A beauty of such caliber, accompanying Yi Xiao, surely their relationship must be significant. Truth be told, over the past decade, he had never witnessed Yi Xiao develop a close rapport with any female, as he consistently maintained a placid expression in the presence of even the most exquisite women. Now, standing beside Wang Ziqing, he remained unchanged. Yi Xiao had no intention of introducing Wang Ziqing. He was not one to introduce others, especially since it was Wang Ziqing who had chosen to accompany him. However, it was Wang Ziqing who took the initiative, extending her hand towards Huang Qin with a smile, saying, "Hello, I am Wang Ziqing, Yi Xiao's friend. I look forward to your guidance." She dared only to claim the title of friend, fearing that misrepresenting their relationship might displease Yi Xiao, which was indeed the case. "Oh, hello." Although the Huang family was not particularly affluent, they belonged to the upper middle class, and Huang Qin exhibited a commendable degree of basic etiquette, managing to maintain his composure even in the presence of such a beauty as Wang Ziqing. This marks the first occasion in which Wang Ziqing has taken the initiative to engage with the Huang family. Even the head of the family, Huang Xiao, only received her polite smile, for she discerned that only Huang Qin dared to converse with Yi Xiao in a familiar manner. Wang Ziqing has never been a woman of simplicity. She simply lacked the opportunity to confront others until now. As she steps into Yi Xiao's social circle for the very first time, "Please, take a seat." As the sole individual capable of initiating conversation, Huang Qin promptly invited Yi Xiao and Wang Ziqing to sit down on the sofa opposite Huang Xiao. The latter merely cast a fleeting glance at Yi Xiao before lowering his head, hesitant to engage in dialogue, well aware of Yi Xiao's formidable presence. Meanwhile, Wang Jinfang regarded Yi Xiao and Wang Ziqing with a somewhat unfriendly gaze. Yi Xiao remained silent, disregarding the presence of anyone in the room, even opting to close his eyes for a moment of repose. Only Huang Qin took it upon himself to pour 2 cups of tea and offer them. The atmosphere within the family was undeniably stifling. Were it not for Wang Ziqing's awareness of Yi Xiao's terrifying reputation, she might have genuinely believed that he had suffered maltreatment at the hands of the Huang family in the past. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase, and Huang Xinrui descended clad in casual loungewear. However, unlike her usual confident demeanor, She now hung her head low, allowing her chestnut locks to obscure her face, striving to avoid making eye contact with Yi Xiao. Yet, even in her attempts to avert her gaze, she could not help but notice Wang Ziqing, the very same woman she had encountered at Yi Xiao's residence. This evening, Wang Ziqing appeared remarkably beautiful, presenting a stark contrast to Huang Xinrui's current state. Huang Xinrui's eyes immediately turned red, as she felt that Yi Xiao had intentionally brought this beautiful woman to provoke her. The saying like mother, like daughter was undoubtedly true. Huang Xinrui's thoughts mirrored those of Wang Jinfang. Huang Zhao's failure stemmed from his inability to assert himself with his wife. The atmosphere in the living room remained somewhat oppressive until Aunt Lu broke the silence, announcing, "Dinner is ready, madam. Sir, shall we begin?" Huang Xiao nodded and glanced at Yi Xiao, realizing that among those present in the house, Yi Xiao held the highest position. Meanwhile, Wang Jinfang snorted disdainfully and ushered Huang Xinrui into the dining room. Huang Chen approached, pulling Yi Xiao along, saying, "Let's go, it's time to eat," then nodded at Wang Ziqing, inviting her to join. Only then did Yi Xiao rise and enter the dining room. At that moment, upon seeing Huang Xinrui, Yi Xiao understood the true purpose of the Huang family in summoning him, though a sense of displeasure lingered in his heart. The Huang family clearly sought his assistance. Yet Wang Jinfang and Huang Xinrui maintained such an attitude. Was it not somewhat excessive? Even if Yi Xiao was not there to help, had the lesson he imparted to Wang Jinfang during their last encounter at the hospital not sufficed? Did she not learn her lesson? Upon reflection, Yi Xiao discerned that Wang Jinfang likely believed that, having grown up in the Huang household, he was inherently one of them and should show her respect. Yi Xiao felt it was indeed time to address certain matters. Otherwise, Wang Jinfang would forever presume that he ought to honor her. At the dining table, the head of the family, Huang Xiao, remained seated in the main position. To his right sat his family members, with Wang Jinfang, Huang Xinrui, and Huang Chen gathered closely together. On his left were Yi Xiao and Wang Ziqing. This time, Yi Xiao's position had undergone a notable change compared to the last occasion, undoubtedly influenced by the smaller number of attendees. Huang Chen assisted Aunt Lu in bringing dish after dish to the table, while Aunt Lu smiled at everyone, encouraging them to start eating, assuring them that several grand dishes would soon follow. Her words were especially directed towards Wang Ziqing, who, to be honest, felt that among the Huang family, only Aunt Lu was genuinely kind. The others seemed to harbor hidden concerns. Growing up in such an environment allowed Wang Ziqing to discern their inner thoughts through subtle cues. The family of four occasionally cast glances at Yi Xiao, particularly Huang Xinrui, who, despite lowering her head, seemed to watch Yi Xiao the most intently. Speaking of Huang Xinrui, Wang Ziqing noticed a prominent burn scar on the left side of her face, gruesome and unsettling, a stark contrast to the delicate beauty she had witnessed previously. Wang Ziqing was puzzled. How had such a lovely face come to bear such a mark? Each time she looked over, she felt Wang Jinfang glaring at her, which left her bewildered as to why it seemed that this mother and daughter duo harbored such animosity towards her, despite their prior unfamiliarity. The atmosphere at the table was distinctly uncomfortable, with nearly everyone lost in their own thoughts. Only Yi Xiao remained unaffected, calmly picking up his chopsticks and eating at a leisurely pace. Did he not care about the opinions of Wang Jinfang, Huang Xinrui, or Huang Xiao and Huang Chen? No, he simply chose to remain indifferent. In the face of absolute strength, do the opinions of these individuals truly matter? Chapter 95, The Rift. Only Yi Xiao could manage to eat in such a tense atmosphere. Wang Ziqing had completely lost her appetite, as it seemed that no matter what she did, Wang Jinfang was glaring at her. Wang Ziqing was never one to back down and promptly shot a cold glare back at Wang Jinfang. This only served to infuriate Wang Jinfang, who wondered where this vixen found the audacity to cast her disdainful gaze. Just as she was about to explode, Huang Xiao restrained her, knowing that regardless of Wang Ziqing's insolence, she was still someone brought by Yi Xiao. Should Wang Jinfang lose her temper, Yi Xiao would undoubtedly intervene. Wang Jinfang's face flushed with anger. She huffed and buried herself in her meal. This had been a premeditated arrangement by the Huang family long before Yi Xiao's arrival, as Wang Jinfang was the person Yi Xiao despised the most. Thus, if they wished for Yi Xiao to treat Huang Xinrui, it was best for Wang Jinfang to remain silent. For the sake of her daughter's reputation, Wang Jinfang endured. As dinner commenced, Huang Xiao immediately exchanged a knowing glance with Huang Chen, for in the current Huang family, only Huang Chen could engage Yi Xiao in conversation. Huang Chen promptly served Yi Xiao some shrimp and inquired with a smile, How have you been lately? Are you managing well on your own? Hearing this, Huang Xinrui cast a subtle glance at Yi Xiao and Wang Ziqing, aware that he was not alone. They had long been cohabiting, enjoying a comfortable life together. Yi Xiao chose not to respond to Huang Chun, focusing instead on his meal, feeling a tinge of sadness within him. Once, Huang Chun was the most familiar with him. Aware that he never spoke while eating, it was disheartening to realize that even this had been forgotten. Upon noticing that Yi Xiao remained silent, Huang Chun felt a twinge of awkwardness and proceeded to serve Wang Ziqing a shrimp, smiling as he remarked, "Sister Ziqing, please do not take offense. Yi Xiao has always possessed such a temperament." Wang Ziqing smiled but remained silent, thinking to herself, "What temperament? Am I not more aware than you?" At that moment, Huang Xinrui suddenly began to sob softly, as if it had been prearranged. Huang Chun immediately approached her, asking, "Sister, what troubles you?" Huang Xinrui, in turn, cooperated with him, choking on her words as she lamented, "My face is ruined. I wish to no longer live." "What nonsense!" Huang Xiao interjected, rising from his seat with a thud on the table, declaring, "If you cannot bear living without your face, then you are no daughter of the Huang family." "What are you doing?" Wang Jinfeng exclaimed, rushing to protect her daughter. "Given that our daughter is in such distress, how can you still scold her?" Throughout this family drama, they frequently cast glances at Yi Xiao. Not only did Yi Xiao remain unmoved, but he also continued to eat his meal, prompting a surge of indignation from the Huang family. Fortunately, Huang Xiao discreetly pulled Wang Jinfeng aside, giving her a knowing look, which caused her to temper her anger and comfort Huang Xinrui, saying, "Xinrui, it's all right. Do not be disheartened. Mother will find a doctor to treat you. We shall pursue cosmetic surgery." "Treatment? It won't work," Huang Xinrui cried, her distress intensifying. Wang Jinfeng quickly reassured her, "If one doctor cannot help, we shall seek another. I refuse to believe that, with the advancements in medical technology, no one can restore my daughter's face. If all else fails, we still have Yi Xiao, don't we? Your brother is on the brink of death, yet Yi Xiao can bring him back. What does your face even matter? Don't you agree, Yi Xiao?" At this moment, the entire family turned their gaze towards Yi Xiao. They had performed this act to its critical juncture. The final line encapsulated the essence of their performance. Now, whether it was Wang Jinfeng, Huang Chun, Huang Xiao, or Huang Xinrui, all eyes were fixed on Yi Xiao, their expressions shimmering with hope. Only Yi Xiao possessed the ability to save Huang Xinrui. However, much to their dismay, the hopeful glances did not yield the desired response. Yi Xiao remained engrossed in his meal, uttering not a word, and he didn't even spare them a glance throughout. To Yi Xiao, this spectacle was steeped in irony. If that were the case, why should he bother to watch? Witnessing Yu Zhao's demeanor, Wang Jinfeng could no longer contain herself. She rose and raised her voice to question him. "Don't you have anything to say?" This time, Huang Xiao did not intervene, as a father. He also wished for Yi Xiao to help heal Huang Xinrui's face, for a girl's appearance is one of her most treasured attributes. Yet, Yi Xiao continued to remain silent, as if the one addressing him was not the living Wang Jinfeng, but merely a buzzing fly. "You." Wang Jinfeng was so infuriated that she could hardly articulate her feelings. At that moment, Wang Ziqing stepped forward to defend Yi Xiao, stating, "He never speaks while eating, surely. You all know that." The four members of the Huang family momentarily froze. Even Huang Xinrui's sobs faltered for a brief instant. They unconsciously reminisced about the days spent with Yi Xiao, realizing that, during meals, they had never witnessed him utter a single word, not even a syllable or a sound. Strangely, they had all overlooked this. How pitiable it was for these self-proclaimed family members, who understood him less than Wang Ziqing, who had merely shared a little over a month with Yi Xiao. Huang Chun was the first to react. He was aware of Yi Zhao's peculiar habit, but had long forgotten it due to the passage of time since their last meal together. In truth, he had never considered it significant. He always assumed Yi Xiao was merely a companion with whom he could share leisure, yet now, Yi Zhao's status had transcended anything he could aspire to, and his actions had consistently disappointed Yi Xiao. Otherwise, why do you think Yi Xiao treated Huang Chun with such indifference? The four members of the Huang family felt awkward. Had they been too eager to perform this charade? Should they have waited until Yi Xiao finished his meal to begin? The family exchanged a few glances before returning to their seats in discomfort. Wang Ziqing, witnessing this, couldn't help but smile, nearly bursting into laughter several times. The family's acting skills were indeed commendable, but their examiner, Yi Xiao, was far too stringent. Unbeknownst to Wang Ziqing, Yi Xiao cast a fleeting glance at him from the corner of his eye. It must be said that Yi Xiao was somewhat taken aback. Even Huang Chun had not regarded this habit seriously, yet Wang Ziqing was acutely aware of it. Yi Xiao remained reluctant to reveal any aspect of himself before a woman. Was he simply too sensitive? As the meal continued, Yi Xiao remained unhurried, savoring each bite, while Wang Ziqing, seemingly having vented her frustrations, picked up her chopsticks and ate incessantly. During this time, Aunt Lu brought several more dishes to the table, in stark contrast to their relentless eating. The Huang family of 4 across the table sat in silence, none of them touching their food. Following the earlier incident, their appetites had vanished, leaving them unable to eat. Having revealed their true intentions, they no longer concealed their gazes, fixating on Yi Xiao as if to make him uncomfortable, mirroring their own inability to eat. Only Huang Chun's expression was complex, caught in indecision. Upon this reunion with Yi Xiao, he sensed an insurmountable barrier had formed between them. A rift that had not existed before. To put it plainly, while Yi Xiao had always been indifferent to others, he had shown a degree of kindness towards Huang Chun, a subtle warmth that was now absent. Huang Chun was enveloped by feelings of guilt and self-doubt. Throughout his life, he had caused countless troubles, all of which Yi Xiao had resolved for him, including the recent incident where he had been beaten nearly to death, with Yi Xiao cleaning up the aftermath. Now, he found himself resorting to deception to solicit Yi Xiao's assistance in restoring his sister's appearance. The absurdity of it all was not lost on him. The atmosphere at the table lingered in this tense silence, with Aunt Lu serving dishes but refraining from speaking. Fully aware of the Huang family's ulterior motives for inviting Yi Xiao, despite Huang Zhao's requests, she had chosen not to involve herself in their schemes. After all these years, she was well aware of the Huang family's attitude towards Yi Xiao. She felt a sense of indignation on his behalf and believed that such matters should ultimately be decided by him. The 4 members of the Huang family sat in silence, waiting for Yi Xiao to finish his meal, yet the more they waited, the slower time seemed to pass. For some inexplicable reason, it appeared as though Yi Xiao was deliberately eating at a leisurely pace. In truth, Yi Xiao's eating speed had always been consistent. Their impatience was merely a reflection of their own inner turmoil, and he would not intentionally slow down his eating due to their presence. Wang Jinfeng watched, her frustration mounting with each passing moment, until, in a sudden outburst, she slammed her hand on the table. The loud bang echoed in the room. Setting aside Yi Xiao for a moment, even Wang Ziqing could not contain her irritation and yelled, "Enough! Stop eating!" Unfortunately, neither Yi Xiao nor Wang Ziqing paid her any heed. "You all," Wang Jifeng fumed, picking up a spoon and hurling it towards Yi Xiao, convinced that he would finally respond if struck. At that moment, even Huang Xiao and Huang Chun could not intervene in time. As the spoon was already flying towards Yi Xiao's head, just as the spoon was about to reach him, a delicate hand shot out, grasping it just before it made contact. The owner of that graceful hand was Wang Ziqing, who, with a hint of ire on her face, turned to Wang Jifeng and coldly remarked, "Madam Huang, you invited us here. What is this? Are you attempting to chase us away before we've even finished our meal?" In terms of verbal expression, Wang Ziqing has never been one to yield to others. In this regard, Yi Xiao pales in comparison to her. After all, Yi Xiao has always refrained from excessive chatter, resorting to formidable measures to subdue those who do not heed his words. Wang Jinfeng, witnessing this, was infuriated and pointed at Wang Ziqing, ready to unleash her wrath. Who do you think you are? Even Yi Xiao wouldn't dare speak to me in such a manner, you." However, her tirade was abruptly halted. Her words lodged in her throat as astonishment overtook her expression. Even Huang Chun, Huang Xinrui, and Huang Xiao, who were nearby, found themselves similarly stunned, their gazes fixed in disbelief upon Wang Ziqing, or more precisely, upon the delicate hand that held a spoon. Before their eyes, that spoon underwent a transformation in Wang Ziqing's grasp. She had effortlessly bent the spoon with a single hand. Yet, that was not the end of it. With a vigorous motion, she squeezed the spoon head together. It is worth noting that this spoon was not a mere trinket, but a solid stainless steel utensil. To crush it together, or even to bend it would be a feat challenging even for a robust man. Even if one were capable of such a task, their hands would inevitably sustain some degree of injury. Yet Wang Ziqing, after tossing the mangled spoon onto the table, retained her porcelain-like hand, pristine and unblemished, without a hint of swelling or harm. How could this be possible? The 4 members of the Huang family were left in a state of bewilderment, instinctively swallowing hard. This seemingly delicate beauty, who had appeared so frail upon entering, possessed such extraordinary strength. Wang Jinfeng had assumed that Wang Ziqing, brought along by Yi Xiao, was merely a fragile ornament, a pretty facade. She never imagined that she harbored such power. If she were to engage in a confrontation with Wang Ziqing, a single slap from her would send Wang Jinfeng sprawling to the ground. This is the period of foundation establishment, where mere physical strength alone allows one to bend a solid spoon, or even punch through steel without difficulty. Yet, Wang Ziqing, merely at the late stage of foundation establishment, possesses such formidable power that it leaves the 4 members of the Huang family in a state of astonishment. One can only wonder how terrifying Yi Xiao, currently at the mid-stage of divine transformation, must be. As Wang Ziqing sensed the gazes of the Huang family upon her, an unexpected calmness washed over her. Rather than feeling anger, she cast a fleeting glance at Yi Xiao. It intrigued her that merely revealing a fraction of her strength could so shock this family of 4. Yet they seemed unperturbed by Yi Xiao. After all, Yi Xiao was infinitely more fearsome than she was. At that moment, Yi Xiao set down his chopsticks, lightly dabbed his mouth, and exchanged a meaningful glance with Wang Ziqing, prompting her to take a seat and disregard the 4 before her. Wang Ziqing's obedience to Yi Xiao astonished the Huang family, yet they felt no trace of fear towards him. Particularly, Wang Jinfeng, feeling humiliated by Wang Ziqing's intimidation, huffed coldly at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, so you think highly of yourself, bringing a woman to frighten us, do you? I have a few questions for you. You and Xian Rui grew up together, and our Huang family has cared for you for many years. Xian Rui's condition is a result of your actions. So tell me, will you save her or not? The question was blunt, yet Wang Jinfeng's words were not merely inquiries. They were veiled threats, coercing Yi Xiao into healing Huang Xian Rui's face. However, would Yi Xiao truly be swayed by her demands? The answer is unequivocal, no. At this moment, although Yi Xiao's expression remained placid, a flicker of fierce intensity danced within his eyes. Wang Jinfeng's repeated disrespect towards him had crossed a line. How could he, Yi Xiao, ever be so easily intimidated by a mere woman? In Tianhai, even the patriarchs of the Qin and Zhao families would kneel in reverence before him, addressing him as Sir. Not only in Tianhai, but across the entire world, countless influential figures would treat him with the utmost respect. What right did Wang Jinfeng have to raise her voice against him? He believed that his tolerance over the years had only emboldened her arrogance. The punishment he had administered to her in the hospital was insufficient. To put it delicately, one might say that while the landscape can change, one's nature is difficult to alter. To speak more bluntly, a dog cannot change its habit of eating excrement. The most effective course of action, aside from eliminating her entirely, was to make her comprehend the true disparity between them. This time, Yi Xiao was determined to make it abundantly clear that he was not a mere old dog to be barked at will. Thus, with a gaze tinged with a hint of ferocity, he turned towards the visibly anxious head of the Huang family, Huang Xiao, and spoke coolly. Isn't it time you clarified a few matters? Chapter 97. Is this your attitude when seeking assistance? Huang Xiao was momentarily taken aback. He understood precisely what Yi Xiao wished him to clarify, yet he hesitated to voice it. The Huang family standing, bolstered by Yi Xiao and the misunderstandings surrounding their relationship, had led them to their current situation. Once the truth was laid bare, he feared that he would no longer be able to leverage Yi Xiao's influence in future matters. Such a revelation would be a tremendous blow to him and the entire Huang family, one that he could neither bear nor wish to confront. He hesitated. Yet Wang Jinfeng showed no such uncertainty. Noticing that Yi Xiao did not respond to her inquiries and instead shifted the topic, her anger intensified. Yi Xiao, do not divert the subject. Clarify what you mean. What is there to discuss? I am asking you directly. Will you treat Xian Rui's face or not? Initially, they sought Yi Xiao's assistance in remedying Huang Xian Rui's visage, but Wang Jinfeng's tempestuous temperament had transformed their plea into a coercion. Huang Qin and Huang Xian Rui dared not utter a word, merely gazing at Yi Xiao with anticipation, fervently hoping that for once he would relent, even if just this once. Unfortunately, Yi Xiao displayed not a flicker of emotion. He regarded the siblings with an air of indifference, his apathetic gaze sweeping over them before he addressed Wang Jinfeng. Am I perhaps too benevolent towards you? The depths of his eyes harbored an ominous energy, a malevolence accumulated over countless eons. This aura alone was enough to unsettle an ordinary person. Unsurprisingly, Wang Jinfeng first trembled, then felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. The look Yi Xiao cast upon her was utterly terrifying. Within his gaze She perceived a murderous intent, a genuine desire to kill. Were it not for the remnants of her pride bolstering her stance, she would have already knelt before Yi Xiao. Even the most domineering matriarch of the household, Wang Jifeng, was reduced to such a state, leaving Huang Qin, Huang Xin Rui, and Huang Xiao utterly frightened and at a loss for how to proceed. Wang Ziqing cast them a sympathetic glance. This was absurd. Yi Xiao had yet to make a move, nor had he even summoned his true energy. With merely a glance, he had instilled such terror in them. Truly, they were inept. This family clearly had never encountered a truly formidable situation. In truth, this family has never encountered a genuine grand occasion. The others have been afforded no opportunity. Yi Xiao had granted Huang Qin a chance, yet regrettably, he treated the opportunity with disdain and did not take it seriously. At this moment, Yi Xiao turned his gaze towards Huang Xiao and asked in a calm tone, "Will you speak, or will you remain silent?" Although his expression was exceedingly placid, devoid of any emotion, Huang Xiao felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, cold sweat trickling down his back. With a sigh of resignation in his heart, Huang Xiao recognized that today, due to Wang Jifeng, Yi Xiao was truly enraged, and henceforth, the Huang family would no longer be able to rely on Yi Xiao's influence. Slumping heavily into his chair, Huang Xiao covered his head with both hands. Exhaling a deep sigh, he gestured for his wife and 2 daughters to take a seat before he spoke. "In truth, our family has no connection with Yi Xiao." "What did you say?" Wang Jifeng momentarily froze, her words almost spilling out. "Isn't Yi Xiao the child you had with someone else outside?" As the words hung in the air, she sensed the overwhelming aura of killing intent emanating from Yi Xiao. Stunned into silence, she froze on the spot. Wang Ziqing could not help but feel a pang of pity for Wang Jifeng. The audacity of this old woman was astounding, even in such a moment. She dared to utter such words before Yi Xiao. Was this not a death wish? Lacking foresight and brimming with temper, one could hardly fathom how Huang Xiao could have such a wife. Huang Xiao cast a fearful glance at Wang Jifeng, and then, with trepidation, turned to look at Yi Xiao. Upon witnessing that Yi Xiao was not enraged, he finally exhaled in relief and continued. "Yi Xiao's status is not something our Huang family can compare to. To be precise, if it weren't for Yi Xiao over the years, our company could not have developed so rapidly." What? This revelation left not only Wang Jifeng, but also Huang Qin and Huang Xinrui utterly astonished. If this were indeed the case, it seemed that the Huang family's company had steadily progressed without encountering any significant challenges over the years, which was indeed perplexing. Subconsciously, the members of the Huang family believed